Amuro Toru sent the message of mission accomplished to Sariyo while she was triumphantly dominating at her billiards hall, executing a series of impressive 9-ball shots that drew a chorus of applause. After laboring diligently to dismantle the organization, they finally achieved their goal. However, Sariyo felt no sense of relief in a sudden fit of frustration. She tossed her beloved cue aside and shouted to the crowd surrounding her, "We're closing for today." The crowd erupted in confusion as Sariyo leapt from the table and strode out of the billiards hall. Uncertain of the source of her anger and the urgency that propelled her, she recklessly ran through 20 red lights, arriving at the desolate ruins of the Golden Pavilion. Gazing at the remnants of the once magnificent structure and the surrounding officers scouring the area, she felt a wave of dizziness and nearly collapsed. Someone caught her, seemingly uttering words of concern, but Sariyo heard nothing. She forcefully pulled away from their grasp and hurried into the debris. The evening sun cast an unbearable glare upon the Golden Pavilion, its dull yellow hue oppressive and disheartening. Kai approached her side. After years of rivalry, he understood Sariyo's thoughts all too well. He bluntly shattered her lingering hope, stating, "They detonated the self-destruct mechanism inside. The remaining members and all records were incinerated, with no survivors." A sense of suffocation filled Sariyo's heart, and her eyes burned with unshed tears. She turned to him and asked, "Is it truly impossible that anyone survived?" "That person was cunning, he wouldn't perish so easily." "Sariyo, it was I who shot him," Akai replied, his tone calm as he surveyed the ruins that held the weight of their past. "You know, I would never let him escape." "What does that have to do with me?" After years of subservience, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Sariyo's eyes. She kicked a piece of gold on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "It's splendid. They are finally gone, and I no longer need to live in fear or seek their approval. I can finally sleep peacefully and enjoy my own liberated life. I am truly elated." She beamed with delight. Sariyo Sakai had finally become her own person. On her first day of freedom, Sariyo returned to the billiards hall and repeatedly executed flawless 9-ball shots, swiftly vanquishing all challengers, reveling in her success with several bottles of red wine. On the second day of her newfound liberty, Sariyo again dominated at the billiards hall, defeating every challenger with ease. By the third day, no one dared to challenge her. Feeling boredom set in, Sariyo closed the hall, sold her billiards establishment, and with her substantial inheritance, became a caretaker of a cemetery. 2 or 3 years after the events had transpired, Sariyo's emotions gradually settled into tranquility. She became accustomed to quietly caressing the cold tombstones, gazing at the familiar names etched nearby, each a reminder of her countless losses. She often reassured herself that she would have no regrets for any of her past actions, for even if they were wrong, she could endure the consequences. Sariyo frequently found herself sitting beside the tombstones after drinking, exasperatedly spreading her arms and lamenting, "It is truly peculiar. I once desperately sought to escape this organization, and now that I have, I feel an overwhelming sense of discontent." As the night breeze grew colder, it seemed as if faint spirits emerged from the ground, swirling around her, listening to her fragmented tales of the past. Akai and the others had returned to America. Amuro Toru was forbidden by his superiors from associating with her. Kudo was preparing to apply for postgraduate studies, and Mayano had opened her own clinic. They had all embarked on new lives. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to her. "I really miss." Sariyo leaned against the tombstone of Shikuro, her voice dwindling to a whisper as she slowly closed her eyes. Her words drifted into the night, dissipating with the chimes of the cemetery clock. A gentle breeze brushed against Sariyo's hair, as if someone from beyond the veil of life and death were responding to her quiet wish. Chapter 1. A night of reset. When Sariyo awoke, the sun was glaring fiercely, having spent the night on the ground. Her body ached, and she hobbled toward her post at the cemetery gate. After only a few steps, she paused, bleary-eyed, and glanced back. Were there fewer tombstones than before? Sariyo hesitated for a moment but dismissed the thought and continued on. Perhaps she was still groggy who would come to steal tombstones in the dead of night? All she wanted was to return to her soft bed and indulge in a deep slumber. Rubbing her disheveled hair and stifling a yawn, Sariyo slowly made her way to the gatehouse, only to be startled by a voice. "You, where did you come from?" Confused, Sariyo turned to see an elderly man standing before her, holding a broom and dustpan, his face a mask of astonishment. Rarely did outsiders venture into the cemetery, so Sariyo retorted, I've always lived here. Where did you come from? The old man scowled menacingly and chastised. I am the caretaker here. I didn't see you enter last night. Sariyo, unconcerned, walked toward the gatehouse, casually replying, Isn't it just me watching? Her words trailed off as she halted mid-sentence, her gaze fixated on the condition of the gatehouse. To maintain the quality of her early retirement, Sariyo had refurbished the gatehouse to resemble a luxurious villa, but this staring at the humble structure that lacked even a proper door, Sariyo began to suspect she was indeed suffering from a hangover. After all, the last time she awoke with a hangover, she had nearly unearthed Shikuro. Filled with suspicion, she approached and poked the wall of the small building. Her gaze shifted, catching her reflection in the adjacent glass. Sariyo touched her cheek, which felt cool and smooth as jade. No, her face had been marred 3 years ago during a confrontation with someone, leaving a permanent scar from the corner of her eye to her ear. At that time, she had hidden away in the basement for at least half a year, sulking over her once proud appearance. It was only after that person had returned from abroad, impatiently dragging her to Vermouth, that they had collaborated to conceal her scar. Yet since their deaths, no one had helped her cover it. What was happening? Sariyo stood frozen, her gaze drifting to the calendar hanging inside. The brand new calendar displayed a date from 8 years ago, 5 years prior to the organization's annihilation. Was this still a hangover? The old man with the broom continued to chatter behind her, prompting Sariyo to swiftly turn and head in the direction of her home. As she walked, the vehicles passing by stirred the air, mixing with the exhaust fumes, a most unpleasant experience. Who was playing tricks on her? Whoever dared to jest in this manner would face her wrath. Sariyo hurried back to her previous residence. The key remained under the doormat. She fumbled a bit as she opened the door. The interior was simply decorated but eerily familiar. She had always been fond of this minimalist style. She had only just begun to enjoy life again. Surely they wouldn't thrust her back into her former self so abruptly. Sariyo quickly entered the room and turned on the computer to search for anything that might remind her of key events. Though she knew this was 5 years before the organization's destruction, she recalled that many significant occurrences had unfolded that year, such as her first encounter with the Kudo family, her forced induction into the organization, and a series of missions. Regardless of whether the current situation was a dream or a prank, she needed clarity regarding her circumstances. Wait, Sariyo narrowed her eyes, staring at the paltry numbers displayed on the computer screen, her fingers trembling slightly. Where was her savings? Chapter 2. Rebirth. Sariyo made a special trip to the bank, spending an entire day coming to terms with the stark reality of her emptied savings, while also dismissing the possibility that she was merely ensnared in a dream. It seemed, perhaps, that she had truly returned to the 5 years following the organization's downfall. This signified the loss of the retirement life she had painstakingly acquired, as well as the fact that the nefarious individuals she had worked so hard to apprehend were still roaming freely outside. Sariyo strained to recall the last moment of her drunken stupor from the previous night, remembering only that she had embraced the gravestone of Kuru, conversing with it for quite some time. No longer would she indulge in drunken antics before Kuru's gravestone. She faintly remembered uttering a phrase before succumbing to slumber, something akin to, "Oh, how I wish." Rising, Sariyo rummaged through the depths of her room's drawer to unearth a photograph of Kuru, gazing at the 6 radiant smiles captured within. Her eyes filled with melancholy. You were truly my dear brothers. Why is it that when I sought fortune a few years back, not one of you chose to manifest? It was no wonder her thoughts drifted to Kuru, as he had always been there to fulfill her requests. Though much time had elapsed, Sariyo vividly recalled the moment when Kazami handed Kuru's belongings to his brother, the bloodstains on the topmost garment, alongside the bullet hole etched into the fabric at the heart's position. He had perished, the bullet piercing through his heart, ending his life in a swift and unceremonious manner. Kazami feared that tears might flow from her eyes, yet at that moment, Sariyo's eyes were dry, her lips curling into a gentle smile, exuding a serene and dignified demeanor. This fellow has departed, but at least he did so decisively. A hint of complaint lingered in her tone, as though her dear friend had merely torn his clothes while out for a stroll, now standing before her, scratching the back of his head in a helpless plea. Sariyo, lend me a hand, would you? Just as in days past, Sariyo and Kuru had been childhood companions for 18 years. It was said that when Sariyo's mother entered the delivery room, the youthful Kuru had eagerly awaited outside on tiptoe, more excited than even Sariyo's own father for her arrival. Kazami mentioned that he had destroyed the phone containing the contacts of friends and family before his death, thus sparing them the worry of retribution from enemies. Kuru was indeed that kind of person, as Zero once remarked. Even when tripped, he would only inquire if the stone that caused his fall was in pain. Saraya's father had once been a legendary gambler thriving in Las Vegas. After retiring, he returned home and gathered a group of companions to form the current Sakai group, coinciding with Saraya's birth, resulting in her father's excessive pampering, which in turn cultivated her somewhat spoiled disposition. At the tender age of 7, she boldly attempted to extort a few older children from the neighboring street using her lost baby teeth, while Kuru, at 20, would still invoke her illustrious name when thugs came to collect protection fees. Several times, Saraya expressed her disdain at Kuru's misuse of her name, stating, "I intend to follow in my father's footsteps and navigate the underworld, don't ride my coattails." Kuru would always respond with a smile, "Then I shall become a police officer and work in tandem with you, allowing you to reign as the local ruler." That photograph from their time at the police academy could have brought dire consequences to both her and Zero, yet Saraya could not bring herself to incinerate it, opting instead to conceal it within the safe at the back of her drawer. Saraya resumed her search on the computer for any information that might jog her memory regarding significant events, investing several hours to piece together the timeline she occupied. The current moment marked a month since Kuru's demise. Due to confidentiality agreements and to prevent the chaos that might ensue from a mafia heiress with an entire organization at her back, Kazami refrained from disclosing any information related to Kuru's death to either of them. At that time, Saraya did not press him further. She simply turned and sought out a renowned private investigator, the very one who would later urge her to leave the organization, Yusaku Kudo. Chapter 3. Saraya Kudo vividly recalls how Yusaku Kudo initially placed a remarkably high bid, seemingly intent on distancing himself from this perilous matter. Yet, Saraya understood the underlying reasons. After all, she had not attended university, nor had she completed high school before being compelled to train under her father's tutelage, which had afforded her a certain network of connections. The intricacies of the case she was investigating, which even her contacts could not uncover, were undoubtedly entangled with countless others. Since childhood, her father had instilled in her the importance of seeking only the best. Thus Saraya, undeterred, sought out Yusaku's residence with a retinue of 30 individuals blocking his home. Her formidable presence made it evident to Yusaku that her efforts to enlist his help in identifying the murderer of Kagemitsu Jurifu were not merely to deliver a slap and move on. Yusaku did not outright refuse her appeal. However, he refrained from divulging any information he had uncovered, offering only a wry smile as he cautioned, "There can be no further senseless sacrifices. Before you are fully prepared, hone your blade." Saraya remembered feeling indignant at that time, having invested considerable wealth in her pursuit of Yusaku's assistance. Yet, this novelist regarded money as inconsequential, consistently returning each sum she offered without acknowledgement. Her obstinacy compelled her to visit him periodically, but Yusaku always evaded her. His wife, however, was amiable, often attempting to engage Saraya in casual conversation, while their child seemed curiously fixated on her, his intelligent gaze mirroring that of his father, as if he could see through her very essence. Saraya recalled the first encounter with Shinichi Kudo. Upon witnessing her entourage, the child had solemnly remarked, "I have reason to suspect that if Dad arrives at a conclusion too swiftly, Saraya Sakai will simply hang that person at the Tokyo Expressway for 10 days. Though Shinichi's voice was barely a whisper, Saraya caught every word, including the audible reprimand delivered by Yusaku's wife for the child's audacity. Yet even now, Saraya remained oblivious to the identity of Jurifu's killer. According to her schedule, today was the day she had arranged to visit Yusaku Kudo. In her previous life, upon discovering her entanglement with the black organization, the Kudo family had shown her unparalleled kindness. However, as their prominence grew, they inevitably attracted the organization's attention, leading to several confrontations wherein both sides suffered losses. Once a confident and cheerful youth, Shinichi gradually became more mature and serious, while his once optimistic demeanor transformed into irritability due to the relentless upheaval. After the organization was eradicated, he was sent to America for an extended period of psychological therapy. In truth, the Kudo family could have chosen to remain uninvolved in the struggle, living a tranquil life. Saraya was uncertain how Shinichi had come to know Akai and his associates, but Yusaku's pursuit of the organization was undoubtedly a consequence of her persistent entreaties. She resolved not to allow this father-son duo to repeat the same tragic fate. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had seen Shinichi, and she found herself missing that quirky little boy. After confirming the meager balance in her account was indeed genuine, Sariyo drove to the Kudu residence. Chapter 4. The lure upon ringing the doorbell at the Kudu household. It was a young boy of about 13 who answered the door, his features handsome and charming. Upon recognizing Sariyo, he matter-of-factly stated, "My dad isn't home today. He said if you want to see him, you'll have to come back next month." Having grown accustomed to the boy's arrogant demeanor, Sariyo couldn't help but ruffle his hair, attempting to soften her tone as she replied, "No need for that. I won't be pursuing this case anymore. If you don't mind waiting until I'm older, you can entrust it to me." Shinichi lifted his chin, an expression of overwhelming pride on his face, declaring, "I'll definitely be better than my dad when I grow up." Sariyo did not conceal her disdain, asking, "How old are you?" With a smirk, Shinichi replied, 13. Sariyo promptly turned on her heel and walked away. How foolish of her to believe him. Seeing her departure, Shinichi hurriedly called out, "Dad said your case is too deep for him to take. If you can't wait, you can entrust it to me now." Sariyo lowered her gaze, observing the boy's cherubic cheeks, and continued walking, her tone neither harsh nor soft. "This is no child's play, young one. Direct your curiosity elsewhere." Shinichi pursued her, stubbornly insisting, "Are you really just giving up? Didn't you spend months visiting for nothing?" Sariyo turned back, her demeanor meticulously composed, though her eyes bore unmistakable traces of fatigue. "Your father won't take my case. Why should I continue to entangle myself? It's time to cut my losses." Stepping closer, Shinichi declared, "But I will take it." Looking at him, Sariyo was momentarily transported back to her time at the police academy, recalling the youthful exuberance of her peers, running unabashedly on the playground, often tumbling into a heap upon the grass. Of course, Shinichi would take it. His insatiable curiosity drove him to embrace the unknown. Yet, at this stage, he was vibrant and full of life, and Sariyo did not wish to further endanger him. She pressed her fingertip against the boy's forehead, her eyes narrowing as she asked, "Young man, hasn't your father informed you of my profession?" Shinichi nodded. "You're the mafia who received the government's white papers." Sariyo bent down, fixing him with an intense gaze. "Engaging in business with the mafia, if you fail, you may find yourself fed to the pigs." Her years of training had endowed her with an imposing presence, her mere aura evoking fear. Expecting the boy to recoil, she was surprised when he defiantly held his head high, retorting, "Then so be it." He was still in that fearless age, naively believing that death was the worst possible fate, a sentiment both amusing and tragic. Sariyo's expression remained cold, as she perceived a pair of watchful eyes from the second-floor balcony. Yusaku Kudu. She had known he hadn't left. He simply wished to avoid her. In her past, Sariyo had contemplated numerous ways to exploit this child to coerce Yusaku, kidnapping, extortion, and other brutal methods employed against traitors' families, but had ultimately refrained out of respect for Yusaku's keen insight. If she could use this to shield them from conflict suddenly, she relented, saying, "Very well, I shall entrust it to you." "Really?" Shinichi's eyes sparkled with excitement, a contagious enthusiasm. "This will be your first official case. You must solve it diligently." Sariyo bent down, her fitted attire accentuating her exquisitely sculpted physique, exuding an air of alluring danger as she added in a threatening tone, "Shinichi Kudu, if you fail, I shall have no choice but to hang you at the expressway." Chapter 5. The timeline. As the daughter of a gambling king, Sariyo possessed a formidable presence. Yusaku Kudu sensed the latent danger and his son's reckless tendencies. Consequently, the following day, Sariyo learned from her father's assistant that the Kudu family was relocating to America. Previously entrenched in Japan, their entanglement with the organization would now be resolved at its roots, allowing Sariyo to breathe a sigh of relief. With this matter settled, Sariyo retreated to her home, documenting her recollections on her computer. Shinichi was now 13, and according to the previous timeline, with Yusaku agreeing to assist her in pursuing the organization, Shinichi would officially join the fight at the age of 16. With the entire family now in America, their influence on the events could be effectively nullified. The subsequent significant event within the organization was the exposure of the identity of the rye whiskey, which compelled Akai to return. During his infiltration, Akai held a high-ranking position, and such a revelation necessitated the complete destruction of many of the organization's strongholds and the urgent relocation of numerous documents. They desperately required new territory and members, and they needed to be readily available. Coincidentally, Sariya's father, upon returning to the country, had taken to purchasing land, owning an entire street in Kabukicho in Tokyo, and had a loyal entourage of guards who had accompanied him back from Las Vegas. After her father's passing, all of this fell into Sariya's hands. At that time, however, she was merely a spoiled and naive young lady, and her mismanagement of Kabukicho made her the primary target of the organization. It can be said that Akai's exposure was directly linked to Sariya's forced induction into the organization. Thus, afterward, Sariya found herself increasingly displeased with Akai, which naturally included his alliance with Zero. While she could not prevent Akai's exposure, she believed she might still struggle against joining the organization. As she pondered this, she recorded all the significant events and internal information she could remember on her computer. Her father had taught her gambling skills, and remembering cards was a fundamental ability. Sariya had always possessed a formidable memory. Even after living alone for 3 years following the organization's downfall, those memories were etched in her mind like muscle memory, effortlessly transcribing them onto her computer's secret hard drive. With this hard drive, Sariya effectively possessed a golden key, granting her a divine perspective to comprehend the intricacies of events. She could preemptively contact all previous allies, using the hard drive to dismantle the organization before they could act. But such a course was fraught with variables, and it was uncertain whether anyone would trust her. Furthermore, the hard drive could bring about her demise. In her previous life, she had survived until the end by being exceedingly cautious, so this time she planned to continue that tradition, utilizing her golden key to navigate around all critical junctures, adopting a professional stance of nonchalance, prioritizing her survival. Sariya recalled the process of her induction into the organization. Initially, Kabukicho's business was floundering, and several individuals who would later join the Sakai group began to stir, contemplating small ventures outside. Gradually, they capitalized on the Sakai group's reputation to engage in illegal activities. Perhaps some became entangled with the organization at this juncture. However, at the age of 18, Sariya was utterly ignorant and completely deceived by those old foxes, which ultimately provided the organization with an opportunity to exploit her, forcing her to relinquish her inherited fortune. She remembered that the organization's entry point seemed to be when she opened her phone, gazing at her contact list, her gaze finally settling on a name: Yaki. Chapter 6. Vodka. Yaki was a later addition to the Sakai group, motivated solely by profit, even willing to plunge himself into peril. He was a quintessential rogue. Sariya instructed her subordinates to closely monitor Yaki's every move, and after just 2 days, she received feedback that Yaki was negotiating with 2 men of unknown origin, the 3 of them having just entered the basement at the entrance of Kabukicho. As she burst into the transaction scene, Yaki's subordinates, who were counting gold bars, displayed an uneasy expression, their eyes darting nervously. Yaki immediately stood up and said, "Miss Sakai, allow me to introduce." Sariya's gaze was icy as she strode forward, the sound of her high heels striking the basement floor resonating with an unmistakable authority. "Leave." She had always observed her father's subordinates with utmost respect, appearing quite submissive, but now her altered demeanor rendered Yaki's expression rigid. He turned to the 2 men involved in the transaction and insisted, "Miss Sakai." Sariya tugged at her gloves, her eyelids unflinching. "I ask you to leave." Seeing that Sariya remained unmoved, Yaki stepped closer, a threatening look crossing his face as he leaned toward her ear, saying harshly, "Don't cause trouble, you aren't in a position to speak to me like that." Sariya had never favored loud expressions of emotion. She simply extended her elegantly gloved finger to push Yaki's head away from her. Several perceptive subordinates stepped forward to restrain him, swiftly dragging him out. Yaki's face darkened further. But Sariya's men were fiercely loyal and formidable, providing him no opportunity to resist as they quickly covered his mouth and removed him from the scene. The 2 men who had come for the transaction remained remarkably composed, cloaked in black and donning wide-brimmed hats, shrouded in an air of mystery and darkness. Their mere presence made Sariya uneasy, akin to being alone in a dark wilderness, stalked by 2 wolves, dangerous and helpless. The dim lighting in the room obscured the faces of the 2 men, and she had no idea who had initially approached the Sakai group. She could only calmly address them, stating, "Regardless of your affiliations, please refrain from extending your hands into the Sakai group." The 2 figures in the shadows did not move. One remained indifferent, a lit cigarette in his hand, the orange-red glow flickering in the shadows. The other stepped into the light, revealing a burly Western man whose large sunglasses concealed much of his face. He spoke, "To so easily let go of such a treacherous individual. And with such a gentle president, it's no wonder the Saki group has diminished. Even the old members dare to engage in unauthorized transactions with outsiders. The burly man's expression held a hint of mockery, causing Sariyo to instinctively take a step back. It was Vodka. In her previous life, he had once protected the organization's secrets by sailing a ship out into international waters, subsequently disappearing without a trace. Vodka had been relatively kind to her. Given their shared workplace, he was not excessively malevolent. The muscle memory prompting her retreat stemmed from Vodka's inseparable connection to that other man. His presence here meant that the figure lurking in the shadows was Sariyo's long-standing nightmare, the one who had held her captive for years. Yet this very person had, before his demise, sent all his savings to her, complicating her feelings toward him. Chapter 7. Negotiation. Sariyo averted her gaze from Jin, quietly taking a seat across from the two men, maintaining her calm demeanor as she fixed her eyes on the burly man. This is an internal matter. Yaki cannot represent the Saki group. It is futile for you to seek collaboration with him. Please leave. Vodka's smile became increasingly sardonic, while the man hidden in the shadows continued to smoke, speaking softly. Then how about seeking you? Sariyo's expression remained unchanged, as still as an ancient piece of wood. No need. Big Brother is not joking with you, Vodka replied with a grin. For we have indeed come to seek your cooperation. After Vodka spoke, he glanced at the bodyguards accompanying Sariyo. Having worked together for many years, Sariyo understood his implication, and based on her knowledge of these two men, if she refused to accommodate them and attempted to leave, she would likely meet her end that very night. Sariyo subtly raised her hand, exchanging glances with her men, who subsequently exited the room, the last one closing the door behind them. Observing this, Vodka felt a sense of irony. This girl was indeed a novice, daring to remain in a confined space with two men whose backgrounds she was utterly unaware of. It was quite foolish. Yet, it was precisely this naivety that made her an appealing target for them. He continued, our organization has been operating overseas for a long time, and with few bases in Japan, many of our activities now require a legitimate identity for cover. The Saki group is one of our chosen options. Sariyo was aware of the information being discussed, her mind wandering as she idly toyed with her gloves, responding nonchalantly, oh. Vodka furrowed his brow and continued, our organization possesses strength beyond your imagination and we are quite sincere. If you agree to cooperate, we can assist you in swiftly gaining complete control over your faction. Our demands are modest, we merely require you to provide identification and a temporary base for our personnel arriving in Japan. At times, we may also need assistance from members of the Saki group for transportation, but aside from that, you may remain oblivious to any other actions we undertake. Such eloquence masked the fact that ultimately, they intended to dominate her and absorb her Saki group. With her hands elegantly clasped, Sariyo replied, the Saki group's business primarily revolves around utilizing the Kabukicho district for illicit activities such as gambling and prostitution. Managing women is significantly simpler than trafficking arms or drugs. I am confident in my ability to handle it without troubling the two of you. Vodka, taken aback by her resolute demeanor, found his confidence waning as Sariyo remained unfazed, appearing more composed than most her age, leaving him unable to discern her thoughts. Noticing Sariyo's steadfastness, Vodka glanced at his companion, exchanging silent communication. After receiving a nod of consent, he pressed further, you may take your time to consider. We are in no rush for a response. Sariyo withdrew her gaze, stating lightly, I happen to know several predecessors who meet your requirements. If you need assistance, I would be willing to introduce you. Rising from her seat, she approached the door, pulling it open, her pupils subtly shifting aside as her entourage stepped back, clearing a passage for them. Chapter 8. Establishing authority. Standing at the threshold, Hachi regarded Sariyo with astonishment, seemingly certain she could not emerge from the basement alive. His gaze was tinged with fear, revealing his wariness of the two men. Sariyo, however, chose not to focus on Hachi, turning back to the duo and gesturing for them to leave. Vodka was the first to step out, his eyes fixed on Sariyo, confusion evident on his face. The figure lurking in the shadows also stood, leisurely approaching Sariyo. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to Sariyo, tall and with a pallid complexion, even in the shadows. His long silver hair partially obscured his eyes, and like the imposing figure before him, he donned an all-black outfit, save for a gray sweater peeking from the collar. Sariyo had encountered many fearsome individuals throughout her life, most being all bluster with little substance, and some mere desperate rogues unworthy of her fear. Yet, this man was Jin. His fair complexion and Western features should have been disarming. Yet it only heightened Sariya's sense of alertness and dread, sending shivers down her spine. The chilling sensation had lingered long after their last encounter. Sariya averted her gaze, desperately concealing the surge of fear and anxiety swelling within her. Only a fool like Hachi would dare to associate with such a man. They were mere local thugs. While the other side was a formidable force, greed could lead them to perilous circumstances. Jin approached slowly, each footfall resonating deeply within Sariya's heart, her ears tingling with tension. Ultimately, he stood directly behind her, forcing a cold, hard object into her hand. Sariya struggled momentarily, her expression unchanging as she inquired, "What are you doing?" "Teaching you to assert your authority," he replied, his voice deep and resonant. The fear she once felt for Jin surged back, igniting a foreboding premonition within her. She instinctively recoiled, only to find herself pinned firmly by the prepared man behind her. An icy terror paralyzed every fiber of her being as she felt her hand being raised, pointing directly at Hachi's throat. Jin wasted no time. He pressed her hand down, pulling the trigger. The sudden gunfire echoed throughout the basement, a cacophony that was swiftly followed by an oppressive silence. No one dared to breathe, let alone raise their eyes to Sariya. This man had not changed at all. Sariya wiped the blood from her eyes, locking onto Hachi's terrified expression. This was not her first time firing upon her own. The bullet had severed Hachi's carotid artery and the pressure caused blood to spurt forth, staining the ceiling and half of Sariya's body. He staggered forward, eyes wide, before collapsing to the ground. The warmth of blood on her face turned cold almost instantaneously, a sensation Sariya knew all too well. She slowly turned her head to fixate on the man's eyes, which were a piercing green, unwavering in their gaze as they captured the fear she had tried to conceal. The man gradually released his grip on her, and Sariya could almost hear his cold smirk, reminiscent of a wolf that had lost interest in its prey after toying with it, just as it had been in the past. Chapter 9. Setting an example. Sariya understood that Jin was indeed helping her, standing behind her in plain sight, urging her to eliminate the traitor before her, demonstrating her resolve to the onlookers while removing a potential threat that could betray her again. This straightforward approach saved her considerable effort, yet why did Hachi need to be so precisely dispatched, splattering her with his blood? The act of setting an example had come at the cost of her own integrity. Furrowing her brow, Sariya averted her gaze. Jin turned to leave, and Vodka stepped forward, handing her a black card. "If you decide to proceed, you can contact us. However, this number will be void after 8 p.m. tomorrow," he stated before leisurely following Jin. Sariya examined the number on the black card, her frown deepening as she surveyed the chaotic scene. She kicked Hachi's hand, coldly instructing, "Clean this up. Hachi's subordinates will now report to the second group starting tomorrow." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Takayama, always loyal to her, hurried after her, asking, "President, are you truly considering cooperating with them?" Sariya drew a handkerchief from her pocket, methodically wiping the blood from her face as she replied calmly, "That depends on whether he grants us an opportunity to refuse." Curious, Takayama pressed, "What do you mean?" "They are a vast and powerful criminal organization, their senior members often using alcohol names as aliases with substantial assets and deep connections in Japan's political, economic, and scientific circles. They operate entirely outside the law. As you have just witnessed, their style is beyond our comparison." Sariya continued to meticulously clean the blood from her eyes and brows, even removing her blood-stained jacket and handing it to Takayama, countering, "Did you see their demeanor? Did they seem inclined to leave me any room for refusal? If we cooperate, our organization will be at their mercy. Conversely, if we refuse, we could face immediate retaliation. Hachi's foolishness in inviting danger into our midst is beyond comprehension." Takayama nodded in agreement, accepting the jacket as they entered the restroom. He inquired, "What demands did they make?" Sariya dampened her handkerchief, using it to cleanse the blood from her hands before replying, "Nothing excessive. All requests are within our capacity to fulfill, and they don't seem to require us specifically." She paused for a moment, bent down to turn on the faucet, removed her gloves, and cupped her hands to splash her face with cool water. Only after washing away the bloodstains did she straighten up, gazing at her pallid reflection in the mirror. Her once bright and youthful eyes were now dull and darkened. Sariya discarded the bloodied handkerchief and gloves into the trash bin, then turned to Takama, shifting the subject. "However, this situation may not be entirely devoid of benefits. President? Takuma tensed immediately, urging her. Being associated with such an organization means either becoming a mere appendage or a disposable pawn. There is no favorable outcome. Sariyo flicked the water off her hands and replied calmly, I am well aware. Takuma's face was a mixture of hesitation and concern. But Sariyo raised her hand to silence him and stepped forward, leaving a faint remark, let me return and ponder it further. Chapter 10, Surveillance. That night, Vodka, clutching a laptop, approached Jin with a smirk, relishing the findings. Brother, we've uncovered quite a revelation. The former president of the Saki Group's wife lost one family member to lung cancer and another to hemophilia. Moreover, the president's parents perished 10 years ago in a gang-related incident and his wife was killed in a gang retaliation a year ago. The president himself was confirmed dead 6 months ago while returning from Italy. Now, Sariyo Sakai is utterly alone, an unfortunate solitary star. Yet, to manipulate her, we shall have to rely solely on pure self-interest. The man seated in the chair listened silently, the cigarette between his fingers slowly burning down, its orange tip glowing faintly. Noticing his lack of response, Vodka added, furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the president's death are peculiar. The plane experienced no disaster. There was merely some turbulence, and he was the only casualty. The cause of death was said to be an old illness, yet no one in the organization was aware of any affliction he suffered, and there are no prior medical records for Sakai. It seems he was deliberately concealing something. Jin finally brought the cigarette to his lips, its orange glow rekindling, and asked, what was he doing in Italy? Vodka shook his head. That remains unclear. His itinerary included numerous hospital visits, but they were solely consultations with no treatments involved. Interestingly, Sariyo seemed remarkably calm upon learning of her father's death, never suspecting foul play. Perhaps the former president genuinely had an old ailment. Jin flicked the half-smoked cigarette aside. Continue the investigation. Understood. Vodka closed the laptop, hesitating before adding, brother, the main force is already en route. If Sakai does not comply by tomorrow evening, she may refuse, but there are plenty in that organization who will pressure her. Jin spoke slowly, approaching a wall in the room where a multitude of monitors flickered to life at the push of a button, casting a dim blue glow across the space. The screens displayed various angles of the same room, all focusing on Sariyo Sakai, whom they had just encountered. Today, her reaction was unexpectedly significant. Based on their recent investigations, she was supposed to be a capricious and impulsive leader, panicking in critical situations and timid before her father's subordinates, a figure easily manipulated. Yet, she had become the sole variable, compelling them to initiate their next plan. Vodka chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the news has spread. Those individuals seem restless, eager to act, held back only by the previous president's intimidation. He paused, receiving no response, and continued as if accustomed to it. Brother, it is said that Sakai reached his current position through his gambling skills. Might Sariyo inherit her father's talents? Jin switched the monitor displays, dismissively stating, even if she possesses such skills, the fragmented organization cannot be controlled by her. Vodka nodded, watching the figure on the screen. Indeed, the mafia you personally selected has deep roots, and the newly appointed leader is both weak and in desperate need of strength, an ideal target. Perhaps the flattery was too overt. Jin finally glanced at him, impatience flickering in his eyes. You are quite talkative today. Vodka lowered his head, somewhat dejected. Chapter 11, a soap opera. Sariyo sat curled up on the sofa in the middle of the living room, casually clad in a long white shirt, deftly knitting a white sweater while engrossed in a popular youth melodrama on her computer. At that moment, the plot had reached a pivotal moment where the male and female leads discovered they were siblings. She watched intently, a bottle of liquor nearby, sipping intermittently. The protagonists on screen were weeping dramatically, and Vodka, responsible for surveillance, rolled his eyes, silently observing Jin. This woman is rather intriguing. Time passed, yet Sariyo remained cross-legged, immersed in the domestic drama, her sweater now only half finished, while the liquor bottles accumulated into a small mountain. The two men, forced to endure this mindless television due to their monitoring duties, found it increasingly difficult to watch as Sariyo's expression grew ever stranger. This woman is excessively carefree. She has to make a significant decision by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, yet she remains preoccupied with the familial love-hate entanglements of the drama? Is she truly oblivious? Or does she already have a plan? What is so captivating about this mindless script? Jin felt that his ability to stay awake was solely due to his professional dedication. While Vodka was thoroughly engrossed, even hearing the sound of sobbing beside him as the leads embraced in the rain. Turning to look, he caught Vodka wiping away tears with his sleeve. Feeling the icy, piercing gaze from Jin, Vodka quickly donned sunglasses, attempting to mask his emotions. The life of Sakai is so dull. It is remarkable this show can hold one's attention for so long, indicating mediocre taste. Jin gradually withdrew his gaze, and Vodka paused, observing Sariya's relaxed demeanor on the monitor. Curious. What is her mindset? If she does not provide an answer by tomorrow night, she will never truly control that chaotic organization on her own. Could it be that she has found a partner? But who would collaborate with a newly appointed child? We have received no news. Jin's patience wore thin. He stood up, a cold tone tinged with disdain. Send someone to remind her. Vodka responded promptly. I will inform them at once. They are driven by self-interest and will undoubtedly unite to pressure Sakai. Once she agrees, her own people will not oppose. As Jin retreated into the room, Vodka waited until silence enveloped the space before daring to watch Sariya on the screen, his broad figure leaning closer. Finally, Sariya completed her knitting, stood up and lazily stretched, her eyes suddenly locking onto one of the surveillance cameras, her dark red pupils shimmering with an eerie blue glow under the computer's light. Vodka thought she had discovered the camera's location and contemplated how to send someone to retrieve it. However, he was taken aback when Sariya placed her finger to her lips and lightly tapped twice, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of challenge. This woman knows she is being watched? Vodka furrowed his brow, observing as Sariya slowly approached camera 3. Unconsciously, he leaned closer to the screen, but suddenly the image flickered, transforming her charming face into a bloodied apparition, terrifyingly close to the lens, as if it were about to press against Vodka's face. Vodka stumbled backward, letting out a shriek. Ow! Chapter 12, Awakening. A scream echoed, causing Jin's hand to tremble. Vodka, with a heart still racing, clutched his chest and gazed wide-eyed at the screen filled with ghostly apparitions. In stark contrast, the other monitors exhibited no anomalies, one of which directly faced the position of Sariya. She was seen holding her phone towards the third surveillance camera. The ghostly figure they had just witnessed was evidently a product of her device. Vodka blinked, only to find the girl on the monitor giving him the finger, her beauty laced with a teasing arch of her brow, clearly provoking him from across the screen. This woman. A surge of indignation welled up within Vodka, swiftly transforming into a sense of panic. Oh no, due to the range of their listening devices, their location was directly above Sariya's room. His shout would reveal their position to her. Did she already know? Meanwhile, Sariya, listening to the commotion from above, calmly deleted the ghost image from her phone, poured herself a cup of hot water, and leisurely returned to her bedside. As a target under surveillance for 5 years, she was acutely aware of every monitoring device in her room, fully cognizant of the two individuals observing her every move from the floor above. She appreciated the effort of these two, who had indulged her in a night of melodrama. Indeed, they were remarkably patient and tenacious. Yet, did Jin indulge in such soap operas? One could never judge a person by their appearance. After knitting throughout the night, Sariya began to feel drowsy. She returned to her bed, and as fatigue enveloped her, she drifted into a deep slumber, comforted by the knowledge that the two were keeping watch over her. Above, Jin, who had taken a certain clever one out for a 20-lap jog to clear his head, continued to monitor the surveillance. Even though the screens displayed unchanging images of the sleeping girl, it was far more preferable than the previously aired soap opera. However, her relaxed demeanor left him uncertain about her intentions. Sariya's home was decidedly different from that of an ordinary family. For instance, all sharp corners were cushioned with foam, knives were sheathed in protective covers, and the space was cluttered with plush toys. There was even a dedicated closet housing hundreds of gloves, safeguarding the premises as if caring for a child. One might say she retained a childlike innocence, yet it was apparent that her room served another purpose. Even more perplexing was the calmness in her eyes when she had held his hand to fire a gun earlier that day, as if she were accustomed to such scenarios. The mystery deepened. While his confusion lingered, Sariya slept soundly, waking to find chaos outside her window. Countless missed calls from Takayama cluttered her phone, a clear indication of urgency. With a resolute heart, she remained remarkably composed, applying a light layer of makeup to mask her pallor, donning her red velvet gloves, and driving to Kabukicho, As soon as she alighted from her car, Takayama intercepted her, breathlessly reporting, "You seem quite at ease, but things have spiraled out of control below." Ichiro Shimizu from the Eight Flags has just approached those two, requesting to join. His actions have stirred the hearts of many. This incident had occurred in her previous life. Yet Sariyo recalled that Shimizu's entry into the organization had not long preceded his demise, causing little upheaval. With a history of criminal charges against him, only the Eight Flags desired him, both her father and she shared an aversion to dangerous individuals. If he went, he went. Locking her car, Sariyo maintained her composure and casually inquired, "Did those two agree?" After a moment of hesitation, Takayama replied, "The sturdier one had a brief conversation with him. He seemed inclined to agree." Chapter 13. The insider. It was inevitable that Vodka would consent to Shimizu's entry into the organization. The exposure of Akai's identity rendered several covert operations obsolete. The organization was in need of personnel and, having investigated backgrounds, was virtually open to anyone. However, whether Jin would take a liking to him remained uncertain. Sariyo did not dwell on the matter, striding forward as she surveyed her establishment in Kabukicho. The district had fallen into disrepair primarily because the shop owners had pursued side ventures, neglecting their businesses. They were all people left by her father. And Sariyo felt a sense of duty towards her father's legacy, consistently caring for them and tidying up their affairs. In her previous life, she had been hampered by these older individuals who had inadvertently made her vulnerable to the organization. Now that she had returned, she intended to show them no mercy. Not long after, several individuals emerged from their shops to observe her, one of whom approached directly, bluntly stating, "President, the Eight Flags previously mentioned that the organization could without missing a beat." Sariyo replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Murashita. This is the first time I've seen you come to greet me since I inherited the Saki group. I remember when my father was alive. My uncle's greetings were always prompt." Her tone concealed her ire, yet it bore a hint of sarcasm. Murashita, taken aback that she still remembered his identity, pressed on. "The organization is powerful. Only by joining can we escape our current plight, and we would be more loyal to you, President." The state of the Saki group was not dire. It had maintained its original level of operation. Yet human ambition is boundless, and many awaited Sariyo's response behind Murashita. Standing firm, she regarded the men who had once trailed her father, twirling a ring on her thumb, confidently asserting, "The Eight Flags merely negotiated with that organization once before perishing. Their corpse has yet to be buried." A profound silence fell over the group. Sariyo continued, "There are many ways to grow stronger, but overreaching will lead to utter ruin. I suggest you all temper your ambitions. Prudence is key for longevity." Her uncharacteristic firmness left Murashita and his cohort at a loss. Sariyo, unfazed, resumed playing with the ring on her finger and turned to conduct her inspection of the street with Takayama. Murashita's face darkened with resentment as he glared at Sariyo's retreating figure, suddenly turning to the few who had pushed him to test the waters. "Are you all aligned with her as well?" One subordinate, fearfully glancing at Sariyo's back, murmured, "All the shops now belong to her. And that man from yesterday killed the Eight Flags to back her. If she disagrees, what can we do?" Another added, "And have you noticed how much she has changed? She has already begun patrolling her territory." Murashita scoffed, dismissing their concerns. "How could a pampered young lady like her possibly lead us to prosperity? If you follow her, prepare for the downfall of the Saki group." "What should we do then?" One retorted, scoffing, "The Eight Flags are still awaiting cremation. Are you not afraid of death?" At this, Murashita's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction as he lowered his voice, saying, "The Eight Flags' demise is inconsequential, but that organization is formidable. If you agree, leave the rest to me." Chapter 14. Unsavory schemes. Sariyo was jolted awake by a violent headache as if a hand had forcibly reached into her mind, stirring her thoughts relentlessly. Before her consciousness faded, she recalled selecting potential collaborators in her shop on Kabukicho. The last thing she remembered being Murashita entering with a few of his subordinates. What a familiar lowly tactic. Perhaps due to her previous exposure to Jin's world. Sariyo remained remarkably composed. She surveyed her surroundings and found herself lying on a grand hotel bed, the soft mattress enveloping her as her fair skin lay exposed. Her long hair tousled about her, resembling lively serpents. Attempting to rise from the bed, she discovered her hands bound behind her, leaving no room for struggle. A single piece of fabric covered her body, ominously foreshadowing the lascivious scene that was to unfold. employing the techniques taught by Jin. Sariyo managed to loosen the bindings with some effort. Wrapping a towel around her body, she scoured the room for clothing to shield herself but found none. The door was securely locked, leaving her with no opportunity for escape. Sariyo stepped into the bathroom and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her fingers delicately arranging her long hair, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Her skin was fair, and her figure was slender and alluring. Even with an air of frailness about her, her eyes and brows exuded femininity and charm, just as they had in her previous life. It was no wonder that Murashita would conceive such an idea. The allure of profit brought them together, and as swiftly as they had gathered, they scattered when the benefits were exhausted. Sariyo despised being exploited. She had thought those who were stirring would at most rebel together, yet she never anticipated they could resort to such vile and grotesque acts. Grabbing the hairdryer from the bathroom, Sariyo forcefully smashed it against the mirror. The once intact glass shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the floor like scattered stars. Cautiously, she wrapped one of the longer shards in a towel, avoiding the debris as she exited the bathroom and closed the door, concealing the chaos within. She had never intended to sit idly by, and it was thanks to the martial arts taught to her by Jin in her previous life that she felt emboldened to voice this sentiment. The sound of a key turning in the lock soon echoed from outside. Sariyo returned to her bed, concealing the shard beneath her pillow. As her gaze fell upon the person entering the room, her previously relaxed demeanor stiffened. Jin stood at the threshold, his expression tinged with evident disdain. So it was. There were countless ways to coerce Sariyo into agreeing to collaborate, yet they chose the most absurd and tedious method. As a leader, being offered as a prize by one's subordinates was a mark of disgraceful incompetence. With so many beauties in the world, what made them think he would be interested in a frail wretch? His gaze held no hint of discretion. Sariyo tilted her head, squinting slightly, and asked, "Do you find me attractive?" Jin stepped back, glancing at the door's number, then at Sariyo, retreating further as he carefully confirmed the door's designation. The palpable disdain directed at her allowed Sariyo to momentarily dismiss her physiological fear of Jin. She halted his retreating steps, stating, it would be impolite to back away further. Seemingly coming to terms with reality, Jin slowly entered the room, shutting the door behind him but remaining stationary, unwilling to approach. What a profound humiliation. Sariyo leapt from the bed, her movement a tad too vigorous, causing the towel that covered her body to slip. She quickly grasped it, casting a glance at Jin before clearing her throat to ask, "Do you still require that coat?" Chapter 15. Negotiation. When Vodka arrived with a set of clothes as instructed, he found Sariyo swathed in her blanket, her expression one of dejection, while Jin sat in a nearby chair, playfully toying with a shard of mirror wrapped in a towel. As Sariyo, face full of resentment, entered the bathroom to change, Vodka swiftly approached Jin, curiosity evident in his voice. "Big brother, what is the situation with that woman?" Jin replied succinctly, "She was betrayed by her subordinates." The bathroom offered no sound insulation. Sariyo's voice echoed from within, and Vodka's face clouded with discomfort once more. Shortly, Sariyo emerged from the bathroom, now clad in the black trench coat Vodka had purchased for her. Fastening the belt as she inquired, "Did Murashita summon you to discuss collaboration?" Jin did not deny it. Sariyo seated herself a slight distance away, regaining her composure as she declared, "I have given it considerable thought, and I am uninterested in the terms you proposed. Joining your ranks is unnecessary, you can simply purchase what you need." "What?" Vodka was momentarily taken aback. "I do not wish to join you, but that does not mean I am disinterested in making money." Pouring herself a glass of water to alleviate the lingering headache from the drugs Murashita had administered, she continued, "While your organization's offer to assist me in rising to power is tempting, upon reflection, it merely represents another form of a wolf in sheep's clothing. I require more tangible benefits." Vodka's expression shifted, his hands slowly reaching into his coat pocket, where he typically kept his firearm. Aware of the organization's notorious silencing methods, Sariyo was prepared. Calmly sipping her water, she reminded him, "Since I, Sariyo, have no relatives upon my demise, all assets of the Sariyo Group will be donated in my name to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. You may kill me if you wish, but at that point, you will need to negotiate with the inspector." Vodka paused and Jin pressed his hand back down, deeply scrutinizing Sariyo with a gaze laden with complexity. "We underestimated you. Indeed, my subordinates possess numerous vacant properties that can be utilized immediately, but they will not be rented out for free. Sariyo set her glass down, daringly locking eyes with Jin for the first time, her voice embodying the pride befitting her status. I had no desire to entangle myself with you, but I was taught that one should never offer themselves as a mere garment to another. Hence, I have changed my mind. This lesson, imparted by Jin over several years in her previous life, had, in a sense, solidified her resolve to join the coalition against public security and make her final stand. Little did she know whether this would ultimately backfire upon him. Jin, naturally unaware of Sariyo's thoughts, found it peculiar to engage in negotiations with a girl just reaching adulthood. A curiosity in its own right. He appraised her slowly, stating, "Elaborate on your conditions." Sariyo raised her fingers, counting off one by one. Not difficult. Venue, personnel, equipment, provided the funds are adequate, I can meet all those requirements. However, I wish for our relationship to be one of employment, not subservience. She had already reached her conclusion. Her proposal, albeit costly, was the swiftest means to relocate her data. Once this hurdle was cleared, she was confident in maintaining this equal relationship and ultimately reclining at home, counting her profits. Jin's fingers drummed impatiently against the armrest of his chair, yet Sariyo discerned that he was intrigued by her proposal, the likelihood of rejection being minimal. Chapter 16. Support. Jin's response arrived in a direct and extreme manner the following morning. Murashida's corpse was found hanging at the entrance of the establishment he managed. This was not merely a warning. It was a bold display of support for Sariyo. Upon receiving the news, Sariyo stood before the body, her gaze serene as she fixated on the figure that had once gently ruffled her hair, her posture dignified, as composed as if she were admiring an exquisite sculpture. Behind her, a group of individuals who had once been eager for profit huddled together, silently absorbing the deeper implications that Murashida's demise heralded. Murashida had threatened Sariyo, and the very next day he was found dead in such a conspicuous manner, revealing much. The most evident implications sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Miss Sariyo was no longer the soft target she once was. President Takayama called from behind her, noting the unfamiliarity in Sariyo's demeanor. Sariyo, recalling her gloves as she pretended to dab at the corners of her dry eyes with a handkerchief, spoke softly yet audibly enough for all present to hear. He clearly stated that those who overestimate themselves will surely meet a grim fate. Uncle Murashida had followed my father for so long, why did he not heed Sariyo's warnings? Her tone carried a hint of insincerity, yet no one dared to confront her. All held their breath, fearing they might become the next to dangle upside down. After a moment's hesitation, Takayama finally spoke. President. Sariyo swiftly regained her composure. Tossing the handkerchief casually aside, remove him, we cannot let this disrupt our business. Takayama hurriedly caught the handkerchief, nodding in agreement, understood. Sariyo turned gracefully, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she passed by each subordinate who gazed upon her, striding purposefully towards her billiard lounge. As she walked, she instructed, I will send you a list shortly. All personnel listed will be dismissed, and I shall select a new batch myself. Takayama was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully comprehend her words, and simply replied, understood. Sariyo continued, please clear out the few shops on West Street. They will be considered long-term leases. You will no longer need to concern yourselves with matters from that side. Takayama hastily agreed, yes. Recalling some recent events, Sariyo added, do not rush to report the firearms seized from the Haki store to the police department. Instead, send them to my office. In due time, we will receive a substantial influx of funds, and you can use this money to acquire a few more shops under my name. What? Takayama was utterly bewildered. His expression was one of hesitation, and Sariyo recognized that her transformation was so drastic that it might be difficult for him to accept. She maintained her composure, softening her tone as she reassured him, there may be a lot to handle, Uncle Takayama. You can take it step by step. I will look for suitable candidates. Her demeanor remained courteous, and Takayama felt a slight sense of relief as they entered the office of the billiard lounge. He then mentioned, by the way, Sariyo, the police department inquired about the cause of death of Haki. Haki? Sariyo picked up a cue stick, polishing the tip with chalk, her expression indifferent. He was involved with smuggling gangs privately and has already been expelled by me. His death has nothing to do with us. Takayama's face twitched slightly, but he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the smuggling gangs are filled with treacherous individuals. Haki's demise was well deserved. I shall respond to that officer right away. Wait. Sariyo leaned forward, casually making a shot at 9-ball, suddenly stopping him as he turned to leave. Help me gather some information. Chapter 17, Matsuda. A few days later. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department oversees the security of Japan's capital with its headquarters commonly referred to as Sakurada Gate. Each police station within Tokyo is known as a branch, while the main headquarters is called the main store. Muro Jusen entered the investigation division, clapping his hands to capture the attention of everyone in the office before stepping aside to reveal a man who had been following him closely, introducing him. This is Matsuda Gunpei, who is transferring to the homicide unit of the investigation division starting today. Until last year, he was a member of the mobile unit of the security department, so he is quite the anomaly. The man behind him casually scratched his ear, lazily interrupting. Spare me the formalities, officer. I am not a new transfer from the countryside, so there's no need for a tedious self-introduction. I'm only here because I was asked to solve a few cases. Matsuda's demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to forging relationships with his colleagues. Muro Jusen had never encountered such an attitude in a police officer before. After a moment of hesitation, he directed his gaze toward a short-haired beauty in the office, saying, "Then, Sato, would you kindly provide an overview?" "Me?" Officer Sato Mawako glanced sideways to confirm she was being addressed, her expression immediately turning reluctant. Muro Jusen quickly leaned in, whispering, "Don't be so displeased. He has considerable experience, and the higher-ups have been eager to bring him on board. Please cooperate with him." Sato looked at Matsuda, who yawned in boredom. "Fine. What is this? You think you can treat people this way? Your tone resembles that of a gangster. Anyone would ignore you." Matsuda lowered his head, seemingly unconcerned as he typed away on his phone while listening to Sato Mawako's grievances, responding nonchalantly, "I know a mobster. You two should hit it off well." At this, Sato became even more incensed, leveling her gaze at Matsuda Gunpei. "Seriously, you've been here for 6 days. Can't you at least listen to me a little?" She seemed to notice Matsuda's lack of engagement, glancing over to see his fingers flying over the keyboard at a speed rivaling that of her using her front teeth to gnaw on corn at home. "Oh, sending an email? Quite fast." "Huh?" Matsuda Gunpei paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, My dexterity exceeds that of the average person." Sato immediately flashed an insincere smile, teasingly asking, "Is it for your girlfriend?" "No." Matsuda adjusted his sunglasses, seemingly attempting to shield his eyes. "It's for a dead friend who won't receive a message even if I send it." Sato understood immediately, falling silent. For years ago, he had been killed in a bombing. Sato bit her lip. This was a reality that police officers often faced, life and death. This guy, appearing so carefree, was unexpectedly loyal. As they drove into the police headquarters, they spotted a figure leaning against a sports car at the entrance, eyes bright with curiosity and mischief, watching their approach. Chapter 18, Old Friends. A few days later. With a resounding crash that seemed to split the heavens, Sato's iron palm nearly created a hole in the already precarious desk at the police station, causing the surrounding floor to tremble. "What? You're not going?" Sato glared angrily at the nonchalant Matsuda Gunpei, clenching her teeth. Matsuda raised his hands in innocence, looking at her. "I have matters to attend to here. It shouldn't be difficult for you to capture an old man in your territory, right? What is this supposed to mean?" Sato felt like kicking her high heels into his face. This new senior officer always maintained such an indifferent demeanor, which frustrated Sato to no end. "I heard that every year on January 6th, a fax is sent," Matsuda said, lighting a cigarette that had been hanging from his mouth for hours. "Huh?" Sato processed this for a moment before realizing, starting 3 years ago, a fax has been sent each year, featuring just a large number. 3 years ago it was 3, 2 years ago it was 2, last year it was 1. Matsuda Gunpei closed his eyes, clearly familiar with the sequence. These numbers indicated a countdown to a bomb. That person must be planning something today. Just then, a junior officer barged in, calling out, "Officer, another fax has arrived this year." Muro Jusen rubbed his forehead in exasperation and asked, "Is it another numerical fax? What does it say this year?" This time it's not a number," the junior officer replied unexpectedly, pulling out a piece of paper and reading aloud. "I am the Round Table Knight, announcing to the foolish and cunning police that at 14 hours today I will release fireworks commemorating the beheading of my fallen comrade. If you wish to stop it, come to my location. I will leave the 72nd seat empty for you." "What does this mean?" Sato furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Matsuda Gunpei extinguished his cigarette and picked up a black leather case, striding towards the exit. "Wait, where are you going?" Sato hurriedly chased after him, blocking his path. "Don't you understand? The round table night is leaving the 72nd seat empty for you. The only place that fits the description of a round table with 72 seats is the largest Ferris wheel near the Cup House shopping mall in Japan. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked a good distance. Watching the uniquely independent man, Sato found herself losing her temper and let out a heavy sigh before quickly following him. Matsuda walked briskly, and as they exited the first floor of the police headquarters, someone called out to him, "Officer Matsuda, someone is looking for you outside." Not available. Matsuda's departure was swift and decisive, yet as his gaze swept outside, he suddenly spotted a striking red Silby sports car parked at the entrance of the police headquarters. The vivid hue, coupled with its elegant aerodynamic design, drew the attention of passers-by who paused in admiration. The occupant of the car honked twice, the door swung open, and a captivating woman emerged, her movements serpentine yet graceful, beckoning Matsuda with a flirtatious wave. Matsuda furrowed his brow, instinctively uttering her nickname, Sarah? Finally reunited with her living friend, Sariyo displayed a relaxed smile. In a hurry to reach the Ferris wheel, Matsuda's gaze lingered on Sariyo's vehicle, his words laden with implication. "Your car looks impressive." Understanding his unspoken message, Sariyo smirked and approached the passenger seat. Where to? Chapter 19. The bomber. Matsuda's driving prowess was exceptional and Sariyo's car performed splendidly, allowing them to easily overtake other vehicles from the police headquarters. Sariyo remained silent during the drive, calmly observing Matsuda's repeated overtakes, flicking a lighter on and off, the flame flickering in the dim light. Matsuda, pressing the accelerator, glanced sideways at Sariyo and inquired, "When did you start smoking?" "The lighter was a gift from you," Sariyo replied, deftly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, igniting two, one for herself and offering the other to Matsuda. He chuckled softly and shook his head. It seemed there was little to discuss between them. After all, Matsuda had only seen Sariyo at the modest funeral of their mutual friend, Zufu, last month. The police had deemed the ceremony too ostentatious, leading Sariyo to arrive with over 30 associates adhering to the mafia's traditions, each bearing a white floral wreath, thus granting Zufu a grand farewell in her own way. However, for Sariyo it had been 8 long years since she last saw Matsuda. Though her circle was small, it was tightly knit, especially her bond with Zufu's roommate, as they had once smuggled an electric hot pot into their dormitory with Sariyo's help. She vividly recalled the aftermath of the incident when the 5 unfortunate roommates each faced scrutiny at a flag-raising ceremony while Sariyo gleefully recorded the event from the wall, only to flee faster than the police dog when caught by the patrolling supervisor, much to the dismay of the academy president, who subsequently increased the training regimen for the dogs. After a night of contemplation, Sariyo resolved to tread carefully in her dealings, recognizing that no newcomer could compare to an old friend. Matsuda was not obstinate, having once harbored resentment towards the police due to his father's wrongful conviction. He had a rebellious streak yet possessed remarkable skills, making him the ideal choice for her organization, especially as it would bring her closer to Zufu's former undercover network, which Matsuda would undoubtedly welcome. However, she knew that any endeavor required initial goodwill. Even Jin understood the importance of establishing a stance by eliminating a rival, and Sariyo too needed to assist Matsuda with the immediate challenges before broaching her own requests. In recent days, she had enlisted Takayama to gather information, combining it with her memories from a past life to deduce the current situation. Approximately 4 years ago, on January 6th, 2 criminals had planted bombs in 2 separate apartment buildings, demanding a ransom of 1 billion yen, while forbidding the evacuation of residents. At the first site, Matsuda, then a capable member of the explosives disposal team, successfully defused a bomb at the Suwa Heights apartment. However, the bomb at the second site proved more challenging, forcing the police to acquiesce to the criminals' demands. The criminals halted the countdown timer, but 30 minutes later, one of them, misinterpreting a television replay as an ongoing countdown, contacted the police, enabling them to ascertain the criminal's location. During the apprehension, one criminal was killed by a truck while fleeing, while the other reactivated the timer, counting down from 6 seconds. Lacking protective gear, Hajiwara Kenji lost his life. The remaining criminal had yet to be captured. Sariyo remembered that, in her previous life, Matsuda had perished in an explosion orchestrated by that elusive criminal while attempting to uncover vital information regarding their next target. Hajiwara and Matsuda's funerals were grand, with the police department honoring them greatly. Sariyo had attended alone, bringing an entire truckload of white chrysanthemums in place of her absent friends. This time, she did not wish to offer such a farewell again. Chapter 20. The Ferris wheel. As the police raced towards the Ferris wheel, they were met with a fiery explosion from within. "Damn it, we are too late," Meguro Jusen exclaimed, checking his watch with a furrowed brow. "But it's still 30 minutes until noon." Sato rushed to the control panel, brandishing his badge. "Police, what happened?" The staff, already frazzled by fear, seemed to find solace in the officer's presence, explaining, the control panel suddenly exploded and the Ferris wheel won't stop. "We're trying to evacuate the passengers." "What about car 72? Sato interjected. "Huh?" The staff member paused, then pointed towards a cabin on the Ferris wheel. "It's almost down. 2 people just got on it." Sato turned sharply, his pupils narrowing. "Don't come any closer." Inside the slowly descending cabin, Matsuda was relaxed, having already completed a full rotation on the Ferris wheel. Leaning out the window, he addressed Sato. "The Knights of the Round Table aren't here, but there's something suspicious beneath the seat." "Could it be a bomb?" a police officer named Shirama asked nervously. Sato hesitated before sprinting forward, shouting, "What are you doing, Matsuda?" Matsuda maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even removing his sunglasses for the first time in Sato's presence. "There's no problem. This is naturally a job for the experts." His eyes glimmered with confidence, momentarily stunning Sato, who then shouted, "Wait, Matsuda, experts? Weren't there supposed to be 2 people?" Just as the conversation unfolded, the cabin was lifted again, and a red figure shot upwards like lightning, gracefully leaping into the cabin. Sato's eyes widened. "Who is that?" Inside the cabin, Matsuda, catching Sariyo as she stumbled in, exclaimed angrily, "Have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of a mercury bomb?" "Using a mercury bomb on a moving Ferris wheel? You think I'd let myself get caught up in that?" Sariyo retorted, scanning the cabin with determination. "What are you doing here?" "This is a police matter," Matsuda replied, not looking up from his task as he unscrewed the panel beneath the seat, revealing the bomb's inner workings. Sariyo, unfazed, countered, "Does the police academy not teach you to wear protective gear when defusing bombs?" Time remaining on the bomb: 6 minutes and 55 seconds. Matsuda gently snipped a red wire, stating, "Once we reach the ground, you need to exit on your own. Don't obstruct my work." Sariyo shrugged. She had no intention of becoming Matsuda's sacrifice. Based on her recollections, Matsuda indeed died in this explosion. Yet it seemed there might have been a chance for survival. During the funeral, many had discussed how Matsuda delayed defusing the bomb to gain information about the criminal's next target location. However, too much time had passed, and she had initially deemed that detail unimportant, so Sariyo struggled to recall the specific location, only vaguely remembering it was a hospital. Although she couldn't recall it now, Sariyo felt confident that with just a hint, her memory would resurface. Once that happened, she could pull Matsuda away in time, ensuring he would not have to wait until the final moment of the explosion. Chapter 21. Mercury bomb. Sariyo held out her hand, calculating carefully. With 6 minutes until the predicted time, this cabin should just about reach the bottom. If we can defuse this bomb quickly, we might have a chance to escape. Is that bomber really so generous? As soon as she finished speaking, the Ferris wheel erupted in a dazzling display of flames, causing their cabin to sway momentarily before the entire structure came to a halt. The Ferris wheel ceased its rotation, leaving their cabin suspended 10 meters above the ground. Matsuda steadied Sariyo and exclaimed, "You have the worst luck. Don't move." Sariyo raised her hand, maintaining a still posture. Matsuda glanced sideways and remarked, "Fortunately, the door is open. When the time comes, just jump down. Make sure your feet land flat on the ground. Then bend your legs to absorb the impact while arching your back for balance. Place your hands about 78 centimeters from your feet to cushion your fall. Do you understand?" Sariyo hesitated before responding, "Yes." Matsuda continued, "4 meters is the limit for an untrained person. You've been frail since childhood. If you jump from 10 meters and ensure your form is correct, combined with the grass to soften your landing, you might only suffer a fracture, but you'll survive. 10 meters isn't just a crush injury, it's a potential lifetime of paralysis." Sariyo shook her head, finally spotting a hidden compartment at the bottom of the cabin. Crouching carefully, she said, "Did you know? To ensure the safety of every passenger in case of a Ferris wheel malfunction, each cabin is equipped with a safety kit containing a wrench, a pair of pliers, a signaling device, a spotlight, and nylon rope." Matsuda halted her movement. "Don't touch that, there's a mercury column." Sariyo immediately froze. Matsuda chuckled and shook his head. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, an anxious female voice came through. "Hello, Matsuda-kun. Are you alright?" Who was that person who just boarded? Sariha spread her hands, displaying a look of innocence. Matsuda sighed in resignation and explained, it's nothing, however, the recent jolt triggered the detonation switch, it's a mercury column. Mercury? Sato repeated, somewhat confused. Matsuda smiled, even the slightest vibration can cause the beads inside to touch the wire, setting off the explosion. If you want to avoid seeing me torn to shreds, don't let the Ferris wheel move until I disarm it. But there are less than 5 minutes until the explosion. Sato urged anxiously. Such devices typically take less than 3 minutes, Matsuda started, his tone abruptly shifting as he continued, I truly commend your bravery, officer. Sato responded with confusion, what are you talking about? Sariha crouched down beside Matsuda, both of them watching the words slowly flashing across the bomb's display. A larger firework display is yet to be set off. I will provide clues 3 seconds before the explosion. Matsuda spoke to himself, chuckling as he explained, these are the words that just appeared on the LCD screen. It seems that if I disarm the bomb and cut the power, that hint 1T show up. Clearly, this perpetrator intended to trap a police officer from the start, letting him see these words. So, the explosion was timed for after Matsuda entered the cabin, Sato realized, suddenly connecting the dots. This means the criminal is nearby. Chapter 22. Narrow escape. Hearing Sato's deduction, Matsuda's voice took on a slightly more relaxed tone. It will be challenging to find him among so many people, but I have a hunch about another explosion site. Isn't there a mention of my comrade's head in the facts? The Round Table Knights were from medieval Europe, and those knights wore masks designed with a cross. Do you understand? A cross? Sato's mind sparked with realization. The marked hospital on the map? Exactly. Matsuda pulled out a cigarette, gazing out the window with a distant look. As for which hospital, I will contact you once I see the clue. Matsuda-kun. Sato's voice calling his name grew faint. Matsuda sat on the floor of the observation car, turning to see the no-smoking sign on the cabin wall, and he chuckled softly. The last cigarette. Did you bring a lighter? Matsuda lowered his head, slowly dismantling the mercury column of the bomb. You have quite the elegant taste, Sariha remarked, playing with the scissors from Matsuda's toolbox. Sato seems quite concerned about you. Matsuda, without looking up, replied, how do you know her name is Sato? Sariha lowered her gaze, concealing her unease. You know my background? Who in the police department don't I know? Matsuda glanced at her, stepping back. The mercury column is disarmed. Quickly retrieve the nylon rope and get down. Sariha swiftly opened the hidden compartment, pulled out the nylon rope and tied one end to the seat, asking, are you preparing for a heroic sacrifice? Matsuda observed her knot tying with keen eyes but couldn't resist teasing. Though I don't know your intentions for coming up here, if I were to drag you down with me, Aiko would make me die again on the other side. I wish I could see him again, Sariha replied. Having secured the knot, she glanced up and through the Ferris wheel's window, suddenly spotting a sign still lit with red lights, Mahana Central Hospital. Sariha's memory surged back. After Matsuda's death in her previous life, the police had fervently searched for Mahana Central Hospital. The bomber's motive was revenge against the police. The second bomb could be set anywhere crowded, likely a random location chosen while installing the bomb on the Ferris wheel. The bomb was now in its final 10 seconds of countdown. Sariha took Matsuda's scissors, her gaze swiftly scanning the exposed wires of the bomb. Just as she reached to cut them, Matsuda, anticipating her movement, grasped her wrist and pushed her down. With a soft chuckle, he said, no need to trouble the lady to accompany me to the grave. He was about to shove Sariha out of the cabin when she quickly braced herself against the door, turning to him with a smile. In an instant, she used the heel of her foot to strike at Matsuda's groin. He recoiled in pain, releasing her. And Sariha seized the opportunity, swiftly extracting the scissors and decisively cutting the last wire inside the bomb. The crisp snip echoed, the countdown halted, and the screen froze on the revealed words, Mahana. Chapter 23, Mahana Central Hospital. The clues on the screen ceased to display and Matsuda's eyes darkened with displeasure. Sariha knew her actions were hard to explain, but she pulled him up and pointed to the nearby electronic sign, still flashing red, Mahana Central Hospital. Matsuda paused, staring at the partially revealed hint on the screen, then at the Mahana Central Hospital not far away, suddenly understanding. Matsuda-kun. Sato's voice faintly echoed from below the Ferris wheel. Matsuda extended his hand out the window, signaling below. With the situation resolved, confirming Matsuda's life had been saved, Sariha felt an immense sense of relief wash over her, collapsing onto the ground as she exchanged smiles with Matsuda. To alter a person's fate felt like this. Perhaps the opportunity given to her by Jufu was truly meant for her to change something. After taking a moment to recover, Matsuda extended his hand to Sariha, inviting, "Let us go." Sariha brushed his hand away, tightened her gloves, and wrapped the nylon rope around her feet. With a playful wink at Matsuda, she leaped straight down from the doorway. Matsuda gasped, rushing to the door to look down only to see Sariha's descent executed with remarkable precision, sliding down the rope as smoothly as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. After landing firmly, she turned and extended her hand to him, raising an eyebrow playfully. Matsuda shook his head, grasped the rope, and leaped down, landing beside Sarai. With a swift motion, he slapped the top of her head and admonished, "Do not act recklessly next time." Sarai, displeased, covered her head and cast a resentful glance at Matsuda. Ignoring her, he turned to the approaching Sato and Megure and said, "Our next destination is the Mihan Central Hospital." Following the instruction, Sato quickly contacted the bomb squad via police radio. Megure's gaze fell upon Sarai. Naturally, he recognized the mafia heir hiding behind Matsuda, who had long been registered in the records. Remembering the recent disappearances associated with the Sakai group and Sarai's unusual behavior, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Miss Sakai? What brings you here?" Sarai lowered her gaze, adopting a most composed demeanor, and replied, "Inspector, you summoned me to provide a statement." Matsuda turned abruptly. "Have you committed a crime? 2 individuals from the organization have gone missing, and as the leader, I must report this, right?" Sarai met Megure's gaze with calm eyes, her tone gradually elongating. "Otherwise, if those 2 have entangled themselves with any unlawful elements, wouldn't the Sakai group be in grave danger?" Although she typically presented a delicate faade, there was an unmistakable change in her demeanor that Megure could sense. However, the pressing matter was not this. Megure turned to the surrounding officers and called out, "All colleagues have already left. We should head to Mihan Central Hospital as well." The response was a chorus of agreement. Matsuda's eyes darted around, and suddenly leaning back, he interrupted Megure's gaze towards Sarai with a wail. "Oh no, I think I twisted my ankle when I jumped down." "What?" Megure looked at this capricious individual with skepticism, having observed his seemingly fine steps just moments ago. Matsuda held Sarai back, pretending to limp, and said to Megure, "Inspector, how about I take Sakai back to the police station for her statement?" Sarai quickly played along, supporting him and whispering, "What are you planning?" Matsuda lowered his head, pulling Sarai away swiftly, his voice lowering, "Leave the bomb disposal to the squad. My objective is not this. Let me ask you, your visit today and insistence on accompanying me to the Ferris wheel, was this premeditated?" A glimmer flickered in Sarai's eyes as Matsuda swiftly grasped its significance and pressed, "Where's that person?" Chapter 24. The invitation. Matsuda's intuition was astute. After returning to the sports car, Sarai confessed, "Actually, I didn't find him." She raised her gaze to meet Matsuda's eyes, quickly adding, "However, by tracing back to the individual who died 4 years ago, I have uncovered the identity of the person still alive and dispatched someone nearby to search. But there have been no results." Matsuda frowned, contemplating if only the inspector could issue a warrant. Sarai decisively interrupted him, "They won't do that. Identifying this person relies on my private connections and some dubious methods. Without substantial evidence, it would be fortunate if they don't arrest me." This posed a dilemma. Matsuda sighed, starting the car, and suddenly recalling something. He turned to Sarai, who was fastening her seatbelt, and unexpectedly asked, "Hey, does your organization still need more people?" "What?" Sarai stepped back, her expression filled with suspicion towards Matsuda. Goodness, she hadn't even opened her mouth, and he was already biting the bait? "I cannot remain anywhere until I find that scoundrel." Matsuda pressed the accelerator, determined to find him by any means necessary. Sarai's eyes brightened. "Are you planning to resign?" Upon hearing this, Matsuda hesitated, stammering, "Let us talk about it later, but working part-time wouldn't be out of the question." He had never particularly liked being a police officer, especially after his father's career was ruined by a wrongful arrest, leading him to harbor a deeper disdain for that crowd. Sarai assumed he would readily agree once he came to terms with it. Could it be due to that female officer, Sato? Regardless, saving Matsuda's life on this trip was her greatest achievement. A capable subordinate could always be nurtured over time. Lighting 2 cigarettes once more, Sarai forced one into Matsuda's hand, biting down on the other end, and before he could react, she swiftly said, "Actually, aside from the second-year student, I also have leads on Aguang's cause of death." However, they involve some less than reputable investigative methods. This is the real reason I sought you out. Can you assist me? With her intentions laid bare, Matsuda found himself at a loss for words. This time, Sariyai's tone was serious, entirely different from their previous playful banter. Matsuda was aware that Sariyai's family business had some connections to the underworld, yet it was precisely this that allowed her to acquire information that others could not. However, entering the mafia meant there was no turning back. Although Sariyai would certainly treat him well and allow him to pursue the truth behind the deaths of Zufu and Hajiwara, it would be nearly impossible for him to return to the police force. Matsuda shook his head, exhaling a puff of smoke, and remarked, "Sariyai, you've truly presented me with a conundrum. I'm in no rush. You won't abandon the pursuit of these two leads either." Sariyai flicked the ash from her cigarette out the window, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery. "You know where to find me. I haven't rejected your offer." Matsuda slowed the car, feigning difficulty. "I'm just troubled about how to write this resignation letter without getting scolded by Megure and that Sato girl." Sariyai paused, processing his words, and a spark of realization lit her eyes as she looked at Matsuda in surprise. "Really?" Matsuda chuckled several times, freeing a hand to tousle Sariyai's hair. As if through this familiar gesture he could reclaim a sense of the past. "What can I do? You are, after all, the legacy left behind by Zufu Kyuko, an intangible cultural heritage." Chapter 25. The encounter. Matsuda brought Sariyai back to the police station to take her statement. Sariyai was quite familiar with this procedure, having honed her skills in handling interrogations under the direct tutelage of Jin in her previous life. When faced with the police's relentless questioning, she successfully maneuvered the whereabouts of Hachiki and Murashita into the realm of disappearance, convincing the officers in charge of her interrogation that the two had fled the country with an overseas smuggling syndicate and that an extensive search for their whereabouts had commenced. After exiting the police station, Sariyai finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling a considerable weight lift from her heart. She immediately bought a bottle of beer from a convenience store and leaned against the sports car, gazing at the police station sign with a hint of joy in her eyes. In the days since her return, aside from rescuing Matsuda, she had utilized her previous knowledge of the organization's various customs and procedures to prepare the necessary secret locations at an astonishing speed, along with the transportation of various equipment, ensuring everything was flawless. Once the organization received what they desired, they no longer harbored intentions of treating the Saki group as a subordinate entity, instead maintaining a seemingly equal cooperative relationship. As long as this relationship continued, she would no longer have to relive the mistakes of her past life, nor endure the precarious existence of shadowing Jin daily. She wished to disengage from any further conflicts. Her primary objective now was to continue investigating the cause of Zufu's death and manage the organization. Speaking of the organization, she had already instructed Takayama to expel all those who dared to misbehave under her watchful eye, including those who refused to comply. However, this had resulted in a significant void within the Saki group. While there were plenty of applicants, they were a mixed bag, and Sariyai did not wish to cultivate a den of undercover agents. It was essential to deliberate with Matsuda on this matter. While she pondered, a sleek black car sped past and stopped not far from Sariyai, honking the horn. Recognizing the vehicle's owner, Sariyai furrowed her brow but could not avoid it. She could only take her beer can and stroll forward. Vodka stepped out of the driver's seat, casting a questioning glance at her. "What are you doing at the police headquarters?" In the presence of Sariya, Vodka felt a diminutive weight in his heart. Noticing he was alone, Sariya's resistance diminished considerably. Her demeanor became noticeably more relaxed as she lazily leaned against the passenger seat, supporting her upper body with a slight compression of her waist, creating a perfect curve behind her. Her eyes brimmed with a mature allure as she leisurely remarked, "It is you who have secrets to hide. My Saki group maintains a close cooperative relationship with the police. We rely on their protection to acquire more land for your use." Observing her movements, Vodka's expression suddenly turned subtly complex. Yet Sariya paid little heed, taking the initiative to ask, "Are you here to follow me?" "No," Vodka promptly denied. Sariya's interrogation intensified. "So you are contacting your people at the police headquarters?" Vodka was momentarily taken aback, blinking without uttering a word, merely lowering his gaze to the interior of the car. After a brief pause, he finally responded, "You are remarkably efficient. We are inclined towards a long-term collaboration, and it is our customary procedure to thoroughly investigate our partners beforehand." "Keep spinning your tail," Sariya scoffed, uninterested in prolonging the discussion. She shook her beer bottle and prepared to return to her sports car. "Wait." A voice she least wished to hear echoed from behind, causing Sariyo to stiffen, turning sharply to see the person descending from the passenger seat. Chapter 26. Sherry. Upon seeing Jin exit the vehicle, Sariyo was momentarily petrified. Why was there another person in the passenger seat? What had she just done outside the window? Sariyo instinctively covered her chest, retreating several steps. Jin withdrew a black card from his pocket, extending it towards Sariyo. Tomorrow, someone from the organization will contact you. Use this card to fulfill all her needs. The rest is yours. The organization was known for its generosity, and Sariyo never worried about being at a disadvantage. She quickly accepted the card, avoiding further physical contact with Jin, and retreated several more steps. Jin's hand barely returned to his pocket before Sariyo had distanced herself by 3 meters. His expression turned cold as he inquired, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Sariyo pointed towards the police headquarters, feigning innocence. "This is a no-parking zone. If I don't leave soon, the police will come to tow my car." Vodka covered his face, softly coughing. Noticing the grim expression on the gentleman's face, Sariyo swiftly pocketed the card, shrugged her shoulders, and leaned back, striving to maintain an innocent countenance. Jin repressed his displeasure, turning away as he instructed, "Ensure the safety of the one coming tomorrow. She must not leave the surveillance range, and anyone wishing to see her must be turned away." This treatment felt oddly familiar to Sariyo. Cautiously, she asked, "What is the name of that person?" By then, Jin was already in the car, and Vodka promptly replied, "Sherry," before driving away. Sherry, another familiar face. This time, it was a genuine acquaintance, not merely someone with whom Sariyo had maintained good relations to infiltrate the organization. Sariyo returned to her own vehicle, donned a pair of gloves with better grip, and started the engine. The two were fundamentally different in interests, incompatible in identity and disposition, with the sole commonality being their shared fear of Jin. Yet, the former Sariyo had been somewhat more timid, compelled to rely on the organization. After the death of Mayano's sister, Mayano had mysteriously vanished, defecting from the organization. When they met again, Mayano had already become Hybera AI by Kudo's side. Mayano appeared as a seemingly fragile and solitary girl, daring to confront the organization head-on. Heaven knows her actions had inspired Sariyo immensely, but upon their subsequent encounters, Mayano treated Sariyo with a cold detachment, creating a rift between them. Sariyo understood, for in Mayano's eyes, she had been present when her sister, Mayano Akemi, was killed, merely watching as Jin fired the gun, doing nothing, a fact that undoubtedly contributed to Akemi's demise. Little did Mayano know that Sariyo had not remained idle. She had immediately called for an ambulance, bravely slipping away from Jin to return to Akemi, using all her first aid knowledge to stem the bleeding until the ambulance arrived. Yet, Akemi had succumbed en route to the hospital. Sariyo felt that any explanation offered afterward would only serve to exonerate her, igniting Mayano's anger further. Thus, she had never dared to broach the subject. As a result, after everything had ended, Mayano never visited her again, and Sariyo lacked the courage to seek her out. In the end, her isolation was merely a consequence of her own actions. Sariyo pressed the accelerator hard, and the sports car's engine emitted a sharp roar as it sped away, vanishing at the entrance of the police headquarters. Chapter 27. Settlement. Sariyo utilized all the funds on her card to prepare an entire suite for Mayano in an office building located on the eastern side of Kabukicho, far from the organization's factory on the West Street. It was independent, luxurious, and generous, prompting Matsuda to express envy, exclaiming how the organization provided such benefits without including him, before shamelessly moving into the villa on the first floor. Sariyo was not inclined to hold a grudge against Matsuda, although he had failed to resign that day. Megure, considering the relationship between the police and such social groups, transferred Matsuda to the 4th Investigation Division, specifically tasked with liaising between the Sakai group and the police. Matsuda no longer needed to report to the police headquarters, instead sitting in the villa under the pretense of patrolling, watching over Mayano, which eased Sariyo's concerns. Consequently, she entrusted all matters regarding Mayano to Matsuda, alleviating her own guilt when seeing her. Matsuda was quite adept at navigating the social landscape. His cleverness allowed him to quickly integrate into this environment. Sariyo primarily focused on meticulously managing the organization's business, for it was only through her presence that those prominent figures refrained from being picky, enabling a steady influx of wealth that was then directed to Takayama for the organization to manage. Thus, a cycle of growth and expansion ensued. Mayano had been in Kabukicho for some time, with school on a month-long winter break. The organization restricted her from wandering about, not even allowing her to see her sister, instead assigning her to a collaboration partner she had never heard of who oversaw her daily needs and monitored her studies as per the organization's directives. Though Mayano had never met this partner, Matsuda, who was assigned to look after her, was quite amiable. He was carefree, not instilling the same fear as those within the organization. This partner seemed to have conducted an in-depth investigation into her, providing her with tailored provisions. And aside from an initial period of psychological discomfort, Mayano found this holiday more comfortable than before. Mayano's first encounter with the partner, referred to as President by Matsuda, was unexpected. After finishing her work, she was allowed to walk around Kabukicho under Matsuda's supervision for some fresh air. However, as she strolled along Kabukicho North Street, she noticed a crowd of middle-aged men outside a billiard hall with several men sprawled on the ground, clutching the doorframe and shouting, "You treacherous lunatic! The Sakai group will surely perish in your hands." As they shouted, others were dragging them away. Mayano stood in stunned silence, while Matsuda remained unfazed, reassuring her, "Don't pay them any mind. The organization is just cleaning house, so there's bound to be some commotion." "Cleaning house?" Mayano turned back, whispering. Matsuda shrugged. "We can't just harbor freeloaders, can we? Don't worry, though the situation seems exaggerated, everything is under our president's control." Mayano took a few steps forward, peering through the throng of people and caught sight of the president seated at a billiard table inside. As a mafia boss and a key collaborator within the organization, the president's youth is strikingly unexpected, particularly as she presents herself as a seemingly fragile woman. Her slender figure and graceful demeanor are aesthetically pleasing, yet they convey an unhealthy, almost morbid quality. Mayano, after confirming that the people around her indeed looked to this young woman for guidance, turned to Matsuda and inquired, "Is that president a girl? You mean you didn't know?" Matsuda replied, resting his head on his arm as he observed the girl elegantly crossing her legs at the table, a look of resignation on his face. She mentioned that girls can accomplish many things as well. Chapter 28. Unleashing Power. Sariha was not particularly troubled by the arrangement of her father's former subordinates. She merely expelled the leader and reassured the others, ensuring that they left with nothing, completely stripped of their support. The few who remained, despite their desperate protests, could only flail ineffectually, and she merely regarded their pathetic display with amusement, finding it rather dull. After all, if they were truly capable of making a difference, they wouldn't be making such a ruckus here. "How can you be so inconsiderate? I'm one of your father's men," one individual shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Sariha. She calmly polished her cue with talcum powder, unfazed, and replied, "Wasn't I the one who offered you a chance to rise again?" His complexion darkened further. Her offer had merely been a veiled ultimatum, pushing him into a corner. Sariha's father had been a master of gambling, and through her own experiences, she had surpassed his prowess. She was adept at blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and baccarat, quickly reducing several challengers to ruin. "Give me another chance," he pleaded, advancing only to be swiftly pushed back. Sariha, toying with her nails, regarded him with a detached coldness. "You have already wagered everything you own. What else could you possibly bet? Your fingers, perhaps?" His face turned pale, instinctively retracting his hands. Takamura observed the desperate individuals who had lost everything and sternly declared, "This gambling match was witnessed by several surrounding organizations and it is entirely legitimate. If you wish to default, the Hachi and Murashita will be your next opponents. For those who choose to leave quietly now, Miss Sakurai is merciful and willing to offer a settlement sufficient for your well-being." The remaining individuals exchanged hesitant glances, revealing their uncertainty. Sariha languidly shifted her crossed legs and, upon glancing up, spotted Matsuda and Mayano outside the billiard hall, their faces filled with curiosity. Mayano, still resembling the girl she had first met, was 3 years younger than Sariha, her clear eyes cautiously studying her. The fear reflected in her gaze was reminiscent of Sariha's own when she first encountered Jin. It made sense, having followed Jin for so long, witnessing numerous brutal scenes and acquiring many skills for self-defense. She was no longer the frightened girl she once was alongside Mayano. Accompanying a wolf, she had gradually taken on its essence. Sariha instinctively wished to avoid Mayano's gaze, even though her sister was alive this time, and their friendship had yet to truly begin, let alone show any signs of fracture. This moment could only be regarded as their first encounter. She turned to Takamura and asked, "Is it all right if I leave this to you?" "Yes," Takamura replied honestly. Sariha set down her cue and stepped forward gracefully, the crowd parting to create a pathway for her. The gazes directed toward her were filled with resentment, bitterness, but more than anything, submission and fear. Even Matsuda felt a growing strangeness in Sariha's demeanor. Thus far, aside from the two rumored to have perished at her hands, everything remained within the bounds permitted by Japan's mafia white paper, and Matsuda chose to regard it as merely a method of her managing the organization. Approaching Mayano, Sariha observed the girl, stiff with tension, and offered a gentle smile. "Are you adjusting well here?" Chapter 29, The Prodigy. Upon hearing Sariha's question, Mayano took an awkward step back and nodded. Matsuda chuckled and asked, "With all this commotion, aren't you worried about attracting the police? Isn't that why you're here?" Sariha replied, maintaining her gaze on Mayano, her eyes subtly shifting. "Since you're here, why not join me for a meal?" At this, Matsuda's excitement surged, and he nudged Mayano towards Sariha, saying, "Just in time for a meal. You take care of her while I go buy some groceries." Mayano's body tensed further, unable to meet Sariha's gaze. Matsuda winked at Sariha and swiftly departed, leaving the two alone, caught off guard by the sudden intimacy with the very person who had so ruthlessly managed her organization. Mayano felt helpless, her eyes filled with apprehension and unease. Sariha was all too familiar with this expression. Now 15, Mayano was navigating an unfamiliar world. Her only source of comfort, Akemi, had been limited in their meetings over the past few years. In this moment, she was entirely at the organization's mercy. Lacking the courage to fight back, Sariha reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind Mayano's ear, and noticed the fear in her eyes at the touch, reminiscent of her own feelings when she first encountered Jin. Sariha considered herself fortunate. She had met Jin during her weakest moments. Though he instilled fear in her as well, he taught her invaluable lessons about practical skills and the ruthless nature of survival. It was Jin who had given her the confidence and ability to control the organization. But Mayano had not been afforded such advantages. Turning away, Sariha led the way, stating, "Let us go to my home." Mayano quickly followed, softly replying, "Okay. I have some business collaborations with your organization, but I haven't joined them, so you needn't be so tense," Sariha assured her as they walked. "You can call me Saro, just like Matsuda does." Mayano replied quietly, following Sariha into a dazzling sports car. As she turned her head, she noticed Sariha removing her black fleece gloves and replacing them with a pair of leather gloves that offered better grip. In the brief exchange, Mayano caught sight of several fingers bearing large bruises at the knuckles, a shape that could hardly be attributed to an external injury. Spontaneous joint hemorrhaging? Observing Sariha's meticulously made-up yet sickly face, Mayano inquired, "Do you have a coagulation disorder?" Sariha looked at her, a hint of concealed calculation in her expression. Speaking about her area of expertise, Mayano's eyes sparkled with confidence as she explained, "Coagulation disorders can indeed lead to joint bleeding. But it's unusual for it to occur at the knuckles unless the situation is severe. If you have this issue, it seems you've not taken your fibrinolytic inhibitors for some time." Sariha smiled softly, her eyes holding an inscrutable depth. "And what of it, Miss Prodigy? To alleviate such complications, you'd need to inject coagulation factors every 12 hours? Mayano lifted her head, her resolve bolstered. "Trust me, I can help you develop a replacement medication that reduces the frequency of injections." Setting aside her clenched fists, she appeared quite self-assured. Mayano endeavored to maintain eye contact with Sariha and added, "But I need to meet someone." Chapter 30. Coagulation disorder. In truth, it was not solely a coagulation disorder. Sariha's maternal grandfather had succumbed to hemophilia, and her father carried the same gene. He had lived his life in constant vigilance, yet tragically succumbed to excessive bleeding after sustaining an injury on a turbulent flight, unable to receive timely medical attention. The genetic inheritance from her parents endowed Sariya with a perilous constitution. For many years, her father had feared being exploited, thus he concealed this fact with utmost diligence. Sariya, too, exercised great caution, often donning gloves and fortifying every sharp corner within their home. Had it not been for such precautions, she would undoubtedly have participated in the final events of her previous life as a versatile individual. Sariya firmly believed in Mayano's ability to develop a substitute medication, as it was Mayano who covertly created such a remedy for her in her past existence. Although her hereditary bleeding disorder could not be cured, Sariyo felt reassured by Mayano's presence, confident that she would not succumb to excessive blood loss. Sariyo desperately needed Mayano's medication, otherwise she would not have deliberately revealed the bruises on her hands for Mayano to see. Despite her pressing needs, Sariyo maintained a composed demeanor, driving into the garage while casually glancing in the rearview mirror. Mayano, your superior has advised against your interaction with any unauthorized individuals. To which Mayano replied resolutely, what of it? He is not your superior. Her gaze grew increasingly determined. I still have half a month of vacation left. Even if I cannot develop the medication, I will ensure you have the necessary treatment to prevent any spontaneous joint bleeding. Her youthful face, usually so cold, now shimmered with a hint of courage, as if she drew strength from an unseen connection to someone she longed to meet. Having parked the car, Sariyo turned her attention back to Mayano, her eyes softening with a smile as she asked, who do you wish to see? Mayano's eyes widened in surprise. Did you agree? Sariyo stepped out of the car. Her tone relaxed. You haven't completed the medication yet, so I cannot say I have. Mayano exited the vehicle and hurried to catch up with her, urgency coloring her voice. Within half a month I will provide you with a response regardless of the outcome. As Sariyo stepped into the elevator, her heels clicking on the floor, she pressed the button for her floor and waited for Mayano to follow. Suddenly, she called out, Mayano Shiho. Yes, Mayano replied softly, her gaze cast downward at her feet. Sariyo gently lifted Mayano's chin with her fingertip, compelling her to meet her gaze, playfully remarking, you seemed to grow confident when we discussed your area of expertise. Mayano felt the heat of embarrassment creeping to her cheeks under the scrutiny of this frail beauty. Taking a few steps back, that is, after all, a field I am familiar with. Sariyo withdrew her finger and glanced at the ascending elevator numbers, stating, from now on, report your progress to me at the billiard hall every afternoon. If I am satisfied, you may meet whomever you wish. This was not the first time Mayano had made such a request, and after countless rejections, she grasped this rare opportunity to see her sister, eagerly responding absolutely. As the elevator doors opened, the air was filled with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of home, swirling gently like thin wisps of smoke. Chapter 31. Hemophilia above. A faint aroma wafted down. Vodka suppressed his inner frustration, fixating on the newly installed surveillance cameras for an extended period. Brother, they are having hot pot, he remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Jin remained silent, his patience waning. Vodka clenched his fists indignantly. This is outrageous. Weren't we supposed to prevent her from taking Shirley out so freely? Jin cast a disinterested glance in his direction. Unaware of his brother's growing impatience, Vodka eagerly continued. I could go down and take Shirley away right now. She cannot linger in this place. Jin, skeptical, suspected Vodka's hunger was the true motive behind his words. Vodka attempted to press further, but to curb his incessant chatter, Jin shifted the conversation. Have you found the information I asked you to investigate? This prompted Vodka to recall his task, promptly producing the prepared documents. Yes, the former President Saki died from excessive blood loss. He had been consulting with the hematology department, which deals with diseases like leukemia, anemia, hemophilia, and myelodysplastic syndromes. However, these diseases are all fatal. They are involved in dangerous work, so it seems unlikely. Jin stared intently at the surveillance footage, the table corners enveloped in sponges and other materials. After a prolonged silence, his low voice finally broke through. Hemophilia. Vodka's face reflected uncertainty, but they are all engaged in such perilous work. How could they possibly survive with such a hereditary condition? Jin lifted his gaze, his typically gloomy demeanor now radiating authority that quelled Vodka's burgeoning dissent. Vodka lowered his head and Jin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he coldly remarked, the organization did not waste tuition on your training for nothing. At a loss for words, Vodka awkwardly looked up, pretending to examine the ceiling while deep in thought. Although hemophilia is predominantly a male hereditary condition, the chances of female inheritance are minimal. However, according to genetic principles, Sariyo's maternal grandfather succumbed to this affliction, indicating her mother must be a carrier. With Sakai's father also afflicted, their daughter would have a 50% chance of inheriting the disorder. A mere 50% chance of such misfortune. Indeed, Sariyo was unfortunate. Vodka mused, hemophilia is incurable, but with proper care, it does not significantly affect one's lifespan. Sariyo, as the sole daughter of a clan, has likely been meticulously cared for, ensuring her well-being. Yet, observing Sakai's recent actions against the organization, she hardly seems like an inexperienced young lady. Jin replied, there's no need to investigate this matter further. Vermouth has already located Akai Shuichi's whereabouts. You will depart for America tomorrow to meet with her. Wait, are we no longer monitoring Sakai? Vodka inquired hastily. Jin cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly countering. Did you manage to insert anyone into Sakai's group as I instructed? How many have you managed to get in over these past few days? None, Vodka admitted. His tone faltering, but he quickly defended himself. That woman is far too astute. She rejects anyone who seems even slightly out of place, and she catches everyone without fail. Jin was not surprised by this outcome, for from their limited interactions it was evident that Sariyo was no naive fool. She was vigilant not only against them but also against all potential infiltrators. As the newly appointed leader, she harbored suspicion and caution towards everyone. There was no need to squander more time on her. His gaze sharpened, focusing on the real priority, Akai Shuichi. Chapter 32. Indebtedness. After the hot pot dinner concluded, life returned to its usual rhythm. Mayano resumed her relentless work at her residence, diligently formulating the medication Sariya required while Sariya occupied her billiard hall, awaiting reports from her subordinates while leisurely knitting a scarf. Sariya's knitting skills had markedly improved. After listening to the reports from 3 or 5 shops, she was already able to knit a scarf that could wrap around her hands twice. Matsuda, who had been shadowing her, absent-mindedly observed her knitting. Seizing a moment of leisure to tease, you must have been at this for years, right? I recall that scarf you knitted yesterday looked quite exquisite. Have you considered gifting it to me as a reward? Sariya glanced up. It's too late. I've already given it to the one upstairs. Matsuda pondered briefly before lowering his voice. Upstairs? Didn't you say that the unit above is where the people sent to monitor you reside? Sariya continued her knitting without interruption, her mind elsewhere. With the recent drop in temperature, I thought it prudent to send it over. Monitoring you comes with such perks? Matsuda clutched his heart, feigning distress. Us brothers have sent you 4 years' worth of New Year's money, yet we've received no such treatment. Next time, I'll personally deliver it to you, Sariya replied, casting a quick glance at him before returning her focus to her work. In the past, had she known that Jin resided in the apartment above hers, she would have undoubtedly moved out overnight. Yet yesterday, observing Mayano, her demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of the previous life, prompting Sariya to reflect on past events. From her current vantage point as a more powerful individual, she recognized that the man who had instilled fear in her for so long was, in fact, the one who had provided her with the most assistance. Previously, she trailed behind Jin, timid and sensitive, while he, with his cold and disdainful nature, patiently molded her into the person she had become today. Yet, in the end, she had betrayed him gravely, bringing calamity upon him and the entire organization. Despite Jin's notorious reputation, he had certainly been deserving of her loyalty. In this life, she observed how Jin had eliminated Hachiki to establish her authority and had avenged Murashita for her sake. Though his methods remained ruthless, they were also protective of her. A man of his nature could not exhibit gentleness, and yet this was the greatest kindness he could offer her. A mere scarf would not suffice to repay her debt to him. Sariya's eyes began to sting as she set down her needle and thread, gently pressing her knuckles against her temples. She then instructed, please help me clear out the billiard room upstairs. I will need it when Mayano arrives. Matsuda squinted suspiciously, his gaze filled with caution. What do you intend to do with that young girl? Am I no longer a young girl with her around? Sariya shot Matsuda a disapproving glance. How can a young girl like her coexist with us without some self-defense skills? Having received Jin's assistance, she had risen to be the leader of the organization. Now, with newfound capabilities, she felt compelled to assist her former friends to the best of her ability. Matsuda's expression remained skeptical as he scrutinized Sariya's slender limbs, questioning, are you planning to teach her? His incredulous look prompted Sariya to raise an eyebrow, standing up and stretching her legs with intent. Do you look down upon me? It seems some have forgotten who had the upper hand on the Ferris wheel. Matsuda immediately protested, you took me by surprise, and besides, you relied on the fact that I wouldn't hurt you. Is that so? Sariya's eyes sparkled with challenge. Are you provoking me? Chapter 33. The billiard hall upstairs echoed with the sound of objects crashing to the floor. Takayama anxiously called out, President, what is happening up there? After a brief silence, Sariya's leisurely voice drifted down, nothing significant. I was merely sparring with Inspector Matsuda. As a technician unprepared, I had the fortunate advantage. Listening to Sariya's triumphant tone, Matsuda wore an expression of reluctant amusement, yet feigned bravado. I was just letting you win. Yes, I understand, Sariya replied, turning to him with a serious demeanor. By the way, I would like to discuss the future of the Saki group with you. Matsuda immediately sidestepped. Your mafia. You can decide that for yourself. I am merely here to cooperate with you. Sariyo grasped Matsuda's arm to prevent him from leaving, quickly asserting. If the Saki group continues to operate in the Kabukicho district, it will remain a disorganized bunch, merely entertaining themselves. Furthermore, with Japan's ongoing economic decline, hollowed industries, inefficiency in finance, an aging population, and corporate monopolies, the mafia is destined to wane. Now that I hold power, I cannot be content with this. I intend to transform the Saki group into a legitimate corporation. Over the next few years, I aim to accumulate capital and become a conglomerate independent of that organization. Perhaps it was the steadfast gleam in Sariyo's eyes that momentarily distracted Matsuda, causing his lips to involuntarily curve upward. That sounds rather thrilling. Sariyo released Matsuda. Stepping back to continue, if you are willing to assist, listen to my plan. If not, then consider my thoughts unknown and carry on with your own affairs. As an intangible cultural heritage, I would love to hear more, Matsuda jested. Sariyo's execution was remarkable. Within a month, nearly all remaining mafia members were aware of the ambitious aspirations of their ailing leader, Sariyo. Even Miyano, who had been training with Sariyo and Matsuda in self-defense and marksmanship since that day, had caught wind of it. In the Japanese underworld, women were often marginalized, with even the wives and daughters of mafia members receiving only slightly better treatment than servants. At times, they became mere instruments of pleasure. Women rarely held power in the mafia, making Sariyo an exception. In just 1 month, Sariyo had purged all dissenters from within the organization. During a time when fewer individuals were willing to join the mafia, she miraculously attracted a fresh influx of recruits, revitalizing her Kabukicho business. She also registered a legitimate company and capitalized on the organization's strength to venture into the bodyguard industry, ensuring that everyone's profession was legitimate while firmly establishing her position within the Saki group. Those who had initially plotted to undermine her authority were forced to retreat in the face of her growing influence. But soon, an unforeseen storm would sweep through. The Setagaya family murder case erupted, as the massacre of an entire family in Katsushika, Tokyo, became one of the highest bounty cases in Japanese history. Thrust into the public eye, the police department seized the opportunity to investigate numerous mafia groups. Although these organizations had the power to legitimize activities such as extortion, loan sharking, and gambling, their members' oppressive actions against ordinary citizens, assaults on local women, and various violent clashes were exposed, leading to the dismantling of several small syndicates. At this juncture, the Saki group, having preemptively eliminated internal threats, surged forth, successfully transforming into a legitimate corporation amidst the bubble economy, standing out prominently. Chapter 34. The ascent. The first few decades of Japan were marked by the pinnacle of bubble economy, with skyrocketing land prices, averaging 150,000 per square meter, making it feasible to sell an entire square in Tokyo for the price of property in California. A statement not far from the truth. The organization seized this opportunity to enter Japan, leveraging the immense profits accrued during World War II to make a significant impact on the bubble economy. However, as is often the case, excess begets decline. Sariyo understood this well. In the not-so-distant future, the nation faced economic desolation, widespread suffering, mounting debt, and a surge in suicides, to the point where the government could no longer maintain order. The sex industry and various criminal activities flourished, providing the dark organizations with opportunities to expand their reach and aggressively acquire businesses and assets. This was an inevitability. Japan was the only country where the mafia operated legally. Initially, it was hoped that this would allow for the establishment of social order, with laws permitting the mafia to operate within specific guidelines in exchange for legal certification. Each year, the police department would issue white papers on this matter. The approach proved effective, making Japan one of the countries with the lowest crime rates globally. However, as the mafia began to decline, Sariyo's newly established security consulting firm gained momentum, making former mafia members as bodyguards appear more trustworthy than their counterparts. Numerous small businesses began to approach her, while several competitors attempted to disrupt her operations. Fortunately, the Saki group handled the situation adeptly, gradually reassuring hesitant clients. Gradually acclimatizing to life in this era, Sariyo was acutely aware that the Saki group, while enjoying a respectable facade, could use government resources to grow. However, to truly operate independently of the organization's control, she would need to engage with various businessmen in the underworld discreetly. The most suitable venture for a female leader in the underworld is undoubtedly the establishment of a casino. In her formative years, Sariyo dropped out of school and frequently accompanied her father, mingling in various casinos across Las Vegas. She became well-versed in the operational rules of casinos. Armed with a fresh batch of rent money from the organization, she quickly identified several locations nationwide to covertly operate, growing from modest beginnings into a burgeoning force. Following the tenure of the previous president, Saki, Sariyo successfully elevated the Saki Group to new heights. On the other hand, Mayano's holiday under Sariyo's orchestration became exceedingly fulfilling. The tasks assigned by the organization were swiftly forgotten as her sole focus shifted to fulfilling Sariyo's demands. Each afternoon when she reported her progress to Sariyo, she would also be subjected to basic physical and firearms tests by both Sariyo and Matsuda before being whisked off to Sariyo's home for dinner. The two seemed to unconsciously assume the roles of Mayano's parents. Although Sariyo grew busier, she remained mindful of her agreement with Mayano, ultimately fulfilling Mayano's requests in the final days before her return to America. Originally, the organization had no intention of allowing the Mayano sisters to meet. But when Akemi Mayano started inquiring about her sister near the Kabukicho district, she caught Matsuda's attention. Her approach was not considered a deliberate arrangement. Seizing the opportunity, Sariyo feigned ignorance and revealed she Mayano's residence before taking Matsuda on a business trip to Kyoto, granting the sisters ample time for a reunion while maintaining plausible deniability. However, upon Mayano's return to the United States for school, no inquiries were made to Sariyo regarding the Mayano sisters. The watchers above had vanished, and it seemed as if the organization had completely withdrawn from Japan overnight. Were it not for the continuous activity in the West Street area, Sariyo would have believed they had dissolved entirely. Chapter 35: The Sea Woman. As the Saki Group grew increasingly formidable, Sariyo began discreetly donating a portion of her company's earnings to social welfare organizations. The Saki Group also hired numerous unemployed individuals, gradually stimulating economic revival in the region. Once the media caught wind of this, they reported extensively, and the external world began to recognize this young female mafia leader. While praising the benevolence of the Saki Group, they were also astonished by Sariyo's extraordinary courage and wisdom that belied her age. Some media outlets, upon learning of her mafia lineage, dubbed her the Sea Woman of the Heisei era. Members of the Saki Group felt immense pride in their president's newfound title, fervently proclaiming that their leader was a reincarnation of Tamamonome, effectively cementing this moniker in public consciousness. When Matsuda learned of this, he chuckled heartily, reassuring Sariyo that the original Sea Woman was once Japan's foremost talent, and that the media was merely singing her praises. Sariyo scoffed at the comparison, dismissing it as mere flattery. The Sea Woman was indeed proficient in the arts and was celebrated as Japan's greatest talent. After maturing into a stunning beauty, she became a consort to Emperor Toba, receiving the name Tamamonome, enjoying his favor. However, with such favor came an insatiable ambition, seeking to expand her influence to safeguard her political interests, mirroring Sariyo's current aspirations for power. It remains uncertain whether the media was extolling her virtues or condemning her. The outside world regarded Sariyo Sakai as a commercial genius. Although she possessed the acumen and boldness for business, her brilliance attracted the ire of rival factions. Addressing each threat individually would be time-consuming and potentially damaging, risking exposure to law enforcement. Matsuda fretted over this for an extended period. However, before long, the troublesome factions mysteriously vanished. When asked about it, Sariyo simply remarked, "The wise have their own strategies," refusing to divulge further details. Unbeknownst to Matsuda, Sariyo had sought external assistance from a figure she had not anticipated: Jin. At that time, negotiations with the black organization were progressing smoothly, with Jin overseeing the Saki Group's operations. They communicated via brief phone calls and emails, with Sariyo providing the necessary services while remaining discreet and non-inquisitive. This arrangement seemed to satisfy the organization, which naturally supported her expansion. When Sariyo encountered local resistance while establishing casinos, she tentatively approached Jin, proposing a trade-off for assistance in resolving the issues. Typically relying on brute force, Jin instead offered her a more enduring solution. With his guidance, Sariyo negotiated agreements with local factions, proposing profit-sharing schemes that transformed adversaries into allies. This unintentional collaboration resulted in a network centered around the Saki Group, granting Sariyo an extensive intelligence network across the nation, a delightful surprise. Whether in this timeline or the previous one, Jin had been an invaluable ally to her. Sariyo longed to express her gratitude in person. Yet Jin had not appeared in Japan for quite some time. Even the scarf she had sent him remained untouched, gathering dust on the doorknob. The next encounter with Jin occurred a year after Sariyo's arrival in this timeline. Chapter 36. Elopement. Having endured several years of solitude as a gravekeeper, Sariyo felt a profound sense of contentment in her current circumstances. She had saved Matsuda, become a reliable mentor to Miyano, and fully mastered her own organization. The internecine struggles within the organization no longer concerned her, a stark contrast to her previous life where such prospects were unimaginable. Unbeknownst to her, it had been 9 years since Sariyo first received news of SHB's death. On the anniversary of SHB's passing, Sariyo insisted on avoiding the memorial service with Matsuda. Under the cover of night, she carried a box of wine to SHB's grave, contentedly recounting the vibrant events of her past year. Although the present circumstances were inexplicable, Sariyo felt immense gratitude for the opportunity to start anew, deeply appreciative of SHB's gift, yet burdened with guilt. Across both lifetimes, SHB had been gone for 9 years and she had yet to uncover the identity of the organization member responsible for his demise. While Zero Koger knew the truth, he had been reluctant to share it with Sariyo in their previous life. As time passed, their differing behavioral patterns led to a growing distance, preventing her from ever learning the answer from him. After expressing all her thoughts, the night grew deep. Before departing, Sariyo poured the remaining wine at the base of the chrysanthemums adorning the gravestone. The white blossoms absorbed the fragrance of the wine, sending it wafting through the silent cemetery. A gentle breeze carried the scent, reminiscent of the night she traversed into this timeline. Sariyo's tolerance for alcohol was modest, and her rare indulgence heightened her inebriation. As she stumbled home, she caught sight of a black sedan on the empty road. The sight of Jin, who had been strategizing for her from afar for a year, momentarily left her disoriented. Quickly regaining her composure, she lifted her skirt and approached the vehicle, shielding her eyes from the light as she leaned closer to peer through the darkened window. 2 seconds later, the black window slowly descended. The occupant within gazed straight ahead, expressionless, while the person seated beside him removed their sunglasses, regarding her with an enigmatic glance. The individual under scrutiny rubbed their temples vigorously, leaning against the car door, exuding a soft and alluring demeanor. Vodka adjusted their sunglasses and extended 2 fingers toward her, inquiring, "Sakai, how many fingers do you see?" Squinting intently, Sariyo struggled to discern the digits. Soon, a radiant and confident smile spread across her face as she declared, 80. Clearly still intoxicated. Vodka glanced at Jin and suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should wait until she regains consciousness before approaching her? Let us not squander our time." Jin, unwavering and cold, replied, "Take her away directly." Following the command, Vodka exited the vehicle, circumventing the front bumper to approach Sariyo. With a smirk, Sariyo, in her high heels, deftly maneuvered around the rear of the car, skillfully eluding Vodka's initial pursuit. She swiftly entered the driver's seat that Vodka had just opened, closed the door, locked the car, and started the engine in one fluid motion. Flashing a provocative smile at Vodka, who stood outside the driver's window. Unable to contain himself, Vodka lunged forward, but Sariyo had already pressed the accelerator, the tires screeching joyfully against the pavement as the Porsche sped away, leaving behind a trail of vibrant red taillights that mockingly taunted the abandoned man. Vodka, now alone by the roadside, felt the weight of his brother still sitting in the passenger seat. Chapter 37. Hangover. Sariyo felt as though she had gone mad the previous night. When she awoke, her head throbbed painfully. The aftermath of her hangover left her mind in disarray and she struggled several times to rise from her seat. As the dizziness subsided, she realized she was in a rapidly moving car, curled up in the back seat, her own clothing draped over her. She retained some vague memories of the previous night, primarily the sight of Jin and Vodka together, but everything that followed was beyond her rational control. "Where are we?" she asked hoarsely, pounding her head lightly. A deep male voice succinctly replied, "Shizuoka." "Shizuoka?" Sariyo labored to sit up, pressing her temples. "Vodka is no good. Over 4 hours and we've only covered more than 100 kilometers. She paused, suddenly noticing Jin at the wheel, her eyes widening as she inquired, "Where's Vodka?" Jin said nothing, merely casting a silent glance at her through the rearview mirror. Sariyo shook her head, fragmented memories slowly returning. Stiffening, she cautiously asked, "I didn't drive last night, did I?" Jin showed no inclination to shield her from the embarrassment of her past actions. You drove all the way to Nagano Prefecture. It was an unstoppable situation. The car was ultimately returned by Jin. The events that transpired along the way were filled with possibilities, yet the young lady exhibited no shame. Instead, sporting a rather proud smile as she boasted from between the front seats, "I did well, didn't I? 500 kilometers in less than 4 hours without being caught by the police." "The police weren't the ones you evaded," Jin interrupted her narrative, causing Sariyo to deflate and shrink back into the rear seat. How unfortunate it was to have missed the thrilling spectacle of Jin outsmarting the police. In her previous life, she had relished sitting in the passenger seat, drifting alongside him. However, this time, to have outmaneuvered Jin in front of Vodka was indeed an unprecedented feat. After a moment of silence filled with regret, Sariyo raised her head, genuinely perplexed. "Should I apologize to Vodka?" Jin remained silent. Yet Sariyo sensed a subtle expression on his face that seemed to convey, "You ought to apologize to me first." He was once again cleaning up her mess. Feeling uneasy, compounded by the hangover that made her dizzy and nauseous, waves of queasiness surged in her throat, prompting her to rap on the car door and suppress her nausea, saying, "Stop for a moment." Jin glanced back at her, clearly displeased at the thought of her being ill in the car, and soon halted by the roadside. Sariyo dashed out, leaning against a flower bed as she gagged for a while, but with her stomach empty, nothing came up. Supporting herself on the flower bed, she pushed her long hair back. And after a while, the surrounding breeze helped her regain her composure. Jin also exited the vehicle, leaning against it as he observed her from a distance. After what felt like an eternity, Sariyo staggered back to his side, massaging her temples as she asked, "How did you return to Japan?" Jin replied, "Last month. Vodka received an email stating your company was prepared for international operations, and you inquired whether he had any potential partners." Sariyo's mind became clearer as she realized this meant there was indeed a ready-made opportunity. Chapter 38, Reflection. 3 days later, in New York, America. Belmode entered. A lit cigarette pinched between her fingers and surveyed the troubled Vodka standing in the center of the Organization S space. "It's quite rare for Jin's mission to require my assistance in hastening progress. Where is he?" Vodka hesitated, pointing towards a corner where Sariyo was fervently scribbling at a table, seemingly embarrassed as he covered his face and explained, "Your bodyguard encountered some unforeseen circumstances. She is currently writing a reflection." Another female voice chimed in, prompting Belmode to narrow her eyes. "What?" The situation was so absurd that Vodka wished to avoid discussing it. However, under Belmode's intimidating presence, he obediently continued, "She stole the boss's car, burned through a tank of gas, attracted the attention of the police, and nearly vomited in the car during her hangover. On the way back, to prove she wasn't drunk, she even engaged in a street basketball match with 3 children, completely derailing our schedule. It is said that to condemn such atrocious drunken behavior, she is required to write a 10,000-word reflection for the boss to review upon his return." Belmode stepped closer, her exquisite Western features strikingly beautiful, and her gaze turned teasing as it fell upon Sariyo, who was frantically searching through a dictionary. She chuckled lightly. "He actually has the leisure for this?" Vodka whispered back, "After all, she is a partner. We cannot offend her too much, so we can only let her express herself. I'm still 8,000 words short of completing it." Sariyo interjected, looking up, her delicate features stunning at first glance. But her pale skin and the shadows beneath her eyes diminished her allure, making her appear more like a mere girl in her teens. Belmode found herself at a loss for how to feel. Jin had finally shown willingness to mentor a female newcomer, and she had expected the Sariyo to be a person of considerable depth and complexity. Yet, she appeared to be nothing more than a child. Belmode slowly approached, observing Sariyo's reflection sheet filled with writing, and couldn't help but laugh softly. "What is this new form of writing?" "Japanese," Sariyo replied matter-of-factly, biting the cap of her pen. "Can't you tell?" Belmode picked up the crumpled paper in front of her, patiently reading the first line, her face displaying a rare hint of exasperation. "So many misspellings. Did you even attend school?" Sariyo looked innocently at her, resting her chin on her hand. Since dropping out of high school in her previous life, she had scarcely studied Japanese. It had been nearly 11 years since she had last held a pen, and thus she often forgot characters and wrote in an uncontrolled, crooked manner. Sariyo's English, however, was commendable, having been meticulously taught by Belmode in her previous life. Yet, as a Japanese person, writing a reflective piece in English seemed illogical, leaving her no choice but to struggle through in Japanese. "If I hadn't dropped out of high school to adapt to society sooner, could I have built the Saki group to its current scale?" Sariya's thoughts were quite pragmatic. Education was merely a preparation for future financial success. Knowledge, perspective, and connections did not require formal study for her. A degree had little value to her. This reasoning was straightforward. For Sariya, a businesswoman, the person who could earn money was indeed the one with the highest qualifications, which held some truth. Belmode was equally perplexed as to how that typically composed gentleman had elevated such a troublesome child. He diligently attempted to discern each character on the reflective letter, ultimately shaking his head in surrender. "You little rascal, you ought to rewrite this," he remarked. "This incomprehensible script will certainly enrage anyone who sees it upon their return." Chapter 39. Shira Sariya was well aware that this cryptic document would appear to anyone as a mere act of negligence. Yet she had genuinely exerted herself. When Jin observed the lengthy, laboriously crafted essay of 10,000 words, he remained unusually silent for an extended period. Subsequently disregarding Sariya's protests and instructing Vodka to expedite her admission to a prestigious high school in Tokyo overnight. Upon receiving the news, Matsuda, tasked with her reception in Japan, mockingly dialed her 20 times, his laughter echoing through the line. Frustrated, Sariya promptly removed her SIM card. Soon after, through Vodka's introduction, Sariya formally acquainted herself with Belmode. Although her initial impression of the exquisite beauty was less than stellar, Belmode seemed intrigued by Sariya's blend of confidence and confusion, willingly offering to assist her in expanding her influence. As a venerable figure in the American film industry, Belmode's endorsement would allow Sariya to swiftly penetrate the circles of American high society, with the potential to significantly broaden her international market if she seized the opportunity. For the following month and a half, Sariya shadowed Belmode, serving as both protector and a conduit to potential clients. In an effort to augment her domestic underground casino empire, she briefly ventured to Las Vegas, where her prowess in gambling led to substantial winnings. She then utilized her earnings to collaborate with Jin in recruiting several dealers and over 100 robust casino bodyguards, all of whom were discreetly brought back to the homeland. Although Sariya lacked Jin's discerning eye for talent, she proved to be an adept player of the game, employing tactics that astonished the local casinos. Following Jin's advice, she prudently diversified her gains across various establishments, ensuring that the owners calculated their losses to be minimal, which prompted them to raise employee wages overnight to absorb the unexpected deficit, despite their intentions to keep it under wraps. News of the simultaneous setbacks faced by multiple casinos spread swiftly. A mere inquiry revealed that this unprecedented feat had been accomplished by a rising mafia boss from Japan, to the immense pride of the Sakai group, who whimsically proclaimed their leader to be a reincarnation of Tamamonome, much to Matsuda's chagrin. In America, unfamiliar with the cultural nuances surrounding Tamamonome, they conferred upon Sariya a title that was far more comprehensible to them, Shira. This moniker, derived from the fallen angel Shalaya in Western mythology, resonated with Sariya's Romanized name. Shira was one of the 7 rulers of hell, having voluntarily departed from heaven due to her transgressions, embodying a duality of both light and darkness which aptly represented Sariya's entanglements in both legitimate and illicit spheres. Sariya had not officially joined an organization and therefore could not adopt a codename based on the common liquor utilized within the group. Instead, for ease of communication, they cleverly appropriated the title of Shira to refer to her. By the time Sariya became aware of this development, the matter had already been settled. With a sense of disdain for a title that was beyond her control, Sariya regarded it with the same dismissive attitude she held towards her unexpectedly acquired high school diploma. However, recognizing that Tamamonome was a mere fox spirit while Shira was still a divine being, she ultimately leaned towards the former. As she diligently continued her endeavors, Sariya found her return to her homeland repeatedly postponed, unwittingly extending her stay in America to 3 months. Chapter 40. New York. Outside the Broadway Theater in New York, the vibrant nightlife of the bustling metropolis was undoubtedly captivating. The occasional roar of passing vehicles added to the allure of the flickering neon lights. Leaning against a warmly illuminated street lamp was a beautiful young woman, her arms crossed, with a cigarette perched at her fingertips, wisps of smoke curling alluringly around her. At 19, Sariya had fully matured, her eyes reflecting a deep crimson hue, with gently upturned corners that sparkled with vitality. Her features bore the rugged charm acquired from her experiences in the underworld, her long hair styled into a sleek 5-part fishtail braid. The makeup concealed any remnants of her former frailty, rendering her strikingly radiant, especially in her form-fitting riding attire that exuded confidence. It was evident that she now resembled a true bodyguard more than ever before, as Belmode teasingly noted. As night deepened, Sariyo stifled a yawn and remarked languidly, "This is a tremendous sacrifice I've made for you." Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with weariness. A few moments later, she added, "There seemed to be an unusually high number of police cars tonight." Beside her, Belmode chuckled lightly, retrieving a lighter from her coat pocket. "Sent it to apprehend that Japanese man who preys on young girls? You, my dear, fall well within his hunting range." Sariyo narrowed her eyes and playfully poked Belmode's waist, producing a cigarette from her pocket and offering it to her. "Let us not play coy regarding our relationship, shall we?" Belmode accepted the cigarette, gently pinching Sariyo's cheek. "Don't try to use your streetwise tactics on me. We only met 3 months ago. My associate who has been with me for 3 months could already challenge me to a game of dice." Sariyo extinguished her cigarette and, feeling familiar enough, pressed for answers. "So tell me, what's the reason behind your masquerade as a road demon?" The streetlights cast a dim glow upon the once enchanting woman, shrouding her in mystery as she tapped Sariyo lightly on the head. "Little one, don't ask too many questions. It could be fatal. I fear nothing more than death." Sariyo retorted playfully, leaping onto the flower bed by the roadside, her eyes locking with Belmode's, both carrying a sense of intrigue. After scrutinizing her closely, Sariyo remarked, "But if you've hired me as your bodyguard, I ought to be prepared, especially when facing a considerable pursuit." Belmode's smile was enigmatic, imbued with a unique charm. Sariyo turned away, resolutely abandoning further inquiry. "Never mind, I'm not interested. Ignorance regarding your organization is the essence of our arrangement." Once more, Belmode displayed a mysterious smile, gazing intently at Sariyo with a meaningful expression. "This is precisely why they commend your intelligence." Sariyo rested her fingertip against her temple, curling her lips into a sarcastic smile. "I possess such an honor, do I?" Before Belmode could respond, the sound of an approaching car horn broke the moment. Both women turned to see a pair of blinding headlights speeding towards them, cutting through the night sky with a vivid yellow trail. Sariyo scrutinized the vehicle being pursued by several police cars, scoffing, "That car is flying a bit too low, isn't it?" As she spoke, a silver Jaguar silently came to a stop not far from them. Belmode swiftly wiped the smile from her face, casting a significant glance toward the sleek sports car. "Come, child, let me introduce you to someone." Chapter 41. A reunion. Your speed exceeded 40 kilometers per hour. Do you aspire to emulate the protagonist of an emergency chase? The male officer, with naturally curly hair, leaned against the car window, teasingly instructing the occupants inside to produce their licenses. Seated in the driver's seat was a woman of considerable charm, her features delicate and adorned with an apologetic smile as she clasped her hands together. "We're quite pressed for time." In the back seat sat 2 youthful companions, their faces reflecting a mix of curiosity and innocence as they gazed at the police officer outside. The police officer reluctantly accepted the driver's license from the woman, comparing her photograph with her real appearance for a moment. Then, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "You look familiar." The woman's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she began to introduce herself, saying, "You might have seen me in a case." However, her inquiry was abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. The woman paused slightly as the officer turned to look at a rather portly, tall man approaching them. This man sported a small mustache and a protruding belly, strolling leisurely while continuing to speak. "She is one of our own." The initial male officer's demeanor shifted, becoming exceedingly respectful upon recognizing the man. "She is an undercover agent," the stout man explained. "She must be in pursuit of a fugitive. She is responsible for investigating highly confidential cases, though it seems she has lost track of the suspect." "Who is this uncle?" A young boy's mouth twitched slightly. He was perplexed, having no idea that his mother was an undercover agent. "Radu," the woman quietly answered the boy's question. "He assisted me once during a case. He is Captain Radu Redot of the New York Police Department. His wife is Japanese, so he speaks fluent Japanese." The stout man exchanged a few more words with the officers, who appeared somewhat skeptical about an undercover agent operating with 2 minors, but, out of respect for their superior, refrained from questioning further, driving away in their patrol car. Once the police vehicle's tail lights faded from view, the woman visibly sighed in relief and offered a grateful smile to the stout man, saying, "Thank you so much, Radu. We would have been in quite a predicament otherwise." "Not at all," the stout man replied, raising his hand to his ear. "Moreover, the person you should be thanking is not me." "Not you?" The woman was taken aback. "Then who should I thank?" "You should thank me," he said with a slight smile, pressing a hidden mechanism at his ear. Suddenly, a fold appeared, and his face twisted grotesquely. With a ripping sound, The once plump visage vanished. Ah! The girl in the car gasped, clearly witnessing such a scene for the first time. You should be thanking me, a slightly hoarse yet melodious female voice chimed in. In the next moment, the stout man slowly lifted his head. Golden short hair cascading down to reveal a striking face. Sharon! Yukiko exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the blonde beauty before her. How could you? The officer just now was my fan, the woman now identified as Sharon said as she donned a pair of round, gold-rimmed glasses from her pocket. A hint of a smile graced her delicate features as she continued, while waiting for you, I chatted with him. Later, I received a radio call indicating a silver Jaguar was racing towards us at an alarming speed. Chapter 42. The smile of an angel. Yukiko, who had just seen the police officer remain unfazed, now blushed like a young girl. That came at quite a cost, Sharon remarked as she removed her oversized coat, gazing wistfully at the garment rendered useless after a single wear. This fellow's coat cost me quite a sum. I truly adore you. Yukiko gushed with a playful smile. But is it really all right for so many people to see you like this? Not a problem, Sharon replied, glancing at the crowd of onlookers. I told them I was here to film a movie. Mom, please tell me, who is this? The young boy in the back seat could hardly contain his curiosity as he leaned forward to whisper. This was his first encounter with such an art of disguise. Sharon had perfectly embodied the stout man, with no flaws in demeanor, voice, or appearance, leaving one in chilling contemplation. Don't you know? A girl named Ran interjected, her youthful exuberance shining through as she looked at Sharon. She is Sharon Winard, a major star from America. I know about the major star, the boy murmured, turning back. But why can this star impersonate others at will? Hey, I remember telling you before, Yukiko replied, surprised. When I worked as a star, I once trained under a Japanese magician to master the art of disguise for a role as a female spy. She is like my senior, though I am not nearly as skilled. As Yukiko spoke, she stepped out of the Jaguar sports car, gazing affectionately at Sharon and smiling. Sharon can impersonate anyone flawlessly. Something I cannot achieve. Indeed, I can attest to that, the boy, Shinichi, said quietly, recalling the myriad of disguises his mother had utilized for pranks. Mom, you excel in disguises, not impersonations. Before he could finish, Yukiko playfully pinched his ear. But truly, what could fortune? Ran chimed in, stepping forward with a smile aimed at Sharon. To meet such a famous star, especially on the streets of New York. Fortune? Sharon's memories stirred as she reflected on the girl's innocent words. The sky had darkened considerably, and a faint rumble of thunder resonated as the long-looming clouds finally unleashed their rain upon the earth. The gentle drizzle quickly dampened the hair of the two women standing outside the car. Seemingly prepared, Sharon retrieved a pale gold umbrella from her bag, opened it to shield herself from the rain, and pondered aloud, do gods truly exist in this world? Huh? Ran was momentarily taken aback, staring at the woman standing in the rain. If there were truly gods, then those of us striving to live wouldn't endure such suffering. Sharon's voice mingled with the rain, sounding somewhat ethereal. At least for me, an angel could never bestow upon me a genuine smile, not even once. Raindrops splashed into puddles by the roadside, soaking Sharon's pant cuffs as Ran subconsciously observed her before softly asking, why? Chapter 43. Kudo. Because her point is that life is inherently filled with hardships, Yukiko interjected seamlessly, smiling at Sharon. Isn't that right, Sharon? Exactly, Sharon replied, her demeanor shifting as if the earlier hint of sadness had never existed. My life is almost a compendium of suffering. On the day I dared to step onto the silver screen, I lost my parents in a fire. The day I received the Oscar, my husband passed away. On the day my daughter Kristen entered the film industry, she took the opportunity to shamelessly promote herself using my name, an absolute contrast to me. Here you go again, Yukiko chuckled. No matter how you try to deny it, deep down you are proud of your daughter, aren't you? Sharon's expression immediately turned as cold as the rain around her. I no longer regard her as my daughter. Ever since I taught her the art of disguise, she had the audacity to impersonate my husband while laying flowers on his grave. How could I possibly accept such a jest? Since that incident, I have not seen her in nearly 10 years. It was indeed a sorrowful state for a mother and daughter to reach such an impasse. Shinichi looked at Sharon with pity. As the gentle rain fell, someone behind Sharon opened a black umbrella, positioning it above her head. Surprisingly, Sharon appeared unfazed, turning to grasp the hand of the person attempting to diminish their presence. Smiling gracefully as she said, let's not dwell on that. Allow me to introduce someone. As she spoke, She turned to present the newcomer. This is Sakai from Japan. Currently my bodyguard. The one who was pulled over was a girl with black hair and crimson eyes, clad in a striking black outfit that exuded a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. Upon realizing she could not escape, she instantly regained her poised and graceful demeanor. Holding an umbrella in one hand, she extended the other towards Yukiko and politely said, "Hello." Yukiko paused for a moment but quickly recognized her. Although the girl before her had undergone some changes in aura and had donned makeup to conceal her pallor, her overall appearance remained identical to what it had been before. Kudo Shinichi was also momentarily taken aback, gazing at the face that had once terrorized him at the highway entrance. Just as he hesitated, Sariyo suddenly raised her eyes to meet his, her dark red irises filled with apprehension. After a year apart, this once fiery young lady had grown increasingly enigmatic. Kudo Shinichi recalled Sariyo teasing him, and a smirk of retribution crossed his face as he remarked, "This bodyguard looks rather unreliable, doesn't she?" Sariyo opened her mouth, struggling to suppress a retort that would have been, "Oh, you little brat, say that again," and instead managed to present a professional smile. Fortunately, Sharon remained oblivious to the undercurrents among them and merely explained to Sariyo, "Sakai's thinking and observational skills are quite sharp and her abilities are commendable. This appearance is merely a facade. You're not seriously going to hand her over to me, are you?" Yukiko asked curiously. "I'm not someone who needs a bodyguard or an assistant at the moment. Unless she has personal matters to attend to, I wouldn't dream of letting her go." Sharon chuckled. "She'll be returning to Japan for school soon, and I thought you might want to take her along after your little trip." Chapter 44. Meeting despite being clearly arranged, Sariyo protested. "Sharon." Sharon reached out, gently adjusting Sariyo's collar, akin to a guardian comforting a child, and said, "Yukiko is a dear friend of mine. There's no need for you to feel shy." "Is that what shyness looks like?" Sariyo turned her head, noticing Kudo Shinichi regarding her with a similar gaze. With a soft huff, she retracted her thoughts. Yukiko displayed a look of surprise and then turned to Sariyo, asking, "Wait, you're still of school age?" Sharon interjected. Sakai had to pause her studies for 3 years due to some club-related matters. With the club now stable, she needs to resume her education to avoid future social embarrassment. The last 4 words held a hidden meaning, prompting Sariyo to recall the time she rewrote a reflection paper, only for vodka to dub it a brand new piece of writing. She turned her face away in displeasure. Yukiko beamed brightly, clasping her hands together, and enthusiastically remarked, "That's wonderful. If you start school now, you'll be able to be with Shinichi and Ran." Sariyo sensed something amiss, her eyes flickering slightly as she asked, maintaining her composure, "Are you returning to Japan?" Yukiko glanced back at the 2 children. "Yes, but I only invited them here because they're on an extended break." Sariyo lowered her gaze, continuing to hold the umbrella for Sharon, and made an effort to recall the past. She had thought that once this family moved to America, they would no longer be embroiled in organizational affairs. However, Yukiko and Vermouth were already acquainted, and the entanglement of this family with the organization had begun long ago. Sariyo was terrified that this thread would overlap with her previous life, a dangerous signal for her. She had come to this timeline to rectify all past regrets, and the emotions she had garnered here were too precious to release. No matter what, she would not permit the same circumstances as in her previous life to unfold. And then there was Matsuda. If nothing could change the ultimate outcome, then his life too would eventually be lost. Currently, Kudo Shinichi was just 15 years old, still a year away from fully grasping the existence of the organization. She had a chance. She must keep a vigilant eye on this curious little brat. Being classmates was acceptable. After all, she was the president of the Sakai group, an elder who wouldn't stoop to squabbling with children. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a rather annoying voice from behind. "It seems we'll have to get along from now on, Sakai." Sariyo cast him a slow glance, lowering her voice defiantly as she replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I can still hang you at the highway entrance." Kudo Shinichi was no longer the naive youth who believed everything he heard a year ago. He looked at her with disdain. As they began to enter the theater, Sariyo suppressed the urge to kick him and turned to Sharon, whispering with reluctance, "Do I really have to go to high school with these kids? I can't interact with such naive children." Sharon turned to look at the young girl, who was also a child in her eyes, and said calmly, "Lack of patience. Disdain for children and a sense of superiority. Can't you learn something useful from that man?" Sariyo pouted like a petulant child. Sharon placed her hand on Sariyo's forehead, gently shaking her head. "This is where we part ways. Go do your thing. You'll have plenty to keep you busy tonight." Chapter 45. Saki Sariyo was left outside the theater by Sharon, watching as the four of them slowly walked backstage. Kudo Shinichi even turning back to flash her a peace sign. Little brat still remembering how she had terrified him a year and a half ago. Such a small-minded child. It was unclear what peculiar obsession Vermouth had with playing the highway devil. But gathering information about the surrounding environment and escape routes was a condition she had put forth for expanding Sariyo's foreign market. Taking advantage of their entrance into the theater, Sariyo began to scout the nearby streets. Due to the threat posed by the highway devil, the streets were nearly deserted at this hour. Sariyo walked along the roadside, finding it particularly unobstructed. However, as the rain intensified after handing the umbrella to Vermouth, she had no choice but to move close to the edge of an abandoned factory to avoid the falling rain. A few cars sped past her, rushing by without pause. Sariyo pried open the door of one of the dilapidated factories and slipped inside. No sooner had she taken a few steps to survey her surroundings than she heard a vehicle slowly coming to a stop not far from the factory entrance. Followed by a conversation in English. "Mr. Akai, that area has already been swept by our colleagues. There are no civilians. And it's not the time for the highway devil to appear. Shall we scout elsewhere?" Akai? That familiar name sent shivers down Sariyo's spine. Quickly, she removed her easily clattering high heels and tiptoed to the staircase to conceal herself. The conversation outside fell into a brief silence, and suddenly, a voice that made her tremble echoed. "The lock here has been picked." Oh no. Sariyo turned to make her escape up the stairs. That person was not easy to deal with. In her previous life, he had repeatedly cornered her. Yet several times, Akai had the chance to capture her but had opted to let her go, likely biding his time to catch a bigger fish. But now that she was no longer part of the organization and Akai did not recognize her, what was there to hide from? Sariyo hesitated momentarily, only to hear the distinct sound of a gun being cocked, followed by that disconcerting voice, calm as ever, commanding, "If you don't come out, I will shoot." "TSK." Sariyo let out a soft, disgruntled complaint, yet a smile gradually crept onto her lips. She tousled her neatly groomed hair into a messy state to obscure her face, disheveled her clothing, and forcefully wiped the dust off the stair railing before bursting from the shadows, colliding directly with Akai's chest and shrieking in a high-pitched voice, "Help me. Someone is trying to kill me." She plunged into Akai's chest, startling the other officer with the gun, who hurriedly holstered his weapon and reassured her. "Is it a silver-haired Asian man?" The girl, covering her face and lowering her head, sobbed as she replied, "Yes, he has silver hair. I didn't see anything else." The officer continued to comfort her. "Please don't worry. You have bravely told us where he is." Sariyo pointed in a direction, still keeping her head lowered, her shoulders trembling from her tears. Her English was impeccable, raising no suspicions. Akai took a step back and instructed the officer, "You take the lead." "Understood." The officer replied to Akai with an almost blind confidence, then gestured for a group to follow him in the direction Sariyo indicated. Chapter 46. Reliable Sariyo kept her head down, continually choking back sobs. Akai observed her and picked up the high heels she had discarded, handing them back to her before inquiring, "Did you pry open the door of the abandoned factory to evade the road demon?" Sariyo realized she could not easily deceive this ace investigator, who was deeply respected even by the organization. At this moment, her completely innocent identity served as her best disguise. Wiping her tears away, she lowered her head, slipped her feet into her shoes, and explained, "The door was already open when I arrived. I just wanted to come in and hide." Akai remained silent for a moment, evidently skeptical of her words, scrutinizing her with a gaze full of inquiry. "Is that so?" Sariyo shifted her eyes, but before she could say anything, Akai abruptly ceased his questioning and addressed the returning officer, "Take her back for a statement." After a pause, he added with apparent significance, "She is the only known victim who has encountered the road demon. Make sure to ask her thoroughly." The tall foreign officer nodded, carefully draping his coat over Sariyo's shoulders, coaxing her as he escorted her to a car parked by the roadside. Once inside the vehicle, Sariyo quietly wiped away the tears she had struggled to shed, a cold smile crossing her mind. In her previous life, she had been outmaneuvered by Akai and Jin, each more cunning than the last. After falling into so many traps, she should have learned her lesson by now. Akai's words indicated that once Vermouth arrived, if these two crossed paths, it would be beyond her ability to intervene. There must be some way to divert his attention from the road demon. Perfect. After taking a seat in the back of the car, Sariyo lifted her head, her dark red eyes unexpectedly locking onto Akai's outside through the officer's coat. It was the most ordinary glance, yet it sparked no connection between them. Sariyo gradually lowered her head again, leaning softly against the officer beside her, pathetically wiping her tears. The car soon began to move, a cold wind blowing through the window and hitting Sariyo's face. She sat up straight and slowly closed the window. The officer accompanying her in the back seat noticed and asked, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Sariyo clutched her chest, feigning a look of lingering fear. That Asian officer was so terrifying. Upon hearing this, the officer chuckled reassuringly. "Oh, Mr. Akai is just serious by nature. He's actually a very good person, and his skills are exceptional. You needn't worry." The driver also chimed in with a teasing tone, "You truly are a devoted fan of Akai." The girl slowly untied the ribbon binding her hair, allowing her seaweed-like black locks to cascade down her shoulders. She tugged at her gloves, sighed lightly, and spoke with a tone of sorrow. "If Akai Shuichi were truly so reliable, he wouldn't have entrusted me to you." "What?" Before the officer in the back could respond, Sariyo suddenly struck, using the elbow of her arm to deliver a precise blow to his carotid artery. The sudden cessation of blood flow left the officer in a state of extreme oxygen deprivation, and he collapsed to the side. Noticing something amiss, the driver instinctively reached for the communicator at the front, but before he could grasp it, Sariyo kicked out her leg, driving the sharp heel of her stiletto directly into the core of the communicator, utterly destroying it. Chapter 47. Infiltration. The driver was startled by this sudden turn of events, glancing at the beauty who retracted her long leg, his hands gripping the wheel tighter as he nervously asked, "What are you doing?" As his words fell, Sariyo struck again, smashing the butt of her gun against the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious as well. She nimbly leaped into the driver's seat, maneuvering the vehicle to a slow stop by the roadside. Dealing with these two was far easier than she had anticipated. Sariyo turned around, donned the officer's coat, and systematically relieved both of them of their identification and access cards before dragging them to the roadside. With her hands clasped together, she chuckled softly, "My apologies." Fortunately, they hadn't used a police vehicle for their undercover mission. Otherwise, with the barrier separating the police cars in front and behind, she might not have succeeded so easily. However, the upcoming tasks would prove far more perilous. Returning to the car, Sariyo concealed her hair beneath a baseball cap, roughly altering her appearance as she gazed at the distant buildings illuminated by lights, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This night was fraught with hidden currents and lurking dangers, akin to the relentless rain that showed no signs of letting up. After the rain ceased, the atmosphere remained overcast, and the imposing facade of the FBI headquarters concealed the frantic and tense atmosphere within. Several tall men stood at the entrance, inspecting the identities of every person passing in and out. Akai entered the interrogation room, observing Cameron, who had already been questioned for 4 hours. The latter, feeling guilty, lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. "What do we have?" Akai turned his gaze to the interrogator. The interrogator replied, "The suspect used Cameron's access card to enter the duty room and implanted some unknown virus into the staff's computer. Our hackers have removed the virus, but a significant portion of case files has been deleted and is irretrievable." Cameron dared not speak, and Akai calmly inquired, "Any leads on the suspect?" The interrogator continued, "We only know that it was a female with black hair, approximately 165 centimeters tall, of unknown nationality and ethnicity, who deliberately concealed her appearance. Cameron couldn't describe her features either. Cameron expressed his self-blame. "It was my mistake." At this point, the interrogator, filled with frustration, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is a provocation, a challenge to our FBI." Akai's expression remained inscrutable as he continued to question calmly, "Can we ascertain the content that was damaged?" The interrogator sighed heavily. "The scope is too broad. The staff's computer contained files on all sorts of cases. It's hard to say." "Mr. Akai." Cameron hesitantly lifted his head, pausing before voicing his doubts. The last thing she said before acting was, "If Akai Shuichi were truly so reliable, he wouldn't have entrusted me to you. I never mentioned your name, so I wonder if she might have known you beforehand, or..." The interrogator shook his head, dismissing the notion. "She didn't go for the kill against either of you, which suggests she doesn't harbor a deadly grudge against Mr. Akai, nor is she necessarily targeting him." The three fell into a prolonged silence. Outside the building, the rain began to fall again, and creatures that thrived in cold and dampness reveled in their world. Chapter 48. Angel. Inside a luxurious New York apartment, The floor was strewn with blood-soaked bandages, a trail of crimson leading from the doorway to the bathroom, the lingering scent of blood saturating the air and casting a gloomy ambience. Sariyo stepped into the room, shaking off cleaning agent from her hands, ensuring that every drop of blood would be tainted by the fine white powder before she gently closed the door and quietly inquired, "How did the highway demon falter so unexpectedly?" Her words elicited a rustling sound from beneath the covers. "I didn't see you come out last night." "Where did you go?" Sharon's weary and feeble voice echoed from the other side. Sariyo removed her sunglasses and mask, made her way to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and poured in the remaining cleaning agent, waiting for the powder to dissolve completely before dipping a towel into the liquid. "There are always matters that require a diversion from your attention," she replied. Clad in gloves and holding the towel, she added, "I have taken care of all the blood you left behind. Once I erase your fingerprints, we can leave this place." Sharon lay on the bed, enduring the pain from her wounds, and slowly remarked, "I heard something happened last night." Sariyo hesitated for a moment, then resumed wiping the doorknob. The New York branch of the FBI had encountered the most audacious infiltration in nearly half a century. A multitude of classified documents had been destroyed, several on-duty officers had been injured, and the police chief faced repercussions. Sharon casually read a few lines from the newspaper and scoffed, "Your actions were rather conspicuous." "Who says it was me?" Sariyo interjected nonchalantly. "I won't take the blame for this." "Is that so?" Sharon struggled to sit up, scrutinizing Sariyo as she cleaned the room, her gaze revealing her appraisal. "However, if it were you, this person is quite adept at concealment." "And what about you?" Sariyo turned around, nearly jeopardizing her life. "Have you found what you were seeking?" What she wanted. Sharon fell silent. After tidying the room, Sariyo stacked the bloodied cloths near the window, retrieved a lighter, and set them ablaze. The smoke from the burning cloth wafted out the window, and Sariyo gently fanned it away. She removed her black coat and hat, handing them to Sharon. "Don't worry about the details. When the fire alarm sounds, mimic me and exit with the others, heading east. Someone will come for you." "And you?" Sharon asked as she took the clothes. "I will take a route without surveillance." Sariyo helped her from the bed and dressed her, stating that the subsequent arrangements were already in place. The identity of the highway demon would perish here. Initially resigned to being directed by someone younger, Sharon soon remarked unexpectedly, "The higher-ups have been eager to incorporate you into the organization. If you continue to refuse, they will take action from within your group." Sariyo smiled calmly, as the flame from the lighter greedily consumed everything around it, the fire gradually climbing up the curtains. Soon, the piercing sound of the fire alarm erupted in their ears, and the chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard outside the door. "It's time," Sariyo announced, opening the door. "Let us go." Sharon, wincing at the pain in her abdomen, moved to the door, donning the hat and coat. "There's something amusing, I must say," she suddenly began, closing her eyes. "I found my angel. Shira, please take care of them." Chapter 49. The funeral. New York had been anything but peaceful in recent days. The highway demon remained elusive, yet a body suspected to be his was discovered in a burning building. During the performance of a stage play, the male lead was shot dead, the assailant being one of the female leads from the same organization. Within the FBI, documents mysteriously vanished, and the underground casino's most wanted, Shira, had suddenly gone silent. Each event only added to the oppressive chill of the continuous rain. However, this no longer concerned Sariyo. After meddling in the FBI offices with the virus instigated by vodka, she was ordered back to Japan by Jin. The controlling assassin seemed displeased with Sariyo's impulsive actions, yet could not deny that this was indeed the fastest and most effective method for the disguised highway demon's escape. When the organization's private jet flew Sariyo home, she was firmly instructed to behave and refrain from causing any trouble. Accustomed to having her entire itinerary arranged, Sariyo was taken aback when Matsuda came to meet her at the airport, directly escorting her to the Martyrs Cemetery for the funeral of her late friend, Inda. As Inda was a mere precinct inspector, Sariyo had forgotten the timing of his death. Unable to save him in her past life, she could not save him in this life either, yet they remained dear friends. Both donned sunglasses and walked in silence, Sariyo unsure of what to say. Reminiscent of the time they attended the funeral of Shufu, where they remained tearless despite the sorrow, much like now. Dressed in black formal attire, they exited the funeral venue in quiet accord, only to be drawn by the intermittent sounds of weeping from a corner. Sariyo paused, lowering her gaze, and inquired, "Who is that?" "Matsuda," hands in pockets, took a moment to identify the young man, responding calmly, "He is Inda's apprentice and partner. I believe his name is Takagi." Sariyo observed for a while before continuing onward, chuckling softly, "You all are rather wild. I can't believe you've become seniors." Matsuda finally revealed a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in playful rebuttal. "Wild? Who are you talking about, little one?" This teasing address made Sariyo beam brightly, utterly incongruous for a funeral. Drawing glances from those nearby, she continued to pose seemingly unrelated questions. "Inda was almost ready to meet his girlfriend's parents. You two are quite the worry. What about you and that Officer Sato?" Upon mentioning the charming female officer, Matsuda scratched his temple in frustration and sighed. "Please don't put me in a difficult position, sir." Sariyo lifted her gaze to Matsuda, who was considerably taller than her, pondering the name that had just escaped his lips. Sar. It was a nickname given to her by Shufu, easy to remember and smooth to say, shared only among her close friends. Since arriving in this timeline, she had been preoccupied with solidifying her organization's standing, surrounded by collaborators, and that name had rarely resurfaced. She retrieved her sunglasses from her pocket, donning them once again to obscure the shifting emotions on her face. "Friends who call me that are dwindling. Apart from you, there's no one left. You two must take care not to perish." Chapter 50. The good student. Every life has its destined end, and fortunes lie in the hands of fate. Since arriving in this timeline, Sariyo had ceased to believe in such notions. Previously, she could have saved Matsuda without risking her life. She surely could change something. Sariyo possessed an unusual stubbornness regarding certain matters, and maintained an unwavering optimism about others, a trait that had become her sole remnant of the once feeble self. A month later, Mayano Shiho completed her studies in the United States and returned to Japan under the organization's protection, residing in Kabukicho and officially accompanying Sariyo. After a period of rest with Yukiko's assistance, Sariyo rented a standalone villa near Teat and High School, successfully enrolled, and, through covert maneuvers, became classmates with Kudo. Due to the absolute deceptiveness of appearance and the adept concealment of information, almost no one noticed that within the group of 15-year-old high school students was a 19-year-old young lady. Although Sariyo was still somewhat unaccustomed to mingling with these vivacious youths, and could not endure the early mornings coupled with a life devoid of smoking, drinking, and makeup, the recent prominence of the Sakai group had indeed become overwhelming. Even though many adversaries had been bribed to become allies, there were still numerous individuals who disapproved of the club's unparalleled dominance. For the sake of long-term considerations, Sariyo had no choice but to focus on her studies and lay low, patiently adopting the guise of a diligent student. Kudo Shinichi, on the other hand, condemned this facade of hypocrisy and sought repeatedly to expose the masquerade of the mafia heir attempting to pass as a high school student, only to be reprimanded by his mother. Yukiko had a particular fondness for self-reliant young women, especially those like Sariyo, whom she perceived to harbor many secrets, thus piquing her interest. Additionally, under the encouragement of her friend Sharon, her attitude towards Sariyo starkly contrasted with that of her own husband, occasionally even exhibiting a protective inclination. Upon learning that Sariyo would invariably accompany her son, Kudo Yusaku was not as wary or opposed as before. Perhaps he was aware of the Sakai group's recent attempts at reformation. When he encountered Sariyo again, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further admonitions. Resuming her studies made Sariyo's life several times busier than before, and to ensure that Kudo Shinichi remained uninvolved with the organization, she had to stealthily follow this already renowned detective as he solved cases. After being caught a few times by Kudo Shinichi, he displayed a somewhat disdainful expression and, suppressing his pride, remarked, "If you admire me so much, Sariyo, why not come to witness my entire process of solving cases in person?" Kudo Shinichi, in Sariyo's eyes, could be succinctly summarized as, the spring wind of February resembles scissors cutting hair yet remaining flamboyant. Throughout the year spent as his classmate, Sariyo exerted all her strength to restrain the impulse to strike him. However, his childhood friend, Muri Ran, was a gentle and considerate girl, eager to include the typically aloof Sariyo in every delightful aspect of her life, her charm standing in stark contrast to Kudo Shinichi's. The two managed to maintain their single status amidst mutual affection, solely due to the relentless efforts of a certain oblivious male. Yet, when Sariyo first met this detective, he had already become silent and obstinate due to the organization's various threats. This confident, lively, and somewhat arrogant demeanor was something she had never witnessed in her previous life. Perhaps this was the boy's true essence, and thus she must ensure he remained unentangled with the organization. Chapter 51. Shinjuku 1 year and 5 months later, in Tokyo, Shinjuku. Kabukicho. The club's lighting remained dim and oppressive with dozens of individuals gathered around a green billiard table, holding their breath in anxious anticipation as they beheld the 16 balls arranged in a triangle, along with the enchanting beauty positioned before the table. The delicate figure of the beauty moved gracefully, her silhouette resembling a beautiful arc, her eyes sparkling like water, exuding charm with every action that tugged at the hearts of those present. With a poised step, she swung the cue stick, tracing an arc in the air before it gently pressed against the pristine white cue ball, her motion abruptly halting as if a pause button had been pressed. The spectators held their breath, their faces reddened from the tension. Suddenly, a crisp sound of impact echoed through the club. With that strike, the cue ball launched towards the 16 colored balls, scattering them like a volley of troops, sending them rolling in every direction, leaving onlookers dazzled. As the cacophony of clattering ceased, only the last white cue ball remained on the table, with all others having been pocketed. The previously silent crowd erupted into a tremendous cheer, while the beauty, with a playful smile, sauntered over to the most exasperated individual present, tilting her chin up and snapping her fingers. A single shot into the pocket, dealer, you're going to suffer a loss. You should have never appeared again. The dealer, seated in a wheelchair, with slightly stiff fingers and a tuft of curled hair tied back, exuded an aura of disrepute as he held a cigarette between his lips. This individual was none other than Matsuda, the second in command of the Saki group, who had recently twisted his ankle while resolving a violent incident at the casino. He now occupied a wheelchair, accompanying the president to the billiards venue while also engaging in some betting activities. The beauty was none other than Sariyo, who had recently taken Tokyo's billiard halls by storm, having previously been renowned but now returned with a more subdued presence. Managing the organization had accumulated substantial wealth for Sariyo, and after colluding with Matsuda in underhanded betting schemes, her ill-gotten gains flowed in merrily. Sariyo, with a disarming smile, seized her winnings from Matsuda, her innocence masking a cunning disposition. Matsuda rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sariyo adjusted the cue stick, shortening it to about 1 meter, using it as a cane on her left side, and inquired, "Have you checked on Nagano Prefecture?" "Yes, everything is normal," Matsuda replied, lighting a cigarette. "What about you?" Stuffing the money into her pocket, Sariyo chuckled lightly. "I'm quite busy, you can handle that side." Matsuda merely smiled in response. "SNT failing 4 subjects in a semester, quite busy?" This little girl, typically clever, struggled academically and had nearly been held back last semester, with Matsuda and a cadre of top students from the police department forcefully elevating her grades. Sariyo quickly discerned Matsuda's thoughts, huffing in displeasure as she turned and exited the billiard hall. Matsuda called after her. "Someone called for you while you were in detention yesterday. Remember to return the call." The word detention echoed in the hall, prompting Sariyo to glare back at Matsuda, snorting in annoyance before quickening her pace to depart. Chapter 52. The eve upon exiting the billiard hall, Sariyo retrieved the missed calls from her phone, dialing back as she walked towards West Street. "Where are you?" came the cold voice she was accustomed to. Sariyo cleared her throat and replied, betting. "Has the transaction record been organized?" Jin seemed to be in a vehicle, as Sariyo could hear the wind through the phone. "All transactions are documented and readily accessible. As per usual, aside from providing you with the hard copies, I've retained a copy on the hard drive." Sariyo reported her progress adeptly, then flicked her long hair back. "Is the transaction happening tonight?" The other party affirmed. "In that case, I'll send you the information shortly." Sariyo glanced at her watch. "There's still plenty of time." "Then return to your post," Jin's voice came, tinged with impatience. "Don't appear too frequently at the hall." Sariyo muttered under her breath, "I only play a shot and leave." This man's controlling tendencies were disturbingly excessive, even more so than when her father took her out. She couldn't fathom how vodka endured it. Jin quickly severed the call, and Sariyo finally set her phone down, lifting her gaze to the clouds gathering on the horizon. Although she has collaborated with Jin, she has not yet joined the organization. Recently, one of her subordinates uncovered a company that was engaging in arms trading under the name of the Saki Group. Sari despises being a pawn for others and even more so abhors taking the blame for someone else's misdeeds. Therefore, she directly led her team to the trading site, discreetly confiscating a significant cache of handguns and ammunition, while also securing evidence of the company's illegal activities. Jin will confront the company's chairman to ensure a hefty extortion. After this transaction concludes, Jin will return to Honshu Island to continue his work. In a while, Kudo Shinichi will turn 17. As long as he continues his detective pursuits without engaging with the organization, she can once again alter a person's fate. The fact that the heavens have yet to claim Matsuda's life indicates that her efforts have not been in vain thus far. Sari paused in front of a door on West Street, wiping away the worries and fatigue from her eyes, revealing a smile before she pushed the door open and greeted warmly, "Good morning, Shiho." The slender girl inside turned to glance at her, nodding slightly and responding with a nonchalant, "Miss Sakai, why so cold?" Sari stepped closer, joining Mayano to observe the computer screen before them. "Has he forbidden you from seeing your sister again?" "It's better if you keep your distance from me," Mayano replied, sitting at the computer meticulously switching through surveillance footage. Watching the small white mice that perished due to drug trials, her tone flat. "The organization has been eager to invite you to join. They will not allow someone with your knowledge to remain outside their grasp." Sari rested her arms on the chair's back, trying to reassure her, "But for now, they won't act against me. Do not be overly optimistic, they are merely biding their time," Mayano said, switching to another screen. Sari sat beside her, unconsciously gazing at the tiny creature on the screen and absent-mindedly inquired, "When will you use such small juvenile mice for experiments again?" "What nonsense. The sample mice must be fully grown to ensure comparability," Mayano replied, her gaze shifting to the screen, suddenly pausing, leaning closer with a hint of confusion. "Wait, this is..." Chapter 53. Dorabaka, Tokyo, Dorabaka Amusement Park. It was summer, and the heat brought by the vacation did nothing to diminish the children's joy as they ran wild in the park. It seemed that unless they shed a few pounds of sweat, their admission fee of over 3,000 yen would be in vain. In contrast to the purely recreational children, the intentions of certain young men and women visiting here were less than innocent. The secluded corners, largely ignored by children, were precisely where couples preferred to retreat. Some of the bolder ones might even start passionately kissing right in the midst of the queue. This was a direct quote from Sari. Kudo Shinichi observed a couple embracing and kissing in front of him, shaking his head as he continued his earlier discussion. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes, his greatest strength lies in the fact that when he first met his assistant Watson, he deduced from a mere handshake that Watson had served as a military doctor in Afghanistan. Just like this, the youth excitedly elaborated, completely oblivious to the disinterested expression on the girl beside him. He grabbed the hand of an unfamiliar woman in front of him, feeling it for a moment before confidently concluding, "This young lady is a trained gymnast." The woman whose hand he held was clearly startled, her expression shifting as she asked in surprise, "Ah, how did you know? Kodo, is she your friend?" Another bespectacled woman in line inquired curiously. The woman named Kodo shook her head, looking at the young man with intrigue. Kudo Shinichi wagged a finger, explaining, "When we shook hands, I felt many blisters on her hand. For a woman to have so many blisters indicates that she practices on the uneven bars. But even tennis players get blisters." Kudo's childhood friend, Ran, clearly did not understand his reasoning. Kudo chuckled softly, leaning closer to Ran and whispering, "Actually, I accidentally saw the skirt of the person in front of me blowing up in the wind. Gymnasts often develop peculiar calluses on their thighs. You're clearly a pervert. You knew from the start, that's just cheating." Ran was not buying it, her gaze gradually shifting to Kudo's hand, her eyes narrowing as she threatened, "How long are you going to keep holding hands?" It was only then that Kudo realized he was still clasping someone else's hand, quickly retracting it and apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry." A man nearby, holding a woman dressed in fur, shot him a glare and grumbled, "Hey, can you mind your own business?" Kudo felt sweat trickling down his face. "Oh, are you friends?" He quickly asked, "Should I offer you my seat?" "No, it's fine." Kodo shook her head, exchanging a glance with the woman beside her. The bespectacled woman also managed an awkward smile, adding, "It wouldn't be right to disturb Aiko and Mr. Kishida." "Disturb?" Kudo was caught off guard only to see the muscular man leaning down, unabashedly kissing the woman in fur before everyone. Both Kudo and Ran, in their teenage years, blushed deeply. Kudo discreetly shifted his gaze toward Ran, contemplating how he would feel if he were in her position. His ears would practically be burning with embarrassment. Kudo quickly turned his head, striving to redirect his attention. The roller coaster at Dorabaka was a major attraction, with a bustling crowd waiting in line, seemingly without a hint of abnormality. However, two men in black stood ominously behind them, their grim presence creating an unusual vacuum around them. Chapter 54. The roller coaster. While Kudo Shinichi was still keeping an eye on the two men in black, he was interrupted by Ran, who suddenly spoke, snapping him out of his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Kudo blinked in surprise, looking at her as he asked, What do you mean? You've been distracted the whole time. What's on your mind? Ran queried, her curiosity piqued. Then, seemingly recalling something, she cast a mischievous glance at Kudo. You're not thinking about that lady, are you? She's right in front of you. And no way. Kudo stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. He and Ran were seated in the second row, while the girl named Kodo and her bespectacled companion occupied the first row. The couple who had just kissed was behind them and the unsettling men in black were at the very back. Yet, how odd it was that two burly men would come to an amusement park to ride a roller coaster. Kudo found it amusing, a sense of absurdity washing over him. By the way, he continued enthusiastically, turning back to Ran. Did you know that when Doyle created this work, he must have thought about how Holmes. That's enough. Ran's frustration with her childhood friend reached a boiling point as she snapped, I don't care about Holmes or Doyle. Kudo was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Ran lowered her head, her voice softening as she murmured, It's just that I finally got to hang out with you, Shinichi, but why can't you understand my feelings? Ran. Kudo was momentarily stunned. Did she? His heart raced with excitement and confusion. Just as he prepared to comfort her, Ran suddenly laughed, lifting her head to give him a playful smile. Silly. You should know it's impossible to be true. Someone so easily deceived cannot be a detective. What? I thought my thoughts were rather profound. Kudo retorted, pouting. Ran raised her chin, smiling sweetly, and stuck out her tongue at him. However, the anticipation felt within is undeniably genuine. Ah? A wave of excitement surged within Kudo Shinichi once more, and he soon noticed that his seat shifted slightly, gradually moving forward. He momentarily forgot he was seated on a roller coaster. Kudo Shinichi gazed upwards as the roller coaster plunged rapidly from a towering track, the screams of the woman and Ran in the front row piercing through his eardrums. If they were afraid, why ride it at all? Yet, he heard not a sound from the two men, and he pondered their purpose. Unable to quell his curiosity, Kudo Shinichi strained to look back from his seat. Before he could fully turn his head, the roller coaster barreled into the gaping mouth of a model of a demon. A droplet akin to water splashed onto his face. It was indeed water, and Kudo Shinichi frowned slightly. Before he could contemplate further, the roller coaster burst forth from the demon tunnel, and at that moment, the track that should have stimulated his retinas with a thrilling descent was instead drenched in a crimson spray. Blood, propelled by gravity and inertia, flung backward. And an even more piercing, terror-stricken scream erupted from the ride. Could it be? Kudo Shinichi's pupils contracted. The man seated in front of him appeared to have shrunk. Or rather, his head had vanished, blood spraying up to 10 feet high. The two men at the rear exchanged malevolent glances. The man with long hair slowly pulling down his hat. At the roller coaster ticket booth, seemingly sensing something amiss, a girl abruptly looked up, catching sight of the bloody scene on the ride. She stepped forward holding a telescope prepared by the amusement park for those wishing to view the fireworks and animal performances. Following the roller coaster speeding along its original path, a hint of surprise etched on her face. Chapter 55, The Vanished Head. Finally, the roller coaster came to a halt, and the passengers scrambled off as if fleeing for their lives. Upon receiving the notification, Sariyo arrived early at the amusement park to scout the area. Scanning her surroundings and naturally approaching the two men clad in black, discreetly accepting the black box from Vodka. After handing the box to Sariyo, Vodka casually inquired, Can't you use your connections to let us leave first? Certainly, but this would only draw more attention to you, Sariyo replied, donning her hat attached to her outfit, diminishing her presence. Upon noticing a pair of young teenagers standing not far away, her brows slightly furrowed and she promptly averted her gaze, focusing on Vodka. I'll go control the target. Contact me once you're finished here. Let us avoid complications. The police soon arrived at the scene, tearing down the caution tape and isolating the spectators from the crime scene, yet whispers of excitement and fear still circulated. How terrifying. It seems the head has vanished. Oh my God. Aiko knelt beside her lover's lifeless body, sobbing quietly while a bespectacled woman beside her offered gentle comfort. Akira stood nearby, her expression one of bewilderment. Jin and Vodka grew increasingly impatient, and upon seeing the portly police chief, Vodka immediately stated, It was merely an accident. Let us leave. Magyar J-san furrowed his brow. Although he had encountered individuals resistant to police work, this was his first experience with such an obstinate and uncooperative demeanor. Did the death of a person not move them at all? Jin lowered his hat's brim once more. Should we let them go? Magyar J-san thought to himself when a familiar confident voice rang out behind him. No, officer, this is a homicide. Moreover, the killer is one of the 7 who rode in the same car as the victim. The long-haired man, now at the caution tape, paused, ready to grasp the tape tightly. In the crowd, Ran spotted Kudo Shinichi and rushed over, gripping his sleeve, her face pale with fright. Shinichi, where have you run off to this time? Really, Kudo-kun? Magyar J-san's eyes brightened, but he suddenly recalled his duty as an officer, realizing it was inappropriate to regard a mere high school student as a savior. Before he could utter a word, the surrounding crowd erupted in a commotion. Kudo Shinichi, the renowned high school detective, the savior of the Japanese police. Look, it's Kudo Shinichi. Feeling embarrassed and prepared to shoo Kudo Shinichi away, Magyar J-san silently retracted his foot. Kudo Shinichi murmured to Jin, his eyes narrowing, issuing a cold chuckle. Magyar J-san unfolded a sheet of paper, sketching the seating arrangement of the individuals from the bloody roller coaster. There were no signs of an accident or malfunction, and under the current circumstances, it did not appear to be a suicide. This is clearly a murder case, Kudo Shinichi asserted decisively. Magyar J-san regarded the paper and remarked, excluding you and Ran, there are 5 others. Seated in the front row were the victim's friends, including Akira, and in the third row was the victim's girlfriend, followed by the men in black in the last row. However, all these individuals were secured by safety harnesses and could not move freely. Thus, it is evident that the only one with an opportunity is the victim's girlfriend seated beside him. Chapter 56. The game of reasoning. As the discussion continued, a shadow fell over Kudo Shinichi, startling him. Could you hurry up? Jin's chilling presence seemed to materialize, penetrating Kudo Shinichi's expression and striking at his core. I have no time to play guessing games with children. Turning around, Kudo Shinichi felt a shiver at the sight of the man in black's eyes, which glimmered with a cold light, suggesting he had taken many lives without a care. Who on earth is this man? Officer. A colleague from the investigation unit suddenly called out, having discovered a knife in the lady's bag. Aiko's face shifted as she saw the contents of her bag, exclaiming in alarm, I had no idea such a thing was in my bag. Aiko. Akira gasped, covering her mouth. I thought you were on good terms with Kishida. How could you? No, it wasn't me. Aiko vehemently shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. It truly wasn't me. All right. The culprit is that woman, Jin declared impatiently. Can we leave now? Very well. Magyar J-san raised his voice, waving his hand. Take this lady in as a suspect. Kudo Shinichi remained unmoved, deep in thought for a long while, as if a sudden realization struck him, his eyes brightening instantly. Please wait a moment, Officer Magyar. The culprit is not this lady. Magyar J-san turned in astonishment, gazing at Kudo Shinichi's keen eyes. Then who do you claim the culprit is? Without an immediate response, Kudo Shinichi stepped closer to Aiko. There is only one truth, he stated, his tone serious and earnest. The murderer is you, Miss Akira. What are you talking about? The knife is in Aiko's bag. Akira protested, her voice trembling yet defiant. There is no way such a knife could sever a head. Kudo Shinichi shook his head, seemingly unimpressed by Akira's defense. That kind of knife cannot decapitate a person, especially not with a woman's strength. You intended to frame Aiko by placing the knife in her bag beforehand. Furthermore, if she were the murderer, she would have had ample opportunity to dispose of the weapon. Why would she specifically wrap it and place it in her bag? Magyar J-san glanced down at the paper, perplexed. But she was seated at the front of the roller coaster. That seems highly improbable, doesn't it? If one were to harness the velocity of a roller coaster, combined with a piano wire or a steel collar, it might indeed be feasible. Kudo Shinichi maintained his unwavering tone, his gaze fixed intently on Akiko's face. I believe it is best for us to conduct a personal experiment, he suggested to Officer Magyar. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and demonstrated to Magyar J-Z and those surrounding them. First, before releasing the safety bar, one should tuck items such as a handbag behind them. Once the handbag is removed, creating a gap, it becomes quite easy to slip out. With that, Kudo Shinichi extracted the bag and, like an eel, wriggled free from the safety bar. He then retrieved a pre-prepared loop with hooks attached. By wedging it against the safety bar with his foot and leaning back, he managed to ensnare the victim's neck. Naturally, all of this transpired in the pitch-black tunnel. As Kudo Shinichi spoke, he deftly looped the hook-laden rope around Magyar J-Z's neck, his movements fluid, as though witnessing the perpetrator in action. Chapter 57. The Shadow. Upon completion, He flung the hooked end onto the tracks, leveraging the roller coaster's speed and momentum to sever the head. At this point, his eyes, filled with unsettling intensity, were locked onto Akiko. Given your prior gymnastics training, you could easily achieve this even on a roller coaster. Stop joking, Akiko exclaimed, her expression agitated as she retorted. This is merely your conjecture. Do you have any evidence? Her argument served as her final veil of protection, yet in Kudo Shinichi's eyes, it appeared as nothing more than a ludicrous defense. What happened to your necklace? Ah! Akiko felt her legs weaken, stumbling back several steps as tears streamed down her face. It was the pearl necklace you wore before riding the roller coaster. Moreover, that single tear, Kudo Shinichi's voice gradually lowered, indicates you already knew the victim would perish. Which is why you shed that tear. Your eyes still bear the marks of your tears. Had you not ridden the roller coaster, they would not have flowed sideways. As Kudo Shinichi finished speaking, Akiko, overcome with emotion, sank slowly to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It is all his fault, she cried, covering her face. All because he abandoned me. A bespectacled woman looked at her in astonishment. Akiko, you once dated Mr. Kishida? Yes. Akiko choked out. When I was in college. Before I met Aiko and Reiko. That is why I ended his life at the very spot of our first date, using the necklace he gifted me. Subsequently, a substantial amount of sleeping pills was discovered in Akiko's handbag, suggesting she intended to commit suicide after her deed. 2 hours later, a pearl necklace, used in the crime, was found within the tunnel. The string had indeed been replaced with piano wire, with the pearls nearly dulled, glistening like large droplets of tears under the setting sun. Sariyo waited outside the roller coaster facility, standing in the shade, watching the sun gradually descend. The glaring light faded into a dim hue as the uneven skyline, gnawed by various buildings, hungrily consumed the last remnants of sunlight bestowed upon the land. She had just seen Kudo Shinichi. It seemed a twist of fate, hinting that events would unfold along the same trajectory as in her previous life, causing her to feel a sense of unease. The crowd that had gathered at the roller coaster's exit finally dispersed, and soon after, gin and vodka emerged, approaching her. Not far off, Kudo Shinichi and Ran also exited, heading in a different direction. Sariyo sighed in relief, returning the box she had previously taken to avoid police scrutiny to vodka, signaling, "The person is behind the Ferris wheel. They have been waiting for you for quite some time." Vodka acknowledged her, preparing to head toward the direction Sariyo indicated when a vague sense of unease struck him. Sariyo grasped Jin's arm, signaling with her eyes, "The police will still be searching for evidence and witnesses nearby. Your presence together is too conspicuous." Jin halted, casting a glance at Vodka. Understanding dawned on Vodka, and he departed with the evidence of their gun trade. Jin then turned to Sariyo, scrutinizing her before asking, "Do you have something to discuss?" Chapter 58. The premonition. Sariyo trailed behind Vodka, questioning the individual beside her. "Do you want the gun taken from that person?" Jin appeared somewhat intrigued, inquiring, "What kind of gun?" Sariyo recalled, "I have seen them. They are all Tokarev pistols. Although the barrels are dented and dusty, they are still functional." Jin's demeanor shifted to nonchalance once he heard about the dented and dusty condition, his interest waning as he replied casually, "You can keep them." The change in tone almost compelled Sariyo to roll her eyes in disdain. A control freak with a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Jin was undoubtedly the most challenging person she had encountered throughout her existence. In this country, private gun ownership is illegal, and the Saki group is no longer considered a mafia. I do not wish for my organization to harbor such a hot potato. If you do not want it, I will simply sell it to the police as a favor. Sariyo gestured with her hands, fiddling with the gloves she had meticulously selected before changing the subject. "By the way, it has been 3 years since we first met, and I have always been curious about what attracts you to the Saki group, compelling you to assist me so readily." In truth, throughout the years since Sariyo met Jin at the age of 18, she had struggled to comprehend this question. The Saki group was indeed a lucrative enterprise, especially under Jin's assistance and Sariyo's careful management, its status elevated beyond comparison. Yet to this day, Jin had neither taken a penny from Sariyo nor coerced her into using the Saki group for any other purposes, rendering his support seemingly altruistic. While Jin was not solely motivated by profit, he, like Sariyo, despised being someone else's pawn. Sariyo was unconvinced he would engage in such charitable actions. Sariyo pondered for a long time, even fantasizing whether she might be precisely the type Jin favored. but recollecting his almost disdainful expression at the hotel swiftly quelled her inappropriate thoughts. Oh, regarding that matter, Jin began calmly, preparing to respond, but abruptly halted. His gaze fixated on a shadowy figure lurking behind a nearby wall, his eyes flashing with icy intent. Not long ago, on the other side of the roller coaster, Ran walked beside Kudo Shinichi, her sobs echoing in the air. Hey, Ran, could you please stop crying? Kudo Shinichi appeared perplexed, speaking with a hint of exasperation. How can you remain so unfazed? Ran sniffed, her red eyes revealing her displeasure. Haha, I have seen plenty of dismembered corpses. Kudo Shinichi replied nonchalantly, you should probably forget about it quickly. Such occurrences will become more frequent. I'm not like you, constantly encountering such things. Ran retorted, stamping her foot, unable to resist wiping her eyes. Girls can be troublesome. Must he always clarify things? If only they could be together. Such matters. Kudo Shinichi felt his face flush slightly again, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar dark figure he had just encountered on the roller coaster. Without a second thought, he sprinted forward. Hey, wait! Ran gasped, startled as she attempted to follow, only to have her shoelace inexplicably come undone, causing her to trip. Kudo Shinichi continued running, glancing back at Ran, assuring her, don't worry, Ran, I will catch up with you shortly. He ran further away, gradually disappearing into the night. He's gone. Ran stared blankly at Kudo Shinichi's retreating figure, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped me. Even after a long time, she would inevitably recall this incident, a foreboding sense of never seeing Shinichi again. Chapter 59. The Black Crow in the shadowy recess behind the Ferris wheel at the Durabaka Paradise. A portly man clutched a suitcase, nervously glancing around. I apologize for the wait, Mr. Chairman, he said. A voice tinged with mockery emanated from nearby, causing the man to startle. A stout figure clad in black approached him, wearing dark sunglasses that obscured much of his face despite the night. You've kept me waiting for 2 hours, the man remarked, attempting to bolster his courage but speaking with a tone that betrayed his trepidation. I came alone as agreed. I am aware. Hurry. Hand it over, the man urged impatiently. There's no rush. First, produce the money, Vodka replied leisurely. The man opened the suitcase slightly, revealing neatly bundled stacks of fresh banknotes within. Take it. This should leave you with no objections. Kudo Shinichi, concealed around the corner, was taken aback. So much money, this thickness must amount to 100 million, he thought. Vodka sneered, nodding in agreement. It's a deal. Then quickly hand over the negatives. The man insisted eagerly. These are the negatives of your company's arms smuggling evidence, correct? Vodka said, shifting his stance. Take it. Don't indulge in too many misdeeds. The man received the box, his expression skeptical. Is that all there is to the negatives? Of course, Vodka replied, taking the large suitcase of cash. Why did you venture to take on Shirai's territory? Perhaps you should engage in more virtuous deeds. How ironic. A thief crying thief. Who is Shirai? Kudo Shinichi instinctively raised his camera, capturing the two men in a snapshot. The pallid-faced man, clutching the small box, seemed to have received a life-saving elixir, and he snapped, enough chatter. What right do you have to admonish us? Your organization is worse than ours. Vodka laughed coldly, warning, too many words are detrimental to your health. You scoundrels! The man shouted in fury. Shinichi desired to inch closer to discern the actions of the two men, but was startled by a chilling voice from behind. The detective game ends here. It was the long-haired man. Kudo Shinichi turned abruptly, only to be plunged into darkness as his consciousness slipped away. To think this brat had the audacity to follow me. Jin scoffed, observing the boy collapsed on the ground. Sharia emerged from behind a wall, silently contemplating the fallen youth. Brother, isn't he that little detective? The stout man exclaimed, his eyes glinting with malice as he drew a pistol aimed at Kudo Shinichi. Stop! Sharia interjected, frowning. The police are patrolling nearby. Vodka hesitated, glancing at Jin, who retrieved a box from his pocket, revealing rows of red and white capsules. This is the organization's latest poison. Once administered, the police will be unable to detect toxins in the body. This resembles a drug developed by Miyano. Its mortality rate among living subjects has been 100%. Yet this morning, in Miyano's laboratory, an anomaly occurred. Sharia clenched her fists, feigning a casual inspection of her surroundings. What if that person escaped? Not to worry. The money is in my possession. Vodka forced the poison down the throat of the unconscious boy, then turned to Sariyo, intrigued. Sariyo, why does your complexion appear so pale? Chapter 60. The shrinking detective, why do you look so pallid? Sariyo? Vodka asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Sariyo collected herself, calmly retrieving a mirror and lipstick from her pocket to restore color to her lips, skillfully diverting the topic. You both should be on your way. That chairman is no easy adversary and I lack the time to entertain you. Do you still intend to deal with that individual? Vodka scratched his head, his expression slightly foolish and naive. But didn't you fail 4 subjects in this month's exams? With such dismal results, aren't you considering attending a tutoring class? As soon as Vodka posed this question, he sensed an eerie silence from the two beside him. He glanced up to find Sariyo glaring at him with a murderous intensity in her crimson eyes. However, this palpable hostility was swiftly overshadowed by Jin's casual remark. You failed 4 subjects? Sariyo turned, her expression brightening as she departed the crime scene with the two, her tone softening. Oh dear. I was too busy handling club matters last night that I dozed off during the first listening exam. And it's only 4 subjects I didn't pass. Vodka continued scratching his head, puzzled. But there are only 6 subjects in total. Sariyo felt a surge of murderous intent rising within her. Vodka, sensing the chill creeping down his spine, instinctively shifted the conversation. Ah, right? Sariyo, do you remember that fellow named Numikawa from your club? Sariyo wore an expression of calculation, lifting her chin in pride as she retorted, oh, the traitor who was eager to join the organization as soon as it emerged? What of him? He has fled. Vodka stated. For a time, he was a living test subject for a drug trial and knows quite a bit about the organization. If you catch sight of him, eliminate him without mercy. Understood. Sariyo waved dismissively, her attention drawn to the neon lights gradually illuminating as the night deepened. The inexplicable vexation within her swelled to a point of near insufferability. She cast aside her earlier inquiry directed at Jin, who seemed disinterested in pursuing an answer. As they exited the amusement park, once the two were sent off, Sariyo swiftly turned back, racing toward the spot where Kudo Shinichi had collapsed. Fate, it seemed, followed the trajectory of her previous life. In this instance, how much influence did she hold over their intertwining fates? The immediate priority was to ascertain Kudo Shinichi's condition. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Sariyo approached the area behind the Ferris wheel. Before she could draw near, she spotted several park staff members gathered around a pile of clothing, flashlights in hand, curiously questioning one another. Hey, how did a child end up here? Did he get separated from his family? Through the gaps between the adults, Sariyo caught sight of a small figure nestled among the clothing, blood trickling from the child's head. Yet he breathed steadily, still in slumber. Thank goodness he is still alive. I'm sorry, this is my brother. Sariyo stepped forward, lifting the child into her arms with a worried expression. He ran off here without me noticing. How did he get hurt like this? The staff showed no suspicion and responsibly suggested, in that case you should take him for treatment. Sariyo nodded, donning a youthful, innocent smile. Chapter 61. Idagawa Conan. If one were to forego sleep, a single night could stretch interminably, providing ample opportunity for those with ulterior motives to engage in unsavory deeds. After bandaging Kudo Shinichi's head injury while he remained unconscious, Sariyo took advantage of the night and transported him to the Agasa residence next door, leaving him at the doorstep. The Kudo couple, seemingly oblivious, had left for America after depositing their son in Japan. While Shinichi often relied on Dr. Agasa for assistance, though the doctor could sometimes be even less reliable than Ran's father. Kudo Shinichi did not meet the same fate as others who consumed the drug. Instead, he directly regressed to a child, which, amidst the misfortune, could be considered a stroke of luck. However, after his transformation, there remained numerous matters to attend to, such as the chairman who witnessed Jin's attack on Kudo Shinichi and subsequently fled. The possibility that Miyano might recall the effects of the drug that could revert one to childhood, and the organization that might wish to verify the presence of Kudo Shinichi's corpse. The workload is considerable. It seems I owe you this, and I can only repay it slowly. Sariyo brought the still sleeping child to the doorstep of Dr. Agasa's home and rang the doorbell. Kudo Shinichi stirred slightly, prompting Sariyo to return to the car, switch off the headlights, and light a cigarette, inhaling the scent. Her vehicle was parked in an alley, affording her a view of a corner of the Kudo residence. Sariya adjusted the seat backward, fixated on the front door of Kudo Shinichi's house, quietly awaiting the sunrise. The following morning, in the second-year class of T10 High School. What? You went on a date, and that guy ran off as soon as a case emerged? Sonoko exclaimed, pointing at the empty seat of Kudo Shinichi, incredulously gazing at the worried expression of Ran. Ran flushed at the teasing and quickly waved her hands, saying, "It's not a date. He promised me a gift for winning the Kanto tournament." But during the last ride on the roller coaster, she paused, seemingly recalling the gruesome case from the previous day. Shifting the topic, she said, "By the way, we have a new child at home." Sonoko was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Is your mother pregnant?" "Not at all." Ran turned around, glancing at Sariya, who was dozing at the table, and laughed. "He is a relative of Dr. Agasa, a very adorable child. Sara will surely love him." Sariya blinked awake, rubbing her eyes. "Huh?" Ran clasped her hands together, innocently smiling. "Because Sara seems to enjoy following Shinichi around while solving cases, and that child looks just like Shinichi." Sariya lay back down. "What misunderstanding is this? She never liked children, let alone a child that is a fusion of her and Kudo Shinichi. That would be a nightmare." After a night of tangled thoughts, she had not slept until dawn, uncertain of how to address the current situation or how to explain it to Kudo Shinichi. "Wait a moment." Sariya abruptly woke up. Observing the two girls discussing their plans to take the child to a hot spring over the weekend, she reminded them, "If it's a boy, be mindful of the differences between genders. Education must begin early." Ran assured her with a relaxed expression. "I'll be careful." "Misunderstanding. I meant for that child to be cautious," Sariya subtly hinted, as nowadays, children have plenty of mischievous ideas. Sonoko nodded in agreement and asked, "What's the child's name?" "His name is Conan." Ran beamed with joy. "Idagawa Conan." Chapter 62, Self-Deception. Sariya pondered for a long time but could not fathom the intention behind Kudo Shinichi choosing such a mixed name of Japanese and English. For a Japanese person, the name is as awkward as her own, Sariya. Thus, she firmly believed that the name Idagawa Conan had cost Kudo Shinichi the right to name their future children with Ran. Troubled by her thoughts, Sariya found it hard to sleep, monitoring the Kudo residence for several nights, only feeling slightly relieved when she confirmed the organization had not grown suspicious enough to investigate. After managing to relax a bit, she perched on her chair in the underground laboratory of Kabukicho, her legs crossed, idly spinning around. The squeaking of the swivel chair distracted Mayano, who had been fixated on the screen. She tossed a medication box over to Sariya, her voice cold. "All the medications from this period are in here." Over the years, Mayano had consistently prepared clotting factor medicines for her, replacing the need for injections. Thanks to this medication, Sariya no longer experienced symptoms like joint bleeding, which also served as a tacit agreement for Mayano and her sister to meet secretly without the organization's knowledge. Sariya weighed the box, sensing it was heavier than usual, and inquired, "Why so much this time?" "It's a 3-month supply," Mayano replied blandly, with a hint of disdain. "I need to observe that shrunken white mouse. Don't bother coming to see me unless necessary." "You truly spare no feelings," Sariya sighed softly, accepting the box. "Had there been progress in my experiments, I might have shown some leniency." Mayano lowered her gaze, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. "The organization stated that once this experiment concludes, my sister can become my assistant and we won't have to meet in secret anymore." Sariya raised her eyes, studying Mayano's profile. After a moment of shared silence, she asked, "Do you genuinely believe such words?" "What else can I do?" Mayano smiled lightly. "Sometimes, even if it's self-deception, if it brings me comfort, I have to believe it. It's the most pragmatic survival strategy within the organization." Sariya rested her chin on her hand, watching the little white mouse squeaking beside her computer, yawning lazily. She then asked, "You haven't reported the results of this transformation to the higher-ups, have you?" "No. It's still an exception. All others who took this drug have been confirmed dead." Mayano shook her head, eyeing Sariya with curiosity. "Are you interested?" Sariya declined, her voice hoarse from a sleepless night. "No need, I am quite content with my current situation." "Really?" Mayano displayed a teasing smile, seemingly recalling something. "I heard you failed 4 subjects in last month's monthly exam. At this rate, it would be better for you to redo middle school." Sariya narrowed her eyes, a fierce expression crossing her face. "I'll eventually sew Matsuda's mouth shut." Mayano chuckled, amused, and pulled out a prepared sticky note from beneath her keyboard, handing it to Sariya. "If you're so free, visit the library and read these books. At least you might improve in history and social studies." The note contained titles, publishers, publication dates, and highlighted chapters demonstrating the meticulousness of the person who wrote it. Sariyo chuckled lightly, standing up. Such a tsundere little brat. As she spoke, she stepped out the door, no longer wishing to disturb the girl at work. Mayano turned her head, watching Sariyo's retreating figure, and returned a subtle smile. Chapter 63, The Library. Mihan Library, Children S section. A petite figure idly flipped through the books on the Children S shelves, sighing in frustration. Not a single book worth reading. What's the point of writing reflections on such literature? And they're all haphazardly arranged. It's unbearable. Yet, there was no other choice. After all, this was the children's reading room. The child cast his gaze toward another bookshelf, hoping to find a book that matched his intellect. Perhaps something like the junior edition of the Quinn manuscripts or the simplified Sherlock Holmes detective stories. He knew it was unlikely. Conan laughed at his own self-deprecation, but his attention was drawn to a peculiar collection of books. He stepped forward, puzzled by the distinctly different books on the shelf. Oh? Foreign imported books in the Children S reading area? The spines faced inward, wrapped in plastic. As Conan reached for one of the foreign books, a kind, elderly voice came from behind him. Little one, those aren't books meant for you. The voice belonged to a man in his 50s, the library director, Tsukuwa Hidehoshi, whom Conan had encountered several times during his visits. Tsukuwa took the book from Conan's hands, ruffled his hair, exchanged a few polite words, and then walked away. Conan stood still, watching Tsukuwa fade into the distance. At that moment, his classmate, Ayumi Yoshida, waved excitedly from the library window, calling out, "Conan, come quick!" His other classmate, Genta Kojima, leaned over the window, curiously observing the scene below, and exclaimed, "Look, it's a police car. Something must have happened." Conan jumped up onto the windowsill, glanced hurriedly downward, and dashed outside, leaving behind the remark, "I'll check it out." Downstairs at the library, Inspector Magyar closed the car door and approached a man with a face marked by numerous wrinkles. "You must be the librarian here?" he inquired. "Indeed. My name is Tsukuwa." The man nodded. Behind Magyar, several officers emerged, and upon seeing everyone had gathered, he continued, "I'm here to inquire about the staff member, Mr. Tameda." Strangely, Tsukuwa recalled, "He hasn't shown up for work since yesterday and didn't call in sick. That is quite unlike him. Has something happened to him?" At that moment, Conan arrived. His curiosity piqued, and ran directly toward Magyar, but was distracted by another figure. The person was quite young, with long, seaweed-like black curls tied back by a red scarf, clad in a stylish trench coat. "Sariyo Sakai? Why is she at the library?" Conan thought, puzzled, and before he could respond, Tsukuwa exclaimed in shock, "What? Tameda is missing." His shout caused Sariyo to halt her stride and turn back towards Conan. Magyar cleared his throat and asked again, "So, that night, were you working overtime with Mr. Tameda?" Yes," Tsukuwa replied, somewhat flustered, "but he finished later than I did," so Magyar nodded. "Why not search along Mr. Tameda's route home?" Conan inquired, standing on tiptoe. "Because Mr. Tameda is an exceedingly cautious individual." Magyar, initially reluctant to discuss such matters with the child, conceded. Realizing that he might need the insight of Kagoro Mori later, he usually calls his wife on his way home each day. However, that was not the case the day before yesterday. Hence, he could very well be somewhere in this library, and he might have been murdered. Chapter 64. A strange odor. Though she was not fond of reading, Sariyo recalled an old saying. Reading 10,000 books can open a store, especially since Mayano had specifically prepared a reading list for her. Naturally, she couldn't let her friend's kindness go to waste and hurried to the Mifune library with the list. As she approached, she spotted several police cars with flashing lights, one officer particularly striking. As the saying goes, beautiful appearances are commonplace, yet intriguing personalities stand out. Inspector Magyar was certainly the leader of this group. Among the crowd, Magyar also noticed Sariyo, the one who had taken away his former subordinate. The saying, heroes do not question origins and the wealthy do not inquire about age, applied here. Sariyo was a unique figure in her age group, affluent and strikingly beautiful, exuding a delicate charm. Yet she was also a vibrant girl. Magyar observed Sariyo, while she, in turn, was captivated by the small figure rushing towards them. Though she appeared weak, a hint of sorrow shadowed her expression. Quickly, she tightened her trench coat and entered the library. Magyar's earlier words suggested he suspected that Mr. Tameda might have met his end within the library. However, despite its size, concealing a corpse would be a considerable challenge. Not only is the library a public space where a body would be easily discovered, but the stench alone would betray its location. Considering this, it seemed they might return without any findings today, explaining why that child in the blue suit and red bow tie would also yield no results. As Sariyo searched for books, she passed through the children's reading area and detected a faint, strange odor surrounding her. This scent was peculiar, reminiscent of burnt sourness, an aroma that should not exist in a library. Sariyo halted, scanning her surroundings for the source of the smell. This scent might have gone unnoticed by others, but due to her upbringing in a family involved with the Saki group, she had been trained from a young age to identify various drugs. Her excellent memory, combined with the human capacity to recall scents more vividly than other stimuli, made her familiar with substances that emitted such odors. It's heroin, she thought, her brow furrowing slightly, her gaze drifting outside as she fell into contemplation. That night, in the library's restroom, the innermost door creaked open and several small heads peeked out. Conan emerged first, telling the children behind him, "No one's here." The others followed, stretching their sore legs after crouching for so long. "Why did you all follow me?" Conan sighed, twisting his neck. "We wanted to help," one little girl said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Suddenly, an odd noise echoed through the quiet library. Creak! Conan and the children immediately hushed, quietly leaving the restroom and moving towards the sound. In the children's reading area, a familiar figure came into view. The group crept closer to observe. Conan squinted and recognized Tsukuwa, the librarian. However, at this moment, Tsukuwa's demeanor had shifted from the warmth of the day to a dark and brooding presence. Walking through the stillness, his voice dripped with arrogance. He muttered, "That foolish Tamada. If only he hadn't discovered this, he wouldn't have died." Tsukuwa retrieved something from the book Conan had held earlier, pressed it firmly, and placed it into his bag. "The police are no better, they'll search casually and leave. No one would suspect that Tamada would lie here forever." Chapter 65. The convergence. Upon hearing this, Conan's brow furrowed tightly. Indeed, the body was concealed within the library, but the question remained, where exactly? The only certainty was that the victim was Mr. Tamada, a staff member here, and the murderer who hid the body was none other than the librarian, Tsukuwa. Conan leaned forward once more. Were those books not the mysterious imported volumes placed backward in the box, encased in plastic? What could they possibly be? Resisting his curiosity, Conan waited until Tsukuwa had departed before rushing to the spot where the librarian had lingered earlier. He began his investigation with the box containing the strange books. Conan beckoned to the three children behind him and headed towards the children's reading area. Yet, just a few steps in, a figure emerged from the shadows, seemingly having been hiding in the library all along, purposefully moving toward the children's section. Grabbing a book, they tore off the outer packaging, opened it, and extracted some white powder, their expression immediately darkening. "Is that Sariyo?" Conan realized she had discovered the same thing during the day. Conan pondered for a moment. Of course, Sariyo, with her mafia background, would be well acquainted with such matters. It made sense. How could Sariyo, the bold and charismatic sister whose online name was as enigmatic as her persona, have no reason to visit the library? A mischievous smile crept onto Conan's face as he gestured for the three behind him and stealthily approached Sariyo from behind, suddenly exclaiming, "Hello, sister." As the innocent voice rang out, Conan felt the cold, dark barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead, a chilling reminder of mortality. "Oh dear, I forgot," he mused, feeling a bit sheepish. She can legally carry a firearm. She appeared to be holding a second-hand pistol from the company which specializes in civilian firearms, to captivate the eye. The barrel of the gun was adorned in a smoky red hue that complemented the girl's eye color. It was a 9mm caliber with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, lightweight and aesthetically pleasing, making it suitable for a woman's grasp. It had recently gained popularity in the American market. Sariyo's gaze fell upon 4 children, her scalp prickling slightly as she tucked the gun away, revealing a look of befuddlement appropriate for the situation. "Children?" The 3 kids trailing behind Conan immediately lowered their heads. But Conan fixated on the white powder in her hand and inquired, "Is that a drug?" Sariyo remained silent, merely rubbing the powder between her fingers. She had little patience for these innocent, naive individuals, especially when they were led by the likes of Shinichi Kudo and his 3 7-year-old companions. Conan, meanwhile, pulled a foreign language book from a nearby shelf and casually opened it, revealing it was also filled with packets of white powder. "This one has it too." Jenna bravely stepped forward to retrieve another book, exclaiming in surprise. Hikaru, quick-witted, speculated, "So the curator is involved in drug smuggling." Conan nodded, analyzing, "Indeed. They are using this method of book distribution to conceal drugs in volumes that are difficult to detect, selling them bit by bit. Perhaps Mr. Tameda stumbled upon the drugs inadvertently, only to be discovered and silenced by the curator. At this point, he caught Sariya's meaningful expression and quickly halted, chuckling awkwardly. Regardless, we must report this. Let us dig up the body, Genta exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Exactly. Hikaru agreed fervently. If we do, our contributions will be doubled. Sariya slowly turned her head. It seemed the 4 children no longer regarded her as a person. Hence, her disdain for children grew. Chapter 66. The challenging children. Drug dealers are notoriously reckless, and some small-time dealers are addicts themselves, willing to go to any lengths for money and pleasure, even retaliating against drug enforcement officers and their families. Since Tsukuwa managed to acquire such a large quantity of drugs, it was evident that greater forces were backing him, far beyond the capabilities of a few children. Sariya felt a headache coming on. Perhaps due to her delicate appearance, the children were drawn to her. Ayumi looked at Sariya and asserted, in my judgment, the body must be hidden between 2 rows of books. No, that wouldn't work, Hikaru chimed in. If the body were placed on the bookshelf, it would be discovered immediately. To avoid detection, they would have to dismember the body and conceal it in a box. Conan shook his head. That's not right. Setting aside the time and effort required for dismemberment, the bloodstains would be even easier to detect. Then where do you suggest we look? Ayumi pouted, feeling defeated. This library has 4 floors, we should start searching from the first floor. As Conan extended his hand, he felt a firm grip on his short hair, Sariya having roughly tousled it. It seemed these little rascals truly considered her invisible. What was she to do? She had never dealt with such troublesome creatures as children before. The most resourceful child was caught, leaving the remaining trio to glance at one another, reluctantly following Sariya as they defended themselves. We can help you, keep watch here. No need. Sariya rubbed her temples, her patience worn thin from several days of sleepless monitoring of Kudo's residence. Children should act like children. If you don't return to sleep, I'll send you study materials. What sort of threat was that? Conan had never seen Sariya, who usually acted independently, in such a flustered state. Yet her threats were typically carried out. For instance, one time when he had offended her, he awoke to find himself bound in a car, on the verge of being taken to the highway if he delayed waking up for just 3 more minutes. Why doesn't she use a threat about the highway when dealing with children? Conan mused. Surely she isn't afraid of kids? He smirked mischievously, feigning ignorance as he glanced around the dimly lit library, innocently suggesting, surely no one would be foolish enough to hide a body in the bookshelf? Keep pretending. Sariya silently clenched her fist. However, during the day, the police mentioned that all suspicious areas had been searched, leaving no other places to investigate. Hikaru continued, cautiously glancing at Sariya. Don't look at her. She doesn't want to talk. Sariya carefully rewrapped the drug packets as they were and took out her phone, sighing deeply at the absence of signal indoors. She turned to the children, who completely disregarded her presence, and, steeling herself, declared, listen, having discovered this, your task is complete. I will now contact the police and return you home. Stay right here, understood? She maintained eye contact with Conan until he nodded obediently, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief before hastily fleeing the scene. Did she really react that strongly? Conan wondered, shaking his head. But as his gaze fell upon the elevator nearby, his pupils dilated in alarm. The elevator display showed crimson numbers steadily rising, inching toward their floor. Chapter 67. The stun gun. At this moment, who else could be arriving via the elevator? Conan pondered to himself, the answer swiftly surfacing. The elevator reached the floor where the children stood, emitting a crisp chime as the steel doors slowly opened. A beam of light spilled out, soon obscured by a dark figure. The 3 children trembled, their eyes fixated on the person emerging from the elevator, barely managing to utter the 4 words, Tsukuwa, the curator. From within the elevator stepped Tsukuwa Hidehoshi, the librarian. The children's faces were filled with shock, yet Tsukuwa maintained his daytime demeanor, sporting a kind and gentle smile as he slightly bent forward and inquired, children, why are you still here so late? What a question! Though the children longed to retort, they were paralyzed with fear, huddling together for comfort. How infuriating that Sariya was absent at this moment. Conan steadied himself, calmly addressing Tsukuwa, there's no need for pretense. Curator, do you think we're just ordinary children? The smile on Tsukuwa's face froze, his features contorting into an unnatural grimace, as if he were a statue carved to display a perpetual grin. If only he could stall for time until Sariyo returned with the police. She could certainly turn the tide with her firearm. With this thought, Conan smiled, continuing, "You think no one knows about your drug smuggling and the murder of Mr. Tameda, which you hid in the elevator. That day, you were working late with Mr. Tameda, and when he discovered your smuggling operation, you killed him. The body is in the library, likely in the elevator shaft. And you are the murderer. Ha ha ha, little children. Knowing too much is never a good thing." Sukawa brandished a wooden stick, used for library security, as he prepared to strike Conan. "I know," Conan replied with a bright smile, confidently declaring, "The one who should be cautious is you, curator." He felt assured, but an awkward silence enveloped the library. After a moment, Sukawa let out a sarcastic laugh. "Humph, I thought you might have brought some helpers." A cold sweat trickled down Conan's back. Damn it, he had forgotten about Sariyo's unpredictable temperament. Sukawa raised the wooden stick, ready to bring it down on Conan, who immediately surrendered, protecting his head and pleading in a childish voice, "Sister, save me." As the sound emerged, a crackling noise of electricity reverberated, accompanied by a familiar and triumphant voice. "If only you had said so earlier." Before the echoes of the words faded, a figure that had long been prepared leapt from the shadows, striking Tsukawa's side with a succession of precise movements: an elbow to the ribs, a knee to the stomach, and a swift kick to the waist. By the time the four children realized what was happening, Tsukawa lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. This was Russian Sambo. Conan blinked in astonishment, observing the incapacitated Tsukawa, and quietly retreated behind Genta. What woman could train in Sambo to such an extent? The three children gasped in awe. "Incredible." Sariyo lightly hummed, twirling a pitch-black square box in her hand, which illuminated with a blue light as she jabbed it into Tsukawa's side. The old curator convulsed momentarily before collapsing entirely, motionless. Conan thought, did Sariyo Sakai actually carry both a pistol and a stun gun at the same time? Chapter 68. Trust the drug smuggling case, revealed by the president of the Sakai group, had drawn heightened attention from the police headquarters. Megure rose in the middle of the night, anxious that members of the Sakai group might clash with drug traffickers, rushing to the Mahana library with a large contingent. He was met only with the sight of four small figures and two larger ones squatting at the library's entrance. The four children were excitedly pinning the unconscious Tsukawa down, whose ribs appeared to show signs of fracture, while Sariyo kept a safe distance, refusing to share a vehicle with the children to the police station. By the time all the statements were recorded, it was nearly 3 a.m. As the children's parents hurriedly arrived to pick them up, they expressed immense gratitude to Sariyo, including Ran, who had temporarily taken on the role of Conan's guardian, instinctively attributing the credit to Sariyo. Sariyo barely had a chance to explain before Ran whisked Conan away home. Conan wished to speak with Sariyo, but with so many people around and Sariyo seemingly intent on avoiding him, the matter faded away. After everyone had departed, Matsuda finally arrived, weary, with dark circles under his eyes and unshaven stubble, pushing a wheelchair as Mayano escorted him to retrieve the president, who had stayed out all night. Several sleepless nights had left Sariyo mentally exhausted. She fell deeply asleep as soon as she sat in the car, her long legs awkwardly draped over the back of the seat in an unrefined manner. The driver, Mayano, observed her legs still clad in black stockings in the rearview mirror, displaying a look of resignation as he asked, "Does she realize she's wearing a skirt?" For a woman of society, wearing safety shorts beneath a skirt is standard. Matsuda rested his hands behind his head, replying resignedly, "She's been like this since childhood. Raised by a bunch of older men who don't pay attention to such things." Mayano, focusing on the road ahead, remarked flatly, "I've never encountered someone who can maintain such a balanced relationship between the police, the underworld, and various organizations." Matsuda smiled proudly, saying, "You should thank me for that." Mayano's voice revealed no discernible emotion as he replied, "She has so many people under her command and a vast network of relationships. Yet she only trusts you. Not just me." Matsuda seemed to recall something from the past, his smile fading. "She treats you well, you must have noticed." Indeed, she had noticed, but how could a rabbit feel secure accepting goodwill from a suddenly benevolent wolf? Mayano drove until they reached Sariyo's residence near Titan High School. Turning to look at the deeply sleeping Sariyo, he whispered, "She seems very tired. How do we wake her?" "That's simple enough." Matsuda smiled gently, cleared his throat, and turned to say, "Sariyo, the club has taken on a significant task." The slumbering girl abruptly sat up with a thud, her knee crashing against the car window with a muffled sound. Mayano sighed and shook his head. Matsuda tossed his jacket over Sharia's legs, innocently stating, "It's indeed a significant job. The client came looking for you last night but couldn't find you, so they contacted me. I suggest you go see it in person." Shariya remained silent, rubbing her knee where it had struck the window, yawning sleepily. Matsuda added, "It's the Suzuki Foundation. Don't they have their own security team? Why would they come to you?" Mayano inquired attentively. Because the situation is different this time, Matsuda paused before asking, "Do you know about Kaito Kid?" Chapter 69. Kaito Kid. Days later, on March 31st, in the Mori Detective Agency. "You brushed past Shinichi in Shibuya? How is that possible?" Conan lounged casually on the sofa, observing the worried expression on Ran's face, dismissing her concerns nonchalantly. The perpetually inebriated Mori Kagoro burped, scoffing at the boy who harbored ill intentions toward his daughter. "He must be fed up with you. Just ignore that deductive fool." "But he didn't even greet me." Ran stamped her foot in frustration, complaining, "And he was with a girl. Isn't that going too far?" Seeing his illustrious image at risk, Conan quickly defended. "He must have mistaken someone else. Don't take it to heart." "But they really looked alike." Ran remained conflicted, pulling Conan onto her lap. Mori Kagoro, irritated by the overly intimate display, grumbled, "Weren't you just asking me to catch some thief or something?" "Honestly, I'm not very clear on his background," Ran replied with uncertainty. "According to Sunoko's description, he is a notorious thief targeting art pieces and jewels worldwide. The Interpol has tried to apprehend him multiple times, but he always escapes, earning him the secret code 1412. But it seems Japan has given him a different alias," Ran recalled, tilting her head, probably a numeric insult. Mori Kagoro, under the influence of alcohol, stubbornly failed to comprehend, noting that 1412 in English translates to confused little thief. "Yet I don't think he is a bad thief." Ran suddenly remembered something, pulling a piece of paper from her pocket. As she unfolded it, she explained, "This Kaito Kid even sent a strange notification letter to Sunoko's house." "A letter?" Mori Kagoro glanced at the paper, frowning. "Why does it resemble those threatening letters written by criminals?" The paper was adorned with cutouts from newspapers, forming a lengthy message that was disturbingly similar to what the president had held during the video game company murder case. Receiving this is no different from receiving a threatening letter, Conan internally scoffed. Mori Kagoro returned the letter to Ran, asking, "What do you want me to do with this?" "Because Sonoko and the others can't comprehend it. It's like a cipher." Ran looked at him innocently. "That's why I came to you for help." "A cipher?" Initially lethargic, Conan perked up and leaned closer to Mori Kagoro, scrutinizing the text intently. "When the moon separates the two of us, I shall claim the renowned name of the night stars, following the invitation of the waves to receive it," Kagoro read aloud, glancing helplessly at Ran, lamenting. "The rest is torn beyond recognition. That can't be helped. I heard Sonoko's father was so furious upon receiving this letter that he tore it up, and this is how she reassembled it." Ran stifled her laughter as she explained to her friend. "Anyway, the last few words are supposedly not significant." The contents of the letter remained unclear. While Mori Kagoro spoke confidently, he continued to frown at the letter, equally puzzled. "I have no idea." Ran nodded thoughtfully, suddenly beaming with an expectant gleam in her eyes. "I heard Sonoko's family even specially hired bodyguards from Sharia's club." "Sakai Group's bodyguard?" Conan blinked. "Wasn't that a group of reformed mafia lords?" Chapter 70. An inevitable catastrophe at the Miho Museum. The clock struck 1:42 in the afternoon. Normally a tranquil place, it was now awash with a cacophony of noise, helicopters, searchlights, and tactical teams. Those unaware of the situation might easily mistake the spectacle for an operation to apprehend a notorious crime lord. What a sight! Kagoro Mori stood by the library's floor-to-ceiling windows, murmuring, "It seems like all the police forces in Tokyo have been mobilized here." He truly deserved the title of a world-class master thief. Ran also expressed her astonishment, while Conan yawned, clutching a piece of coded paper, his lips curling in disdain. After all this time, he still hadn't cracked these codes. Just then, a voice approached from afar. "Detective Mori, we are truly honored by your presence. Thank you for indulging my daughter's unreasonable request to come here." The speaker was a plump middle-aged man, extending his hand to shake Kagoro Mori's. "Having you here is like adding wings to a tiger. We look forward to your expertise today, Detective Mori." Kagoro recognized him as Shiro Suzuki, the father of his daughter's classmate Sonoko and the president of the Suzuki Foundation. "Rest assured, it's merely a petty thief. I, Kogoro Mori can easily apprehend him. Flattered by the wealthy man's praise, Kogoro felt quite pleased and boasted with a hearty laugh. Such grandiose claims. Yet the codes in this notification letter remain unsolved. Conan interjected with a chuckle, already accustomed to Kogoro's exaggerated confidence. After his laughter subsided, Kogoro recalled something and inquired, "By the way, I heard you hired bodyguards from the Sakai group?" "Yes. Their personnel are already on site." "Remarkably impressive, I must say," Shiro Suzuki replied with a mysterious smile, gesturing with his hand. "And their president is personally here as well." The Suzuki Family Exhibition Hall. "Is this the world's largest black pearl, the Dark Star?" Sayaka leaned down, gazing at the black orb encased in glass, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Indeed, ever since Mr. Suzuki's grandfather acquired that pearl, the Suzuki family's fortunes have soared. Nakamo from the 2nd Investigation Division explained. According to him, this pearl is also the family's guardian spirit. After inspecting the Dark Star for a moment longer, Sayaka shifted her gaze to the tactical team members surrounding the exhibition hall and the roar of helicopters outside, asking, "Inspector Nakamo, isn't the security here a bit excessive for the day before the predicted crime?" Nakamo sighed, raking his fingers through his hair, and explained with frustration, the date mentioned in the notification letter is indeed tomorrow. Thus, we are implementing stringent precautions starting tonight against any potential threats. We have no way of knowing when or how Phantom Thief 1412 will strike. However, with the police and your cooperation, Phantom Thief 1412 is bound to meet his downfall." Sayaka understood Nakamo's tone. She had already researched all relevant individuals beforehand. Nakamo had harbored hopes of capturing the thief since he was merely a patrol officer. The thief's 8-year disappearance had dulled his obsession, but with Phantom Thief 1412 resurfacing, his youthful fervor was rekindled. Yet, she remembered vividly that in her previous life, they had failed to capture Kid the Phantom Thief even when the grass on Jin's grave was 2 meters high. Chapter 71. Decoding the clue. Observing Nakamo's fervor, Sayaka felt a pang of sympathy. Just as she was about to speak, a robust male voice interrupted her softly. "What did you say?" "Didn't I just say to keep an eye on the riverside? We need to allocate some police forces there. Remember, Phantom Thief 1412 intends to infiltrate the museum via the Tetsu River flowing beside it." Curiosity piqued, Sayaka glanced at the speaker while Nakamo shrugged helplessly. The members of the 3rd Investigation Division were often provoked into a frenzy by the Phantom Thief 1412, losing control of themselves. Sayaka quickly recognized the speaker as Tamakami Shintaro, a management officer from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Criminal Affairs Division and Nakamo's superior. Others had also overheard him. At the entrance, Shiro Suzuki, who had just arrived, approached eagerly, asking, "Has the clue been deciphered?" Behind him, Kogoro Mori and his entourage followed, with Conan, cradled in Rant's arms, flashing a Navi smile at Sayaka. "This little rascal." Sayaka raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning less than friendly. Tamakami nodded confidently, stating, "The phrase in the notification letter referring to the invitation from the waves means following the current of the Tetsu River. And there's south no other place in this vicinity with waves except for the Tetsu River." His confidence was palpable. Yet Kogoro Mori couldn't help but laugh, drawing the attention of several people present. "Are you still unaware?" Kogoro exclaimed, brimming with confidence as he addressed the group. "The waves refer to the ocean. And when discussing the ocean, one thinks of the fields. The stars signify that tomorrow, a live concert will be held at the Miho Convention Center by the idol star Yoko Kanya." Kogoro's impromptu deduction was met with astonishment. "Eh?" Tamakami scoffed. "Weren't you previously with the 1st Investigation Division, Mori?" Conan felt as though his intellect had been drained. Why would the ocean be associated with the fields? Moreover, Kogoro's eyes sparkled as he continued. "Her final song has been decided as Moonlight Girl, which implies that the so-called moon will separate the two, meaning Phantom Thief 1412 will make an appearance near the Miho Convention Center around 9 o'clock, just after the concert ends." "Nonsense. I suspect you merely wish to get closer to your idol." Conan groaned, covering his face in exasperation. Who would believe that? However, Tamakami nodded earnestly. "That does make some sense. Could it be that there are many whose IQ rivals Kogoro Mori's in this day and age? Very well. Teams, assemble near the Miho Convention Center immediately," Tamakami commanded, granting Kogoro Mori ample trust and affirmation. "Yes." The team leader, invigorated by the order, led his team out. Shiro Suzuki clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the renowned detective Kagoro Mori. I have no idea how to stop you all." Conan cast a last hopeful glance at Sayaka. This one wouldn't be easily fooled. Chapter 72. The rampant trumpet Sayaka, always astute and sharper than most, had been quietly studying the notification letter in silence until now. Finally, she spoke, "Officer Tamakami, if Phantom Thief 1412 is indeed as unpredictable and childishly capricious as you suggest, then I believe that tomorrow he may not attempt to steal the Dark Star." She truly could discern the nuances. Conan lowered his head, a smile creeping onto his lips, and the reflection glinted off his glasses. Takamura Shintaro turned his gaze towards the strikingly beautiful young woman present, his brow furrowed in confusion. "You are? Oh! Suzuki, the president has hired a bodyguard from the Sakai group. She is their president," Nakamori interjected, explaining that she was there to survey the scene in advance. Takamura frowned and continued to inquire of Sariyo, "Why did you say that just now? Did he not write at the beginning of the letter? April 1st, April Fool's Day." Sariyo pointed to the paper, her demeanor radiating an undeniable grace that momentarily made the others forget her youth and background, compelling them to listen intently. "It is said that the Phantom Thief 1412 has toyed with the police more than once or twice. If the 3rd Division has mobilized such vast resources and still fails to apprehend him, those tabloids will paint the police in an even more incompetent light. Indeed, the media's creativity posed a significant headache for law enforcement." Takamura pondered for a moment but unexpectedly shook his head. "President Sakai, while your statement holds some merit, we must act on that announcement letter. If the media sees that we have made no moves, their criticisms will only become harsher. We shall take our leave." With that, he departed the exhibition hall accompanied by a group of officers. Feeling belittled, Sariyo placed a hand on her hip, exhaling deeply before turning to Nakamori. "Don't be upset. Have you eaten?" As the adults left, Suzuki Sonoko rushed forward, clinging to Sariyo's arm, inviting her, "Let's go eat seafood together." "Oh, I've already eaten." "I had something on the way here," Sariyo replied, still gazing at Takamura's retreating figure. "Moreover, the matters here are not yet resolved. I still have work to do." Sonoko appeared somewhat disappointed and turned to Ran. "I've eaten too," Ran chimed in. "Eating?" Conan's interest was piqued as he dashed to the window. The watch's hands aligned with the position of the sun in the northern hemisphere, the midpoint between 12 o'clock and the hour hand indicated true south. With confidence, Conan gazed outside. "What are you doing?" Sariyo's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "I'm just trying something," Conan quickly explained, widening his innocent eyes and speaking in a childlike voice. "It's something Nichan taught me." "Why does this little one always want to bask in the limelight of the older one?" Sariyo scrutinized his expression, lost in contemplation. Though she had her differences with Kudo, she couldn't deny that this boy, dubbed the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, possessed an intellect that was indeed remarkable, one she could not compare to. According to Conan, south was at 1 o'clock, and southwest lay at 2:30. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she looked at Nakamori with eyes sparkling. "Inspector Nakamori, I believe I have an idea." Chapter 73. The Boy in White. On March 31st at 11:04, Dr. Agasa, clad in his pajamas, was preparing for bed when the landline in the living room rang. Who could be calling at this hour? He hurried to the phone and, after listening for a moment, inquired, "You want me to investigate matters regarding Phantom Thief 1412? On the other end, Conan's familiar youthful voice responded, "There should be information in my father's criminal archives." This task was not particularly difficult. The Kudo couple had left a key with Dr. Agasa while they were away. He queried, "But what do you need to look into this for?" "I plan to meet that individual now. I want to have a clear understanding." Conan's voice was slightly subdued, likely using the phone at the Muri Detective Agency. "Do you already know where he is?" Dr. Agasa exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice. "Why not notify the police?" At the Muri Detective Agency's office, Conan wore a confident smile. "Because I want to see with my own eyes what this notorious thief, who sent out a foreboding letter and caused such a stir, truly looks like." Minutes later, Conan arrived at the rooftop of the building he had seen during the day, peering over the edge. "Shinichi, the information you asked me to check has been reviewed," Dr. Agasa said, propping the phone with his arm while studying the documents. "However, this Phantom Thief 1412 is indeed an elusive figure." Conan inquired with keen interest. "Oh, is that so?" Dr. Agasa continued, "According to the records, the first sighting of Phantom Thief 1412 was 8 years ago in Paris. After that, he vanished without a trace. Some say he has died, yet today, 8 years later, he has resurfaced, primarily operating in Japan. He is described by many names, such as the Lupin of Heisei or the Magician under the Moonlight, but there is one title most commonly known. What is it? Conan quickly asked. A gust of wind swept across the rooftop, followed by the sound of fabric rustling. Slowly turning around, Conan beheld a figure clad in white, descending gracefully like a deity stepping down from the moon, exuding an air of noble elegance. Dr. Agasa's voice echoed from the phone. The Japanese police refer to him as the Phantom Thief Kid. The figure cloaked in white was enigmatic and ethereal, with a monocle obscuring his face and a pristine high hat resting atop his short hair. Noticing Conan's presence, he slowly turned his head toward him. "Ah, little brother." Kid's voice was youthful, tinged with playful amusement. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Conan snapped back to reality, revealing an innocent smile. "I came to find you." In the elevator of the same building, Nakamori exclaimed. "I told you he was an unreasonable guy, just sending a foreboding letter and treating us like children. No one can stop me. I'm gonna catch that guy and bring him to justice." Sariyo, bemused, watched Nakamori and the fervent officers rallying behind him, softly reminding, "Inspector Nakamori, perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. Raising your voice might alert Phantom Thief Kid." Nakamori, who had been ready to continue, found himself stifled by her words. "Honestly, I just muttered a bit, and the whole elevator suddenly jolted, halting between floors. What's going on?" Nakamori's eyes gleamed with realization. That must mean he's on the move. Yet they remained trapped inside. "This is troublesome," Nakamori grumbled, attempting to pry open the elevator doors. Sariyo reached upward and pushed open the hatch above the elevator. Hey, Sakai, don't do anything reckless." Nakamori, having anticipated her next move, hurried to intervene. "If anything happens to you, Tokyo will descend into chaos." "It's fine," Sariyo assured, signaling to the nearby officer. Using his legs as a support, she leaped onto the elevator shaft, firmly pushing aside the partially stuck doors before vaulting out. Chapter 74, a provocative individual at the Metropolitan Police Department, Takamura Shintaro, responsible for capturing Kid, was startled by a report through the intercom regarding suspicious flashes and unusual sounds. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "What?" "Yes." One officer frantically replied, "The location is roughly above the Cupido City Hotel. Should we proceed with further confirmation?" "Of course we need to confirm." Takamura bellowed, then asked, "Where did Nakamori go?" On the rooftop, the distant sound of a helicopter in urgent motion filled the air as the two individuals locked eyes. Conan, maintaining his innocent demeanor, pointed at the approaching helicopter and exclaimed, "Look over there. It seems they have spotted us." Due to the moonlight, Conan could not discern Kid's expression. Yet he clearly heard the latter's refreshing laughter. Kid, unfazed by the police who regarded him as their prime adversary, observed Conan's diminutive figure with keen interest. "Hello there, little brother. You don't seem like an ordinary child," he remarked. "I am Idagawa Conan, a detective," replied Conan confidently, his well-rehearsed words accompanied by a bright smile. "Oh?" Kid's curiosity piqued as he stepped closer. "A bit closer would be even better," Conan mused quietly, discreetly activating his tranquilizer watch behind his back, maintaining a facade of composure. "Mr. Phantom Thief Kid, if you don't make haste, the helicopter will soon arrive." Kid rummaged through his belongings and produced a large black box. "A radio?" he coughed. And to Conan's astonishment, the voice of Tamaki Shintaro emanated from it. "This is Tamaki. We've spotted Phantom Thief Kid on the rooftop of the Cupido City Hotel." "Can he imitate another's voice without a voice changer?" Conan thought incredulously. Kid smirked provocatively. "Attention to all patrol vehicles in the vicinity of Mihara and Cupido Town, as well as all helicopter units flying over Mihara Town. Assemble immediately at the aforementioned location to apprehend Phantom Thief Kid." Inside the police headquarters, Tamaki slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "This rascal dares to mimic my voice. Wait, that's not me. It's a trap set by Phantom Thief Kid. All helicopters and vehicles return immediately." The thunderous shout sent a shiver through the ready officers. "Officer Tamaki, this is Unit 1. The pilot reported. We have reached the airspace above the Cupido City Hotel and have spotted an individual resembling Kid." "What?" Tamaki's frustration mounted. Moreover, it seems the source of the transmission is indeed Kid himself. Before anyone could react, Kid switched to yet another voice, continuing, "Hello, this is Officer Nakamori. All personnel on guard at the Cupido City Hotel. Take note. Kid is on the rooftop. Surround him immediately. We must capture him." As Nakamori and his colleagues finally exited the elevator and sprinted up the stairs, he stumbled, incensed, shouting into his radio, "That's Kid. He's imitating my voice. It's a diversion. How could this be possible? Has Phantom Thief Kid revealed his own location? What could his true intentions be?" Conan, face to face with Kid, shared the same bewilderment. "Are you satisfied now?" Kid maintained his relaxed demeanor, his pristine white suit billowing in the rooftop wind, giving Conan a fleeting sense of tranquility amidst the chaos. What an infuriating fellow. Chapter 75. The beautiful sister. As the two remained in a stalemate, a crisp sound of applause echoed from the shadows. What a splendid performance. Sariyo gracefully emerged, her steps light and poised. "You've got the police dancing to your tune. Sakai-san?" Conan swiftly closed the cover of his tranquilizer watch, concealing his true intentions and adopting a compliant expression. Kid, holding the radio against his chin, contemplated the boy's actions, realizing that he was stalling for the sake of the beautiful police officer. "The police are not so inept as to require a child to capture a thief," Sariyo remarked, twirling her gun with precision. "And I am not a police officer." Her striking beauty was overshadowed by an unmistakable threat that resonated clearly with both men. Being captured by a stunning sister was preferable to being caught by a child. Kid obediently raised his hands, chuckling. This thief, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of arrest, appeared to possess an unwavering confidence that was well earned from his 18 years of soaring through the skies as Phantom Thief Kid. When Nakamori finally reached the rooftop, he kicked open the door with an air of authority, brandishing his gun and bellowing, "Don't move, Kid." However, he was met with a sight that left him dumbfounded. "Oh, it's Officer Nakamori." "Hello there." Kid sat cross-legged on the ground, hands cuffed behind him, exuding a nonchalant charm that belied his predicament. Nakamori found Kid's carefree smile particularly irksome, the kind that made him want to kick him. "Enough with the banter, Kid." Nakamori suppressed the urge to hurl his shoe at Kid's face, advancing with his radio in a fury. "You're already in cuffs, and yet you still don't seem to grasp the gravity of your situation." In truth, Sakai had already unraveled the warning letter. She was aware of the police net that surrounded the hotel. Having suspected that Kid would attempt to traverse the rooftop using a hook, they had inspected the hotel thoroughly, stationing personnel at the entrance. However, they had not anticipated his unconventional descent from the Tokyo Tower. "But you should give up on that black pearl, you have nowhere left to run." Kid responded with a light-hearted, airy tone, glancing at Sariyo with a smile. "The reason I came to visit today was merely to familiarize myself with the surroundings, as I have no intention of stealing that pearl." "What?" Nakamori was taken aback. "As that lovely sister mentioned last night, I made my intentions clear in the opening of that warning letter." Kid shrugged nonchalantly, the handcuffs clattering to the ground. Sariyo frowned, preparing to pin Kid down, but was momentarily blinded by a sudden burst of smoke. Through the haze, Kid's voice emerged. "April 1st, April Fool's Day, of course it's a trick." The rooftop wind swiftly dispersed the white fog, revealing Kid's billowing cloak fluttering at the edge. "Today, I met an intriguing sister who is far more entertaining than Officer Nakamori. Don't let him escape. Arrest him," Nakamori shouted, prompting a surge of officers to charge forward. Kid flicked his wrist, allowing a small object to fall from his sleeve, which detonated upon hitting the ground, releasing a blinding flash. Conan shielded his eyes from the brilliance, vaguely hearing Kid's jovial voice. "Little brother, let me tell you, if a thief is a skillful artist in the craft of stealing treasures, then a detective is merely someone who follows in the thief's wake, nitpicking at every detail, at best, a mere critic." "What?" Conan gasped, forcing his eyes open to see Kid's figure gradually vanish amid the flash, leaving only a flurry of rose petals in his wake. "Helicopter. Radar lockdown. Immediately track him with radar," Nakamori commanded urgently. "However, apart from our 4 helicopters, there are no other objects detected in the vicinity," the helicopter pilot responded. Sariyo rubbed her eyes, suddenly catching a glimpse of a white slip of paper fluttering past. She reached out to catch it, taking a moment to decipher the words. "On April 19th, the Sally Beth will set sail from Yokohama port, and I shall secure that genuine Black Star pearl." Phantom Thief Kid had left his mark. Chapter 76. The Boy in Black. April 3rd. 3 days since the police's failed pursuit of Phantom Thief Kid. At Nakamori's residence, he remarked, "Tamaki prosecutor clearly heard what Kid said that day, and he feels quite remorseful for dismissing your advice. He specifically asked me to convey his sentiments to you." Nakamori placed a plate of braised fish on the table, warmly stating, "I'm not sure where to find good food nearby, so I hope you can bear with me in my humble abode, yet you still lent me a helping hand." "Not at all. Your culinary skills are commendable, Officer Nakamori. Sariyo deftly chopped the scallions, her demeanor poised and courteous. Moreover, as you are a senior from the police department, I cannot simply stand by while you attend to everything. She sighed, oh dear, these matters should be handled by the president. Nakamori decided to sit down, observing Sariyo in the kitchen, skillfully maneuvering as if she were born to it. He mused, my daughter will be home from school soon. You two should meet and perhaps she could learn a thing or two about femininity from you. As Sariyo prepared tempura, she couldn't help but chuckle at Nakamori's remark. I fear I might disappoint you. Nakamori sighed, Aoko's mother passed away long ago and I have always been at a loss regarding how to raise a daughter. Thankfully, the neighbor's child is of similar age and keeps her company. The challenges of single parenthood are numerous, particularly for a girl raised in a fatherless home. Sariyo plated the tempura, distributing it onto several dishes before serving them at the table. Thank you for your hard work, Nakamori replied with a bashful smile. I really appreciate you cooking and your culinary skills are indeed impressive. Oh, it's nothing, Sariyo responded with a polite and shy smile. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. My daughter is back, Nakamori exclaimed excitedly, peering towards the entrance. Oh, Kaido-kun is here too? To ease Sariyo's potential awkwardness, Nakamori quietly added, Kaido Kuroba is the neighbor's child I mentioned. He and Aoko are classmates. He often comes here for meals since there is no one to care for him at home. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's no trouble at all. I was the one who intruded first, Sariyo replied nonchalantly, though her expression suddenly stiffened. The first to step through the door was Nakamori's daughter, Aoko Nakamori, who was remarkably cute and charming. Following closely behind her was a high school boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she recognized. Isn't that Kudo? The boy had a sunny disposition, radiating the vitality typical of youth. Like Shinichi Kudo, he possessed a singular dimple on his left cheek, shallow yet endearing. It was almost too striking how alike they looked. The dimple seemed to suggest a hereditary trait. How could it be that even the asymmetry was identical? Kaido Kuroba. The world is indeed full of wonders. I am tempted to tug at his hair for a paternity test with Shinichi Kudo. Sariyo's expression reflected her hesitation. Aoko Kaido, Nakamori greeted. Come meet the president of the Sakai group. Today's dishes were all prepared by Miss Sakai. Kaido Kuroba, initially smiling, stumbled slightly as he tripped over his own shoes the moment he laid eyes on Sariyo. Aoko politely greeted Sariyo before turning back to Kaido, exclaiming, honestly, why are you so nervous? Miss Sakai is here to inquire about that thief kid. After dinner, you can both attend to your own matters. Nakamori brought forth bowls and chopsticks. Kaido Kuroba furrowed his brows inwardly, his smile faltering as he surveyed the dinner table, his expression shifting to one of distress. Who made the fish? Chapter 77. Pre-battle preparations. Although Kaido Kuroba maintained an expression of perpetual suspicion throughout the meal, the dinner was nonetheless quite enjoyable. Even with a gaze from across the table that scrutinized and puzzled, nothing untoward occurred. After dinner, Sariyo and Nakamori moved to the living room of the Nakamori residence. Nakamori had studied the movements of the Phantom Thief Kid for over a decade, meticulously analyzing every action. Sariyo recognized the importance of this and sought to discuss matters with Nakamori before Kid officially commenced his operations, representing the security team collaborating with the Suzuki Foundation. The Suzuki Foundation is renowned globally as a wealthy conglomerate, and Sariyo had no intention of antagonizing them at this juncture. Even if they failed to capture Kid, they could not tarnish the company's reputation. Sariyo listened intently, occasionally engaging Nakamori in conversation while contemplating the distribution of security personnel on the day of the event. Suddenly, she sensed an unexpected guest nearby, nodding earnestly as if in agreement with their discussion. From the kitchen, Aoko's voice rang out, Kaido. Don't disturb Dad and Miss Sakai. Come help. Sariyo turned to see Kaido, unashamed after being caught, and regarded him critically. Kaido flashed a playful smile and slipped into the kitchen. This is too strange. How can Kaido Kuroba resemble Shinichi Kudo so closely? Sariyo discreetly tucked away her burgeoning doubts and casually inquired, what does his family do? Nakamori beamed with pride as he explained, his father is the world-renowned magician Kaido Kuroba, but sadly, he passed away in an accident years ago. His mother has been abroad for a long time, leaving Kaido in my care. I suppose I've helped raise him over the years, ha 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 ha. Since this boy was raised under his watch, the possibility of him being a spy for an organization was unlikely. Could it be? Sariyo's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Was Mrs. Kudo rather adventurous in her youth? New York, April 19th. Aboard the Queen Sally Beth docked at Yokohama port. Cease this activity immediately, Saki Police Chief Nakamori urged, pointing at the throngs boarding the vessel. The opponent is Kid the Phantom Thief. It's far too easy for him to approach the gemstone through such inspections. Don't say that, Nakamori, Saki Shintaro said, unusually lenient. All the prominent figures attending tonight's party are here, we cannot act recklessly. Moreover, if we cancel this banquet out of fear of Kid, it would reflect poorly on the police. Rest assured, this ship will take approximately 3 hours to reach Tokyo after departing Yokohama. It's essentially a prison on the ocean. Even if he manages to board, he'd be a fish in a barrel. Speaking of which, where is the president of the Sakai group? He added, glancing around with anticipation. Weren't you just dismissive of the mafia? Nakamori replied, the president has already taken her team to patrol. She seems quite enthusiastic. That 1,000-member organization? Saki exclaimed in surprise. How many people did she bring? Well, Nakamori's expression grew awkward as he pondered. There should be quite a few. Chapter 78. The banquet begins inside the banquet hall. We, the Suzuki Foundation, are celebrating our 60th anniversary. I sincerely thank you all for your support and encouragement, Suzuki Shiro, the chairman of the Suzuki Foundation, declared from the center stage, hoping that everyone would forget about that infamous thief for the evening and enjoy the grand and elegant gathering with over 500 guests present. With a microphone in hand, the chairman spoke grandly, and behind him a striking woman with short hair stepped forward, raising her voice before anything else. I would like to share a special idea that came to me. Upon boarding, I handed each guest a small box. Please open it now. Frankly, this is a little challenge I devised for that foolish thief. Upon hearing this, the guests eagerly opened their boxes. Indeed, Suzuki Tomoko raised her own box. This is our family heirloom and the primary target of Kid the Phantom Thief tonight, the Midnight Star. The guests below were taken aback, never expecting Tomoko to present the precious black pearl so openly, and the hall erupted into whispers. Of course, there is only one genuine article. As for whom I entrusted the real one to, that is known only to me. The pearls in your possession are all replicas, Tomoko declared with a triumphant smile. Very well, everyone. Now, please adorn this pearl upon your chest, allowing Kid to see the pearls worn by everyone. If he truly possesses the ability to steal, let him observe discreetly. However, the success of this endeavor hinges upon the ship remaining at sea for 3 hours. I hope he can discern which one is genuine. Sariyo, representing the Sakai group at the banquet, and Matsuda Aikir also listened intently. What? You say that Kaito Kuroba has already infiltrated this vessel and is disguised as my father? During the gathering, Sonoko quietly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Kogoro Muri nodded. Having just discovered in the restroom that Conan found the clothing and props used by Kaito to impersonate Mr. Suzuki, the police have already commenced their investigation. However, looking at the identical black pearls adorning the guests, Kogoro scratched his head, expressing his dilemma. Madam, all 500 guests here today are wearing black pearls, but apart from one genuine piece, the rest are exquisite replicas. If you do not inform me which one is authentic, how can I ensure their safety? No matter how skillfully crafted, they remain mere imitations. A glint of sharpness flickered in Tomoko Suzuki's gaze. With careful observation, one could still discern some differences. Some pearls, like the one I wear, lack a striking luster, while others, like yours, shine brilliantly yet are flawed imitations. Nonetheless, Kogoro hesitated. You cannot expect me to verify each individual. Can you? His expression mirrored that of Saki beside him. Tomoko Suzuki chuckled softly, saying, Then let me provide you with a clue. This night star confounded my grandfather 60 years ago, primarily due to its wondrous radiance, which is why I entrusted it to the most suitable person. The most suitable person? Kogoro paused, glancing forlornly at the pearl on his chest, murmuring, So, it must be a woman? Did he still harbor hopes of the pearl resting upon him? What about Ran? Sariyo inquired. I believe she must have gotten lost somewhere. Sariyo, have you forgotten? Ran is notoriously directionally challenged. Sonoko laughed. In the cruise ship's restroom, a young girl adjusted her red evening gown, glancing down at her chest, feeling somewhat awkward as she tucked her long hair behind her ear. Chapter 79. The code. As soon as Sonoko finished speaking, Ran entered through the banquet hall door, scanning the area until she spotted Sariyo and the others, making her way over. Saki also noticed Sariyo's group, his earlier excitement from Kaito Kuroba's antics now replaced with restraint. He approached a performance stage in the banquet hall, picked up the microphone, gently tapped it to gain everyone's attention, and announced, "Ahem, I am Saki, an officer from the Metropolitan Police Department." Seeing that all eyes were now on him, Saki continued, "I believe everyone has heard of my name. The infamous villain seems to have infiltrated the ship. He is a master of disguise, conducting thorough research on his targets, flawlessly mimicking their appearance, voice, and personality, a criminal whose skills defy conventional reasoning. The police suspect he may have already mingled among you, blending in seamlessly. Typically, we would conduct individual inspections. However, this time, to preserve the festive atmosphere, we shall refrain. Instead, each of you should pair up with someone nearby and establish a code known only to the two of you." "I see." Kagoro clapped his hands together. "This way, that fellow cannot continuously impersonate different individuals, allowing the police to more easily identify suspicious characters. But if Kid has already infiltrated and successfully disguised himself as someone, isn't this plan ineffective? After all, Kid is a master of disguise, capable of altering his voice without a voice changer. A thief who could rival hundreds of voice actors. Could it be that Kaido Kuroba is actually a voice actor in real life?" Conan pondered intently. Rand slightly leaned in and whispered, "What code should we choose? Conan?" "Huh?" Conan was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before replying. "How about this, if I say Sherlock Holmes, then you say Lupin?" Rand's eyes sparkled as she remarked meaningfully, "Lupin? Isn't he also a thief?" "Sariya, what about you?" Conan turned to ask. Sariya had been lost in thought, and upon hearing Conan's question, she lowered her gaze to meet his eyes, teasingly asking, "What do you think of cherry blossoms?" "Huh?" Her sudden seriousness caught him off guard. Matsuda leaned closer to Sariya, wearing a mischievous grin, and suggested, "Then I'll say Pablo Diego Jos Francisco de Paula Juan Nepomuceno Crisp en Crispiniano de la Sant Sima Trinidad Ruiz Picasso. How about that?" "I suspect you are merely here to fill the word count," Sariya retorted, raising her gaze. "Do you have the ability to repeat that?" Matsuda chuckled, looking dapper in his formal attire. Just as everyone began to discuss their codes in small groups, the lights in the banquet hall flickered and suddenly went out. The unexpected darkness plunged everyone into panic, and a wild laughter echoed from the corners of the hall. "What's happening? Control room, respond." Mori rushed to the walkie-talkie outside, his voice tense. On the other end, an officer hesitated before responding. "No, officer, this is..." Suddenly, the sound of flashing lights erupted from all directions, illuminating a figure hovering from the ceiling, resembling a dove in flight. Kaido Kuroba. The familiar figure elicited gasps from the crowd. "Oh dear. This thief is truly a headache." A triumphant female voice emerged from the astonished audience. Tomoko Suzuki stepped forward, raising a gun with one hand, aiming at the white thief. "That mischievous brat deserves a little punishment." Bang! To the astonishment of all, Tomoko indeed pulled the trigger. "Mom!" Sonoko gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Mori shouted, "What have you done?" Sariya glanced at Matsuda, who maintained an indifferent expression, even appearing somewhat amused. "Weren't you the one eager to see Kaido Kuroba? Why so calm now?" Sariya teased, "You even managed to escape the wheelchair early. Didn't you accept payment to deal with Kaido Kuroba? Why is it just me?" Matsuda mimicked her tone, laughing as he replied, "You even accepted full payment in advance." Sariya crossed her arms, leisurely observing the group of officers rushing forward to encircle Kaido with tablecloths, saying, "I thought you were after Officer Sato." Matsuda casually remarked, "Oh, that ended a long time ago." The information was overwhelming. Sariya blinked in surprise. Huh? She was utterly unaware of when their relationship had begun. How could she not know about such a significant development? Matsuda chuckled like an outsider and remarked, "After the explosion incident, we went out on a date, but she had a inyang hot pot while I opted for a spicy one. We simply weren't compatible, so it didn't progress any further." What an absurd reason. Sarika's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Matsuda patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "You don't understand, do you? This is what it means to be an adult." Meanwhile, Suzuki Tomoko had already stowed the gun away, a smile gracing her face as she reassured the astonished crowd, "You needn't worry, Inspector, for this individual is still alive. We have caught this thief using a tablecloth. He pretended to be shot by my model gun." With a proud grin, Suzuki continued, "Indeed, this is the brilliant magician, Mr. Sanada Kazumi, whom I specifically hired for this performance. Guests, let us applaud him for his portrayal of the infamous Phantom Thief Kid." "Sanada Kazumi?" Matsuda murmured the name, glancing at Sarika, casually inquiring, "Sarika, do you understand the intricacies of magic?" Is it like this? Sarika lightly snapped her fingers, and a black pearl materialized at her delicate fingertips. Matsuda looked down in surprise, realizing that the pearl he had expected to see on his own chest had vanished. You can do that too? He asked with keen interest. Sarika's face radiated confidence, a proud demeanor enveloping her features. In gambling, if you are caught cheating even once, you could be pursued to the ends of the earth. I possess sufficient skills to engage in such tricks at the Las Vegas casinos. Matsuda scrutinized Sarika's exceptionally nimble hands, then glanced at Sanada Kazumi performing magic on stage, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sarika continued, sometimes. The techniques used in cheating at gambling and in magic are quite similar. When your attention is drawn elsewhere, you instinctively overlook other details. So, how do you plan to break today's game? Matsuda asked leisurely. Well, Sarika slowly smiled, her gaze honing in on a small figure within the crowd, her eyes gleaming with resolute certainty. Chapter 81, Chaos at the Banquet. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Chaki vigilantly scanned the surroundings while maintaining order, shouting, "Silence." Nakamori took the notice of Phantom Thief Kid from Rant's hands, questioning, "Is this truly a note left by Phantom Thief Kid?" "Yes, this paper was affixed to the card that Ran just drew," Yoko exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she scrutinized the faces of the men who had touched the card, hoping to catch a glimpse of her idol, Kid. But how did that fellow manage to stick this note on? Kid's movements were elusive, and everything else remained a mystery. The only certainty seemed to be that he was indeed on the ship. If that's the case, does he already know where the real Black Pearl is? Mori Kagoro's query echoed the concerns of the police officers from the investigation team. Yet, Suzuki Tomoko remained skeptical, sneering as she declared, "Even if there were a chance, this is a prison on the sea. I refuse to believe he possesses the capability to steal the Dark Star from this heavily guarded ship and escape unscathed. Seal off the banquet hall's entrances. No one is to enter or exit," Nakamori commanded loudly. The sudden upheaval sent the banquet hall into chaos, with the crowd growing increasingly frantic. When Yoko finally managed to navigate through the throng with Ran, she turned to Ran's chest, exclaiming, "Ran, the pearl on your chest." Ran glanced down, astonished to find the space where the Black Pearl should have been was empty. No way. A black pearl rolled past them. "Excuse me, could someone please help me pick up that pearl?" Ran called out as she jogged forward. A man in front bent down to retrieve it. But the black pearl suddenly emitted a thick smoke, followed by a deafening explosion. Bang! What was that noise? The nearby guests looked around in alarm, only to see the black pearl still smoking on the ground, eliciting even more panicked cries. "It's the pearl!" The pearl exploded. On the ground, a multitude of black pearls rolled out from nowhere, detonating one after another before the guests. "I don't want to wear such dangerous things." Startled, people hurriedly removed the dark star they wore on their chests and tossed them to the ground. Bang! Another explosion ensued. The crowd was now in complete turmoil. "Calm down. Calm down." Chaki and a group of police officers frantically attempted to restore order. Matsuda leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the chaos among the entrepreneurs sparked by a few smoke bombs. Sarika exchanged glances with him and swiftly made her way out of the hall. Furrowing his brow, a wave of unease washed over him, just as he heard Suzuki Tomoko's piercing scream. "My pearl is gone." Meanwhile, Ran, are you alright? Conan finally pushed through the chaotic crowd to reach a visibly distressed Ran. "Yes," Ran replied, glancing at the scattered pearls. "Those pearls, some of them explode." Conan seized Ran's hand, urging, "Ran, let's go over there." "All right." Caught up in the chaos, Ran followed Conan in the direction he indicated. Yet, no one noticed the faint yellow powder dusting Ran's snow-white neck. Outside the banquet hall, Sarika removed her gloves, revealing several intricate metal components, her eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. This was a crucial assignment. Failure was not an option. Chapter 82. The legendary thief. As Ran followed Conan's lead, they drifted further away with fewer people fleeing around them. However, Conan seemed entirely unfazed, as if he were intimately familiar with the layout of the cruise ship. "Conan, where are you taking me?" Ran could not help but inquire. "Well," Conan continued forward, still holding Ran's hand, his innocent smile unwavering. "I have a few questions for you, Ran." "What sort of questions?" Ran chuckled, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. After leading her to a deserted area on the opposite side of the ship, Conan finally halted, insisting, "But you must answer them yourself." "Me?" Ran looked at Conan's back, sensing a departure from his initial childlike innocence, and questioned, "Conan, what's wrong? What do you want to ask me?" Conan ignored her inquiry, fidgeting with his right foot until a soccer ball seemingly prepared in advance rolled out from the shadows. "Conan?" Ran's eyes were filled with confusion. "You see." Conan finally turned around, skillfully juggling the soccer ball with his toes, the cold blue reflection in his glasses gleaming, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I have already deduced who Phantom Thief Kid is." "Phantom Thief Kid?" Ran gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Conan's smile grew more assured. The pearl symbolizes the moon and femininity. Inside the storage room, Conan tossed the soccer ball high into the air before catching it with precision. Had he not been speaking, Ran might have believed his entire focus was on the ball's ascent and descent. Among all the attendees, the only name associated with the moon was Suzuki Tomoko. Thus her pearl must be the genuine one. "You already knew that the pearls at the Miho Museum were fake." Conan continued, "The primary component of pearls is calcium carbonate. Despite any efforts to protect them, their luster will fade within a mere decade or so. The Suzuki family's heirloom could not possibly be something newly acquired in recent years, could it?" Having received no response from Ran, Conan let out a cold smile. "Moreover, your invitation clearly states that it must be the genuine Dark Knight star. How could I possibly overlook that? Am I not correct?" Turning around, the warm blue eyes behind his glasses radiated the unique confidence and pride once characteristic of Shinichi Kudo. As he fixed his gaze on Ran and spoke each word with resounding clarity, "Mr. Kaito Kuroba." Upon uttering the name of the Phantom Thief, an even greater excitement sparkled in Conan's eyes. "What kind of joke is this?" Ran replied with calm laughter. "But if you doubt my words so much, then perhaps we should call the police." With that, she reached for the fixed telephone hanging nearby. Suddenly, a football, crackling with electricity, soared through the air, hurtling towards her hand that was reaching for the phone. The phone was crushed, emitting a wisp of black smoke. Conan, hands tucked in his pockets, chuckled. "I won't let you resort to those tricks from the rooftop of the Cup Noodles Hotel. Besides, a renowned thief would not settle for such pedestrian methods, would he? I have exerted every effort to pay homage to you, the artist who dares to infiltrate the realm of crime." Chapter 83. The renowned thief. There was a hint of mockery in Conan's tone. However, great artists often gain recognition only after their demise. "I shall let you become a legendary thief." That, Ran burst into laughter. "However, it seems you haven't caught him yet." From her fingers appeared 5 small red orbs, which she deftly flicked, enveloping her figure in a sudden burst of smoke. "Indeed, it is you." With his suspicions confirmed, Conan positioned his watch before him and declared, "How about it? The one who loses should concede, don't you think?" "Oh dear, what a troublesome child," Kaito feigned exasperation, yet added, "Even without you, my operation today would still have succeeded." Conan furrowed his brow in confusion. Kaito picked up the gleaming black pearl, holding it up to the light for a closer inspection. This pearl, though genuine, has a tracker installed beneath its base. He turned to observe Conan's expression, smirking as he jested. "Ah, judging by your face, it seems you were unaware of this." Conan instinctively inquired, "Is it President Suzuki?" "Not at all," Kaito replied, gracefully bowing towards a certain direction. "The one who installed the tracker is that beautiful lady." Turning around, Conan spotted a captivating figure clad in a formal gown, leaning against the railing of the second floor. Her long hair secured with a red ribbon, exuding an air of elegance and pride, akin to a solitary black swan among a flock of chickens. It was Sariyo Sakai. Although she typically mingled with a group of older men, her intuition as a woman was remarkably acute. Conan hesitated, contemplating whether to leverage Sariyo's connections to investigate that organization. Yet his mind was clouded with other doubts. At this moment, he chose to retreat quietly, allowing the adults to take center stage like an ordinary child. "Oh right," Kaito suddenly recalled, glancing at the pink lingerie that had fallen to the ground after shedding his disguise. "I borrowed some clothes from that girl. If I don't find her, she might catch a cold." Staring at the pile of women's clothing on the ground, Conan's expression turned dull. "So you have this kind of hobby?" "Ah well, though I didn't make them myself, they are still from my subordinates." Kaito chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Conan's wild speculations, unaware that the animosity and affection between him and the young detective had begun at that very moment, and the peculiar image he inadvertently left in the child's eyes would never return. Damn it! Conan thought to pursue him but glanced back at the heap of clothing. envisioning various unspeakable scenarios. His anger flared, and his ears turned crimson. How could Ran allow this? That Kaido, the next time we meet, I shall surely strip him of his clothes as well. Sariya leaped gracefully from the second floor, landing lightly on the ground. Addressing Conan, she said, "You go deliver the clothes to Muri, I'll keep an eye on this gentleman thief." Reluctantly, Conan cast one last glance at the white-clad thief before hurriedly running outside. Clutching the garments, Sariya leisurely adjusted her gloves and, once Conan had departed, slowly remarked, "Well, it seems we are left with just the two of us." Kaido showed no signs of urgency, maintaining an equally relaxed tone as he inquired, "What does the president wish to discuss with me?" "I have some information that I believe you should be informed of," Sariya replied, smoothly producing a handgun that she pointed directly at Kaido's dashing brow. "That black pearl does not, in fact, contain a tracker." Chapter 84. The Gambler's Mind. Sariya held the gun steadily, her gaze calm, as if observing a playful child. Kaido dismissed her words with a smile. "How could that be? I distinctly heard the plans discussed between myself and Inspector Nakamori regarding how to deal with Kaido, didn't I?" Sariya slightly lifted her chin, interrupting his confident discourse with a disdainful addition. "Only a fool would employ such a mindless method as installing a tracker." Conan, who had wandered further away, suddenly sneezed. Holding the gun in one hand while adjusting the flowing skirt of her evening gown with the other, Sariya continued, "The only ones who knew about my intentions to install a tracker were Inspector Nakamori and a young boy. My companion is currently with Inspector Nakamori." Observing him, "This makes your identity rather intriguing." Kaido appeared unfazed. At least, he showed no signs of worry on the surface. He even engaged Sariya in discussion. "How could you have been prepared to test that boy at that moment? After all, Kaido is at least in his 30s. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision." "I wanted to take a gamble." Sariya approached, the sound of her high heels clicking against the iron ship's floor resonating crisply as her tone shifted dramatically. "Moreover, a man who has been committing crimes until 8 years ago and is now over 30, calling me sister in public is far more difficult to accept than the bankruptcy of the Saki group." Wait. Kaido realized he could not refute this. Is this woman really concerned about that? "I advise you to confess quickly." Sariya glared at Kaido with personal resentment. "With this face, I could easily pass for a high school student. If you were indeed the one from 8 years ago, calling me sister as a man in his 30s, then this bullet shall find its way to your brain." Women can be truly terrifying. With her hair falling over her forehead, Sariya said leisurely, "Brother, this is sister's job. You cannot take the pearl." "Since sister has said so, I suppose I have no choice." Kaido feigned resignation, raising his hands. "However," he added, "but I still have one question." Sariya lowered her skirt, gathering her fallen hair, her eyes fixed intently on Kaido's every move. Kaido smiled and asked, "Since this is sister's job, why didn't you expose me when that little detective was present and hand me over to Inspector Nakamori?" Sariya's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Without providing an answer, Kaido continued, "I suspect it's because sister only accepted the payment to protect the Black Pearl and did not receive a commission to capture Kaido. After all, if sister truly wanted to catch me, she wouldn't have come to this banquet with just one person." "Not entirely," Sariya offered a look of approval. She lowered her handgun and tucked it into the belt at her thigh. "I became the leader of the Saki group because it was my father's legacy. Continuing the talent of my predecessors and fulfilling their wishes, we share a commonality in this regard. Perhaps it is a mutual appreciation, or perhaps it is the elusive phantom thief kid that stirs a trace of sentiment within Sariya from her past life. Alternatively, it could be Sariya's unervingly acute intuition that leads her to subconsciously believe that one day she will utilize the talents of this very individual, capable of manipulating the police with ease. Sariya, being a shrewd businesswoman, calculates that the potential benefits of capturing Kid do not outweigh the drawbacks, thus she would not pursue such an endeavor. Chapter 85. On the edge of a storm, Kid delicately toyed with the pitch-black pearl in his hand, its surface reflecting the moonlight that filtered in, casting an ethereal glow around it. There was no need for him to rush, even if Sariya truly intended to apprehend him. A mere text trap from a tracker could never constitute credible evidence. Such glittering objects were only appealing to crows. Sariya calculated the time and remarked, "That little imp should be calling for help soon. You ought to depart now." Kid chuckled softly, tossing the black pearl toward her as he pressed his left hand against his heart, bowing slightly with an elegance that matched his demeanor. Then, "I eagerly await our next encounter, beautiful sister." Sariya caught the black pearl with both hands, and in the process, the hem of her skirt fell to the ground. entangling her feet and diverting her attention. When she lifted her gaze again, the figure clad in pure white had vanished without a trace. She stood in place for a considerable time, a look of intrigue crossing her features. From the moment Conan had discovered Kid to the instant she had aimed her gun at his head, Kid's composure had remained largely unchanged, a testament to his remarkable mental fortitude. Perhaps he could indeed be of assistance to her in the future? Sariyo toyed with the black pearl, taking a few steps in the direction Kid had taken. The salty sea breeze caressed her, and as she gazed out, all she saw was darkness, save for the flickering orange lights along the shore that marked the final boundary between sea and sky. The ship was not close to the shore. It was at least 2 kilometers away. The boy has quite the stamina, Sariyo couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning on her heels and slowly making her way back to the banquet hall in her high heels. The merriment of the banquet hall had dissipated, and the guests, who had finally settled down, gathered in small clusters. At the center, the Suzuki family animatedly discussed something while Matsuda stood on the periphery, his face a mask of impatience, occasionally digging at his ear with his pinky, appearing exceedingly drowsy. Upon learning that Sariyo had returned the black pearl, which had been stolen by Kid, to Tomoko Suzuki, the accolades for the reputation of the bodyguards under the Sakai group reached new heights, and praises for Sariyo flowed ceaselessly. Conan harbored doubts about Kid's escape, particularly as Sariyo, armed with a handgun, was overseeing him, a mafia leader who acted solely on whims. She had no personal vendetta against Kid. Perhaps they had reached some understanding that allowed her to lower her weapon and release the cunning thief. However, he could no longer inquire of Sariyo under the identity of Shinichi Kudo, for this mafia heiress, thrust back into the media spotlight after reclaiming the black pearl from Kid, was now surrounded by members of her faction, escorting her back to Kabukicho. It must be noted that Sariyo Sakai bore the kind of label that all media adored, an orphan who managed to control an entire mafia, a pitiable character navigating the treacherous underworld while maintaining her integrity, complemented by a beauty that was rivaled by none on the silver screen. Coupled with the impeccable diplomatic policies of the Sakai group, this Heisei-era muse became an instant darling of the media, thrusting the Sakai group back into the limelight after a year and a half of relative quiet due to Sariyo's enrollment in school. To evade the throngs of reporters gathered outside the school, Sariyo was compelled to take a leave of absence and return to the West Street of Kabukicho, temporarily escaping the spotlight. Chapter 86. A dream reset. Sorrow. Someone was calling her, bending down to play with her eyelashes, a ticklish sensation. Sariyo forced her eyes open. "You're awake?" The man before her sported tousled curls and a mischievous grin. He pointed towards a blank expanse in the distance. "Little imp, I must take my leave." "What are you saying?" Sariyo struggled to keep her eyes open, watching as Matsuda receded further away, desperately trying to speak, yet her voice failed her. "I was meant to leave, and now I must go over there." In the direction Matsuda indicated stood Idai, Ajiwara, Jifuku, Akemi, and many others whom Sariyo had seen on her undercover list but could not name. They all looked at her, smiling together. She even spotted Jin, whose gaze held a peculiar depth that she could not decipher even now. After a prolonged silence, Jifuku smiled gently, reminiscent of their first meeting, and said, "Sorrow, among all these people you alone have the chance to start over." Ireland also wore a proud smile. "What a fortunate little imp you are. If I were you, I would seize this opportunity. This time, he has accompanied you long enough. The dream is about to awaken, and everything will return to its rightful place." Sariyo longed to chase after them, but her feet stubbornly refused to obey, leaving her rooted in place, a testament to her helplessness. Mayano suddenly blocked her path and remarked, "Do you not understand? Eventually, these things will revert to their original trajectories. The more you cherish them now, the greater your suffering will be when they are lost." Sariyo stared blankly at the unfamiliar expression on Mayano's face, a sudden realization dawning upon her. The last time she had seen her in her past life, Mayano had looked at her in the same way, a mix of sorrow and profound disappointment. When the nightmare jolted her awake, Sariyo found herself still on the second floor of the billiards hall in Kabukicho, wrapped in a lady's coat. "Having trouble sleeping?" A gentle voice sounded nearby. Sariyo shielded her eyes from the harsh light and murmured a soft assent. The speaker was Akemi Mayano, who, ever since Sariyo had facilitated the reunion of the two sisters, had sought various means to repay what Sariyo deemed a trifling favor. Most often, she helped tidy up the billiards hall, thereby extending her time with her sister. "Yes? I've been quite busy lately," Sariyo replied, her voice muffled. She remained lost in the reverie of her recent dream. In her previous life, those she cherished had gradually faded away, and those who once cared for her had grown thoroughly disillusioned. In her final years of guarding their graves, she was utterly forsaken. She would forever remember the last words Mayano had spoken to her before departing in her past life. Sakai, do you still believe that my aloofness stems from your failure to save my sister? If not, then for what reason could it be? This time, she was striving so hard to amend the regrets of the past, but how much would it truly matter? Knowing the trajectory of the future, the lives of Matsuda and Akemi, as well as the friendship between Mayano and Zero, swayed precariously in the autumn winds, about to tumble into oblivion. Why must I endure such an ominous dream? Sariyo rose, pressing her fingers against her throbbing temples, her eyes dimming as if they had plummeted into an abyss. Mayano had witnessed this demeanor of hers before. The young leader seemed to be suffering from a nervous breakdown due to her overwhelming responsibilities, frequently jolted awake from nightmares. She felt a pang of sympathy for the excessively youthful leader and quietly asked, "Shall I prepare some walnut milk for you? It might help soothe your nerves." Chapter 87. The described world Akemi Mayano was a kind and resilient woman, and the walnut milk was soon prepared and placed before Sariyo. Cradling the cup, Sariyo nestled into the sofa, gently blowing away the steam that rose from its surface, seemingly inquiring with casual interest, "Mayano, did you ever date a Kai?" "Huh?" Mayano instinctively averted her gaze from Sariyo, her hand pausing in the midst of polishing a billiard cue, hesitating as she replied, "It's fine. I'm merely curious." Sariyo gently traced the edge of her cup with her fingers. "Do you hate him?" Akemi Mayano turned around, looking at Sariyo with a hint of confusion regarding the question. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity and brightness that possessed a subtle warmth absent in Shiho Mayano, causing Sariyo to avert her gaze and say, "He deceived you, and it was the exposure of his identity that led the organization to begin guarding against you. Will you harbor resentment towards him for this?" Something flickered in Akemi's eyes and her voice softened. "When he was with me, he painted a beautiful world, and I am still grateful to him. It was I who burdened Mr. Akai. From once being the affectionate Takuan to now the distant Mr. Akai." Akemi spoke with palpable anguish, her expression hovering anxiously between the past and the present. Sariyo closed her eyes and exhaled softly, sensing the atmosphere had turned heavy. Akemi smiled brightly and said, "Oh, by the way, I heard from Shiho that you and Officer Matsuda have been teaching her martial arts over the years. That's wonderful. Shiho and I are truly grateful for your care." Noticing an odd tone in her voice, Sariyo inquired, "Is something troubling you?" Akemi shook her head. "The world Mr. Akai described to me was so beautiful, a life free from constraints and full of spontaneity, which is what I desire. I want to make up for Shiho's childhood." The word make-up stirred an ominous feeling within Sariyo, and she set down her cup, immediately asking, "What do you intend to do?" "It's nothing serious, really," Akemi replied, shaking her head but maintaining a smile that hinted at unspoken thoughts. Sariyo recalled how, in her past life, Akemi had actively sought to leave the organization, which ultimately led to her demise. She began, "Akemi, I can." But before she could finish, Akemi gently pressed her finger to Sariyo's lips, insisting, "No, Sariyo, you are not alone. You are the president of a 1,000-member organization. You cannot endanger those 1,000 lives because of my issues." The very problem Akemi pointed out was the same chain that bound Sariyo in both her past and current life. The organization was her father's dying wish, and every education she received throughout her life was to prepare her to become the president of the Sakai Group. With the support of over 1,000 people behind her, she bore not only their hopes but also the weight of their expectations, which shackled her true desires like chains. Sariyo had completely lost sight of what she could do without the Sakai Group. The foreboding feeling grew stronger as she looked at Akemi, envisioning her from the previous life, lying in a pool of blood like a white rose trampled and ravaged. She wanted to help her. Just as Sariyo opened her mouth to speak, Takayama suddenly burst in, holding a report and slightly out of breath. He glanced at Akemi, then turned to Sariyo, saying, "President, we have news about Numikawa." Chapter 88. Tsutenkaku standing at a height of 103 meters. Tsutenkaku is one of Osaka's iconic structures. A boy, slightly darker skinned than the average Asian, excitedly introduced the landmarks to a group behind him. "Over there is Tennoji-zu, that is Osaka Municipal Gymnasium, and here we have Tsutenkaku. How about that? Isn't it wonderful? The view is fantastic." "Indeed, the view here is splendid," Ran exclaimed, putting down her binoculars. "However, I feel this place is hardly different from Tokyo Tower. Kagoro Mori remarked lazily, leaning against the railing and yawning. Hattori, however, seemed to disagree, his inherent pride as a Kansai native making him scoff. Please, don't compare this to that boring red tower. Not wishing to engage in an argument, Kagoro waved his hand. By the way, shouldn't we go eat? Hattori raised his wrist. Let us wait a bit longer. Someone will be here to pick us up. Before he could finish, he felt a tug on his clothing and looked down to see a cute, youthful boy with wide eyes. Why did you have to bring me to Osaka? There must be something going on, right? Why do you ask? Hattori replied, puzzled. Can't I just want to invite you both for a little fun? Don't kid me, Conan retorted, already aware of his friend's tendencies. Don't think I don't know you. No, Hattori laughed, waving his hands. This time, I genuinely just want to take you out for a good time. With that, Hattori stood up and gazed down at Osaka Castle, his tone unexpectedly serious. I simply wanted to bring you to see Osaka, after all. We never know when we might not be here anymore. Huh? Conan jolted. What do you mean by that? I had a rather ominous dream, Hattori sighed, shaking his head slightly as he continued to stare at the distant sky. Conan was taken aback. A dream? What dream? Yes, in the midst of capturing the criminal. I was stabbed by them, Hattori said casually, suddenly turning to Conan with a smile, as if the heavy content was merely a jest. You just died in that dream. Hey, that's not funny, Conan exclaimed, clearly displeased. Can you not just casually kill someone off in a dream? Well, that's the situation. So enjoy Osaka to your heart's content. Hattori chuckled mischievously. Just then, a crew-cut man entered their line of sight. Sorry, Heiji. I'm late. Finally here, Hattori said, throwing an arm around the newcomer's shoulder as if they were close friends. Was the traffic bad? Why did it take you so long? Sorry. The officer who rushed in sheepishly scratched his head. Hello, everyone. I'm Yusuke Sakata from the Osaka Prefectural Police's Higashishiri Station. I apologize for being late. I had to pick someone up. Wait, a police officer? Ran looked at Hattori in confusion. It's my dad, Hattori replied. He said that since Mr. Mori is coming to Osaka, he must ensure a proper welcome, so he sent someone to pick us up. By the way, where's my dad? Didn't he say he would come personally? Chief Sakata stepped in quietly. He's caught up in a meeting regarding that case and can't make it. Conan blinked. That case? Chapter 89. The Osaka serial murder case in Osaka. At a teppanyaki restaurant, Sariyo sat at the bar, her phone wedged under her arm, blowing on a steaming takoyaki in her hand. You really should come and try the authentic Osaka takoyaki with me. It's fresh, juicy, tender. And the second portion is half price. Matsuda, stationed in Tokyo, huffed through the phone. Give it up, you can't tempt me. I'm not interested in anything that guy can make. Sariyo scoffed lightly, saying instinctively, Amuro really spoiled your taste during those 4 years at university. Matsuda replied, confused. Who is Amuro? The one who prepared our meals during those 4 years was your childhood friend. Sariyo realized suddenly. Amuro used to be known as Amuro Turu, and indeed, he had been the one who fed the 5 of them in their dormitory. His cooking skills were also honed under the guidance of his master. Never mind. Sariyo quickly brushed past the slip, redirecting her inquiry. Do you have any news from your side? Recently, there's been a series of murders in Osaka. The first victim, Hidemitsu Nagao, was a convenience store manager, and the second victim, Teoko Nishikubo, owned an izakaya. As Matsuda spoke, he pointed to 2 locations within the case files, stating, the first case pertains to Tayanaka City, while the second incident occurred just last week in Makakata City. These 2 murder cases share a significant similarity: the absence of eyewitnesses and the considerable distance of the crime scenes, which are over 10 kilometers apart. The only commonality lies in the murder weapon. Both victims were fatally stabbed through their wallets in their upper pockets, resulting in a piercing of the heart. Sariha listened attentively and posed her question at the appropriate moment. What connection does this have with Numazu? You mentioned that Numazu was apprehended by the police and, after escaping during transport, he might resort to a series of crimes, including robbery and murder. That's why I've been paying attention to these matters. Matsuda's tone grew somber as he continued. In his desperate bid for freedom, he killed 3 police officers. But if his motive for murder was robbery, why stab the wallet into the heart with a dagger? Sariha retorted, although I believe this serial murder case is not his doing, we cannot dismiss the possibility of a vendetta. I must entrust you to investigate any connections between them, just in case. Matsuda agreed and added, I have already sent you the addresses of all the abandoned houses in Osaka. There are quite a few. You will need to enlist the help of the Osaka Mafia to search effectively. Sariya took a final bite of her hot takoyaki. The scalding octopus filling momentarily rendering her speechless as she could only respond with a muffled sound. At that moment, the shop door was suddenly flung open with great force, and a cheerful voice thick with an Osaka accent called out, "Boss, give me 4 bowls of ramen. Make it double the base." With his words, a new wave of customers entered the shop. "Hattori, who is this girl? Is she your new girlfriend?" The ramen chef, evidently familiar with the boy, teased. "Does it look like it?" The boy replied jovially. Sariha was engrossed in examining the case files she had brought from Tokyo, paying little attention to the commotion nearby. Only to chime in with her order, "Boss, could you please add another serving of okonomiyaki and tempura?" "Ah, Sariya?" A surprised voice called from beside her. And the owner of the voice, Kagoro Muri, quickly sat down beside Sariha. Blinking in surprise, Sariya promptly hung up the phone and glanced back, noticing Kagoro and a small figure standing at the shop entrance. The child, upon stepping inside and catching sight of Sariha, nearly turned to leave. Chapter 90. Waves of Jealousy. A handsome young boy with a darker complexion observed the interaction between Kagoro and Sariha and approached, asking, "Who is she?" "This is my classmate from T10 High School, Saki Sariyo," Kagoro introduced to Hattori, who then turned to Sariha saying, "Sariha, this is a friend of Shinichi Hattori Heiji, a high school detective from Kansai." Hattori adjusted his cap and scrutinized Sariha for a moment, suddenly appearing enlightened. "Oh, I know you. You are even more beautiful in person than on television." This compliment brought a smile to Sariha's face, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed meaningfully at Conan, who looked decidedly unwilling. "Hattori certainly knows how to flatter. Some detectives from Kanto don't compare to you," she remarked, laughter filling the air. "Ha ha, I agree." Hattori chuckled proudly, playfully patting Conan's shoulder. "What is going on with you two?" "Hey, I'm still here," Kagoro grumbled nearby. "Ah, I forgot this uncle is also a detective," Hattori chuckled. But before he could brush it off, he heard Conan's voice beside Sariha. "What is this?" Sariha turned to see that the file on the serial murder case she had carelessly flipped through had somehow ended up in Conan's hands. The child feigned innocence, yet his eyes quickly scanned the document. Sariha did not rush to reclaim the file. Instead, she replied candidly, "It's the case file on the serial murders. Interested?" Her words prompted Hattori to crouch down, feigning seriousness as he examined the contents of the file. Kagoro, without hesitation, pulled Conan back to prevent him from seeing the gruesome photographs and then inquired, "Why did Sariha suddenly start investigating this?" Hattori's eyes lit up with speculation. "Could it be a case of black on black? Is there discord within the Japanese mafia?" Conan wore a dubious expression. "What has got you so excited?" "It's really not a big deal. One of the suspects in this case was once a member of the Sakai group. I wanted to take a look," Sariha explained while enjoying a freshly made plate of tempura. "Besides, the media in Tokyo is like wolves, and I thought I might take a holiday to avoid the spotlight." Hattori lost interest immediately, standing up and saying, "Kagoro, you all sit tight, I need to call my mom." Shortly after he left, a girl approached from another part of the shop and sat down at the spot Hattori had vacated. "Hey, wait a second," Kagoro exclaimed. "That's our friend S," the girl interrupted, resting her chin on her hands. "Are you the one named Kudo?" The surname Kudo seemed to instantly alert Conan, who first reacted in surprise and then instinctively glanced towards Sariha. Sariha was happily munching on her tempura. The girl continued nonchalantly, "Heiji often mentions you. Hattori mentioned you?" Kagoro responded, perplexed. "You don't need to pretend." The girl huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I've known all along," Conan exclaimed. "You are the one who met Heiji in Tokyo. He can't stop talking about you." The girl slammed her hand on the table, her delicate features quickly leaning towards Kagoro. "You're that Kudo woman." Sariha took a hearty bite of her takoyaki. "Miss, you seem to have misunderstood." Kagoro chuckled. "Humph." The girl appeared uncomfortable with Kagoro's laughter. "Let me tell you something. Heiji and I have been bound by an unbreakable friendship since the past. If you have any intentions toward Heiji, you must first get through me," she declared, shaking her fist playfully. Chapter 91. Waves of Jealousy. And Leaf. Sariha rested her chin on her hand, observing the girl with the ponytail. Before getting jealous, one should at least check the target. That cute little black face is clearly meant for a boy. Yamayama Keiho pouted and suddenly turned to Sariha. "So that Kudo is you? Your reasoning seems a bit off." Sariha replied, her disdain obvious. "Ah, Keiho, it's you." Hattori's voice suddenly came from behind the girl, who turned around, her expression one of embarrassment at being caught. Hattori paused for a moment, quickly piecing together the situation from the expressions around him and burst into laughter. Ha ha! You're hilarious. When did I ever say Kudu was a girl? Kudu is a boy. Keiho's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling awkward for her impulsive assumption. And this is? Hattori gestured toward Kogoro, casually introducing Kudu's girlfriend. Girlfriend? No, that is not it. Ignoring Sariha, whose cheeks had abruptly stopped puffing with food, Kogoro quickly waved his hands in denial, while Conan's face turned crimson as well. Sariha nodded in agreement. She is not. Keiho looked at Hattori with renewed suspicion. He is just shy, Hattori explained, claiming familiarity with this kind of tsundere personality. Forget it. Let us not discuss this any further. As Xiaolan noticed the gazes of several individuals fixated upon her, her face flushed deeper and she hastily redirected the conversation, inquiring. What is this about the iron chains you mentioned? Ah, this Hattori, his dark complexion unusually tinged with red, recounted, when I was a child. HK and I discovered a pair of my father's old handcuffs while playing at home. In our innocent folly, we accidentally locked ourselves together and found ourselves unable to unlock them. He chuckled shyly, reminiscing. Looking back, it is rather amusing. Amusing? What is so funny about that? Yama and HK retorted indignantly. At that time, we had to bathe and even use the restroom together. You fool! Hattori's face turned a deeper shade of purple from the ambiguous implications of their words. He protested, covering his ears. What nonsense! Bathing and using the restroom together? HK, suddenly piqued by the conversation, removed an object from around her neck and waved it at Hattori, her lips pursed. Look. I even made a charm out of the broken pieces of the handcuffs. Are you out of your mind? Hattori squinted at her, incredulous. Why on earth would you carry something like that? At that moment, Xiaolan's eyes widened in realization. Are you two a couple? Ah, no. HK quickly corrected, her earlier playfulness dissipating. We are merely childhood friends. I've just looked after Hattori since we grew up together. I'm more like a caretaker for his elder brother, Heiji. Such sweet words, Hattori remarked, now calmer, though a hint of disdain lingered. Actually, her father is the head of the criminal investigation department in Osaka. A friend of my father's, which is why we grew up together. That characterization seemed familiar to Kogoro Muri, who felt a pang of jealousy, muttering to himself. How unfortunate, a young detective and the daughter of a police officer, now that is an ill-fated pairing. Your words seem rather pointed, Hattori remarked, turning back to inquire. What brings you here? With a huff, HK replied, of course, as your sister, I'm here to ensure you aren't deceived by any strange woman from Tokyo. So I'm keeping an eye on her for you. Chapter 92. A plunge into the abyss. After indulging with the young ones for a while, Kogoro Mori stepped out of the establishment, clutching his stomach, and gazed at Sakata leaning against the car, exclaiming, Ah, that was a delightful meal. Officer, you should have joined us. No need, Sakata chuckled, shaking his head. I'm primarily here to host. Xiaolan stepped outside, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. So, where to next? HK emerged as well, stretching a bit before her gaze caught a shadow plummeting from above. She swiftly pulled Xiaolan back just as a loud crash resounded. The sudden event startled everyone present, and when they beheld the figure that had fallen onto the car's roof, their hearts sank. It was a person, their face marked by terror, a knife embedded in the area of their heart, with another knife wedged in between. Hattori and Conan instinctively dashed towards the staircase of the building, while HK felt her body grow numb. The knife lodged in the deceased's heart mirrored the bloody hole on the garment brought back by Kaze, piercing sharply into her own heart. HK took a few steps back, suppressing the flood of horrific memories that surged within her mind. The anguish of losing loved ones was compounded by the absence of any reference, conjuring countless desolate images that felt like a visceral wound, leaving her restless day and night. At that moment, the two who had just fled re-emerged from the staircase, accompanied by a man. Hattori followed, stating, This gentleman claims he received a call informing him of a strange man on the rooftop, prompting him to check it out. HK closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and declared he is not the murderer. This man was dead before he fell. Eh? Kogoro Mori questioned. You haven't even seen the body yet. HK retrieved a handkerchief from her trench coat pocket, delicately covering her nose as her demeanor returned to calm. The human body harbors many bacteria, and after death, these bacteria can become parasites, emitting a foul odor. This individual already exhibits such signs. She then produced a chopstick, holding it delicately between her fingers, and from a distance. She elegantly lifted the edge of the deceased's sleeve, pointing at the injury with an air of sophistication. The flesh is averted, leaving blood behind, indicating a living response. While here, the wound appears pale, devoid of blood splatter. This is a post-mortem injury. While that may be true, how on earth do you manage to conduct such an action with such grace? Xiaolan asked, both embarrassed and curious. H-Key, how do you possess such knowledge? H-Key chuckled softly. A few friends taught me. To compensate for H-Key's inability to attend university, a few friends, led by Zufu, would often keep her back whenever she brought them hot pot ingredients, forcing her to absorb knowledge they had only recently acquired, regardless of whether she would ever need it. Xiaolan sensed a subtle shift in her friend's tone and chose to swallow her next inquiry in silence. Kagoro Mori turned to the man who had been brought down, questioning, how did you come to be here? Chapter 93, Signature of a Crime. I run a CAF on the second floor of this building. The man scratched his head. Kagoro Mori glanced at the corpse sprawled upon the police car. But why did that man fall? He must have used a rope. Hattori indicated the frayed cord around the deceased's waist. If a knot were tied and caught in the door leading to the rooftop, the moment this gentleman opened the door, the body would tumble down. H-Key pulled out the earlier case file and began to scan it meticulously. Hattori, stroking his chin, noticed her actions and remarked, the murder weapon pierced the wallet before entering the chest. This is identical to the previous case. H-Key gently adjusted her gloves and responded at a measured pace. This is akin to the principle where the mafia sends orange seeds as a threat. It's a method of operation differentiating between modus operandi and signature. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Xiaolan's and Yama's faces, H-Key elaborated. A crime signature refers to extraneous actions taken during the commission of a crime. For instance, stabbing the wallet before piercing the heart is a method of execution. The knife entering the heart is the criminal technique, while stabbing the wallet serves no concealing purpose, often reflecting the perpetrator's emotional state, an important piece of evidence in determining if a serial killer's cases can be linked. She spoke softly, her narrative flowing, barely audible to the crowd, until a middle-aged woman's face suddenly paled, letting out a short scream before fleeing. Hey, that lady! Hattori was startled by the sound and quickly pursued her, but the woman swiftly jumped into a car, adjusted the rearview mirror, and sped away. H-Key raised her hand, making an immediate judgment. See, that act of adjusting the rearview mirror qualifies as an unnecessary crime signature. Kagoro Mori cast her an exasperated glance. Is this truly the time for jokes? You've scared off a potential suspect. She is not a suspect. H-Key fixated on the license plate of the receding vehicle. Speculating, the police have conducted a preliminary assessment identifying the perpetrator as a middle-aged man, so she is likely an informant or even the next target of the murderer. Hattori, realizing he could not catch up, halted his steps and lamented, she got away. Conan, having caught up from behind, offered reassurance. I've already memorized the license plate number. However, Hattori, you must swiftly relay the details of this case to us. Hattori hesitated, glancing at Sakata, then turned his gaze towards the indifferent Sariyo, who stood at a distance, and inquired, isn't the young lady already in possession of the case files? That fellow has held a grudge against me for quite some time. Conan smirked. Have you ever encountered someone who, after I inadvertently revealed her age of 20 during class, transported me to the highway in the dead of night? If I hadn't woken up early, I would have made headlines the next day. From afar, Sariyo suddenly glanced their way. Oh. Hattori's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, you aren't sleepwalking, are you? What dangerous things are you focusing on? Conan shot him a glare and lowered his voice, saying, have you ever seen a woman trained in self-defense who practices Russian Sambo while carrying a handgun and a stun gun? Wow, that sister is so cool. Hattori's eyes lit up, his face revealing an eager expression. Hey, it seems you're about to embark on a rather peculiar path of interests. Chapter 94. The wave clue. Sariyo sensed the peculiar gaze of the two detectives upon her. So strange that she wished to distance herself from these individuals with whom she had no connection. Yet, to locate Namikawa, she might still require the wisdom of Kudo and Hattori, so she feigned cooperation and followed the group to the Osaka police station. While awaiting the investigation results, Tsuyama spoke up. Could it be that they hold grudges due to financial matters? Unlikely. That explanation does not hold, Hattori replied. The first victim, Nagao Hitamoto, was a convenience store manager. The second, Nishikubo Tomoyo, was the owner of an izakaya, and the third, who just fell, Yasun Kazuhiro, was a taxi driver. These three could not possibly be linked through financial dealings, and aside from their method of demise, they share no commonalities. Most importantly, their profiles have no connection to money. No commonalities? Morikagaru pressed for clarification. Hattori nodded. Indeed, while they were born, raised, and educated in Osaka, their regions differ entirely. Just as he concluded, Sakata pushed open the door, visibly excited. I found the common thread among the victims. That is wonderful, Hattori exclaimed, eagerly placing the videotape from Sakata into the projector. The projector flickered, revealing a photograph. After a moment of recognition, Hattori remarked, "Isn't this the news regarding the former legislator, Gosher Sutaru, who was embroiled in a scandal for corruption 6 years ago? If I recall correctly, his secretary took full responsibility and resigned, and the matter was soon forgotten." Morikagaru pondered. I remember his secretary's surname was Nagao. Wait, could that Nagao be a Hattori? Nodded, pointing at the individual in the photograph. He is Nagao Hitamoto. Sariyo leaned forward, indicating a part of the photograph. Look closely at his driver. The driver, a somewhat portly man, held the steering wheel with his right hand while adjusting the rearview mirror with his left, an instinctive action of someone who prioritizes safety while driving. The driver is the third victim, Yasun Kazuhiro, Morikagaru exclaimed in realization. Until 4 years ago, he was Gosher's driver, Sakata confirmed, nodding toward Sariyo. His former secretary and driver? Hattori frowned. It seems this matter is inextricably linked to the legislator. Indeed, our senior officer has already gone to see Gosher, Sakata added. However, Morikagaru scratched the back of his head. That fellow is notoriously uncooperative with the police. Meeting him may not be so simple. All right, in that case, Hattori declared with enthusiasm, donning a nearby hat, let us go find that legislator. Morikagaru looked at the suddenly exuberant Hattori. What are you planning to do? This matter should be left to the police. Please. Hattori's eyes sparkled with determination. This criminal has ruined your entire trip to Osaka. I cannot let him go so easily. Oh. Hattori paused, turning away, and addressed Muri and the others. Kawai knows how to get to my house. So you all go ahead. Hey, Hattori. Toyama Kawai worriedly stamped her foot, calling after Hattori's retreating figure. Did you bring your amulet? Of course. Hattori replied shortly and hurriedly exited the conference room, with Sakata following closely behind. Oh dear. Toyama Kawai displayed a resigned expression and sighed heavily. Sariyo leaned against the door, fiddling with the fabric of her gloves, her gaze sweeping across the group before suddenly asking with keen interest, "Don't you think someone is missing?" Chapter 95. The wave choice Sariyo's remark prompted Ran to immediately react, searching around in surprise. Where did Conan go? Morikagaru yawned dismissively. He must have followed that Osaka kid to investigate. He always does that. Just ignore him. How can we do that? It's simply adding to their troubles. Ran expressed her concern, while Sariyo smiled and shook her head. Just then, her phone in her pocket rang, and she stepped outside to answer the call. As soon as she picked up, Matsuda's voice came through, filled with reproach. Why did you suddenly hang up on me without a word? What are you complaining about? Sariyo moved further away, shaking her head helplessly. Your tone is quite juvenile. It's you who keeps me on edge. Matsuda sighed, persisting. You didn't inform me that Numikawa was a defector from that organization. Nor did you mention that the one who told you to meet Numikawa was to be killed without hesitation. Then why would I seek out someone who left the Sakai group long ago? Sariyo pulled a cigarette from her pocket, placing it between her lips, and lit it. A sense of unease crept into Matsuda's heart. Since their reunion 3 years prior, he had sensed a significant transformation in Sariyo, who had once been a somewhat spoiled girl. Over the years of observing her, he found her increasingly unpredictable, sometimes sharp and fierce, yet at other times burdened with unspeakable concerns. Much like a rabbit that could endure pain, silently nursing its wounds. How could one remain untainted while surrounded by such individuals? Despite his unease, Matsuda spoke up. I must remind you, if you make a mistake, given our personal relationship, I may only apply for a pair of pink handcuffs for you. Who told you I like pink? Sariyo exhaled a puff of smoke, then replied, moreover, I have no intention of killing Numikawa. He willingly joined that organization. Yet now he finds himself unable to escape. I am merely curious about what transpired over these 3 years. Curiosity killed the cat, be cautious. Matsuda frowned. Jean inquired about your whereabouts. He knows you are investigating Numikawa's case. You need to tone down your little antics. Sariyo adopted a contemplative expression before asking, You didn't tell him where I am, did you? Well, Matsuda hesitated noticeably, then emphasized, Sakai-san, I am a police officer, A police officer. Jin contacted me only because he wishes to surrender. Only then did Sariyo realize. Having long regarded Matsuda as both a friend and the second-in-command of the Sakai group, she had nearly forgotten that he had not resigned and, in name, was still the police department's overseer of the Sakai group. That makes sense, Sariyo nodded. He approached Takayama, who merely informed him that he was in Osaka without revealing anything further. Matsuda continued, however, it would be prudent for you to find Numakubo before him. If Jin discovers him first, he will undoubtedly eliminate Numakubo, leaving all your curiosities unanswered. I understand. It is Jin, and I shall not underestimate him. At this point, Sariyo suddenly heard a commotion from the police station nearby, followed by several officers bustling in and out with hurried steps. What is happening? Chapter 96, Naniwa Driving School? Municipal Nakanoshima Library. If I am not mistaken, Hattori said, intently staring at the dim glow of the computer screen. Something must have transpired in this training class 20 years ago. I cannot be mistaken. It was indeed here. Almost immediately after uttering this, Hattori's eyes fell upon the information he sought, and he excitedly informed Conan on the day those 6 graduated 20 years ago. An instructor at the training center died due to drunk driving. The deceased was named Tetsuharu Inaba. Conan climbed onto the table, peering at the screen and reading aloud. He was infamous as the devilish instructor at the training ground. Could it be? Hattori said, relaxing his shoulders in jest. Numakubo Ichiro, in his flight from justice, lacked the funds for escape and brazenly resorted to extorting Estar Jishur, a member of the Osaka Prefectural Assembly, using past events as leverage. When refused, he eliminated his former comrades from the training camp one by one to instill fear. Or perhaps Jishur, as a candidate for the next National Assembly, sought to eliminate past scandals by using Numakubo to dispose of his former associates. That being the case, both scenarios are plausible. Sakata, who had been following the 2 children, appeared enlightened and rummaged through his memories, stating, I heard that when Nagao Hidemi and Nozawa Kazuhito resigned from their positions as Jishur's driver and secretary, their severance pay was rather meager. In any case, for Counselor Jishur, if the instructor's accidental death from 20 years ago and the names of his friends from the training camp appeared in the news, he would have no choice but to speak out, no matter how much he despises the police, right? Let us depart. With the case making significant progress, Hattori was naturally filled with excitement and a sense of pride, lifting Conan by his collar, humming a tune as they prepared to leave. Sakata followed closely behind, quietly conversing on the phone, muttering phrases like, is that so? And really? What is it? Hattori couldn't help but turn back. Sakata offered an awkward smile, hesitating before saying, the police station you mentioned just received the same information not long ago, discovered by Officer Taki. What? Hattori seemed taken aback, realizing that the police chief's son, who was exceptionally clever, had been outpaced in the investigation. But before he could fully process this, he saw a girl storming toward them, her gaze locked onto Conan, who immediately shrank behind Hattori, looking alarmed. Conan, where on earth have you been? Why did you vanish for a moment? Ran exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly irritated. Eiji. Long time no see, Taki said, following Ran. Officer Taki from headquarters has also arrived? Hattori asked in surprise. Indeed. Taki glanced at Yamauka Kaori and explained, Miss Kaori requested our assistance in providing transportation. I received a call from Officer Sakata, she pointed at Conan, to pick up this 4-eyed brat. Children are such a nuisance, Hattori remarked, eyeing Conan before turning back to Yamauka Kaori. You who take people around Osaka in a patrol car have no right to criticize me. Yamauka huffed, indicating her unwillingness to continue the conversation. In that case, I shall take this child to the chief's residence, Taki chuckled. Addressing Conan, let us be off, little brother. No. Conan hurriedly clung to Hattori's leg. I want to stay with big brother Heiji. Taki chuckled helplessly. But his phone suddenly rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. What? A vehicle driven by the wanted criminal Numakubo Ichiro has been discovered in the Mino Mountains? Mr. Muri, I am terribly sorry, but it seems we must postpone our meal. We have to head to a certain location now. They had discovered Numakubo's whereabouts. Chapter 97. Naniwa Numakubo, Mino Mountains. Due to the news of the wanted criminal's appearance, all nearby police forces concentrated in the area, surrounding it with an extensive net. Shadows flitted through the once tranquil forest. Have you searched over there? Not yet. Send someone to search immediately. There's also a chance he could be hiding in that abandoned cabin. We've checked, there's no one inside. Continue searching. Such exchanges echoed. Within the recently searched abandoned cabin, Sariyo, accompanied by the police, pressed her back against the surrounding wooden walls, blending almost seamlessly into the darkness. Once the noise subsided, she cautiously made her way to the center of the cabin, climbing the ladder in the middle. Her movements were as graceful as a cat. Yet the old ladder creaked under her weight. From the hidden attic at the top of the cabin, a trembling voice emerged. "You're back again? Who is he referring to?" Sariyo wondered, but having reached the attic, she brushed the dust from her skirt and calmly replied, "Numakubo." Before her stood a disheveled figure, bearing an air of despair and palpable fear, utterly unrecognizable as the notorious serial killer he was reputed to be. He seemed to cower as if traumatized by something. Upon seeing Sariyo, Numakubo's dull eyes flickered with hesitation as he asked, "Who are you?" Sariyo placed her hand on Numakubo's shoulder, exerting a controlling pressure, and inquired, "I am Sakai. Do you remember me?" Numakubo stared blankly for a moment before suddenly seizing Sariyo's arm, his eyes igniting with hope as he rasped, "President, I was wrong. Please take me back. President, I will never leave again. Just hand me over to the police. I confess. Please, do not take me back." His posture was pitiful and abject, and Sariyo found it hard to fathom what had reduced a once carefree ruffian to kneel before a girl so much younger than himself. She adjusted her gloves to avoid touching the surrounding cobwebs and asked, "What happened to you after joining that organization? How did you end up like this?" "The drugs." "Those drugs." Numakubo trembled violently at the mere recollection, attempting to clutch himself, but he was bound by iron chains. Sariyo then noticed that Numakubo's hands were shackled to a railing in the attic, the cuffs appearing freshly applied, devoid of rust or scratches. If Numakubo was imprisoned here, then who was responsible for the series of murders? Sariyo furrowed her brow slightly. After regaining his composure, Numakubo looked at his former president, his voice trembling as he asked, "Are you here to take me back?" "I have nothing to do with the organization. I only came to see you because they wish to kill you," Sariyo replied, shaking her head. A glimmer of hope appeared on Numakubo's face, tears welling in his eyes as he despondently declared, "I knew they wouldn't let me go." Suddenly, he exhibited a resolute expression, forcefully yanking the railing along with the handcuffs down, shouting toward the outside, "Hey! Hey! Police! I'm here!" His actions were abrupt, yet his tone was filled with relief. Sariyo momentarily hesitated, her gaze darkening, but she did not intervene. Chapter 98. Naniwa Protective Amulet, Mid-Mountain. Apologies. Daitaki smiled apologetically at Kagoro Mori and his companions, saying, "I will find a young person to escort you back shortly." Kagoro Mori muttered a quiet complaint while stifling a yawn. Observing the dozen or so police officers bustling outside, Yama and Yi felt somewhat anxious, leaning against the window. The individual named Gyokuro appeared to be the armed fugitive. Who would have thought we would encounter such a situation? Conan and Ran instinctively glanced toward the child who was supposed to be sitting beside them, only to realize something was amiss. Conan, this child, so disobedient. On the other hand, Daitaki, who had hurried to the scene, casually grabbed a police officer busy with the search and inquired, "What is the current situation?" "The vehicle was found in the bushes, but we have not located Gyokuro," the officer replied, shaking his head with a troubled expression. "What about that small cabin?" Daitaki asked, glancing at the dim wooden house not far away, which seemed an ideal hiding spot. Yet the officer shook his head, stating, "We checked earlier. There was no one inside." Could he have abandoned the car and fled? One of the officers, who had been searching for quite some time, speculated, allowing himself a moment of relief. Just then, a sweet, youthful voice interjected into the conversation. "You're mistaken. He is right inside." "A child?" Daitaki looked down, seeing a bespectacled little boy gazing up at him with an innocent expression. "How did you end up here?" "Look." Conan pointed to a nearby dilapidated trash bin. Smiling as he spoke, "These are receipts from the convenience store dated 5 days and 3 days ago. It's hard to believe anyone would come here for food." Daitaki chuckled indulgently, ruffling Conan's hair. If that person had appeared at the convenience store, he would have been recognized. Yet Conan remained smiling, exuding a confidence that belied his age. If I am not mistaken, someone must be sheltering that person. The child's expression while deducing this was marked by an uncontainable confidence, contrasting with the typical pride of a child reveling in a minor discovery, radiating an aura that could not be overlooked. Suddenly, the officers faintly heard shouting from within the wooden cabin. Conan and the others turned to investigate, and shortly after, 2 officers emerged escorting a gaunt man. Namaka bore a hint of relief on his face as he approached a pile of garbage, suddenly collapsing weakly into it. What's wrong? Daitaki furrowed his brow, urging, "Get up quickly." Namaka quickly rose from the garbage heap, but now wielded a glimmering knife. The blade pointed at Daitaki as he shouted, "Ah! Stay back! Watch out!" Daitaki screamed, but before he could subdue Namaka, the latter leaped past him, charging directly toward Ran, who had hurried over to protect Conan. "Stop!" Sariyo shouted as she rushed forward. "Step aside!" Conan exclaimed, instinctively pushing the girl beside him just as Namaka lunged forward, knife in hand. "Conan!" Ran screamed, rushing to embrace the boy, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 99. The wave silence's pain flickered across Conan's face, and Rant's concern deepened as her brows knitted tighter. The child grimaced in agony, gasping shortly after, "Sister Ran, I'm fine." "How can you be fine? Just moments ago." Ran had been worried to the point of tears, but upon seeing Conan's abdomen, her emotional state shifted as tears threatened to spill. There was no blood from where the knife had punctured, merely a hole in his clothing with some wrinkled fabric nearby. Conan lifted his shirt to reveal a delicate amulet hanging around his neck which held the precious key belonging to Yama and Yi. Sariyo, who had rushed forward earlier, was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Conan unscathed, she wiped the cold sweat that had suddenly appeared on her palms and swiftly turned to observe the now subdued Namaka, her eyes glinting with a hint of vengeance. Namaka looked up, catching sight of Sariyo's dark red eyes, seemingly recognizing the former member of the organization that had once made his life unbearable. Trembling in fear, he stammered, "President." Daitaki turned to Sariyo, questioning, "How did you end up here?" "I followed you all. I just arrived a bit earlier and found this person," Sariyo replied, regaining her composure as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing at the soon-to-be apprehended Namaka. "My former associate has caused you trouble." Daitaki found it somewhat peculiar, yet lacking evidence to suggest Sariyo's involvement in the case. He politely replied, "Thank you for your cooperation." Sariyo nodded, slowly trailing behind Namaka, her gaze briefly meeting Conan's before quickly averting. With the child present, she decided to suppress her curiosity about Namaka for the time being. At that moment, Namaka suddenly turned back, shouting at Sariyo that organization is in Tatori. A deafening gunshot abruptly echoed through the woods as a sniper bullet struck Namaka's shoulder, tearing through flesh and blood, exiting through his heart and leaving a gaping hole. Namaka collapsed heavily, blood spraying in all directions, splattering onto those nearby. A momentary silence enveloped the area, but Daitaki promptly shouted, "We have a sniper. Everyone down." Sariyo stared intently at Namaka's lifeless body, momentarily dazed, but then heard someone shout, "Get down now." Before she could react, Conan dashed forward, tackling her to the ground. After a moment, Daitaki was the first to rise, peering towards the direction of the gunfire while Sariyo slowly propped herself up, still fixated on Namaka's body, her expression enigmatic. "What were you just daydreaming about?" Conan's voice broke through beside her. Sariyo clutched her arm, which had hit the ground during her fall, removing her gloves as she replied, "I was merely startled." She was fully aware of who had fired that shot. The accuracy of hitting the heart from such a distance through dense woods could only belong to the person who had inquired about her whereabouts earlier. They had come all the way to Osaka to kill someone? Sariyo glanced toward the direction of the gunfire, suddenly noticing the curious gaze of the nearby child, filled with intense scrutiny. "Sister Sakai," Conan suddenly beamed, asking innocently, "What was that organization Namaka mentioned?" Chapter 100. The wave points fingers. Sister Sakai. What was the organization Namaka just referred to? Conan grinned like an innocent 7-year-old, and Sariyo replied dismissively, "That has nothing to do with you, little one." "Sister, I have another question," Conan insisted, stopping Sariyo, his expression still that of naive curiosity. "Have you been to the amusement park recently?" The child was evidently probing her, searching for the person who had taken him from the amusement park to Dr. Agasa's doorstep that day. Has he finally begun to suspect her? Sariyo crouched slightly, responding candidly, "I have been." "Oh?" Conan was thrown off by her lack of defensiveness, disrupting all his questioning strategies. Sariyo gently tapped Conan's forehead with her index finger, the soft, warm velvet of her fabric reminiscent of her gentle tone. "Of course, as a girl, I enjoy visiting amusement parks. Just speak plainly. Why are you being so coy? Is that your style?" Conan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Namaka's death had directly led to the interruption of numerous cases, But an even more serious incident was surfacing, stirring up a great uproar. After a full 24 hours of questioning and investigation, Sariya's suspicions were entirely cleared and the only apparent suspect was eliminated, rendering the case even more enigmatic. The final words uttered by Shou Yuan before his demise whispered away like a fleeting breeze, never to be mentioned again. Although Shou Yuan's death became a riddle, the serial killings had been declared over. The murderer was Officer Sakata, who had been touring Osaka with Conan and others, thwarted while attempting to assassinate the last town councilor, during which he inadvertently injured Hattori amidst the chaos. However, none of this concerned Sariya anymore. After the interrogation, she found herself seated in the back of a sleek black Porsche, her gaze fixed intently on the eyes behind Vodka's sunglasses, his blood-red pupils radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. "Was it you who fired that gun?" Sariya demanded. Vodka looked utterly bewildered. "Huh? Me?" Sariya had no intention of allowing him the luxury of a response. "Have you lost your mind? Firing a gun in front of so many police officers? Deliberately shifting suspicion onto me?" Vodka appeared even more flustered. "No, it wasn't me." "What do you mean, not me? What do you think your pursuit to Osaka signifies? I helped you find Shou Yuan, yet you don't trust me?" Vodka protested. "That's not true. Half of the Sakai Group's business comes from you. And I risk my life to play this game with you, yet you treat me like an outsider? Do you have any idea how exhausted I was after that 24-hour interrogation?" Vodka, burdened with the grievances and frustrations of a sleepless woman, felt on the verge of tears. Yet, under the combined pressure of Sariya and Jin, he could not utter the words, "It was my brother who fired the gun." He felt he could not afford to offend either of them. Ultimately, Vodka opted for the wisest decision, lowering his head and apologizing. A burly man, looking as pitiful as a child, elicited a twinge of guilt from Sariya. Did she not know who had fired that gun? Vodka could drive but was only adept at uncorking bottles. Yet she dared not scold the true shooter. She could only express regret towards him indirectly, hoping he would possess some self-awareness. Sariya gently turned her head, her gaze shifting to the actual culprit. No, the person in question showed no signs of awareness and remained unfazed. Chapter 101. Coagulation Factor. Upon returning to Tokyo, the fervor that Kid had brought to Sariya had yet to fully dissipate, compelling her to remain in the laboratory on the west street of Kabukicho, playing Plants vs. Zombies on a computer acquired at a high price by the organization. Mayano had been administering the new medication to Sariya for half a month, and in order to create a more suitable remedy for Sariya's condition, she was examining Sariya's blood sample. After some time, she rubbed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, glancing at the screen where a bucket zombie was fervently gnawing on a potato. The coagulation factor in a healthy individual's body ranges from 50 to 200. Yours is at 2, indicating moderate hemophilia. If you continue to take this medication, your coagulation factor may at least rise to 10, shifting to a mild condition. Sariya, engaged in her solitary game, appeared disinterested. That's still not high enough. Do you think it's easy to boost it that much? Go brush up on your biology lessons. Mayano retorted, a look of disdain crossing her face as she playfully poked Sariya's cheek with a pen. And be grateful for this. With mild symptoms, you can avoid joint bleeding, nosebleeds, and even the risk of cerebral hemorrhages. As long as you take care not to injure yourself, you'll be no different from a healthy person. She paused, observing Sariya's indifference towards her own health with a sense of helplessness, and added, "You cannot take aspirin, so I've prescribed some alternative painkillers. Take them when necessary." This was the first time Mayano had worried about someone other than her sister, yet Sariya was still preoccupied with saving her pea-shooter, seemingly oblivious to the warnings. This big child, 3 years her senior, was truly a source of concern, treating her own well-being as someone else's responsibility. Suddenly, Sariya turned around, laughing softly. "Thank you, Shiho." Her smile was captivating, devoid of any trace of illness or harshness, her eyes sparkling with warmth and her upturned lips adorned with delicate dimples, resembling peach blossoms that had fallen from the heavens, inviting one to gaze longer. Mayano averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy, and awkwardly added, "You should prepare some reserves of blood of the same type. I've also created a few vials for you. When you get injured, you can inject them into your veins to halt bleeding quickly. However, given your constitution, they will only sustain you for half an hour at most, and you will ultimately need to go to the hospital." She paused, still struggling to adjust to Sariya's cheerful demeanor, and continued, "But I don't have any experimental samples on hand. These vials are theoretically successful but have not undergone clinical trials. If you don't mind, you can take them. Of course, I trust you, Shiho. Sariyo picked up a stick of cookie and bit into it, offering another to Mayano, saying gently, because Shiho is a genius. Mayano shook her head, biting down on the cookie, her gaze lingering on the strawberry jam sprinkled atop, revealing a blend of exasperation and tenderness. Despite her smoking habit, Sariyo never smoked in front of her. Instead, when the craving struck, she merely gnawed on these long cookies to distract herself. Though seemingly laid back, she could be particularly thoughtful at times, leaving Mayano perplexed about her thoughts. I was just about to say, don't call people by their names casually. Mayano bit into a small piece of the cookie, her ears slightly flushing. Then you can call me Sorrow, and we'll be even. Sariyo lifted her gaze towards Mayano's computer, suddenly curious. Hey, what's that? Chapter 102. Unknown death on Mayano's computer screen was a table filled with names, and at a glance, Sariyo noted that every name was marked with the word deceased, except for one, which read unknown. That name was Kudo Shinichi. Are you referring to this? Mayano turned her head to look at the text on the screen. Do you remember the experimental white mice that shrank not long ago? Yes, Sariyo nodded. A month ago, Jin administered a drug to this person, but his death remains unconfirmed. Sariyo's curiosity piqued as she observed Mayano. Why the hesitation? Mayano turned her gaze away, focusing on the corner of the room and said, the results of my drug when administered to humans have always been fatal. Always? Sariyo stepped forward, seemingly grasping the underlying implication as she scrutinized the list of names. Has this drug been tested on so many people? With the very drug she had crafted becoming a lethal weapon, Mayano was unwilling to admit it. She lowered her head, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. This drug has never achieved its intended efficacy, but it has one advantage. It leaves no detectable toxins in the body. Thus, the organization utilizes it to eliminate certain assassination targets. Those individuals were fated to die. You merely created the means to end their lives. The true culprit remains the one wielding the knife. Sariyo reassured her, contemplating quietly. Historically, unworthy individuals have made way for the worthy. Such actions could indeed present an opportunity. What? Mayano was left puzzled while Sariyo quickly shook her head, refocusing on the names. So, Kudo Shinichi's death is still unconfirmed? Mayano shook her head in denial. It cannot be completely determined, as no body has been found. I visited his home the day before yesterday, and there were no signs of recent habitation. Sariyo nodded thoughtfully. The organization had indeed visited Kudo's residence, and it occurred while she was in Osaka. She wondered if it was mere coincidence or an avoidance of her relationship with Kudo Shinichi. Mayano then inquired, you attend Titan High School, don't you? Do you know him? It's hard not to know someone like him, a child of that star quality. Sariyo once again picked up a cookie and tentatively inquired. You wouldn't suspect that he has also shrunk, would you? Mayano's gaze was complex as she stared at the two characters representing the unknown. Suddenly she sat down, altered those characters to signify death, and signed her name in the confirmation section. The notion of shrinking was not one easily believed by anyone, and had Sariyo not witnessed it herself, she too would have found it hard to accept. Although Mayano's actions were intended to assist Kudo, if one day Shinichi Kudo reemerged into the public eye, she would have to face repeated investigations from the organization. Why would she want to invite trouble upon herself for no reason? Speaking of trouble, Sariyo's gaze shifted as she asked, it's fine if this person is dead, but has your sister been in touch with you recently? Mayano no longer paid heed to the forms on the table and replied, yes. My sister visited me a few days ago and we had a meal together. Sariyo handed her a cookie and asked, did she say anything of importance? Mayano pondered for a moment, revealing a gentle and nostalgic smile, nothing special. The lack of anything special implied that Mayano Akemi had not divulged her plans to extricate herself from the organization to her sister. What exactly were her intentions? Chapter 103. The armored truck heist. Sariyo was unable to fathom Mayano Akemi's plans and had lost contact with her. The messages she sent to Akemi fell into silence, heightening her unease. As time passed, the elusive Kaido kid ceased his activities and the media's attention shifted to other cases resembling bank heists. Sariyo resumed her studies at T and high school while simultaneously managing various matters within her club. The increasing distractions around her allowed her to gradually let go of her concerns regarding Mayano Akemi. It was not until half a month later that news of Mayano Akemi reached her. The information came from Matsuda, who had been keeping an eye on the situation. He was waiting at a billiards hall in Kabukicho and placed a newspaper before Sariyo. The paper detailed a recent bank robbery, featuring a black-and-white image of a man's face in the lower right corner. Matsuda, unable to produce the case file, recounted, a little over half a month ago. The Mahama Bank was robbed, with a staggering sum of 1 billion yen missing. This individual is the suspect, Tsukasa Baizuka, a former race car driver, who was murdered in his home last night. Dressed in her winter uniform from tea and high, Sariyo, with her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, sat cross-legged on the billiards table, scrutinizing the newspaper report with a furrowed brow. Matsuda continued, the police found sketches of the bank heist in Baizuka's home, along with a schedule for the armored truck's routes and notes on their escape plans. Additionally, besides the fact that all the victims were killed by the same person, another individual, the bank guard Arai, was also murdered last night. Furthermore, Officer Megure discovered a pink lipstick in Baizuka's residence, which matched the color found on a mask, and it belonged to a bank employee named Masami Hirota. Masami Hirota? Sariyo echoed, intrigued, as she adjusted her black leather gloves and pushed her long hair back, revealing her eyes that glimmered with a hint of red. What do you know? Matsuda asked. Was the 1 billion yen intended for the organization? Sariyo shook her head. The organization doesn't typically earn money this way. Matsuda observed Sariyo, who looked disheveled, and gently remarked, the scale of this case is significant, and with 2 lives lost. If we find Mayano Akemi, even if she was coerced by the organization, she could face a sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. It would be best if we could apprehend her, at least that way she would be safe in custody. Sariyo's thoughts raced as she bit her glove, analyzing. Both of her accomplices are already dead. It's likely she'll be the next target. Matsuda then inquired, the police are still tracking Masami Hirota's whereabouts. What are your plans? I must find her before the organization or the police do. Sariyo leaped down from the billiards table, tying her uniform jacket around her waist, and declared, I'll check her home first. Chapter 104, the final line. After discussing their plans, Sariyo and Matsuda decided to split up, with Matsuda monitoring the movements of both the organization and the police while Sariyo drove to Mayano Akemi's apartment. Just as she reached the ground floor, she spotted Mayano Akemi exiting the building and heading toward her car. Sariyo slammed on the brakes, positioning her vehicle in front of Akemi's car, stepped out, and observed Akemi's prepared attire, leading her to suspect Akemi's intentions. Upon seeing her, Mayano Akemi greeted her with a calm and gentle smile. You're here? Sariyo stood firm between Akemi and her car, her dark crimson gaze resolute as she questioned, Are you going to meet them? Akemi nodded, her smile blooming like a sunlit daisy, yet her demeanor was surprisingly firm. Please don't stop me. I didn't intend to, Sariyo replied, turning away. I'm going with you. Wait, Sariyo. A metallic sound accompanied Akemi's words. When Sariyo turned back, she found Akemi holding a handgun with the safety off, its dark muzzle aimed directly at her heart. Sariyo's eyes fell as she remained rooted in place. This cannot involve you, Akemi expressed with an apologetic look, stepping closer while keeping the gun trained on Sariyo's heart. In truth, my resolve to do this is because of you. Sariyo's expression shifted to one of surprise. Akemi beamed brightly, lowering the gun slowly, because I know that even if I fail this time, you will take good care of Shiho. With you around, I dare to fight for her and for myself. The protection Sariyo had offered to the Mayano sisters over the years was Akemi's final line of defense against the organization, so she could not allow Sariyo to be drawn into their conflict. It was because of her. Something within Sariyo clenched painfully, as a wave of bittersweet emotions tugged at her heart. Suddenly, Akemi redirected the gun, aiming it at the outer thigh of Sariyo's leg, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through flesh, embedding itself in the car door behind her. Initially, Sariyo felt a chilling sensation in her thigh, swiftly followed by a searing pain that became unbearable. The wound was deep and blood flowed forth, mocking its owner's helplessness. With her right leg injured and painful, Sariyo could only lean on her left leg for support, her eyes filled with disbelief at Akemi's sudden act of violence. You should go back and get treated, Akemi said, her gaze filled with guilt yet still retaining her unique gentleness, her voice trembling. I'm truly sorry for putting you at risk. After speaking, she aimed the gun at the tire of Sariyo's car and fired twice, deflating the tire before she returned to her own vehicle. Mayano Akemi. Sariyo gritted her teeth and shouted, attempting to pursue her, but the injury slowed her down. Akemi cast one last lingering look at her from the car, her lips curving into a smile, then rolled up the window and drove away. Damn it, Sariyo stepped onto the road, watching the exhaust of the departing car. Her fists clenched tightly. Even if she found another means of transport, she knew she could never catch up to her now. Is history about to repeat itself? Suddenly, a familiar child dashed out from the apartment entrance, clutching a skateboard, and without a care in the world, shouted at Sariyo. Sister Sakai, I know where she's headed. Chapter 105, swiftly Conan's appearance and his words ignited a flicker of hope within Sariyo. Without hesitation, she retrieved a box from the trunk of her sports car and boldly positioned herself in the middle of the road, using her body to halt an oncoming vehicle. The car screeched to a halt. The driver, startled, poked his head out of the window and shouted angrily, What on earth are you doing? Conan, taken aback, could only watch, but Sariyo had no time to ponder his thoughts. Gripping a gun, she aimed it at the driver's forehead and commanded, Get out of the car. Why you? Speak properly. You're still wearing the Titan High School uniform. The driver's face paled instantly as he trembled and exited the vehicle, hands raised above his head, nearly on the verge of tears. Such a slowpoke, Sariyo muttered impatiently, tossing the box into the car and turning to Conan. Lead the way. Conan, clutching his skateboard, hopped into the passenger seat as Sariyo adjusted her position, glancing at the people outside the window. Call the police and tell them your car was stolen by the woman who robbed the Mihua Bank 2 weeks ago. Before she could finish her sentence, she pressed the accelerator, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. This person truly only cared about the outcome, disregarding how brutal the process was. Conan clicked his tongue, adjusting his glasses, and shouted, Turn left up ahead. Sariyo immediately spun the steering wheel, showing no intention of slowing down. The car drifted on the road, tires screeching against the pavement. Conan gripped the handles inside the car, keeping his eyes on the GPS signal from his glasses, and asked, How does Sister Sakai know Miss Hirota? Her name is Akemi Mayano, and she is my friend. Sariyo's eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding traffic, skillfully maneuvering the car between 2 large trucks, and continued, How do you know where she is? Conan pointed to his glasses and said, I'm looking for her too, but I thought I was too late. I installed a tracker on her car and these glasses received the signal showing her location. The doctor made this for me. And she turned right at the second intersection. The vehicle was about to enter a bustling road, with traffic increasing and conditions becoming more complex. Sariyo frowned, letting out a soft click of her tongue. For the first time, she removed her gloves, enduring the intense pain in her right leg. Her gaze sharpening as she focused on the traffic. Navigating through the traffic was merely a trivial task. After all, she had been taught to drive by the legendary driver from the police academy, Hajiwara. Feeling a surge of strength, Sariyo pressed both the accelerator and brake, waiting for the car to roar, while Conan began to feel an inexplicable sense of tension. Fasten your seatbelt. Don't bite your tongue, kid. At the seaside dock, Akemi Mayano gradually brought her car to a stop, observing the dock's passageways, shadowed and riddled with crevices under the sunset's glow, suppressing her guilt towards Sariyo and revealing a vigilant expression. She stepped inside an abandoned factory, its dilapidated metal walls riddled with holes, with the sunset casting mottled light, reminiscent of the last toast before soldiers embark on a journey. Standing firm, she called out, Where are you? Come out. As her voice echoed, 2 men emerged from the shadows of the factory, almost blending into the darkness, their gazes fixed on her like a predator eyeing its prey. A sinister voice broke the silence. Thank you for your hard work, Hirota Akemi. No, Mayano Akemi. Chapter 106, Gunfire. The vehicle halted at a seaside dock, and Sariyo leaped out, expertly restraining Conan, who was eager to rush with her. This isn't just a simple robbery. You can't come. Conan, left behind in the car, peered through the window, asking, Sister Sakai, what are you planning to do? You don't need to worry. Sariyo withdrew her phone from her pocket and tossed the box towards Conan. Contact Matsuda, inform him of your location, and ask him to come alone. Wait here for 15 minutes before bringing the box along. If I'm not here, use the syringe inside for intravenous injection on any injured person you see. When Matsuda arrives, let him use the items in the box to clean up the scene. Conan hurriedly caught the box, asking, What is going on? Ask Matsuda, Sariyo replied, grimacing in pain as she gingerly stepped away on her injured right foot. Remaining idle was not an option, but before pursuing Akemi Mayano, she indeed needed to contact Officer Matsuda for support. However, Sariyo had already called the police. Now, contacting Matsuda was to ensure he would reach Akemi before the police did. Conan dialed the number, and as his gaze shifted, He noticed a pool of bright red blood dripping onto the blanket from the driver's seat after Sariya's departure. A shocking sight. Sariya's leg was injured, but this amount of blood seemed unusual, didn't he it? I need to ask you, Akemi said, furrowing her brow at Jin's question. Why kill those two? Ha, Vodka scoffed coldly. When has the organization ever left loose ends? This is our standard practice. Enough with the useless chatter. Jin's impatience grew. Hand over the money. Is not here with me. Contrary to her usual demeanor, Akemi stood her ground against Jin's imposing presence, stepping back and revealing a handgun in her right hand, calmly stating, I've placed it elsewhere. What? Vodka's expression darkened. I want my sister. Bring her here. Akemi declared with newfound courage. This was our agreement. After completing this, we sisters can leave the organization. That's not happening. Jin, seemingly entertained by the situation, stepped forward, his silver hair glinting golden in the sunset's light. Your sister is one of the organization's most brilliant minds. Unlike you, we need her services now. So, you were deceiving me from the start. Akemi's anger surged. This is your last chance. Vodka's expression turned triumphant. Hand over the money immediately. You are the naive one. Akemi abruptly raised her gun. Kill me. And you'll never discover where the money is hidden. Naive? That's you. Vodka was about to retort when a gunshot suddenly interrupted. Bang! Akemi trembled, blood blossoming from her abdomen, and she slowly collapsed, her eyes glazing over. Vodka, startled, turned to see the shooter behind her, displeased as he exclaimed, Shira. Chapter 107. Fortune. Sariya lowered her gaze, observing the unconscious Akemi Mayano, and calmly stated, Are you two still wasting time with her? She has already called the police. This place will soon be surrounded by the Japanese authorities. Vodka, on guard, asked, How did you get here? Sariya approached, crouching down to search Akemi, and replied, Thanks to your guidance, the police had already narrowed their suspicions on her. They plan to make an arrest soon. I came to give her a heads up. But little did I know she thought I was here to take her to the precinct. At that moment, Vodka grasped the source of her leg injury and turned to his brother. Sariya had just found the keys, tossing them towards Jin. You didn't need to resort to such methods for profit. Why use her for amusement? Vodka let out a mocking chuckle as he gazed at the incapacitated Akemi Mayano. Remarking, this woman has long sought to extricate herself from the organization. She merely sought an excuse to dispose of her. And what of Shiho Mayano? Sariya stood up, her body swaying from insufficient blood supply, and suddenly found herself surrounded by a swarm of tiny, flickering insects, starkly contrasting in black and white. As long as she continues to serve the organization, we shall not make things difficult for her. Vodka then cast his eyes upon the wound on her leg. Still oozing blood, hesitatingly commenting, Shira, you seem to be bleeding quite profusely. I have thick blood, a little extra loss helps with weight loss, Sariya replied, forcing herself to take a few steps outward before turning back, urging we must leave. Jin remained silent, his wolf-like gaze fixated on the injury on Sariya's right leg, revealing no discernible emotion. After a moment, he shifted his attention back to the fallen Akemi Mayano, observing the vibrant crimson flowing from the gunshot wound, blooming slowly across her clothing, his expression one of skepticism. Before he could delve deeper into his doubts, Sariya, lacking strength, grasped his arm, gasping for breath as if oxygen eluded her. Shira, Vodka frowned, looking helplessly at Jin. In the distance, faint sirens echoed. In the corner of the factory, a petite figure concealed in the shadows observed the scene, a glint of light reflecting off their glasses. Matsuda, initially engrossed in the bank robbery case at the behest of the mafia heiress, received a call from a child relaying Sariya's message. He discreetly slipped away from the police's sight and swiftly drove to the dock indicated by the child, where he found the unconscious Akemi Mayano. He checked for breath and sighed lightly in relief. Whether it was the shooter's intention or sheer luck, he could not tell. Matsuda hastily administered the syringe left by Sariya, calmly concluding the shooter avoided vital organs and fired from behind. Miss Mayano fell forward, and the bullet inadvertently served to staunch the bleeding, allowing her to survive thus far. However, evading those who would pursue her is rather curious. Conan, even as Shinichi Kudo, was aware of the collaboration between Matsuda and Sariya. Standing to the side, he interjected. It was Sister Sakai who fired the shot. She must have intervened, right? Matsuda let out an ambiguous chuckle. Of course, it was her doing. Only by striking a less critical area first can one create a diversion. Yet that individual had never exhibited such marksmanship or audacity before. Matsuda, you recognize the two men who just left, don't you? Conan could no longer contain his curiosity, his gaze resolute as he inquired, "Please tell me. What is going on here?" Chapter 108, The Twists of Fate. When Sariyo regained consciousness, she found herself back in her home. It was deep into the night, and the bleeding from her leg had successfully ceased. A nearby trash bin overflowed with blood-soaked tissues and a syringe. Sariyo picked up her phone. Noting a single message from Matsuda, "All is well, that child is quite inquisitive." That is Kudo Shinichi, could he not be? Sariyo chuckled softly, shaking her head as she leaned back on the sofa, exhaling in relief. Akemi's kindness in creating the hemostatic agent had proven invaluable, even saving her life. Was this fate binding the two sisters? Supporting herself against the sofa, Sariyo gradually stood, making her way to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. She then prepared a warm bath in the bathroom, carefully avoiding her wound as she submerged herself in the soothing water. The warmth eased the tension in her body and heightened the underlying pain in her heart. She wished for Kudo Shinichi to distance himself from the organization, yet it was she who facilitated the transaction at the amusement park that transformed him into a Dagawa Conan. She desired to protect the Miyano sisters, but it was her actions that compelled Akemi to undertake such perilous endeavors, nearly costing her life. She aspired to alter the tragedies of her past life. Yet fate had already charted its course, steadfastly following its predetermined path. She was determined not to relive her previous life. Taking a deep breath, Sariyo submerged her head beneath the water, only surfacing when her lungs were entirely devoid of air, wiping droplets from her face as she gazed at her reflection in the fogged mirror, her graceful figure framed by her flowing hair. Should she take the initiative and seize control? A sudden urgent knock echoed at the door. Sariyo emerged from the bathtub, wrapping herself in a bathrobe and grabbing a towel as she steadied herself against the wall, making her way to the door. Upon opening it, she found Vodka standing there. Upon seeing her, he took a few steps back, covering his nose and turning his head to the side, a hint of blood trickling down. To mask his discomfort, Vodka immediately exclaimed, "Why are you also bathing?" "Now that's a typical man's reaction," Sariyo replied, contentedly drying her damp hair as she pressed on, "How did I return today?" Vodka, still covering his nose, muttered gruffly, "Big brother personally carried you back." "Wait," Sariyo furrowed her brow, her expression one of skepticism as she emphatically repeated, "Carried?" The term carried typically evokes images of butchers and livestock. Does it not? Vodka blinked. "Well, I did carry you back. I weigh less than 100 pounds. Still, I carried you. I am a girl. Then I carried you." Observing Sariyo's disdainful gaze, Vodka defended his brother. "What are you nitpicking about? If it were anyone else, Big brother wouldn't even touch them." Sariyo huffed softly. A control freak, a germaphobe, and seemingly uninterested in women. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Pausing her hair-drying motion, a teasing smile crossed her face. "You just mentioned Jin was bathing? That expression makes it hard to believe." Vodka swallowed hard. Sariyo's interest piqued. She pushed Vodka inside and, barefoot, darted upstairs, calling back, "Wait here. I'll be right back." "Hey, you're just going up like that?" Vodka hurriedly pursued her. Without looking back, Sariyo reassured. "Rest assured, if your brother had the slightest interest in me, he wouldn't have carried me." Vodka stood in place, blinking. This woman, who could barely stand moments ago, was now ascending with apparent ulterior motives. Chapter 109. Interest. Though Jin is a control freak, a germaphobe, and seemingly uninterested in women, certain irreplaceable qualities cannot be overlooked, such as his physique. Admiring handsome men is said to prolong life, Sariyo's father had once told her. Although that notorious killer could not be described as handsome, his well-defined muscles were undoubtedly cultivated through hard work, entirely devoid of any protein supplements, sufficiently satisfying Sariyo's every fantasy about men. Sariyo, barefoot, skillfully picked the lock to the upstairs door and confidently approached the bathroom. She gently opened the door a crack and peered inside. The rising steam obscured her vision, rendering the scene nearly unrecognizable. Sariyo narrowed her eyes, spun around, and dashed to the kitchen to turn off the hot water. As she turned back, she collided with Jin, who had witnessed her mischief. "Wow, what impressive abs!" she exclaimed. "Would you believe I was worried you might scald yourself?" Clearly, he did not believe her. Sariyo flashed an innocent and sincere smile, casually leaning one arm on the table behind her while the other boldly reached towards the chiseled chest of the man before her. Indeed, while bathing, she merely emerged wrapped in a towel, an act that felt overly formal. Unable to resist, Sariyo reached out to trace the long scar that adorned Jin's chest. If only her courage were greater, Jin would be on a marital leave next year. The expression on Jin's face mirrored that of 3 years prior when he had seen her in the hotel, clutching a shard of glass. The young woman before him had matured significantly since then. Her damp black hair was disheveled yet hauntingly beautiful, her already striking features enhanced, and the droplets clinging to her lashes sparkled with an ethereal clarity, momentarily obscuring her frail appearance. The beads of water slid down her collarbone, cascading over her graceful curves, eventually disappearing into the valley of her cleavage, leaving him parched and a tingling sensation in his chest scar. Jin furrowed his brows and, in an attempt to divert the conversation, asked, "What are you truly here for?" Sariyo retracted her hand, adopting a serious demeanor and, with her fingers weaving through her damp hair, she replied, "You still haven't answered my question from the amusement park. Why did you help me?" As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed that the very essence of the man before her seemed to suggest he had come solely to pose such trivial inquiries. Jin turned, grabbing a towel to dry his silvery gray hair, and replied coldly, "It's merely a matter of cultivating a promising group, maximizing benefits for the organization." "Is that all?" Sariyo's follow-up question came swiftly, prompting Jin to stop in his tracks, asking without looking back, "What are you expecting?" Sariyo lowered her gaze, her fingers anxiously twirling the damp strands of her hair. Why, knowing it was a fatal trap, had he recklessly ventured forth in his previous life, even investing all his savings in her prior to the engagement? Initially utilized by the Saki group, what did his increasing patience and care for her represent? Jin had never wronged her. Sariyo exhaled softly. Indeed, interests are the most fragile yet easily manipulable connections. She needed to draw closer to the organization to prepare for future encounters of this nature. This was her breakthrough. As she stepped toward Jin, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs, and moments later, Vodka burst through the door, exclaiming, "Big brother, Sherry knows about Akemi Mayano's death." Chapter 110, The President's Responsibility. Shortly after Jin departed with Sariyo, an explosion rocked the abandoned factory, revealing a female corpse within. Comparative analysis of hair samples from Akemi Mayano's apartment bathroom confirmed the identity. Soon after, police, acting on a tip-off from an unnamed source, discovered the stolen 1 billion yen in a locker at the Mahoka station, thereby concluding the case. The report made headlines, and news of Akemi Mayano's demise reached Shiho Mayano, who was still working in Kabukicho. Upon receiving Vodka's message, Sariyo immediately retracted her ambitions to recruit Jin, returning home to change into a more suitable outfit and consuming a blood-replenishing potion prepared by Akemi before heading to Kabukicho West Street. Upon her arrival, she found Akemi confined in a laboratory, clad in her usual sleeveless shirt and lab coat, one hand shackled to the railing, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Sariyo approached the lab door, attempting to push it open only to find it locked. The only means of communication was a small window on the door. This underground lab, which had been her constant companion, now resembled a prison cell, dark and foreboding, much like the uncertain future that lay ahead. Glancing back, Sariyo noticed Jin conversing with the other lab personnel at a distance, seemingly granting her the opportunity to persuade Akemi. She gently knocked on the lab door. Akemi shook her head, but upon seeing her, unexpectedly called out her name, Saro. She had never addressed her by that name before, causing Sariyo to feel a jolt of surprise, her eyes widening. Akemi lifted her gaze, her expression remarkably serene, as if she had come to terms with everything, stating, "I will never do anything for this organization again." Sariyo's eyes flickered, a breath seeming to catch in her throat. She was about to speak when Takayama, waiting nearby, pulled her away. Takayama led Sariyo to the street, hesitatingly saying, "President, I know what you're thinking, but this terrifying organization has allowed us to inch forward only because you have previously refrained from probing too deeply into their affairs. Your past contributions were ample. This is now their internal matter, and we should let them resolve it." Sariyo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Takayama, as if trying to pierce through his eyes to understand the rationale behind his words. Takayama, clearly aged, diverted his gaze, observing the bustling street. "Look around, President," he said. Sariyo followed his gaze, witnessing the vibrant nightlife of Kabukicho, where revelers celebrated with bottles in hand, and acquaintances waved from afar. "All the members trust you. They are willing to stake their lives on the Saki group, which means you, President, bear the burden of their desires and expectations. Every decision you make affects their fates. You can no longer afford to act as whimsically as you did when the former president was alive." Sariyo lowered her head, adjusting her trench coat collar. Akemi had also remarked that Sariyo Sakai was the president of a 1,000-member organization and could not risk endangering those over 1,000 lives. However, Sariyo turned back, gazing toward the passage leading to the underground laboratory, the stairway extending into an abyss of uncertainty. Let me think. Chapter 111. The third option. This was the moment Sariyo felt the most lost in this space, as if all her past efforts had become a farce, with everything around her proceeding along its original course. Time ticked on until 4 in the morning when a light rain began to fall. Sariyo drove to the cemetery, clutching an umbrella as she made her way to the gravestones, shielding herself and the stone from the droplets, pondering. What do you hope for me to do by bringing me back? A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the biting chill of the approaching dawn. In the past, the development of the organization, her own life, friendships, and the so-called freedom had all been sacrificed in her fervent desire to attain everything, only to yield nothing in return. It now seemed she was about to tread the same treacherous path once more. A choice must be made. Sariyo caressed the cold gravestone, leaning her head against it just as she had done on that fateful night 3 years ago, slowly closing her eyes. The most advantageous path for the development of the Sakai group now lay in her joining the organization, yet for Sariyo it signified a severance from all past friendships. However, standing in opposition to the organization was a perilous and arduous road. One misstep could jeopardize the entire Sakai group. Given the current circumstances, neither side would permit her to remain uninvolved. Neither choice could be controlled solely by Sariyo. However, a third option lingered, albeit one fraught with risk that required meticulous planning. Sariyo closed her eyes, her thoughts racing. As time flowed with the falling rain, the sun eventually rose, casting a warm orange glow upon the gravestone, as if illuminating a path uniquely hers. The rain-washed morning felt exceptionally clear, and upon returning to her residence near Titen High School, Sariyo found Matsuda waiting inside, alongside a slumbering Akemi Miyano on the bed. Matsuda had spent the entire night worrying about Akemi Miyano's injuries, and now dark circles had formed under his eyes. When he saw Sariyo return safely, the tension that had gathered in his brow dissipated, and a mischievous smile returned to his face. I heard that Sherry has escaped, and the organization is vigorously searching for her. It seems that everything in the laboratory has been cleared out, and I suspect there will be significant movements soon, he remarked. Sariyo lit a cigarette and sat cross-legged beside him, contemplating deeply. Regardless of how Akemi had managed to escape, fate dictated that she would ultimately reunite with Kudo. Through this period of trials, Sariyo had come to firmly believe in the inevitability of certain events. She yearned for a moment of relaxation. But Matsuda snatched the cigarette from her hand, extinguishing it without ceremony. What's the story behind that bespectacled kid who called me? His IQ surpasses even that of the fresh-faced rookie at the academy, he quipped. Who are you referring to? Surely not Zero? Sariyo leaned back, narrowing her eyes in skepticism. What did you discuss with Adagawa? Matsuda replied with pride, I am an adult, and adult secrets are not easily uncovered. In simple terms, I just misled Conan. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously, their unrestrained mirth instantly lightening the atmosphere. Matsuda ruffled Sariyo's long hair and teased. You looked as if you were about to embark on something perilous when you first arrived. Though many circumstances had taken unexpected turns, at least both she and Akemi were alive. Sariyo exhaled softly and countered. If I were to pursue something, would you accompany me? What else can I do but accompany you, you big fool? Matsuda chuckled heartily. Let us go have a drink. Chapter 112, The Public Company Ultimately. The organization could not uncover Akemi's whereabouts. She seemed to have evaporated from the laboratory, vanishing entirely from both the organization's and Sariyo's view. To prevent any leaks of information, Sariyo took the initiative to completely seal several laboratories, converting them into ordinary rental apartments, and purchased a new plot of land in another area of Tokyo for the organization's new base. Since its establishment, the Sakai Company had been in operation for 3 years with a total capital exceeding 50 million yen and no fewer than 1,000 shareholders holding stocks valued at over 1,000 yen each. Sariyo convened the major shareholders to discuss matters, and soon after, unexpectedly announced the company's public listing. The news sparked considerable commotion, as many were puzzled by Sariyo's intentions. The Sakai Company was a family business, characterized by a centralized power structure under Sariyo's control. Her absolute decision-making authority had propelled the Sakai Group to its current standing, rendering the public listing seemingly unnecessary for further development. Setting aside the pros and cons, Listed companies are subject to stricter financial disclosure requirements compared to their non-listed counterparts, necessitating regular public disclosures of assets, transactions, annual reports, and other pertinent information. This was decidedly unfavorable for the Saki Group, with its mafia origins. Furthermore, shareholder meetings would be required for strategic planning and decision-making, diminishing Sariyo's ability to rule unilaterally. Perhaps for the Saki Group, this represented an opportunity for formal rehabilitation, a chance to embrace a legitimate profession, signifying that the era of the mafia was in the past. Yet for Sariyo, the benefits were nearly negligible. Matsuda, also a shareholder in the Saki company, spent a day drinking with Sariyo and soon grasped her motives. Public access to information and the dilution of power meant that the organization could no longer exploit the economic network of the Saki Group for illicit activities. Should Sariyo engage in actions contrary to their interests, she could distance herself from the syndicate. Sariyo aimed to protect the others within the organization, indicating that she intended to take some action against the syndicate. However, with her inheritance from her father, she currently possessed over 40% of the shares, retaining significant power. Yet, as financing increased, her influence would inevitably wane. Nonetheless, this was not necessarily detrimental. Managing a publicly traded company through shareholder meetings would afford her more time to quietly establish her underground casino empire, leading her to be so occupied that she could scarcely attend school for half a month. This was also one of her strategies to evade Conan's inquiries. Under the alternating care of Sariyo and Matsuda, Akemi Mayano regained consciousness on the third day after being shot. Eager to learn about her sister, she sighed in relief upon discovering that Shiho Mayano was missing. In a sense, the sisters had extricated themselves from the organization, but they could no longer live under their former identities. When Sariyo inquired about Akemi's plans after her recovery, she admitted to having none and decided to remain in the villa to attend to Sariyo's needs, including her recurring dizziness from blood loss. As autumn winds blew, time gradually shifted into November, and the weather turned cooler. Sariyo's injuries improved, and she ceased her involvement in syndicate affairs, returning to Titan High School. Alongside Ran and Sonoko, she resumed her daily routine, leading an ordinary life. A short-haired girl dashed past the street corner, her chestnut hair fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding a lively charm. Chapter 113, The Egg of Memories. At the Metropolitan Police Department, in the 2nd Investigation Division, the atmosphere was particularly somber. Dozens of poised police officers sat in the conference room, their gazes intensely focused on one individual. Matsuda, who had volunteered to participate in the operation, nervously rubbed his nose, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back under the oppressive atmosphere. Tachiki Shintaro clenched his fists, his tone grave as he slowly declared, "Today, we are dealing with a formidable foe. Everyone, be on high alert. This individual has committed a total of 134 offenses, including 15 abroad, leaving traces in 12 countries such as the United States, France, and Germany. He has stolen 152 jewels, amounting to a total theft of 38,725 billion yen. His name is Kaido Kuroba." As his name resounded, the atmosphere in the conference room ignited, with numerous officers rising from their seats, seemingly ready to devour Kaido Kuroba whole. Tachiki pounded the table, his voice booming with authority. "This is the scoundrel. Just yesterday, he sent us a letter of intent. The lion at dusk will meet the maiden at dawn. Not a second's hand shall strike the 12th hour, as the luminous tower descends, claiming the egg of memories, the magician of the century." The letter mentioned the egg of memories, which had been discovered last month in the Suzuki family's treasury. It was a secret treasure of the Tsars, known as the Imperial Feyberg egg. Crafted by the jeweler Feyberg, only 50 such eggs existed between 1885 and 1916, with the one discovered being the 51st. This Imperial Feyberg egg would be exhibited at the Suzuki Art Museum in Osaka Castle Park from August 23rd. Officer Nakamori speculated on the content of the riddle. The lion at dusk refers to the last day of Leo, August 22nd at dusk, leading to the dawn of Virgo, indicating the date of the crime. The phrase about the clock's hand not striking the 12th hour likely signifies the time of the incident, though I have yet to decipher it. Finally, the luminous tower refers to the castle tower, which is Osaka Castle, the location where Kaido Kuroba will appear. In summary, the letter conveyed, between the dusk of August 22nd and the dawn of the 23rd, Kaido Kuroba would materialize at Osaka Castle, intent on seizing the Imperial Feyberg egg. The final sentence resonated with unwavering certainty, eliciting a chorus of applause. Ahem. Taki Kamitaro interrupted the officer's cheers. stating that this time, we would be conducting a joint investigation with the Osaka Prefectural Police, and at the request of Mr. Suzuki, the esteemed Detective Kagoro Mori would be involved in the inquiry. Mori, nearly dozing off amidst the police, jolted awake, blinking in confusion. Taki Kamataro continued, declaring that our primary objective was to safeguard the gem. Even if it meant allowing the perpetrator to escape, the gem must remain our priority. How could we let him slip away? The gem comes second. Before Taki could finish his statement, Nakamori suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his expression contorted with fervor, shouting, "Do you all understand? We must stake our pride and reputation as police officers to ensure that scoundrel thief is imprisoned. He must be locked away." Oh! In a certain suite in the high-rise district of Kabukicho, Sariyo rested her chin on her hand, watching the excited officers on the video feed from the hidden camera attached to Matsuda's chest, then glanced at the cheerful young man beside her, asking, "So, how do you feel? Moved?" "I dare not move," he replied. Chapter 114, Friends sharing a late-night snack. Sariyo encountered the elusive phantom thief kid while secretly preparing hot pot in the middle of the night. At that moment, she was squeezing the last of the shrimp paste from her home, and when Kid leaped in from the balcony, she nearly squeezed it into the broth. Out of goodwill, Sariyo reluctantly invited Kid to share a late-night snack. Since Akemi Mayano took control of her diet, Sariyo hadn't enjoyed such tantalizing midnight treats for over a month. Just when she thought she could finally indulge in her own home, this unexpected guest arrived. Although she was afraid of fish, she had no such fears of shrimp, remarking, "What a bother you are," as she elegantly set her own bowl and chopsticks. Sariyo contemplated tossing him out the window. Kaito Kuroba expressed his grievance, saying, "The police officer's trying to catch me live next door. I can't very well invite you over, can I? There are 2 assassins living above my sister. While one only drives, the other has an 8-pack, and would you dare provoke him?" Sariyo flashed a knowing smile. Kaito's intentions were clear, rather than a goal. It was more of a concern. The day Sariyo exposed his identity, she hadn't informed anyone else. But nothing comes without a price. He had been waiting for Sariyo to approach him with conditions to help conceal his identity, yet she had been preoccupied with searching for Numabuchi, attending to the Mayano sisters, and managing her own club affairs, leaving the phantom thief kid far from her mind. Growing impatient, Kaito decided to seek her out himself. Of course, there was another reason for his visit. A new target he had set his sights on, the Egg of Memory, currently held by the Suzuki Group. It was set to be exhibited for sale. Following the previous Black Pearl incident, the Suzuki family's trust in the bodyguards of Sakai Corporation had soared, particularly regarding Sariyo, who was held in high esteem. Mr. Suzuki himself had issued a directive to ensure that Sariyo personally protected the Egg of Memory. This was still internal information, relayed to Kaito through a pigeon he sent to eavesdrop at the Suzuki estate. Even Sariyo herself had yet to receive accurate details. Sariyo found Kaito's interest in the egg peculiar and inquired earnestly, "What do you need an egg for? Are you lacking something?" Kaito replied, "That is the Egg of Memory. What do you need an egg for?" She pressed. "I can't shake the feeling you're insulting me," he retorted. He gracefully retrieved the last bit of shrimp paste from the pot, hesitating for a moment under Sariyo's almost murderous gaze, torn between his taste buds and his life. Ultimately, he obediently placed it into the bowl of the lovely lady. Kaito displayed utmost gentlemanly demeanor, assuring, "Don't worry, President's sister. I won really steal that egg or whatever it is. Look at this boy, he can't even speak straight. Oh, the gun is showing." Sariyo quietly tucked her handgun back into her pocket, and before Kaito left, she insisted he wash a bowl. Thus, the following day, an officer from the Violent Crimes Unit, Matsuda, rushed to the 2nd Investigative Division to capture footage of their lady boss during the meeting. Observing the officer's spirited demeanor, Sariyo turned to the young man beside her, asking, "So, how do you feel? Moved?" "I dare not move," he replied. Kaito Kuroba flashed a roguish grin. "Oh dear, if I get caught, they might just swallow me whole." Chapter 115, The Elixir of Immortality. They wouldn't literally swallow you, but it would be close. Sariyo sat cross-legged nearby, deftly knitting a white scarf, responding, "Moreover, I still haven't comprehended your reason for seeking me. Today, I received an invitation from Mr. Suzuki. Logically, we should be adversaries." Kaito, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, donned a radiant smile, stating, "Adversaries or not, one look at you, President's sister, reveals you to be a good person. Spare me that nonsense. I have quite a few grievances regarding your face," Sariyo retorted, glancing at him. "Speak plainly. No one dares lay a finger on you here." Her words exuded authority, putting Kaido at ease. He straightened up and asked, "How much do you know about the organization of the Mafia, considering you were once its leader?" Sariyo organized her yarn and replied without lifting her gaze. "Anything you can ask, I likely know. Now, there are underground casinos across Japan, which not only generate profit but also serve as a powerful information network. Where there is demand, there exists a market. Sariyo has utilized this to establish various casinos as information exchange centers, embarking on a business uniquely her own." Kaido, with a hint of anticipation, asked, "Sister, do you know of any organization that aims for immortality?" Immortality and resurrection, wasn't that the goal of that old rogue, Renya Karasuma? However, in his past life, the Phantom Thief hadn't engaged in the struggle of such an organization, so the one he referenced wouldn't be familiar to Sariyo. Yet, aside from that old rogue, could there truly be another organization entertaining such daydreams? Sariyo continued knitting, her hands steady as she casually asked, "Is this the organization that made the previous Phantom Thief kid, your father, suddenly vanish?" Kaido froze. "You know? All things that defy the laws of nature ultimately face retribution from nature itself. Adherents of such organizations are often merely sane lunatics." Sariyo was nearly finished with her scarf, admiring the intricate patterns, and suddenly a glimmer of interest danced in her eyes as she inquired, "Since the organization you target seeks immortality, by what means do they pursue it?" "The Stone of Destiny, Pandora," Kaido responded. "They venerate a gem named Pandora, firmly believing that gazing at it under the moonlight at night reveals the Pandora stone hidden within ordinary gems." Sariyo regarded him with a mocking gaze, tightening her velvet gloves as she slowly remarked, "How intriguing. 2 organizations pursuing immortality, one through medicine, the other through gems. One rooted in science, the other in magic. It almost resembles another harem anime, doesn't it?" "Huh?" Kaido blinked in confusion. Sariyo chose not to elaborate, unraveling her lengthy scarf to ensure there were no flaws before folding it neatly and presenting it to Kaido. "Here, I gift this to you. I am quite intrigued by your organization. Should you encounter them in the future, feel free to seek me out. If you face any troubles from the Mafia within Japan, you may invoke my name, it may afford you some protection." Kaido eagerly accepted the scarf, feeling an inexplicable sense of security, as though he were under the protective wing of a formidable sister. At least with the sister's assistance, he is no longer fighting alone, and the cause of his father's death feels within reach. "Now, let us discuss the important matters." Sariyo interrupted his thoughts, her gaze calm. "What do you require me to do this time?" Chapter 116, Reunion in Osaka 3 days later at Osaka train station. "Ran. Over here." Aiko, who had already arrived, waved her hands excitedly. "Aiko." Ran rushed over and the 2 young girls huddled together, whispering. Kogoro Mori's gaze fell upon the black luxury sedan behind Aiko, murmuring to himself, "Such a luxurious car. Truly befitting of the Suzuki family." Aiko, holding the dress she had meticulously prepared, cheerfully exclaimed, "Today is a very special day." "Special?" Kogoro Mori was taken aback. "Because today we get to meet the elusive Kaido kid." Aiko covered her flushed face, emphasizing the need for grandeur. "The elusive Kaido kid." Kogoro Mori muttered softly. "Oh right." Aiko turned around to introduce the man behind her. "The driver is my father's secretary, Mr. Nishino. Please take good care of us." The man bowed to everyone. "He has traveled around the world," Aiko added, "and is fluent in English, French, and German." Kogoro Mori scratched his head and looked in another direction. "Speaking of which, what is that over there?" He pointed toward a group of solemnly dressed men in suits, reminding him of the police officers at the meeting in the 2nd Investigation Division. Aiko giggled and whispered, "Those are the bodyguards accompanying Sariyo. They arrived early this morning. So Sariyo is here too." Rant's expression brightened with anticipation. Aiko winked, "Of course. Ever since she returned with the Black Pearl, my parents have trusted her immensely." After not seeing that classmate for a long time, Conan suddenly showed immense excitement. "Where is Sister Sakai?" His eagerness caught Aiko's attention, and she scrutinized him. "You little rascal. You've only met her once, why are you so excited?" Conan placed a hand over his heart and declared, "Because Sister Sakai is so cool. She managed to subdue Kaido Kid. Aside from that, his temperament leaves much to be desired," Aiko remarked. "She has already arrived," Aiko said with a smile. "Follow me." She led them to the Suzuki Modern Art Museum, where 2 helicopters hovered outside and numerous armed police officers patrolled the area. Ran exclaimed, "The security here is indeed stringent." Aiko responded with a grin, "Of course. Our opponent is the elusive gentleman thief capable of transforming at will. No matter how tight the security or how solid the vault, he can miraculously crack it open quickly, even mimicking appearances and voices. We are truly facing a formidable adversary this time, Kudo." A voice thick with an Osaka accent suddenly rang out behind them. They turned to see Heiji and Kazuha dismounting from a motorcycle. Ran picked up Conan and said honestly, "He is clearly Conan. Why do you always call him Kudo?" Heiji chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Haha, my apologies. Perhaps it's because this kid's gaze resembles Kudo's too closely. I inadvertently slipped into calling him that." "Mr. Mori." Another voice approached, accompanied by a group of people. "Thank you so much. Aiko is quite mischievous and has caused you trouble. Heiji, I may also need your assistance with this matter." The newcomer was Shiro Suzuki. Heiji grinned and replied, "Leave it to me." "What did you say?" Kagoro Mori immediately waved his fists. "You little brat, how do you call Mr. Suzuki old man?" Chapter 117. Gathering no worries at all, "Mr. Mori?" Shiro Suzuki maintained a warm smile and waved his hand, introducing a tall foreign gentleman. "This is the first secretary of the Russian embassy, Mr. Solufinnikov." "Hello." The Russian man greeted the group with a clumsy Japanese accent. Shiro Suzuki continued, "Next to him is the art dealer I invited, Mr. Kainsho." A middle-aged man with graying hair nodded at everyone. Shiro Suzuki then pointed to a short-haired woman, saying, "She is Miss Purushkin, a researcher of the Romanov dynasty." Miss Purushkin smiled gracefully at the group. "Lastly, this young man," Shiro Suzuki indicated a young man seated at the edge, "is Mr. Harukawa Ryu, a freelance filmmaker seeking to document treasures. Please take care of him." "Certainly," Harukawa Ryu smiled. Shiro Suzuki gestured toward the final person, "And this is the leader of the Sakai group, whom you all know." Standing at the back was Saraya, dressed formally in her favorite long red coat, which complemented her crimson eyes. A red ribbon tied her seaweed-like long hair into a wolf tail, shedding her previous frail appearance and radiating an innate vigor. Conan's eyes lit up as he beheld the person who had been absent for months. Kagoro Mori greeted each individual before turning to Shiro Suzuki and inquiring, "What is the estimated value they have appraised?" Shiro Suzuki chuckled, and the art dealer named Kaien spoke first. 800 million yen. 800 million. Kagoro Mori's eyes widened. Kaien smiled with satisfaction, observing the sudden change in expressions among those present. "If you are willing to sell, I can raise the price." "President." Solufin grew anxious. "This item belongs to Russia. If it is sold to such an unappreciative black market dealer, it would be better to donate it to us and let the Russian Art Museum preserve it." "You dare call me unappreciative?" Kaien glared at him. "Clearly, you lack the funds." Solufin stood his ground, unyielding in the face of Kaien's hostility. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a lively voice interjected, all right. Filming people is far more interesting than filming that egg." The speaker was Harukawa Ryu, who had just provoked the two men and immediately turned the camera towards Miss Purushkin, mischievously saying, "You appear indifferent, yet as a researcher of the Romanov dynasty, you should desire this egg more than anyone else, right?" Indeed, Miss Purushkin lowered her head, her bangs falling gracefully. "However, I lack 800 million. "True enough." Harukawa Ryu put down his camera, echoing her sentiment. "Even I can only scrape together 200 million. Oh, by the way," he turned to Saraya with keen interest. "Miss Beautiful President, you must possess the means, right?" "I do," Saraya replied, placing her hands in her pockets, "but I have no interest in the egg. Let us discuss the matter of the egg another day." Shiro Suzuki interrupted the conversation, seemingly indicating that the influx of visitors had disrupted his routine. "I understand." Solufin reluctantly cast a glance at him, sighed. "All right, I shall take my leave for now." As several individuals fixated on the egg gradually departed, Nishino approached with a box in hand. "President, I have brought the egg." Chapter 118, Speculations on the Code. "Thank you for your hard work." Shiro Suzuki nodded. "Please place it on the table. Everyone, please take a seat." "Wow." Rand gazed curiously at the box. "Can we see the egg?" "It doesn't look like much on the outside." Aiko casually waved her hand. "I remember playing with it as a toy when I was younger." "Only you would have such a disposition." Shiro Suzuki opened the box, revealing a dark green eggshell adorned with gold and silver embellishments. "Quite ugly," Saraya remarked, glancing at her red coat and silently moving to the farthest corner. "Not as beautiful as I imagined," Heiji stated bluntly. "It resembles an ostrich egg." Kazuha murmured softly. Conan pointed to one of the golden lines and inquired, "Can this be opened?" Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Suzuki Shiro chuckled, fiddling near the golden line. Soon, a pure gold model was unveiled, representing the family of Emperor Nicola, all meticulously crafted from gold. Remarkable. Hattori's opinion of the egg shifted dramatically. Moreover, Suzuki Shiro continued. This egg contains a rather intriguing mechanism. As he spoke, he made a few adjustments on the egg, and a delicate pure gold model slowly ascended from within, revealing a book in the figure's hands gradually opening. Oh, Hattori exclaimed. This is truly fascinating. The internal design of this egg was documented in the dynasty's literature, translated as the Egg of Memories. Suzuki Shiro was pleased with Hattori's change in demeanor and continued to elaborate. Ran interjected, asking, Is Egg of Memories translated from Russian to English? Suzuki Shiro nodded. In Russian it is Misvobonener, which translates to memories in Japanese. However, Conan, with a childlike tone, queried, Why does reading a book symbolize memories? Fool. Mori Kagaru's expression was one of understanding. The emperor calling his child to read together represents their cherished memories. Are the glimmering objects inside the egg jewels? Ran, as a diligent young lady, redirected her attention to the transparent items. Yet, Suzuki Shiro laughed and shook his head. No, that is merely glass. Conan pressed further. Isn't it strange for the emperor to gift such a thing to the empress? Well, Suzuki Shiro pondered. When the 51st egg was made, Russia was reportedly in a financial crisis, which might explain it. Hattori, no longer interested in these artifacts, had begun to doze off, only to revive at this moment to say, more importantly, I am intrigued by Kid's invitation. Why is the Osaka castle glowing? Idiot, Ayumi remarked. Mr. Taiko, who constructed Osaka Castle, believes its development is akin to the light of Osaka. At that moment, a man entered through the door, stating, Kid will certainly appear at the Osaka Castle's main keep. However, the newcomer was Tamaki Shintaro, followed by Nakamori, who politely nodded to them before saying, I do not understand the phrase about the clock without a second hand reaching the 12th letter. Isn't that the 12th letter of the Japanese syllabary? Ayumi tilted her head, as if it weren't too difficult. The 12th of the Ram began to count slowly, hesitating, so that would be 4 o'clock? Yoko's eyes brightened. Impossible. Nakamori immediately shook his head, dismissing their assumption. Kid's cipher cannot be that simple. I have an idea. Mori Kagaru chuckled, looking at the group. It's not the Japanese syllabary, it's English letters. Consider which letter corresponds to 12. Nakamori slapped the table. Could it be 3 o'clock? Mori Kagata replied confidently. And everyone froze for a moment. Suzuki Shiro was the first to applaud, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being a great detective. Indeed, Tamaki Shintaro immediately concurred. 3 o'clock is still before dawn, aligning perfectly with the Dawn Maiden. Chapter 119. It's all right for children to look. Seeing the two police officers' affirmation, Suzuki Shiro's admiration for Mori Kagaru surged like an unending river, prompting him to clap enthusiastically. His noble status inspired the others to join in the applause. Sariyo, however, clapped half-heartedly, stifling a yawn while casting her gaze towards a white dove outside the window. You still haven't been captured. Detective Mori has made quite a contribution. After viewing the Egg of Memories, the group dispersed temporarily. Ran and the others, under Ayumi's lead, headed to a local temple for sightseeing, while Conan continued to ponder the clues regarding the cipher alongside Hattori. Conan had been deep in thought since leaving, prompting Hattori to ask, Are you still concerned about that CEO lady? Not exactly. Conan shook his head, stating, regarding the 12th letter, it would be clearer if it were in Cyrillic. But the 12th Cyrillic letter it really doesn't indicate a specific time, does it? Could it be that Uncle Mori has ruled out another incorrect answer? Mori Kagaru had been eliminating wrong answers for quite some time now, and yet, he consistently managed to be accurate, rivaling Conan's own curse. Nevertheless, it's fine. I've heard they created a fake egg as bait. Since we already know that egg is a counterfeit, we need not linger in the exhibition hall for hours. Hattori ruffled Conan's hair and smiled, saying, Even President Suzuki has gone out for drinks with that old man. In that case, why not grab a bite to eat? Since you all left in such haste last time, there's a type of savory pancake called manjiaki in Osaka, Conan began, but Hattori suddenly halted, staring curiously at a figure ahead. Is that the CEO lady? Conan jolted and turned only to see Sariyo perched on the hood of her red sports car, fiddling with her phone. Beneath her red trench coat, she wore a striking outfit of riding gear with her smooth legs extending from her shorts to her knee-high boots, enough to make many middle-aged men drool. Hattori leaned closer to Conan, mischievously whispering, "Kudo, I've been meaning to ask, don't you think that ladies' proportions are a bit different? Her legs seem exceptionally long." Conan was about to agree but quickly caught himself, exchanging disdainful glances with Hattori. Sariyo noticed the interaction between the two boys, putting away her phone and asked Hattori, "You've healed quite quickly, you're lively again already?" Before Hattori could respond, Conan interjected. "You and Officer Matsuda have been missing for so many days. What exactly were you up to?" Sariyo seemed to only then notice Conan below, sporting an innocent yet candid expression. "We weren't missing. We were merely avoiding you. You ask too many questions, kid." "Ha ha ha. I like this sister." Hattori laughed heartily, patting Conan's shoulder. Conan rolled his eyes at him and continued questioning Sariyo. "So it was you who dropped me off at the professor's house at the amusement park?" "Yes." Sariyo winked playfully, adding, "Kudo, I even changed your clothes." Hattori froze, suddenly shouting, "Eh? Kudo, you're innocent, right? Don't listen to her nonsense. Did the sister not see that part of you? Kids shouldn't be so shy. Kudo, how could such a good thing happen to you? Get a grip." Chapter 120. As Hattori began to suspect his good friend might be two-timing, Sariyo finally ceased her teasing. "All right, enough of the jokes. Have you two formed any ideas regarding Phantom Thief Kid?" Hattori, still holding Conan's head, looked up and asked, "Didn't Uncle Mori already deduce it?" "Wow," Sariyo scoffed lightly, questioning nonchalantly, "Then guess why, with such a clever detective, this kid hasn't brought any business to Mori Detective Agency before meeting him?" "You make a valid point," Hattori nodded, observing Conan, who was also lost in thought. However, under Sariyo's guidance, it seemed Kudo had forgotten his original purpose for seeking her. Could it be that Phantom Thief Kid was more significant than that organization? Hattori felt he was onto something. Suddenly, near the exit of the art museum, a woman anxiously called out, "Regarding the introduction of the Emperor's resurrection egg, we have some matters to discuss with the president." Unfortunately, the president has already left, Nishino stated at the entrance of the exhibition hall, adding, "If you don't mind, I can speak with you. It would be better if I discussed it with the president." The woman continued to insist, "Could you please help me make a call to the president?" Hattori propped his head on his hand and replied, "Oh, this is intriguing." "What is intriguing?" Conan inquired, puzzled. "Just look at the watch." Hattori pointed to the woman's wrist. "If it were 3 in the morning, then now it would be. You know how much effort it takes for the author to convey the symbol?" Conan echoed. "It's currently 7:13, Hattori indicated on his watch. "If it were 7:20, it would be even more fitting." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Conan's mind. "Wait a minute, Hattori. The time in Kid's announcement isn't 3 in the morning, it's 7:20 in the evening." "What?" Hattori was equally astonished. Without further explanation, Conan grabbed his skateboard and dashed forward. Behind him, Hattori shouted, Hey, Kudo, where are you off to?" "Osaka Castle." Conan hurled his skateboard ahead and leaped onto it, calling out to Sariyo, "You all hurry back to protect your egg." "What egg? Can you even speak properly?" Hattori and Conan shared a moment of mutual understanding, instantly grasping each other's thoughts. Just as Hattori was about to chase after Conan, a raindrop landed on his cheek. Automatically, he looked up at the sky. The weather forecast clearly said it would be sunny. "Wait, Kudo. The sky tower isn't the castle tower. It's the Tsutenkaku." On the roadside, a white dove flapped its wings, startling Sariyo, who slowly raised her head in the direction the dove was looking. Atop the Tsutenkaku, a figure clad in white stood, their snow-white cloak billowing in the wind, outlining a slender yet vibrant silhouette. The youth held a monocular, a cultured smile gracing his lips. As he gazed at Sariyo through the lens, her proud figure illuminated under the street lamp, exuding an alluring charm. This sister was indeed captivating yet perilous. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly to recruit her as an ally. The youth lowered the monocular and tipped his white hat, surveying the now darkened sky, as if envisioning a stage uniquely his own. His clear voice resonated through the night. Chapter 121. Moonlight and fireworks. This intoxicating night scene lasted merely a few seconds before a beam of light soared upward, exploding in the air like resplendent blossoms, one after another, in a riot of colors, hastily illuminating half the sky. Within an inconspicuous warehouse in Osaka, a fully armed police officer rushed in, reporting to the vigilant Nakamori. "Inspector, fireworks are being launched at Osaka Castle. Look, and there are quite a number of them." Another officer chimed in. "Quiet down. That's definitely not Kid. There are still 7 hours until his scheduled time," Nakamori stated calmly from behind a desk. Before him lay an unassuming wooden box, containing the so-called precious egg worth 800 million. As he gazed at the fireworks overhead, Nakamori revealed a confident smile, clenching his fist, and he would never suspect that this egg is hidden in such an inconspicuous warehouse. On a 3-lane road in Osaka, a child sped forward on a skateboard, keeping pace with a motorcycle. Where is the Tsutenkaku? Conan, the child riding without a seatbelt and without a license, mused aloud. Hattori, is he trying to lead us away from here? But kid will surely deduce that the egg is a fake. Hattori, also likely without a license, replied loudly. Then what could be his purpose? At the summit of the Tsutenkaku, the youth raised his hand high, his white-gloved fingers exuding elegance and nobility, as if at that moment, the very fabric of the universe lay in his grasp. Next, I shall showcase this. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a sleek black remote control. Upon pressing it, distant explosions echoed, and the fireworks momentarily flickered, plunging the Osaka skyline back into the primal darkness of night. Suddenly deprived of vision, it felt as though everyone's right to explore life was snatched away, the only discernible outlines of objects illuminated by the faint, hazy moonlight. Kid strolled leisurely to a nearby rooftop, extending his hand, his fingertips dancing in the air like a pianist striking keys. As the dark city began to twinkle with scattered lights in sync with his rhythmic motions, the hospitals of Osaka, the TD Bird Century Hotel, the Tema Emergency Medical Center, the Channel Pavilion Hotel, Naniwa Hospital, the Kansai World Hotel, all lit up one by one. With keen interest, the youth observed the illuminated buildings, his gaze ultimately settling on a modest, dilapidated warehouse in the east. And then, the old warehouse suddenly lit up. The youth, brimming with excitement, lowered his hand and snapped his fingers. Beautiful. The night breeze picked up and the youth leaped from the rooftop's edge, arms spread wide as the wind swept past him. A white fabric resembling wings emerged from his back, cradling him in the air like a soaring dove. On the ground, the wingless child on the skateboard looked up, analyzing. A gliding wing typically flies with the wind. Hattori nodded, his voice muffled by the helmet. Flying with the wind makes it faster. Constrained by the winding roads and the dangers of night, they dared not speed too quickly. Yet this only widened the gap between them and the snowy figure. Altitude is decreasing, Conan suddenly exclaimed. Ahead lay Osaka Bay, and Hattori jolted with realization. Kid is definitely going to land. Chapter 122, the chase finally made it. Conan tossed his skateboard aside at the base of the old warehouse and rushed upstairs, only to stumble upon a group of police officers collapsed from inhaling sleeping gas, alongside the white figure by the window. Upon hearing the noise, Kid turned, offering Conan a roguish grin and playfully forming a hand gesture. Then he laughed and spread his gliding wings, leaping out the window. See you later, little detective. Damn it. Conan gritted his teeth, feeling like a bullied child. I will definitely catch you. Watching the figure prepare to escape, Conan quickly found a rope inside the old warehouse, tied one end to a fixed point, and leaped out the window akin to a mountaineer. Sensing the movement behind him, Kid glanced back and contemplated the child's audacity in jumping from a building to pursue him. This kid is truly relentless. Is it just because I borrowed Miss Murray's clothes last time? He can't possibly want to strip me of my outfit. Conan moved with agility, landing on the back seat of Hattori's motorcycle in one swift motion. Hurry up, Kudo. Hattori revved the throttle, feeling the additional weight behind him, and tossed a helmet back to Conan, propelling them forward with Conan's skateboard in tow. Even if we can't catch him, we must retrieve the egg. That sounds rather strange. Conan looked up, suddenly excited. All right, he is beginning to descend. Before he could finish his thought, a truck unexpectedly turned in front of them, causing Hattori's pupils to dilate. He instinctively steered the motorcycle to avoid a collision, narrowly passing the truck as they skidded to the ground, sliding along the pavement, leaving a long trail. Conan, agile as ever, managed to detach himself from the motorcycle before it fell, sliding a short distance before turning back, anxiously looking at Hattori, who was still on the ground. Hattori, are you all right? I'm fine. Hattori grunted as he struggled to rise, suppressing the pain from various scrapes. Calling to the hesitating Conan, Don't worry about me. Go after him. Conan hesitated, but seeing his friend's determined expression, he gritted his teeth and surged forward on his skateboard. I understand, Hattori. Hattori remained in place, watching the child vanish into the distance, as the wounds he had suppressed began to throb painfully once more. At that moment, a girl's voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, reached his ears. Your injuries are truly persistent, aren't they? You bravely sacrificed yourself for the pursuit of Phantom Thief Kid. That reputation is hardly commendable. Enough with the snide remarks, at least help me call an ambulance. Hattori grimaced in pain, glancing at the approaching Sariyo, who was speeding towards him in a sports car. And hurry to chase after Kudo. We can't let anything happen to him. His life is resilient. Sariyo chuckled lightly but immediately pressed the accelerator, following the skateboarder Conan as he sped away. The greatest danger of this operation lay in Conan's reckless, unlicensed skateboarding on the streets compared to him. Kid seemed like a law-abiding citizen. Sariyo felt little concern, knowing that Kaito Kuroba was accustomed to self-reliance and would not require her assistance in a significant way. The routes accessible to a skateboard were not traversable by a sports car, and soon Sariyo lost sight of Conan, glancing up occasionally at the white triangle soaring through the air to gauge her direction. Chapter 123. The attack. As Kid soared through the sky, Sariyo felt as though she was driving along the coastal highway. The salty sea breeze wafted in through the open window, bringing a refreshing scent. She parked her car by the seaside and, using binoculars from within, scanned the sky for the white figure. Suddenly, she noticed a red dot flicker on the figure's head, followed by a faint sound, "Pff." It was the noise of a gun suppressor. Although a suppressor cannot entirely silence a gunshot, the sound indicated that the shooter was not far from her position. Sariyo looked up and saw the white figure begin to plummet uncontrollably. Furrowing her brow, she quickly scanned her surroundings. Below the flight path lay the sea, which could provide some cushioning. However, if the shooter fired again, the consequences could be dire. Holding the binoculars steady, Sariyo searched for the sniper's position. To hit such a high target required precise positioning. If she were the sniper, thanks to the lessons learned from Jin in her previous life, she would know where to aim. She found her target. A dark figure on a rooftop pulled out a handgun, and Sariyo stealthily approached, quieting her high-heeled footsteps. After confirming Kid's fall, the shadow dashed downstairs. In the darkness, the figure suddenly sensed a rush of wind and instinctively dodged. But the ambusher had anticipated her movement. A swift sweep of the leg sent her tumbling forward, doing her best to maintain her balance as she fell. Unceasing in her actions, Sariyo delivered a sharp kick with her pointed heel toward the gun-wielding shadow. But the figure was no ordinary opponent. She rolled away, causing Sariyo's heel to crash against the ground. The two exchanged several blows, with Sariyo striking decisively, leaving her opponent little chance to utilize her firearm, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a powerful kick sent the figure sprawling several meters away, the shadow could no longer hold back, demanding, "Who are you?" The voice was unmistakably feminine and eerily familiar. Sariyo's eyes narrowed, refusing to respond as she advanced. With nowhere to escape, the shadow raised her gun defensively but was overpowered and the weapon was knocked away. Yet, this did not come without consequence. The impact of her fist against the gun caused a sharp pain in Sariyo's right hand, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow dashed toward the building's edge and quickly disappeared from view. Sariyo did not rush to pursue, she merely retrieved the gun left behind by her adversary, tucking it into her waistband as she removed her right glove to inspect her injury while walking slowly outside. The police would soon follow Kid's trail, and she had no desire to create a fatal scene at that moment. Had it not been for this concern, that woman would have already met her demise. However, this also thwarted any further attempts on Kid's life, achieving her objective. As Sariyo returned to her car, she discovered a familiar white figure slumped in the passenger seat, likely having just emerged from the sea, drenched and visibly weakened. She ignored the pang of distress for her leather seats and quickly took her place in the driver's seat, glancing at Kid, who was covering his right eye. "Did she hit you?" "Thank goodness for my monocle," Kaito Kuroba replied with a near-death grin, though he gasped as Sariyo reached out to examine his injury. "This time, it's a miracle you're still alive." Sariyo brushed back Kaito's hair from his forehead, scrutinizing the bruise forming around his right eye. "Now that a professional assassin has appeared, it seems the attempt on your life is far from over. Do you have any leads or plans?" "This time I've really suffered a huge loss." Kaito Kuroba obediently tilted his head back, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "I will definitely retaliate." Chapter 124. Natsumi Kasaka. The suspected attack on Phantom Thief Kid hit Police Chief Nakamori the hardest. Despite the fact that the egg Kid had stolen had been safely returned by Sariyo and Conan, he relentlessly led all officers in a search along the coastline where Kid had fallen. The danger posed by both Kid and the unidentified shooter prompted the Suzuki family to decide to terminate the exhibition, boarding a cruise ship back to Tokyo. After confirming that Kaito's injuries were not severe, Sariyo joined the Suzuki group on the cruise, closely following Ran and her companions, ensuring that Conan could find no opportunity to interrogate her, relegating him to a corner where he could only gaze at her with a forlorn expression. The cruise ship welcomed a few new passengers. As Shiro Suzuki introduced, "This is the owner of that egg, Natsumi Kasaka. My great-grandfather was named Kiichi." The girl smiled at everyone, continuing, "He worked in the pharaoh's workshop and married a Russian woman. The year after the revolution, they both came to Japan. And my grandmother was born, but she passed away not long after. 9 years later, my great-grandfather also died at the age of 45. And the infant girl?" Kagoro Mori inquired. "That was my grandmother. My grandfather and my parents died in a car accident when I was 5, Natsumi Kasaka replied, her tone tinged with sorrow. "I was raised by my grandmother, but she also passed away last month." The butler accompanying Natsumi, Kazunori Sawabe, added, "I was a pastry chef in Paris." Natsumi continued, "I returned to organize my grandmother's belongings and found that my great-grandfather's drawing was only slightly damaged in the center." Flashback. "Indeed, it is the memory egg." Shiro Suzuki leaned closer, reading the barely visible letters on the drawing. "But this was inlaid with gems, perhaps they were originally there and later fell out," Kagoro speculated. The drawing was torn in half, each piece showing signs of age, yet one egg appeared larger than the other, making it impossible to fit them together. Suddenly, a light flickered in Conan's mind and he perked up, exclaiming, "Hey, what if there were originally 2 eggs? Because if there was only one, the contours wouldn't match." The attention of the group shifted toward him and Conan pointed at the 2 drawings, suggesting, could it be that the larger sheet originally depicted 2 eggs, and the central part was secretly torn away? As he spoke, the drawing slowly took shape in their minds. Of course. Shiro Suzuki and Nakamori exchanged looks of realization. Conan continued to examine the egg valued at 800 million, unable to suppress his curiosity as he lifted it for a closer look. "This egg seems more like the larger one." Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a rattling from the object in his hands, followed by something rolling off the egg and onto the ground. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment at the thought of the 800 million egg being damaged. "What are you doing?" Kagoro Mori suddenly entertained the notion of severing ties with Conan and casting him into the sea. A fragment of a mirror had already sent Conan into a state of sheer terror, leaving him to state the evident fact that everyone could see. The crowd exclaimed, "Edagawa-kun is remarkable. At such a young age, he dares to shoulder debts that many adults would not even contemplate." Conan replied, "I feel a bit anxious." In chapter 125, the castle in the mirror, upon noticing Conan's serious demeanor as he considered whether he might truly sell himself to repay debts, Sonoko chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right, that mirror is quite easy to dismantle, it seems to have been installed later." "Oh." Conan breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously sensing that Kagoro Mori behind him had also relaxed somewhat. Suddenly, Conan spotted something and turned to Nishino, who was closest to the ship switch, exclaiming, "Mr. Nishino, could you please turn off the lights?" Nishino hesitated for a moment but instinctively pressed the switch. As the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, Conan produced a flashlight, illuminating the ceiling before placing the glass in position. The beam of light, refracted through the small glass, cast several brilliant rays upon the wall, revealing the image of a castle. Nishiro appeared visibly shocked. "A magic mirror," Kain interjected, his tone equally astonished. At this moment, the previously silent Aoi Urasaki spoke up, her voice cold. "I have heard of miraculous mirrors existing in Japan and China. When treated with special craftsmanship, they can display images." Kain continued his analysis. Some hidden Catholics in Japan utilize reflections of crosses on walls for prayer. Mr. Zeb, seemingly learning about the mirror's function for the first time, expressed her astonishment. Yet the image projected on the wall evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Yes, Zeb confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed the castle in Yokosuka. "The castle in Yokosuka?" Rand gasped. "Isn't that the one frequently featured in advertisements?" "Yes," Natsumi Kasaka nodded. "It was built by my great-grandfather, and my great-grandmother managed it." "So it is the Kasaka family castle?" Sonoko inquired. "What, does your family own a castle?" Sariha admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. "Miss Natsumi." Kagoro Mori suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious. "As far as I know, these 2 eggs were created by your great-grandfather, right? After the Soviet Revolution, he and his wife crafted these 2 eggs, later bringing them back to Japan. Perhaps the gemstone on the second egg was sold, which financed the construction of the Yokosuka castle. The first egg is hidden within the castle, and the information concealed there is deliberately hidden within this magic mirror." Natsumi hesitated, pulling out a peculiar caliper-shaped object from her pocket, asking, "Aside from the image, is this old key also part of it?" This is the key to the location of the second egg. Upon seeing this object, Kagoro Mori became excited. The bejeweled dream egg. Kyan's eyes widened, as if he could see treasures of greater value than 800 million sitting right before him. If it is found, it could be worth 10 billion or even more. Hearing that this treasure map could lead to even more precious artifacts, the expressions of the group sharpened. Mr. Mori, amid the crowd's fervor, Natsumi Kasaka suddenly looked at Kagoro Mori, her tone slightly pleading. Could you accompany me to the castle when we return to Tokyo? This statement detonated the group's attention like a bomb, and they immediately surrounded her, requesting to join, under the pretense of wanting to witness that historic moment. Sariha had never been particularly interested in treasures. She believed more in her ability to earn money through her own efforts. Currently, her attention was solely focused on Aoi Urasaki and Natsumi Kasaka. Was yesterday's assailant one of these two? In Chapter 126, The Intent to Kill, yes. A left-handed female assassin. She seems to be less skilled in hand-to-hand combat and lacks backup, suggesting she is accustomed to operating alone. She likely has a habit of shooting her opponents in the right eye, but it is uncertain whether she was hired to target Kid or the Dream Egg. Inside a room on the cruise ship, Sariha, cradling the phone with her arm, rubbed her bruised joints, slowly inquiring. The characteristics are quite distinct. We should be able to find some information. After a brief moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end, Jin, quickly provided an answer. It's Scopin, a specialist in collecting artifacts and treasures from the Romanov dynasty, with exceptional marksmanship, known for targeting the right eye. That was fast? Sariha exclaimed, surprised at how quickly the organization's information surpassed that of her underground casino. Just then, the door was unexpectedly flung open, and amid the clicking of cameras, a man exclaimed, "Aha! Look what I've discovered." Sariha immediately flipped her phone face down on the table, her gaze cold as she turned to the entrance. The newcomer was the reporter Ryu Hanzawa, who smiled and waved his camera, saying, "Sorry, I wanted to capture everyone's genuine expressions for material. This kind of filming is the most reliable." As he spoke, he nonchalantly exited the room, making a rather gentlemanly gesture to close the door behind him. Sariha and Jin on the phone shared a moment of silence, and she stood up, saying, "I'll handle this." Unaware that he had provoked a harbinger of death, Hanzawa returned to his room, excitedly reviewing the photos on his camera, flipping through them one by one. Behind him, a striking figure stood, her gun black as the smile of death itself. "Sariha, would you like to chat?" Ran called out to Sariha, who was passing by the guest room door. Sariha, glancing at the group of scoping candidates, willingly accepted, stepping forward to ask, "What were you discussing?" Natsumi Kasaka's eyes turned to Conan, who suddenly inquired, "Are they gray?" "Indeed, they are gray," Natsumi replied generously, pointing to her eyes. "My mother and grandmother have the same color. I suppose it is inherited from my great-grandmother." Speaking of eyes, Ran turned towards Aoi Urasaki, noting, "Miss Urasaki, your eyes are also gray." "Indeed," Sonoko remarked, twisting her head in fascination. "How interesting. Are all Chinese people's eyes gray?" "Yes." Aoi Urasaki's smile appeared somewhat forced, as she instinctively shifted the topic. "The meaning of my name is Blue Orchid." "Ran, your name also contains the character for orchid." This remark piqued Ran's interest. Aoi Urasaki continued, "My name would be pronounced Qinglan in Chinese, while yours would be Maoli Ran. And you?" She looked at Sariha, seemingly teasing. "Your Chinese name is pronounced Shaili, a rather imposing name for a fallen angel." A fallen angel, which refers to one who betrays God or is despised by him, although Shaili is strong enough to be called the angel of slaughter. Her reputation is rather unsavory. The revelation left those aware of this information silent, hesitant to speak. Sariha slowly squinted her eyes, revealing a meaningful gaze. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Natsumi Kasaka to take the initiative and ask, "Aoi, you should be around my age, right?" "Yes," Aoi Urasaki exhaled with relief, smiling. "I'm 27 this year." "Just as I thought." Natsumi clapped her hands. "When is your birthday?" "May," Aoi replied, "the 5th. "Oh?" Natsumi exclaimed. "Mine is on May 3rd. It's only 2 days apart." At that moment, Conan innocently interjected, "So your birthdays are only 1 day apart from mine." In Chapter 127, The Day of God's Birth. "So your birthdays are only 1 day apart from mine." Conan instinctively chimed in, immediately sensing a piercing gaze directed at him. "Oh no, Ran knows my birthday," Conan thought in a panic, glancing towards Sariha. Sariya cast a gaze of helplessness, cleared her throat, and took the initiative to continue the conversation. I am quite far behind you all. I will soon turn 21, my birthday being on December 25th. Oh, is it Christmas? Pu Saikinglin seemed to chuckle unintentionally. The birthday of a fallen angel coinciding with the day of God's birth is indeed a peculiar combination. Sariyo sensed Pu Saikinglin's hostility and responded with a defiant look, unperturbed. Just as this was being discussed, Siruofa suddenly appeared before the group, flustered, and exclaimed, "It seems Mr. Hanchuan is in trouble." The crowd, each harboring their own thoughts, rose and followed Siruofu to Han Chuanlong's room. Upon entering, they found the place enveloped in darkness. When Conan activated the light on his watch, illuminating the scene, they were met with chaos, numerous items carelessly strewn across the floor, feathers from a pillow scattered throughout the room, and Han Chuanlong's body lying in the center. His right eye a gaping wound, half his face soaked in blood, having already turned into a lifeless corpse. The group was struck with shock, and Sariyo scrutinized Pu Saikinglin's expression, noting a fleeting look of confusion on her face. The scene was in disarray, suggesting the assailant was searching for something. Conan remarked. Mori Kagoro decisively stated, "In any case, President Suzuki, this is a murder case. Please contact the police immediately." After approximately half an hour, a helicopter landed on the ship's helipad. Mori Kagoro stood at attention, solemnly addressing, "Inspector Magyar, we await your esteemed presence." "Really?" Inspector Magyar adjusted his hat, crouching slightly as he walked under the helicopter's wing, muttering with a hint of annoyance. "Why is it that wherever you are, there are always cases?" Mori Kagoro sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Perhaps it is divine will." "Mori-san, you are truly a god?" teased Shiratori, adding the Grim Reaper. Mori Kagoro, "Conan, I feel slightly offended." Takagi, following closely, quickly intervened. "Shiratori, your words are quite blunt. What's wrong?" Mori Kagoro grunted, casting a curious glance at Takagi, who was speaking. "Why do you have a bandage on your face?" "Ah, it's nothing." Takagi stepped back hastily, explaining that he had a scuffle with the perpetrator. Sariyo stood behind them, observing the white hand-knitted scarf around Shiratori's neck with a glimmer of interest in her eyes, then shifted her gaze to Takagi, the apprentice of her former friend, her interest transforming into curiosity. After a preliminary examination, Shiratori announced, "The victim's name is Han Chuanlong, aged 32, a freelance filmmaker. Before the inspector's arrival, I conducted an initial assessment and can preliminarily ascertain that he died from a bullet penetrating his right eye." "Officer, this is a robbery and murder," Mori Kagoro interjected, confirming the assailant stole a ring. "A ring?" Magyar looked at him curiously. "What ring?" "The ring of Maria, the third daughter of Nicholas II, Mori Kagoro explained, noting that Han Chuan wore it as a necklace. "That doesn't seem likely," a youthful voice interjected, drawing Magyar's gaze towards the ship's cabin entrance where Conan was waving, his face adorned with an innocent smile. To steal a ring, one simply needs to snatch it from around the neck, yet the scene is in disarray. This is quite suspicious. Chapter 128. Inquiry, little brat. Mori Kagoro clenched his fist, ready to spring into action. "You're being presumptuous again." "All right." Shiratori raised a ballpoint pen which had been discovered at the scene. "What's this?" Magyar leaned closer to examine the plastic bag, noticing an inscription on the pen, "Nishino?" "Could this possibly be?" "Nishino, is this your pen?" Suzuki Shiro gasped, turning to question his secretary. "This is indeed my pen," Nishino stammered, startled, "but why is it here?" Could it be that Yoko realized something? She suddenly covered her mouth, looking at Nishino in disbelief. Suzuki Shiro directly refuted, "No, that's impossible. Inspector Magyar, something has been added to the scene, yet something else is missing." Conan interrupted, "Han Chuanlong recorded a video for each of us during boarding, and that tape is currently unaccounted for." "What?" Magyar frowned, "A videotape?" "I see," Mori Kagoro exclaimed. "It's no wonder the room was turned upside down, little brat." "Where are you going?" Sariyo glanced over just in time to see Conan dart out the door. "It's all right." Xiaolan suddenly glanced in that direction. "I'll check it out." Having said that, she swiftly ran out. Sariyo watched the two figures, exchanging glances with Shiratori, and gently shook her head. "This boy. It's a miracle he has managed to keep this secret until now." Xiaolan followed Conan's steps into the ship's corridor but soon lost sight of the child. She stood in place, bewildered, glancing around until a familiar voice called from behind. "Miss Xiaolan." "Shiratori?" Xiaolan turned around. "Xiaolan, the armed assailant may be nearby. You should return to the others." Shiratori spoke gently to Xiaolan, assuring her that he would follow Conan. Xiaolan furrowed her brow with worry yet felt restrained by Shiratori's presence. Moreover, Conan's figure had already vanished, leaving her no choice but to reluctantly glance in that direction before returning. After confirming that Xiaolan had completely departed, Shiratori looked toward the corner not far away. Unaware of the movement behind him, Conan dialed a number, and after a moment, spoke urgently. "Doctor, it's me. I have an urgent matter for you to investigate." On the other end of the line, an elderly voice responded lazily, "Shinichi, what do you want me to check?" Conan paused, speaking deliberately. A sniper specializing in targeting the right eye. In a nearby corner, Kaito, disguised as Shiratori, and Sariyo leaned against opposite sides of the corridor, silhouetted against the moonlight as they regarded each other's forms. "How much do you know about this child?" Sariya's arms crossed beneath her chest, her lips curling slightly. "The president's sister previously decided to let me off the hook. It must be for him, right?" Kaito smiled gently, playing with the scarf around his neck. "Previously, she mentioned having issues with my face, perhaps because I bear a striking resemblance to him. Sister, you seem to revel in the art of disguise. What? Are you feeling sorrowful?" Sariyo lightly tossed her hair, deliberately revealing her captivating beauty before retracting her playful demeanor, stating, "The individual who targeted you yesterday was a professional female assassin, likely one of us, either Pu Saikinglin or Xiangban Natsumi. Based on my experience in the confrontation yesterday, I lean towards the former." "I understand." Kaito regarded her, his demeanor now serious. "She may not have recognized you. You must exercise caution." "Just her?" Sariyo let out a cold snort. Chapter 129. Suspicion. "I believe Mr. Nishino is not the murderer." Just as Megure prepared to take Nishino away, a child's voice interrupted, and everyone turned toward the doorway to see Conan returning, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as he innocently explained, pointing at the feathers strewn across the room. "Yesterday, when we visited Miss Xiaolan's room, Mr. Nishino suddenly covered his nose and ran away upon seeing white dove feathers. His reaction was not one of shyness but of fear, indicating he is afraid of feathers. Thus, he would have had no opportunity to enter Mr. Hanchuan's room. As for that pen, it might have been brought in by the assailant or by Mr. Hanchuan himself to frame Mr. Nishino." Suzuki Shiro seemed to recall something, immediately adding, "That's right. I can attest that Nishino indeed has a feather allergy. Therefore, he could not have entered a room filled with feathers to murder Mr. Hanchuan." Mori Kagoro smacked his palm, realizing, Nishino, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed. "So that's how it is." Mugure suddenly understood. This meant that Mr. Nishino could not possibly be the murderer of Mr. Hanchuan. "Inspector, have you ever heard of a villain who steals treasures from the Roman Empire across various nations and specializes in shooting his opponents in the right eye?" Conan remarked with a confident smile, emphasizing each word. Mugure adjusted his hat, deep in thought. "Now that you mention it, there's indeed an international wanted criminal fitting that description. Could this be our suspect?" "I believe it must be the Scorpion." Conan nodded affirmatively. "Moreover, the one who shot Kid must also be him." At this, Mugure was even more astonished. "What did you say?" Conan explained seriously. Kid's right monocle was shattered. Scorpion shot Kid because he wanted the egg in Kid's possession. "I see," Mori Kagoro agreed, but then noticed something and lowered his head, asking in confusion, "Wait, how do you know about Scorpion?" "It was Dr. Agasa who informed him, right?" A silent Ran finally spoke, her gaze towards Conan carrying a hint of deeper emotion. "Let us discuss this after your shift," Mori Kagoro interjected, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience. He then asked earnestly, "So, Scorpion escaped via a lifeboat?" Shiratori nodded in agreement with this hypothesis. "The search has already commenced, yet no suspicious individuals have been found." Mugure muttered, disheartened that Scorpion had managed to flee, but inwardly he sighed with relief. He hadn't anticipated that this murder case would involve a professional assassin. The number of people he brought along was minimal, and considering the majority of those on the ship were ordinary individuals incapable of self-defense, even excluding a former police officer, a karate champion, and an uncertainly skilled mafia heiress, the safety of the remaining passengers could not be guaranteed. Scorpion's escape, in fact, ensured the safety of others. However, Scorpion was still focused on another egg. Shiratori exchanged glances with Sariyo and continued, "He is likely headed to the Kayasaka family castle. He should have already arrived." "Officer Mugure, I would like to join you at the castle tomorrow upon our arrival in Tokyo." "Very well, that settles it," Mugure nodded. Did you hear that? Mori Kagoro glanced sideways at Conan. This time, you absolutely cannot come along. Eh? Conan exclaimed. No, Shiratori shook his head, unexpectedly stating, let us take Conan along. His insightful thoughts might be of assistance. Chapter 130, Himatoma let us take Conan along. His insights might be of assistance? Sariya's voice dripped with sarcasm as she questioned over the phone. Do you think you're not being discovered quickly enough? You know I barely have time to hide from him. And you insist on bringing him along? He has so many questions, and his curiosity is insatiable. Once he seizes upon something, he won't let go. I've worked hard to keep him at bay, and you just casually invite him? You've been rambling on about this for half an hour. It seems you have quite a strong opinion about him. On the other end of the line, Kaido Kuroba chuckled lightly. However, he is indeed very clever, and bringing him along could certainly help us unveil Scorpion's identity. He might also inadvertently expose you. Sariya added. If Adagawa Conan had your desire to conceal his identity, he wouldn't be suspected by Mori. Has he been suspected by that lady? Kaido seemed intrigued by this topic. Should I ask the little detective if he needs my help? After all, my pigeon is still with him. Do as you see fit. If I talk to him and he questions me, I'll be the first to throw you under the bus. Sariya extended her hand, glancing at the residual bruising on her joints, and ended the call. Miyano had disappeared for 3 months, and she had exhausted the medication left by him. Having suppressed her genes for too long, abruptly stopping the medication caused a rebound effect, leading to varying degrees of bruising on Sariya's knees, elbows, and finger joints. Coupled with the punch she had landed on a gun barrel, her already bruised hand now bore a large hematoma. The swelling and pain from the previous night had deprived her of sleep, and the blood-dissolving injection Miyano had left her had long been used up after she administered one to him and one to herself. She could only endure the pain. Sure, I miss you dearly. Sariya sighed softly, picking up a needle and thread to continue knitting a gray sweater. The stitches were tight, undoubtedly the most beautiful and exquisite piece she had ever crafted, and it was nearing completion. This garment was intentionally oversized, a size Sariya had meticulously considered, ensuring it would fit Jin perfectly. In her previous life, she had knitted many sweaters to please Jin, yet she had never dared to gift any. In this life, she wished to offer him one as a token of gratitude for his assistance with the Sakai group over the years. Whether Jin would accept it remained uncertain. Gratitude should always be reciprocated. Moreover, Jin was known for his cold-heartedness. Having extended his kindness, she felt compelled to let him experience the outcome of such benevolence. Furthermore, in facing Scorpion this time, with police and Conan watching, she could not act overtly and would need to borrow someone. As Sariya continued her work, suppressing the pain in her hand, she finished knitting the turtleneck of the sweater, folded it neatly, and placed it in a paper bag. She then lifted her gaze towards the upper floor, squinting her eyes, revealing a resolute determination. A few days later, before the ancient castle of the Kayasaka family, a group of agreed individuals gathered. Unlike before, a few children who had previously encountered Sariya in the library inexplicably joined the scene, chattering excitedly alongside Dr. Agasa. Sariya, who disliked and was somewhat fearful of children, instinctively hid at the farthest distance upon seeing them, forcibly pulling Kaido, who was disguised as Shiratori, in front of her as a shield. Among the excited children, Conan noticed Sariya in the distance and remarked to a pretty little girl next to him, Hibara. That's the person I told you about before. Chapter 131, Indecisiveness. The girl named Hibara followed Conan's gesture, her pupils slightly constricting. Conan pouted. She has been avoiding me fiercely these past few days, making it impossible for me to ask her anything. But I'm certain it was she who helped me return to Dr. Agasa's home on the day I shrank. Hibara's eyes showed a scrutinizing expression as she asked with a calm tone, so she already knew? Eh? Conan gazed curiously at the cool girl. You and she are merely classmates, yet she would help you like that? I previously thought she was deeply secretive about the organization and wouldn't dare defy it. Hibara turned away, stating, rest assured, at least regarding your identity, she has chosen to hide it just like I have. Sakai isn't part of the organization. Her avoidance of you likely stems from finding your questions too numerous. In this regard, she and I share similar thoughts. Are you being polite? Conan, with his big eyes, retorted, you don't seem afraid of her. Afraid? Hibara rarely smiled, countering. What is there to fear from someone who took a year to defeat a zombie doctor in a Plants vs. Zombies game? Your focus is rather peculiar. Conan, who similarly possessed no talent in gaming, chuckled before decisively continuing to probe. What do you think? I know nothing, Hibara interrupted him, returning to a serious demeanor. Her gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the girl who had once desperately sought to bring her warmth and said, "You need not worry about her stance. Sariyo Sakai is quite an innocent person. She fears losing so much that she cherishes everything she possesses. If you give her a little, she will strive to repay you. This is a trait common among those who navigate the underworld. Because of this reluctance to part with favors, she will inevitably find herself in a dilemma. That moment will be your opportunity to win her over." Upon hearing this, Conan fell into a prolonged silence. On the other side, Sariyo, who resolutely refused to meet the children, hurriedly entered the castle, tugging at Xiaolan to witness the vastness of the interior space. Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind, prompting the group to turn around just in time to see the butler of the castle dragging Qian, who was still handcuffed and wore a troubled expression. As the butler detached the cuffs from Qian's wrists, he spoke with an expressionless face. "This is a theft prevention device created by Master Yi 80 years ago. There are other mechanisms in the castle. Please exercise caution." This was a warning not to act recklessly. Bai Niao stepped forward, confiscating Qian's backpack, and mockingly remarked, "All you need is a flashlight." Conan, who had followed them closely, looked up innocently and asked the butler, "So, does this castle have a basement?" "No." The butler replied seriously, shaking his head. Conan pressed on, "What about the room on the first floor that belonged to my great-grandfather?" The butler pondered for a moment and replied, "There is an office." He led them to the door of a room, pushed it open and said, "Please enter. This is the master's office, which contains his photographs and artistic works for your perusal." Yamami's sister. It was Conan who was always the most talkative, scanning the room and asking, "Why are there only photos of your great-grandfather and none of your great-grandmother?" "Well," Shangban Yamami shook her head, "I'm not sure about that. I don't even know what my great-grandfather looked like." "Hey!" Qian exclaimed, pointing at a prominent oil painting in the center. "That man is Rasputin." "Indeed." Shilu nodded. "His signature is right there." Xiaolan, following behind, looked perplexed and asked, "Dad, who is Rasputin?" "Well," Muri Kagoro stroked his chin, pondering. "I only know that he was a notorious villain." Bai Niao glanced at him and explained, "He is also known as the Mad Monk Rasputin, and he is responsible for the downfall of the Romanov dynasty. He wielded significant power for a time before being murdered by a royal relative, Duke Vias. His body was found in a river with a dent in his skull and—" Bai Niao paused, nodding towards Conan, who was looking up at him, and continued, "One of his eyes was gouged out. One eye?" Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation, and Bai Niao pointed out, however, "Our immediate priority is to find that egg." Despite this, Muri Kagoro instinctively lit a cigarette, expressing his dilemma, but in such a large castle. "Where should we even start looking?" The rising smoke caught Conan's attention. His eyes lit up as he seized Muri Kagoro's cigarette and observed the smoke's ascent, declaring, "The direction of the smoke isn't straight. It indicates there's wind coming from below, thus there must be a secret basement." "What?" the group exclaimed in surprise. Their gazes following the smoke, Conan traced the source of the disturbance, slowly stating, "Mr. EE who enjoys creating mechanisms." He tapped a spot, and with a crisp crack, the floor near Muri Kagoro was lifted, revealing a peculiar keyboard. "The switch must be hidden here," Conan concluded, and Muri Kagoro leaned closer, murmuring, "Is this in Russian? Can this open the secret basement door?" Shilu also approached, examining the keyboard alongside Muri Kagoro. "There must be a password." Conan furrowed his brow in deep thought, suddenly exclaiming, "Baru Shipuni Kankiri. Baru Shipuni Kankiri?" Muri Kagoro looked bewildered. "What is that?" Shilu scratched his head. "In English, it's Mr. Shilu at the end." He contemplated for a while but couldn't continue. Sariyo shot him a glance, first repeating the Russian phrase, then cheerfully adding, "The magician of the turn of the century." Nishino inputted the convoluted password on the keyboard and with a crisp sound followed by a series of clicks. A dark door appeared before them. The group turned to Sariyo, who understood Russian. She wore an expression of nonchalance. "It's only natural for someone as gifted and eager to learn as myself to study a foreign language. What does that long string of words have to do with you, the person who barely passed 4 subjects?" Conan scoffed, with a mix of excitement and anticipation. The group ventured into the underground passage, their footsteps echoing through the narrow corridor. The air felt tense, prompting Nishino to ask, "Miss Yamami?" "Yes." Shangban Yamami turned around. "Why is the password the magician of the turn of the century?" Shilu inquired, puzzled. "Logically speaking, that name Perhaps it was a title for my great-grandfather. Xiangban Yamami replied uncertainly. He performed magic tricks at the 1900 World's Fair at the age of 16 and later moved to Russia. Ah, I see. However, it's true that 1900 was indeed the turn of the century, Mori Kagoro remarked in awe, using his lighter to illuminate the passage. The flickering flame illuminated only a small area while the farther end remained shrouded in darkness. This place does lead somewhere, it's quite deep. He mused. A few sounds of stones falling echoed from the side of the path, causing Conan to turn and gaze curiously. I heard a noise. I'll go check. He shouted as he dashed off. Conan. Xiaolan instinctively attempted to follow but was stopped by another figure. Upon closer inspection it was Bai Niao. His expression was serious as he said, Miss Xiaolan, I'll go after him. You and Mr. Muri should stay here. Is that Shikabin? Mori Kagoro murmured. Watching Bai Niao chase after Conan, Ichun Saki Sariyo observed Xiangban Xiaolan's movements closely. At this moment, at the back of the group, Chen turned around and noticed someone had unwittingly strayed from the pack, curiously following after them. Are we beginning to take action? Sariyo hesitated briefly between catching up and remaining with the main group, ultimately choosing to stay behind. Moments later, Conan and Bai Niao returned, looking exasperated, followed by 4 children, holding hands and singing cheerful nursery rhymes. Sariyo froze, casting an inquiring glance at Bai Niao, who silently averted his gaze. What on earth are these children doing? Mori Kagoro felt a headache coming on while Xiangban Yamami chuckled, reassuring him, It's okay, Mr. Muri, it's more lively with so many people. This isn't just a matter of liveliness. Among the children, Ayumi suddenly exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Sariyo, Ah, it's the super cool big sister from the library last time. Sariyo immediately sprinted away, oblivious to the unusual gaze of another girl with chestnut short hair. Did she dislike children, or was she afraid of them? Conan, curious, noticed the group had come to a stop. He looked up and Bai Niao explained. There's no path ahead. His flashlight illuminated a wall. He scanned both sides, but still found no way through. Mori Kagoro approached from behind the crowd. Puzzled, did we take a wrong turn? Conan, agile in his small frame, slipped to the front, gazing at the moss-covered wall, murmuring, This is impossible. There should only be one path. That means there's a mechanism here. The 4 children had also rushed to the front, and Ayumi, seeing patterns on the wall, excitedly pointed, Look at all those birds. How strange, that big bird has 2 heads. Hyuga also stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, whether intentionally or not, standing right beside Conan, and remarked, The 2-headed eagle is a symbol of the emperor. The sudden sound startled Cheryi, causing her to glance in this direction. The crown must depict the sun, she began to say, but before she could finish, Conan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Officer Shiratori, shine the flashlight on the double-headed eagle's crown. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiratori adjusted the flashlight, focusing the beam on the crown depicted on the wall. To everyone's astonishment, the previously dim crown emitted a brilliant light, followed by the sound of mechanical gears whirring, causing everyone to instinctively huddle together, warily surveying their surroundings. Before them, the ground that had seemed like a dead end suddenly sank, revealing a staircase that connected to the lower ground, culminating in front of a coffin. Kagoro Mori, cupping his chin, remarked with realization, So that's it. This crown is a combination of photometers. At that moment, Shiratori had reached the coffin, gently running his fingers over its surface and observing, a Western-style coffin. Made of wood? Mori leaned closer to the coffin lid, marveling, This lock is quite substantial. Conan turned and, noticing the still-dazed Natsumi Kasanika, reminded her, Miss Kasanika, the key. Natsumi quickly retrieved the uniquely shaped key from her bag and inserted it into the lock. With a crisp click, Kagoro exerted force and the coffin lid swung open, revealing the decayed remains of a skeletal figure elegantly posed with hands cradling a beautifully crafted egg. Shiratori seemed to have a realization and turned to the timid Sherry Yi at the back of the group, asking, Miss Sakurai? Sherry hesitantly stepped forward, regaining her composure as she examined the bones closely, stating, Judging by the bones, the deceased was a woman who had given birth with no evident external injuries. The spine shows slight deformation, likely due to aging and a hunchback. It seems she must be Miss Kasanika's great-grandmother. Natsumi gasped, covering her mouth in surprise but did not deny it. Instead, she said, Perhaps that is indeed true. Being Russian, she might not have been able to enter her ancestral grave after death. Miss Kasanika. Nishino pushed through the crowd, his gaze fixated on the egg. Though the timing is not ideal, may I take a look at this egg? Of course, Natsumi stepped aside and Nishino eagerly approached, lifting the egg and inspecting it closely. Exclaiming in confusion, "There's a small hole at the bottom. Is it empty?" "Empty." Kagoro widened his eyes. "What is going on?" A cool voice interjected. "A Russian nesting doll." Sherry blinked in surprise, realizing the speaker was the cute, chestnut-haired girl she had seen earlier. Hibara raised her head and playfully winked at Sherry. "Huh?" Sherry was completely taken aback. "Look," Nishino confirmed the girl's guess, "this egg has a slot inside for securing it." Kagoro slapped his hand in frustration, lamenting. "If only we had that egg." Shiratori grinned and solemnly produced the 800 million yen green egg from his briefcase, stating with righteous conviction, "We do. I anticipated its usefulness, just as President Suzuki borrowed this egg." "Well said." But not everyone shared the same sentiment. Kagoro questioned, "You aren't suggesting you stole it, are you?" "How could that be?" Shiratori laughed, gesturing towards Sherry, seeking her agreement. Nishino, however, was unfazed by the implications. He carefully took the egg from Shiratori's hands and placed it into the skeletal figure's grasp, aligning the two eggs perfectly. "Just right," Nishino exclaimed with delight. "Mr. Hashikawa didn't make two eggs. Rather, he split one egg into two, just like this." "Making two eggs? It must be more than that," Conan mused, suddenly realizing Mr. "Nishino, may I borrow the egg?" As he spoke, he excitedly took the egg and placed it atop an inverted flashlight. Sherry sighed. This fellow, much like the elusive phantom thief kid, had a unique interpretation of the word borrow. Nishino was unable to prevent the child's actions. The flashlight's light filtered through the bottom of the egg, refracting into countless beams that burst forth, illuminating the sizable tomb. Simultaneously, the statue of the Nicola family began to rise with the beams of light, revealing Emperor Nicola seated at the center, holding an open book, its delicate pages unfurled. In an instant, the beams transformed into photographs, projecting onto the stone walls, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Nishino gazed in disbelief at this scene. Photographs of the emperor's family? Kagoro observed the magnificent sight, reflecting the Emperor isn't reading. Rather, the atmosphere enveloped everyone in a trance. Even Conan, who had triggered this event, murmured, "Is this the reason we call it memories?" If the emperor's family had not been murdered, Nishino finally spoke. This could indeed be considered the most precious gift. Kagoro glanced at Natsumi Kasanaka, remarking, "Your great-grandfather truly deserves that title." "One could argue it is merely the work of a mechanic," Nishino countered. "This egg belongs to Mr. Hashikawa. Rather, it is a great legacy of Japan." Looking at the photographs that brightened the tomb, Nishino sighed, "Russia will relinquish ownership. Possessing it will hold greater value for you." "Thank you," Natsumi replied, her face lighting up. However, her expression turned troubled as she looked at Shiratori. "But the egg inside belongs to President Suzuki." "Leave that to me," Kagoro reassured her, "he will understand." "Have you all not noticed? There are no photographs of Rasputin here." Just as everyone was immersed in the surrounding images, a piercingly clear child's voice rang out. "Wasn't he quite close to the emperor's family? Why is there no photo of him?" The one posing the question was Hibara. As she finished speaking, Sherry felt a chilling gaze from behind. Turning slowly, she discovered the return of Akiko Yurisuke standing at the back of the crowd, a sleek black gun in her hand. Raised slowly, the light began to fade, and a red dot appeared on Kagoro's chest, gradually shifting toward his right eye. "Uncle, be careful." Conan had spotted the red dot and, in a moment of panic, tossed the flashlight toward Kagoro. He barely dodged as the gun fired, narrowly missing him. Sherry quickly crouched down, instinctively grabbing Hibara and moving her aside, placing her behind the coffin. The tossed flashlight rolled to Rand's feet, and Conan rushed towards her, shouting, "Don't pick it up." The child's shadow seemed to intersect with the memories, causing Rand to momentarily lose focus, murmuring, "Shinichi? Everyone, get down." In the darkness, the child's voice rang out again, and as everyone crouched, Conan swiftly dashed toward one person's position who turned and fled down the passageway. Sherry glanced in that direction and then at Hibara, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Hibara showed no intention of concealing her identity. Her eyes filled with urgency as she looked towards Conan's departing figure, whispering, "Don't worry about me, go." With her encouragement, Sherry sprinted toward Conan. The first to charge toward the shadow, Conan pursued all the way into the castle's grand hall, discovering flames had begun to rise around him, and a shadow flickered through the fire, disappearing behind a massive pillar. Conan immediately revealed a determined smile, picked up the voice-modulating bowtie, and began, at first. I did not recognize Pu Saikinglin. When the letters are rearranged, they naturally form a name we are quite familiar with, Huobian. Pu Saikinglin froze for a moment, aiming her gun at the shadow she saw in a daze, and pulled the trigger. The shot missed, and Conan remained unperturbed, slowly uttering a name, Shikabin. Meanwhile, the arriving Sariyo stood behind a towering pillar, blocking the advancing Hackubird with a gentle shake of her head and gesturing towards the castle window. Chapter 136. The Mysterious Sniper. The missed shot left Pu Saikinglin frowning, feeling that the voice just spoken was somewhat familiar. Do you believe that the riches of the Roman Empire should be given to Rasputin, who is friendly with the emperor? Finally, Pu Saikinglin recognized the voice. Han Chuanlong. How could it be him? Thus, you intend to seize all the treasures of the dynasties on behalf of your ancestors. Your insistence on attacking the right eye of your opponent is also a tribute to your ancestors who were brutally murdered. Just like killing me. Pu Saikinglin looked around in disbelief. The reason you killed me is that he discovered your true identity while filming a video. That was not a photo of a boyfriend, but of Gulioli Rasputin. The initial letters of Gulioli in English are, and in Russian you thought I captured Rasputin's photo, so you specifically killed me. Am I wrong, Miss Pu Saikinglin? No, Shikabin. As these words fell, a child's silhouette appeared before Pu Saikinglin. It was a Dagawa Conan, quite articulate young lad. Pu Saikinglin was taken aback by the child's logic and wisdom, but the gun was already aimed at his right eye, revealing a sinister smile. I originally thought the first to arrive would be that female bodyguard president. Conan was momentarily stunned, but Pu Saikinglin had no intention of elaborating further, maintaining her gun's aim at his right eye. Conan, however, remained remarkably composed, analyzing the gun in your hand is, which means the magazine can only hold 8 bullets. Let me count. Kaido, Sister Xiaolan, Uncle Mori, and the 5 just fired, so you currently have no bullets. Pu Saikinglin tilted her head, observing the youthful expression on the child's face. Feeling a wave of mockery, let me teach you something. If there is already a bullet in the chamber, adding 8 more bullets will give you 9. Then, let's see you try, Conan replied with a suddenly playful smile, causing Pu Saikinglin to begin doubting whether her gun truly had bullets left. His confident demeanor could almost shatter the barriers within her heart. Just as she gritted her teeth and prepared to pull the trigger, a sharp gunshot rang in her ear, the unsuppressed sound arrogantly declaring its presence, forcefully knocking the gun from her hands, which clattered aside. That wasn't a handgun. It was a sniper bullet. Pu Saikinglin's heart halted, and Conan was startled, swiftly turning to see a window facing Pu Saikinglin shattered by a bullet. Was the attacker from outside the castle? Where did he come from? And what was his purpose? Pu Saikinglin's expression darkened as she quickly hid from the sniper's blind spot. Before she could stabilize herself, someone kicked her from behind, sending her sprawling forward. Conan, seeing Pu Saikinglin kneeling on the ground, was momentarily bewildered, then heard a familiar female voice. Can you maintain your gentlemanly demeanor a little longer? That is a lady. Another familiar yet irritating voice chimed in. Who told her to shoot at me that night? Conan focused and saw Sariyo leaning against the window with her arms crossed, alongside a white figure. None other than the elusive Kaito Kuroba, the phantom thief. Wait, Saki Sariyo was hired to deal with Kaito Kuroba, wasn't she? Conan queried. Confusion etched on his face. The term mixed is not quite appropriate, Sariyo corrected, gently shaking her finger while her dark red eyes glanced at Pu Saikinglin, her high heels lightly tapping the ground. Pu Saikinglin gasped and exclaimed, So it was indeed you that night. Chapter 137. Framing. It was indeed you that night. Pu Saikinglin's demeanor shifted from elegance to menace, her eyes glinting with malice. What night? Don't wrongfully accuse me. Sariyo innocently ran her fingers through her hair, her calm, dark red gaze betraying a hint of coldness. Don't move around recklessly. That sniper outside is still aiming at you. Pu Saikinglin regained her composure and retorted, You wouldn't dare kill me, and you, in collusion with Kaito, think you can clear your name? Sariyo turned her head, exchanging glances with Kaito. I merely happened to encounter this beautiful lady. Kaito understood, lifting Sariyo's hand and bending slightly, gently pressing his thumb against her velvet glove, then continued, having crossed paths with the president twice. One might say we have mutual admiration. However, to claim collaboration, I likely cannot afford the president's fees. Despite his words, Pu Sikinglin's expression clearly indicated her intent to implicate at least one of these two before the police. Conan silently shifted his gaze to the young man in white, still holding Sariya's hand, who appeared indifferent, and slowly spoke. I say, you fellow. Kaido turned to him. Conan, with his crescent moon glasses, inquired word by word, did you think I would not apprehend you because of Shikabin? Kaido blinked, seizing the moment to plant a gentlemanly kiss on Sariya's hand, then swiftly dashed away, his white cloak billowing behind him. Kaido, stop. Conan quickly pursued, his short legs moving with rapidity, and the two soon vanished from sight. Sariya watched their departing figures, slowly lowering her raised hand, a gentle warmth flickering in her eyes. She could clearly see that Kudo was deliberately guiding Kaido away, thus eliminating Pu Sikinglin's reason to accuse her of collusion with Kaido. This child resembled the confident boy from 3 years ago who said, you can entrust the case to me. The surroundings were engulfed in flames, smoke thickening. And Pu Sikinglin looked up, asking, hey, tell me you killed Han Chuanlong, didn't you? Sariya gradually turned her head back, her expression calm, betraying no hint of turmoil. Pu Sikinglin sneered coldly, continuing, when I arrived that day, he was already dead and the murderer deliberately mimicked my methods. After much contemplation, the only one capable of such on that ship must be you. Sariya produced a handkerchief from her pocket, gently covering her mouth and nose, leading Pu Sikinglin toward the castle's exit amidst the rising flames and thick smoke. Responding with calm assurance, where's your evidence? Pu Sikinglin hesitated, watching as Sariya's dark red pupils sparkled in the firelight. Sariya offered an elegant smile, her tone steady. I merely crossed paths with Han Chuanlong. We had no entanglements. The child's reasoning is flawless. The one who killed Han Chuanlong is Shikabin. What does that have to do with me? You are framing him, Pu Sikinglin exclaimed vehemently, scarcely pausing for thought. This time Sariya remained silent. Even if she did frame Shikabin, that man was a killer. Having her take the blame for Han Chuanlong's death was hardly unjust. Han Chuanlong had overheard her conversation with Jin, and had learned of the casino's dark web. Hence, he could not be left alive under any circumstances. Sariya lowered her gaze, contemplating her palm. She knew well that Han Chuanlong could have heard nothing. Yet to err on the side of caution, it was better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This principle was ingrained in her very being. A rule of the organization. Chapter 138. Regret. Sariya stood outside the ancient castle, keeping watch over Pu Sikinglin. It wasn't long before Matsuda arrived with the police and firefighters. Having prepared in advance, Conan, who had been pursuing Kid, returned empty-handed, and the group that had been in the basement emerged unscathed. Matsuda, rather shamelessly, handed Pu Sikinglin over to Sato, a significant achievement that Sariya had intended for his promotion. Now, it was being relinquished to his ex-girlfriend, prompting Sariya to nearly tug Matsuda's hairline back by 10 centimeters. However, Sato declined the credit and approvingly acknowledged Sariya's hair-pulling action, causing the surrounding officers to feel a chill on their heads, wishing they could snatch Inspector Megur's hat to wear. Pu Sikinglin had much to say, yet she was oblivious to the fact that it was Sariya and Matsuda who were truly colluding, and now Matsuda was responsible for the interrogation. The credibility of her baseless ramblings hinged entirely on his discretion. The fire in the castle was nearly extinguished, thick black smoke billowing into the night sky. Sariya leaned against the sports car, contemplating the night's most significant gain. Hybera stood opposite her, arms crossed, awkwardly averting her gaze. A faint blush, possibly from the firelight, adorned her cool features as she spoke. Don't look at me like that. You're undeniably adorable. Sariya sighed, touching her cheek. If only I could. Hybera promptly interjected. No, this drug has a high mortality rate. Sariya chuckled softly, as if her previous remark had merely been a jest, and continued, you must understand. I recognized you immediately after you turned 15. If it were anyone else from the organization, they would only recognize me under the condition of knowing I might have shrunk. Few are aware of the results of this experiment. No one would think along those lines. Hybera calmly analyzed, her gaze turning forlorn. But you are correct. We cannot grow too close to avoid the organization tracing back to us. They still suspect I assisted in your escape, and my surveillance has not been lifted. Kudu is relatively reliable, I trust you with him. At this point, Sariya suddenly recalled Mayano Akemi and was about to speak when Conan's voice rang out nearby. Sorrow. Wait. Oh no. Sariya instinctively turned her head, her foot poised to move, only to hear Conan exclaim irritably from behind, "Why are you running? I just have one question." "Just one?" Sariyo felt a bit relieved, glancing at Conan before looking at the smiling Hybera. After a moment's hesitation, she crouched down, reluctantly conceding, "For her sake, I'll answer one." Conan composed himself and asked in a serious tone, "Why did you want to take the Saki group public?" Hybera was momentarily caught off guard by the question. True to Kudu's nature, it was a clever inquiry. The outside world presumed Sariyo was merely tired of power, willingly relinquishing her family's legacy. Matsuda believed she was ready to take a gamble. Yet Conan sensed that her actions might be paving the way for the organization to finance the Saki group. Sariyo leisurely gazed at Matsuda, who was working with Magyar not far away, and replied evasively, "The various speculations from the outside are not entirely incorrect. I do wish to gradually distance myself from this organization. A larger reason lies with a friend from the past. I aspire to follow in their footsteps, to attend the police academy and become a police officer." Chapter 139. Mafia Origins. Hearing Sariyo, who hailed from the Mafia, express a desire to become a police officer left both Hybera and Conan momentarily speechless. Sariyo sighed softly, seemingly indifferent as she said, "I was once quite enthusiastic, but ultimately, my Mafia background prevents me from passing the political examination. I am not eligible to apply. Not only am I ineligible for the police academy, but I would also fail the political examination for civil service. If it weren't for this, I would never have agreed to my father's plan for me to drop out in my second year of high school. Now that the Saki group no longer exists, I may have the chance to take the exam next year, or perhaps my peers in the organization will have descendants who can attend the police academy." This was all truth. Sariyo had once wished to join the chaos with the others, but the political examination failure felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her aspirations, leading her to attempt to inherit the family business instead. Matsuda, having appeared out of nowhere, ruffled Sariyo's hair vigorously, satisfied. "No wonder you were led by those guys. With your heart, he can rest easy over there. From now on, I'll look after you. That guy sees you as a little sister, so from now on, I'm both your daddies. Get lost. Don't drag me into your issues." Sariyo looked up, once again teasing Matsuda's hairline. Hybera remained in place, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Kudu." Conan turned back, responding to Hybera's concern with a hint of reluctance. "It won't happen. The other members of her group are fine, but she alone cannot. Sorrow's origins prevent her from entering the public security system." Regardless of whether Sariyo's statement was the main reason or not, her emotional outpouring was genuine, and her closeness with Matsuda revealed her affection for the police profession. Hybera felt a sense of injustice for Sariyo, lowering her voice to ask, "Why?" This is clearly an issue from her parents' generation. Conan fell silent. Indeed, the seeds sown by the parents yield consequences for their offspring. Suddenly, he realized, watching Sariyo walk further away with Matsuda, murmuring, "Doesn't this mean she won't collude with the organization?" Regardless of Conan's thoughts, Sariyo was preoccupied with the sniper she had summoned to suppress Pu Saikinglin. When no one was paying attention, she seized Matsuda's car and headed back to Kabukicho North Street. West Street, once Shiho's laboratory, had now been entirely cleared and rented out as ordinary shops, while the organization's communication with Sariyo had shifted to a billiard hall in North Street. Sariyo entered one of the private rooms with familiarity, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the few people who had been waiting inside. "Thank you for your hard work, Chianti." The woman who had just fired was short-haired with orange locks, a butterfly tattoo at the corner of her eye exuding a bold demeanor. She was cleaning her gun when she saw Sariyo enter and remarked, "I'm curious. My price for a job is 100,000. How did you convince him to let me help?" Chianti disdainfully gestured toward Jin, who sat nearby. "Money can make the world go round. Or perhaps it's because of the beauty of our esteemed president," Sariyo quipped nonchalantly, settling down on the side furthest from Jin. Yet, whether it was her imagination or not, she sensed Jin's expression darken slightly as she spoke. "Oh, I've always suspected his relationship with vodka, now it makes sense." Chianti scoffed, suddenly grinning at Sariyo. "Say, are you and that phantom thief kid a couple?" Chapter 140. What's wrong with you? When Chianti posed this question, the atmosphere in the room noticeably shifted. Sariyo, who had been rubbing her bruised hand, quietly diverted her gaze to her, calmly retorting, "What led you to that assumption?" Chianti raised her thumb and index finger, forming a gesture. "I saw him kiss your hand. I observed it through an 8-fold magnifier, crystal clear. Is that what an 8-fold magnifier is for? Sariyo sighed deeply just as another woman's voice drifted in from the doorway. At least you have a bit of sense. That's called a hand-kissing gesture. As the voice emerged, a person entered the private room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sariyo smiled. Chris, you've come to Japan? With Shiho having escaped, I figured I should join the fun. A figure approached with a mysterious smile that made even Chianti feel uneasy, taking a seat directly beside Sariyo. It was none other than Vermouth, the infamous witch of the front as referred to by insiders. Chianti clearly harbored some old grievances against Vermouth upon her arrival. A cold snort escaped Chianti's lips. Known for her independent nature, Vermouth was indifferent to her standing among peers, with many within the organization reluctant to engage with such a secretive individual. However, Sariyo, having been reborn and fully aware of Vermouth's true nature, understood the warm yet aloof character of the woman known as the Thousand-Faced Witch and treated her with particular fondness. Moreover, Vermouth would not come to Japan without reason. Sariyo blinked. Upon hearing a matter concerning the organization, Chianti cast a glance at Sariyo, warning her, "Hey." Sariyo had yet to join the organization, and her interactions were merely superficial business exchanges, thus Chianti's wariness towards her was markedly higher than towards Jin. Sariyo, sensing the tension, stood up and said, "I'll take my leave then." "Wait," Jin suddenly called out, smoke wafting from his cigarette. He added in a flat tone, "Chianti's commission cannot be overlooked." "Wait, what? You didn't mention that before," Sariyo exclaimed, her eyes widening as she clutched her chest. Vermouth wore a smug smile, while Chianti looked at Jin in surprise. Hadn't he said this was for an organizational task? Why was there a fee now? It was uncharacteristic of him to suddenly change the terms. 100,000 yen was no trivial sum. The look of distress on Sariyo's face was unmistakable as she immediately pulled out her phone to check her bank balance. Vermouth chuckled softly, casually reminding her that S in dollars. Sariyo's eyes widened again, stunned for a moment before deciding to disregard Jin entirely. She sat back down beside the unpredictable boss and cautiously asked, "Have I offended you in some way?" Jin remained silent, but Chianti, clearly irritated, retorted, "Hey, isn't my shot worth 10,000? If it weren't for me, that woman's bullet would have pierced your skull. You're merely the logistical support. Whether you shoot or not, I would have." Sariyo regarded her with a look of indifference and turned to the cold figure of Jin, pleading with a pitiful expression. "But after the company goes public, I won't have much left. Even thieves would leave my house empty-handed." Jin interrupted, "Which thief? Chianti? Vermouth?" Sariyo. She finally understood what had angered this esteemed figure. Chapter 141. Saki Sariyo finally grasped the reason behind Jin's displeasure. In her previous life, Jin's romantic life was as vacant as vodka's intellect, and he forbade her from forming any emotional connections with either men or women, fearing she might betray him. Sariyo once felt like a pet kept by Jin, which directly led to misunderstandings and separations from her friends in her past life. It wasn't only Kaito Kuroba. Even a simple conversation with Vermouth would send Sariyo into a panic as Jin's controlling nature continually reshaped her worldview. Now, Sariyo felt the once mighty image of the man she revered was gradually crumbling. Obsessed with control, a germaphobe, seemingly disliking women, and perhaps even a bit petty. Perhaps it was due to having been stifled for too long, but Sariyo found this flawed version of Jin oddly endearing. $10,000 was impossible to pay, and Jin dared not threaten Sariyo over the matter. Instead, out of frustration, he stole Sariyo's beloved pool cue during the night and sold it for some cash to settle the debt. Sariyo had no choice but to rush to the auction and buy back her cherished cue at double the price, all the while lamenting her loss and subsequently raising the rent for the organization's building. With Kaito, although Sariyo hadn't been much help this time, it didn't impede her collaboration with him against his organization. Moreover, having a master of disguise like him resolved the identity issues concerning Akemi Miyano. On another weekend, Kaito arrived with a plethora of tools, crafting a reusable mask tailored for Akemi and instructing her on maintenance. From that moment on, Akemi no longer had to hide away in Sariyo's home. After regaining her new identity, Sariyo took Akemi to stake out the entrance of TN Elementary, initially hoping to facilitate a reunion between the two sisters. However, when Akemi saw a little girl laughing and playing with a group of children, she hesitated, ultimately deciding to keep her identity concealed and infiltrate T10 Elementary as a first-grade music teacher under the alias Sakurasaki, quietly watching over Hibara's life. Though somewhat perplexed, Sariyo respected Akemi's decision and kept her secret, a fact even Matsuda was unaware of. He simply believed Akemi was hidden by Sariyo in another form. Trusting his friend, he refrained from asking too many questions. The organization's search for Shiho Miyano continued unabated. But Sariyo had never been particularly concerned until Vermouth's arrival sparked a sense of urgency. Others would not suspect that Sherry had transformed into a child, but Vermouth, being akin to a youthful spirit herself, surely made the connection to the similarly shrunk AI Hibara. Yet now that AI was with Kudo, Vermouth held a godmother-like affection for him. While she might not pose a threat to Conan, whether she would show leniency towards AI remained uncertain. With unease weighing in her heart, Sariyo pressed on with her life. At least the situation of the Miyano sisters had been resolved, allowing her to feel somewhat relieved. She juggled her studies at Titan High and the underground casino, scarcely having time to pay attention to the two large men living above her. As time passed, December drew to a close and Tokyo experienced its first snowfall. Chapter 142. The first snow. The initial snowfall was particularly frigid, delicate flakes descending upon the city, casting a chill that enveloped every warmth. As school let out, Genta excitedly shouted, "Let us hurry home and play soccer." Agreed. "Let us go play soccer." Hikaru chimed in. "I want to be the captain," Genta exclaimed, raising his hand cheerfully. "Come on. Why is it always you?" Ayumi replied, slightly disgruntled, before reverting to her cheerful demeanor. "Did you see yesterday's match? It was thrilling, wasn't it?" "Absolutely. That goal was simply classic. Children truly were carefree." Conan observed the trio with a relaxed expression, while Hibara, walking alongside him, bore a pale countenance. "This game has come to an end." A devilish voice emerged from a black car they had just passed. "All right. You should awaken from your dreams now. Let us celebrate our reunion." The voice chuckled softly, yet it carried an unsettling chill. "As for the color, let us use your favorite rose, that bright crimson hue, to commemorate." The chilling tone seemed to invoke a bone-deep coldness as Hibara shuddered, incredulity washing over her as she turned back. Click! A gunshot rang out. The figure clad entirely in black loomed tall, his voice a cold whisper. As if from the depths of hell, the icy barrel aimed at the terrified girl, calling her name. "Sherry." Achoo! On the street corner near the university, Sariyo rubbed her nose with a tissue, her complexion pale and sickly, returning to her former ailing state. "Have you truly caught a cold?" Matsuda tightened his down jacket, glancing at the sniffling Sariyo beside him, and teasingly remarked, "Who told you to drag Sato into playing basketball in the snow, only to have her yank off your jacket? With your petite stature, how could you possibly compete with her?" Sariyo sniffled forcefully, sighing as she spoke in a heavy nasal tone. "If you weren't too timid to challenge Miwako for the rebounds, I would have easily outplayed her and Takagi. This is what I call gentlemanly conduct." Matsuda proudly tousled his curly hair, lamenting, "Alas, I have officially transformed from Miss Sato's cherished mole into mere mosquito blood. However, that junior of Ahang is truly shy, a stark contrast to him." "Are you referring to Officer Takagi?" Sariyo sniffed again, her high heels crunching on the snow. After a few coughs, she continued, "If it weren't for our assistance, he would still be stuttering while talking to Miwako. If he had even half your audacity, he would have already pursued her." "That assertion is incorrect. Takagi's opponents are the entire police department." Matsuda held up 3 fingers. "After just 1 day of dating Sato, we were interrogated by the Violent Crimes Unit for 3 months. If Takagi were to date her, they would likely devour him alive. He truly has a long journey ahead." Sariyo looked up at the dark sky, suddenly chuckling before coughing several times. Matsuda watched her helplessly, saying, "At this rate, Sato's plan to have you play again tomorrow is doomed. Tell Miwako that once I recover, I must teach her the meaning of ferocious O'Neill." Sariyo once more pressed a tissue to her nose, vigorously rubbing it, her fair nose turning a bright shade of red. Chapter 143. The Iron Man. "Perhaps I should request a day off for you." Matsuda observed her pitiful state and shook his head in resignation. "You've nearly drained all the moisture from your brain." Sariyo, unfazed, raised her chin defiantly. "With such a trivial virus, a president with my ironclad willpower will surely be in the doctor's office in mere moments." The doctor checked the thermometer and comforted her. "You have a slight fever. Catching a cold during the season is quite normal, so there's no need to worry." Sariyo crossed her legs with satisfaction, replying, "See? I told you I'm fine." Matsuda firmly patted her head, reprimanding, "Put your legs down. Sitting like that in someone else's office is inappropriate." Moreover, if you recover, it will be thanks to the doctor and your pitiful immune system, not your iron will. Sariya, sniffling, gradually lowered her legs. Under the self-proclaimed guardian Matsuda's guidance, Sariya waited outside the doctor's office for her medication. The family clinic was quiet at this hour, and Sariya felt drowsy, nearly dozing off several times. Hey, SNT, that's Sariya and Officer Matsuda. A familiar voice called out, prompting Sariya and Matsuda to turn around. Spotting the Mori family, 2 adults and a child tagging along. Mr. Mori? Matsuda greeted politely. Is something wrong? Why is your whole family here? Doctor asked us to come for the follow-up results. Kagoro Mori replied with a smile. Conan looked up at Sariya, innocently asking, is Sister Sakurai sick? Indeed, this fellow is quite troublesome, Sariya replied. Matsuda, hands on his hips, glanced at the time and added, since you're here, could you watch over her? Unlike this single dog, I have a date tonight. Absolutely. Ran replied enthusiastically. Conan seems to really like Sariya. Where did you get that idea? Sariya scoffed, leaning away. Sister Sariya, don't go. Conan clung to her arm, his eyes wide with a pitiful expression. Sariya felt goosebumps rise. You all go ahead. I'll take Dad for a preliminary checkup. Ran bent down, smiling gently at Conan. Conan, take good care of Sariya. Okay? Sure. Conan obediently responded, watching Ran, Kagoro, and Matsuda leave, a broad smile spreading across his face, which made Sariya's hair stand on end. Conan, still concerned, asked Sariya, what's wrong? Is it serious? Should I get you a glass of warm water? Have you been possessed? Sariya squinted. Conan, with a serious expression, corrected, no. I genuinely care about your health. Sariya flicked his forehead. Can't you speak properly? Conan rubbed his forehead, finally adopting a normal tone, complaining. It's Hybera who said you don't respond well to directness. Sariya, feeling a throbbing headache, forcefully blew her nose and asked, what do you want? It's Ran. Conan, noticing her discomfort, leaned in closer and whispered, have you noticed anything unusual about Ran lately? Chapter 144. Consultation. Upon hearing Conan's sorrowful inquiry, Sariya turned her head and calmly asked, what? Do you suspect she has found someone else? She has been coming home late, and it's not for karate club practice. It seems she is up to something exciting. Conan pondered, stroking his chin, then looked at Sariya expectantly. Sariya adjusted her scarf and said, even with that look, I don't know anything. Really no signs at all? Conan pressed, unwilling to let it go. Everyone in class knows she is yours. Who would dare compete? Sariya yawned nonchalantly. Yet Ran's behavior is indeed quite unusual, Conan observed, troubled. Sariya waved her hand dismissively. How would I know about girls' matters? Aren't you a girl too? Conan retorted, pouting. That's debatable, she replied. Just then, the doctor opened the door and called the group inside for their consultations. Sariya was the first to receive her results, which were satisfactory. She merely needed to rest for a few days and take some medication. However, when it came to Kagoro Mori, the doctor shook his head in distress, exclaiming, Mr. Mori, you have only 6 months. The group was struck dumb. Sariya glanced at Conan, silently mouthing, could it be the anesthetic? Conan squinted suspiciously. I understand this is distressing, the doctor began slowly. But at least you have 6 months. What? Ran's face paled, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, what do you mean? Kagoro Mori was equally shocked, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, grabbing the doctor's collar and shouting, you must be joking. To suddenly say I have only 6 months to live. Given a serious illness, you should comfort the patient, not deliver such blunt news. Life expectancy? The doctor looked at the agitated Kagoro with confusion. What life expectancy? I meant you need to quit drinking for at least 6 months. Drinking? Kagoro deflated like a punctured balloon, sinking back into his chair and grumbling, why did you have to summon the whole family for this? Indeed, the test results indicate that your health issues stem from excessive drinking, leading to liver dysfunction. Fortunately, it's not severe, the doctor smiled. To help someone who enjoys drinking to abstain requires family support. Starting now, you should gradually reduce your intake. No, Ran interjected, her color returning as she shot a determined glance at her father. I will ensure he abstains for life. That new Dr. Kagoro's expression changed. Isn't reducing intake better for his health? How did you come to that conclusion? Dear, Miss Sugita is on the phone. At that moment, a woman entered the room and informed the doctor she wants you to make a house call. What? The doctor paused momentarily, then complained, here we go again. Such a troublesome patient. It's merely a common gastric ulcer. She's far too anxious. After speaking, he offered a polite smile to Mori Kagoro and the others before exiting the room. Patient? The woman scoffed softly, such charming words. The relationship has long been exposed. Hasn't it? After her complaint, she turned to Mori Kagoro with a smile, saying, I believe he will finish that call shortly. Chapter 145, A New Arrival. What a complicated relationship. Conan scratched his head. Xiaolan tugged at Sarika, whispering, Could you accompany me to the restroom? Sarika, initially inclined to refuse, found her sleeve pulled by Conan, who lowered his voice, saying, I'll help you finish your week's homework. Sarika decisively turned to Xiaolan, wrapping her arm around her. Let's go. I could use a visit as well. Xiaolan blinked, but suspicion did not cross her mind. After inquiring about the restroom's location, she and Sarika headed in that direction. As they turned a corner, Xiaolan, walking on the inner side, unexpectedly collided with someone, causing the folder in his hands to tumble and papers to scatter across the floor. Quickly, Xiaolan crouched down to assist in gathering the disarrayed sheets, apologizing, I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought. It's quite all right. I was a bit distracted myself. The young man replied with a gentle tone. Sarika looked closely and saw a handsome young man in a turtleneck sweater, sporting black-rimmed glasses, whose features exuded warmth and approachability. Xiaolan, looking up, introduced herself with a soft voice. I am Mori Ran, the daughter of the patient, Mori Kagoro. This is my classmate, Saki Sariyo. She is here for a consultation as well. Sarika nodded politely. Ah, so you are Mori-san's daughter, the young man said with a kind smile. I am Shinshu Tomomi, a trainee doctor here, though I will be heading to Aomori next month. Just then, a loud crash echoed from around the corner. Turning their heads, they saw a short-haired girl in a white dress, seemingly a maid, staring blankly at Tomomi, having accidentally dropped a vase that shattered into pieces on the floor. Hey, it's you again. The earlier doctor emerged from the corner, shouting angrily at the girl. When will you stop breaking things? You were supposed to help here. I'm so sorry, the girl quickly lowered her head. All right, calm down. It's not good for your heart to be so agitated, Tomomi interjected, glancing at the girl, urging her to leave quickly, then turning to his father, Shinshu Yashihira. Listen, his father admonished sternly, if you make another mistake, I will have no choice but to dismiss you. Honestly, there must be a limit to foolishness. With that, he slammed the door, producing a loud thud. The girl, feeling guilty, lowered her head and began to weep softly. Sarika couldn't help but cough lightly. Tomomi turned to her, reaching out to check her forehead. Let me take you to get some medicine. Sarika exchanged glances with Xiaolan and nodded in agreement. Tomomi led her to a small house adjacent to the courtyard, prepared some powder in hot water, and handed it to Sarika. After drinking a few sips, she felt considerably better. Upon returning to the consultation room, Yashihira had recognized Mori Kagoro's identity and was engaged in a lively conversation with the unreliable uncle. Mori Kagoro laughed heartily. If you ever wish to, feel free to seek me out. If we can collaborate, we could solve any case effortlessly, much like Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Oh, come now. I believe detectives and doctors are worlds apart. Yashihira waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor softened from before. We doctors do not use observation to identify criminals, rather, we strive to save the lives of victims. That is the true mission of a doctor. Chapter 146. Power outage. The two men exchanged compliments for a while, inexplicably staying for dinner. Sarika, having recovered from her ailment, initially intended to return home, but Xiaolan, concerned for her safety, insisted she stay. Tomomi was indeed a kind-hearted individual. Under Conan's subtle signals, Sarika distanced herself from Tomomi and Xiaolan, allowing the tension stemming from East Asia's Vinegar King to dissipate somewhat. Yashihira was still in the shower while they waited for him to join them for dinner. However, shortly after, the lights flickered and the entire room was plunged into darkness. A power outage? Conan wondered aloud, glancing up at the only room still illuminated in the darkness with confusion. But why does that place still have power? The darkness lingered for several seconds, during which Sarika calmly sat in her chair, discreetly consuming 3 pieces of tempura that Tomomi had previously insisted she refrain from eating. Soon, the lights flickered back on, revealing Sarika's mouth stuffed with tempura and Xiaolan, for some reason, clinging to Tomomi's arm. Realizing her mistake, Xiaolan blushed and quickly released her grip, apologizing. I'm so sorry, I thought you were Sarika. Sarika, struggling to swallow the tempura amidst the discomfort in her throat, hastily wiped away the grease from her mouth. Realizing that her earlier act of sneaking up to grab tempura from across the table had inadvertently caused Xiaolan to embrace Tomomi instead, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards Conan. Glancing at the small figure of Conan, she initially expected to see a face filled with resentment. Instead, he appeared dazed, seemingly affected by the earlier incident. It wasn't merely jealousy. He likely felt that Xiaolan was drifting further away from him. Sarika momentarily found herself in a daze until a sudden scream echoed from the hallway. The detective's instincts propelled Conan and Mori Kagoro forward like arrows released from a bow. Racing toward the source of the cry, Sarika followed closely behind. Upon reaching the bathroom door where the scream had originated, they found Shinshu Yashihira, who had just been treating Sarika, lying in a bathtub filled with water, a black electric wire extending from a nearby socket into the water. Water was spilling onto the floor from the bathtub. Sarika quickly stopped Xiaolan from rushing forward. "Dad!" Tomomi exclaimed, rushing to assist Yashihira. "Don't move. Disconnect the power first," Conan shouted. Following Conan's gaze, they finally noticed the exposed electric wire. Mori Kagoro yanked the power plug from the socket and pulled a black electric razor from the water. His face drenched in cold sweat, filled with a sense of dread. "It's an electric razor. I'll perform CPR on Dad." Mother, quickly fetch the cardiac stimulant, Tomomi shouted. "Shoko, you go call for help." The previously scolded girl in the white dress complied and hurried outside. Half an hour later, Takagi and Matsuda were the first to arrive, with the latter directly approaching Sarika, who was huddled at the door, sighing, "Are you reluctant to part with me?" "I bring good tidings." Sarika yawned, watching as one person busied themselves with Takagi at the scene, then glanced at Matsuda, who was naturally squatting beside her. With a look of skepticism, "Aren't you going to help? Youth must gather experience." Matsuda laughed shamelessly, but soon reverted to a serious demeanor. Sarika teased, propping her head on her hand, "Didn't you just say you were going out on a date? Is your lady friend taller than you when she takes off her pants? Why do you speak like a rogue as you did before?" Matsuda quickly covered her mouth, glancing around before retorting, "You haven't seen it. Don't slander my reputation." Chapter 147, Delinquent Girl. "You are no delinquent girl. Don't repeat words you've heard from street thugs." Matsuda, devoid of any intention of jest, vigorously ruffled Saria's hair and solemnly remarked, "I am merely fulfilling Takagi's request to teach him how to swiftly mature into a person whom Sato can rely upon." He then abruptly pinched Saria's cheek, menacingly declaring, "This is a crime scene. Spit out that tempura from your mouth." Meanwhile, Takagi, who had been entrusted with managing the scene, finally awaited the arrival of Megure. Addressing the assembled crowd, "I regret to inform you that your father has passed away." Shinichi lowered his head, unable to conceal the sorrow in his eyes. He had pre-existing heart issues. Soon after, Sato arrived with a notepad, inquiring, "Mr. Shinichi, why was he using an electric razor while bathing?" "It was my husband's habit," replied Yoko, Shinichi's second wife, softly. "He would do that whenever guests were present, and he even installed a fog-free mirror. Yet, it was peculiar of him to go wash up while making guests wait outside." Officer Megure paused momentarily before responding, "Father truly enjoyed soaking in the bath." Removing his glasses, Shinichi rubbed his eyes before continuing, "Thus, he would bathe every morning and before dinner, stating that cleanliness was paramount for a doctor. Such is the consequence of one's actions." An elderly woman with a stooped back emerged from behind the crowd, her gaze icy as she regarded everyone. "Those who disregard Chikich's advice are doomed to suffer. Perhaps this is the retribution for her untimely demise." "That Chikich?" Megure momentarily faltered. "She passed away in a traffic accident 4 years ago. She was my biological mother." Shinichi sighed softly. "My husband, who enjoyed bathing while shaving, would often be scolded by Chikich, warning him of the dangers of using an extension cord." Megure turned his attention to Yoko, hesitating to ask, "So, Mrs. Yoko, you are?" "I am his second wife, married 2 years ago," Yoko replied, placing a hand over her heart. "I attended the same nursing school as Chikich, so I often heard her speak." Matsuda, having retrieved Saria and brought her back to the scene, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Do you have any clues?" Saria sniffled and responded, "During the blackout, everyone had an alibi. Mrs. Shinichi was on the phone, and Shinichi was being embraced by Mori. After the call, everyone returned to their original positions." Matsuda pressed further, "What about after the body was discovered?" Saria's gaze shifted to him as she replied, "Their reactions were within normal parameters. Before you returned, Shinichi was still attempting to perform CPR on the deceased." "What expression is that? I am now a patient. How can I focus on so many details?" Matsuda grinned teasingly. A patient? I thought you were made of steel. With that, he tossed the car keys to Sariyo, stating, my car is outside. Go turn on the heater and wait for me. I'll take you back shortly. Sariyo, lacking any enthusiasm for the investigation, accepted the keys and slowly walked past the police cordon, her boots crunching on the still frozen snow. A faint aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of burning tobacco. Sariyo paused, not heading toward the car parked by Matsuda but instead venturing toward a nearby alley. Her crimson pupils fixated on the darkened passageway as she spoke softly. What brings you here, Chris? Chapter 148, The Witch's Vigil. What brings you here, Chris? Sariyo slowly inquired. In the alley, a glowing ember from a cigarette flickered to life, followed by the sultry voice of a woman. You truly possess two faces, so warm with me before Jin and Chianti. Sariyo tightened her coat and stepped cautiously into the darkness of the alley. Vermouth leaned against the wall, holding a slender woman's cigarette, and upon seeing her enter, asked leisurely, how did you find me? Sariyo calmly replied, the scent of tobacco on you is overwhelming. If you smoked less, I wouldn't be gasping for air just to detect it. Indeed, her voice carried a noticeable nasal quality. Vermouth paused, glancing down at the cigarette still pinched between her fingers, and chuckled lightly, though it was unclear if it was in jest or genuine amusement. She extinguished the cigarette underfoot and remarked, I come for my own reasons. You seem to be merely along for the ride. Your own reasons? Sariyo's mind immediately conjured Conan's face. But wasn't she investigating AI Hybra? Vermouth had no intention of delving deeper into Sariyo's affairs. She stepped closer and began. This is the first time I've seen the organization allow someone like you, a street punk, to operate so freely. However, your recent request for Chianti to assassinate Scopin was unexpected. I thought you would never venture near the organization again. Isn't it Chianti's job to take money for work? That hardly counts as getting close to the organization, Sariyo replied somewhat dismissively. Your initiative to take the company public surprised many. Before that, your Saki group was merely seen as a bunch of brawny fools. Going public has left people bewildered by your intentions, Vermouth stated nonchalantly. Moreover, there are those who do not wish for the Saki group to go public, as finding a purely labor-oriented mafia is no easy task. Easy, Sariyo said, extending her gloved left hand and slightly rubbing her fingers together, a sly smile appearing in her eyes. As long as the money is right, I can gather as many people as needed. Observing Vermouth's astonished expression, Sariyo's smile broadened. I simply no longer concern myself with the company. It doesn't mean I disregard the mafia. Vermouth opened her mouth, then burst into laughter, asking, are you considering joining the organization? Sariyo retorted, with you? Or Jin? Vermouth shook her head, gently uttering two words. Rum. Upon hearing that familiar name, Sariyo's entire demeanor shifted. Vermouth continued, your personality clearly aligns more with him. Jin is as rigid and cold as a machine, while you would eventually drive him as mad as Chianti. Furthermore, Rum holds a higher position in the organization than Jin. So if he were to invite you, your status would be markedly different. Sariyo yawned, asking, how different? Would vodka bow to me? Vermouth placed a hand on her temple. Sighing softly, yet her lips betrayed a genuine smile, I am increasingly fond of you. So, are you pushing me toward Rum? Sariyo linked her arm with Vermouth's, patting her chest, we are sisters, after all. Once I join you, I'll teach you how to play the game and we can earn money together. You're becoming more like a street punk, Vermouth gently waved her hand, declining, let us not. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you would attract significant trouble. And no one could contain you. Chapter 149. Remember to shoot at me. Vermouth's statement seemed to carry a hint of her dissatisfaction with Rum, which Sariyo noted but chose not to inquire further. One thing was certain, Vermouth genuinely had her best interests at heart. Sariyo was well aware of the fate that awaited her with Jin. Ultimately, Rum was relatively unconstrained, embodying the most normal personality among the organization's members she had encountered. If you are considering this path, I can help connect you, Vermouth continued, observing the young girl's dark red eyes. Then shifting the conversation, however, Rum is highly intelligent and exceedingly perceptive. If you work under him, you must harbor no ulterior motives. Just conduct your work diligently, and the earnings will be plentiful. No ulterior motives? She pondered whether her aspiration to marry Jin and rise from the ashes while venting her past grievances could be deemed an ulterior motive. Surely, that should qualify as employee benefits, right? Sariyo sniffed again. Suddenly, Vermouth's gaze shifted behind Sariyo as if sensing something, and she turned to leave. Leaving behind a final remark. I must take my leave. Consider what I've said carefully. Otherwise, the organization will not overlook your actions. As she departed, another voice accompanied the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow. What, are you challenging your immune system? Sariya, feeling somewhat unwell, was startled by this voice and turned to see Matsuda, hastily inquiring, how did you get out? Did you hear something? Matsuda's expression was quite normal. Yet as he approached Sariya, his gaze lingered for a moment on the trail of footprints left in the snow by Belmode. He did not pursue the matter further but handed Sariya a plastic bag, remarking that new fellow Tomohiro is quite a decent person. Even after losing his father, he remembered that your medication wasn't tea-filled and asked me to bring it to you. Gazing into his eyes, Sariya felt a pang of bitterness rise within her. Suddenly, she steadied her resolve and firmly grasped Matsuda's arm, pressing it against her left chest. Matsuda, if one day I were to be taken by those people to threaten you, remember to aim here. I cannot let my lifelong reputation be tarnished because of any hindrance. This girl seemed utterly oblivious to the distinction between genders. What nonsense was she spouting? Matsuda, taken aback, quickly withdrew his hand, but Sariya's grip was strong, seemingly compelling him to feel something. Her eyes were earnest and unwavering as she continued. I mean it. Remember to aim here. I would rather die by your hand than be taken back to be interrogated by them. My willpower is so feeble that within 3 minutes I could fabricate a tale about your double dealings in college. A gentle warmth radiated from his palm, and a sudden thought made Matsuda wish to prostrate himself before the gravestone of Jufu while simultaneously feeling a curiosity. When did this person become so feminine? Wait a moment. Matsuda took a moment to comprehend Sariya's words and gradually retracted his hand, only to suddenly scoop up a handful of snow from a nearby car and throw it at Sariya, exclaiming in mock anger, when did I ever have a double life? The scattered snowflakes kissed her face, and the chilling temperature sent a shiver down Sariya's spine, igniting a fierce determination within her. By the time Sato emerged from the newly constructed house, he found 2 figures entirely adorned with snowflakes, with Sariya seemingly victorious as she pushed Matsuda into the snow. These 2 childish fools. Matsuda, Sato called out helplessly, urging, come back and listen to Mr. Mori's deductions. Chapter 150. The truth of the power outage. The trio returned to the scene of the incident in the bathroom, discovering that Mori Kaguru had already succumbed to slumber. Matsuda whispered, who is he identifying? Ninshutsu Yoko, Sato replied. At that moment, Mori Kaguru spoke up. The power outage was caused by you manipulating the timer to create a short circuit. Then, in the darkness, you used that small flashlight to enter the bathroom and toss the extension cord into Dr. Ninshutsu's bathtub. If the circuit were to be restored, it would result in electrocution. Employing an extension and a cordless phone could create the illusion that you were on a call the entire time. He sighed and continued. Once the lights were back on, you switched the position of the phone in your hand. Didn't you? Ninshutsu Yoko silently stared at Mori Kaguru, seemingly resigned to her fate, without uttering a word. The main phone and the extension are different. The extension is wireless and the phone is rechargeable, still functional during the power outage. After witnessing Miss Kagoro leave, you switched the phone to an extension and proceeded to the bathroom using your mobile to call your own number, feigning an incoming call to create a temporary interruption in the conversation. You entered the bathroom, illuminating Dr. Ninshutsu with the flashlight while secretly dropping the extension cord into the water, and then returned to the kitchen while continuing the phone call until the power was restored. At this, the concealed Conan sighed again. When Miss Kagoro flipped the switch, the leak detection mechanism activated immediately. Conan steadied himself. It was for this reason that at the moment the circuit was restored, Dr. Ninshutsu was electrocuted in the bathtub. This child is quite foolish. Ninshutsu Yoko sighed softly, realizing that this was indeed impossible to conceal. Everyone present fell into contemplation. Chikage told me, Ninshutsu Yoko spoke softly, to take good care of Tomohiro. At that time, I didn't understand her meaning until later when I married him. Ninshutsu Yoko clenched her teeth. It was only upon reading Chikage's diary that I learned that this man, who desires every woman he sees, is the very one responsible for Chikage's death. He intoxicated Chikage and orchestrated that tragic accident. Ninshutsu Yoko scoffed bitterly. Who would have thought I ended up marrying such a person? However, Mori Kagura continued, if possible, I hope you will turn yourself in. Turn myself in? Ninshutsu Yoko laughed derisively. That's easy for you to say. Not only for you but also for Miss Kagoro, Conan stated calmly. Because the one who planned the murder is you, while the one who inadvertently restored the power is Miss Kagoro. If she were to learn the truth, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Moreover, Do you think Tomohiro can bear the loss of one beloved person, only to lose two more? Thus, I have a suggestion. Conan composed himself and proposed, when the police question you, say you drugged Dr. Ninshutsu, then used a timer to connect the wires to the water. This way, Dr. Ninshutsu would have died during the first power outage and Miss Kagoro would not need to feel guilty about it. Of course, Conan raised his head. If the police find out about our collusion, I will not testify on your behalf. Ninshutsu Yoko stared blankly at the bowed head of Muri Kaguru and suddenly smiled. I will adhere to this testimony. Because she turned to look at everyone watching her, I have not lost the sanity inherent in a person. Chapter 151, Suspicion. Ninshutsu Yoko was swiftly taken away and Sariyo felt as though she had just witnessed a rather impressive display of deduction. Yet, despite this, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. Matsuda, as a police officer, especially one whose father had been wrongfully accused, seemed disinterested in the truth of this case. His gaze fixated solely on Muri Kaguru as if searching for something. In the late hours of the night, while escorting Sariyo home, Matsuda spoke with a tone of resignation. I wonder if the detectives in our investigative division should collectively undergo vision tests. That kid, Itagawa Conan, merely hid in the bathroom during the deductions, and yet no one noticed. What does it matter? As long as the case is solved, the method is inconsequential. Sariyo curled up in the passenger seat, yawning as she spoke. This made me recall, Matsuda continued as he drove, the bomb suspect from 3 years ago has yet to be apprehended. And soon it will be the 4th year. He may strike again. I think I'll request a transfer back to the investigative division, since your group has been disbanded. Remaining in the violent crimes unit serves little purpose. At this, Sariyo felt a twinge of guilt and turned her face away, gazing through the semi-transparent black window at the night scenery outside, fearing the loss of this hard-won friendship. Sariyo was reluctant to allow Matsuda to engage with the case that had once brought him perilously close to death. Consequently, while claiming to assist him in the investigation, she secretly manipulated circumstances to hinder the efforts of his subordinates and obstructed some information Matsuda ought to have known. However, once the bomb suspect was finally captured, handing him over to Matsuda should yield similar results, shouldn't it? Sariyo reassured herself in her heart. What she initially thought to be merely a minor interlude that night soon proved otherwise. Not long after, on the day the first snow ceased to fall, Sariyo encountered the new school doctor, Tomohiro, at tea and high school. He remained as gentle and amiable as ever, exuding an aura of warmth that captivated many high school girls, including Sonoko with his charm. Even during recess, the garden could not help but speculate. I heard he is a high-achieving graduate from Tokyo Medical University. Speaking in such a refined manner, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Ayumi teased from the side. Well, during the physical examination this afternoon, you could always ask him directly, right? It was only then that Sariyo remembered the task Conan had entrusted her with and she immediately leaned closer to Ayumi, lowering her voice to ask, that night you seemed quite interested in the new doctor, didn't you? Have you finally decided to give up on that elusive detective? Yes? Indeed. Ayumi smiled radiantly. Sariyo's eyes widened in surprise. Kudo, you are really green with envy. Just kidding. Isn't that what Sarah loves to do most? Besides, there's nothing between me and Shinichi. Seeing that Sariyo was taking her seriously, Ayumi bashfully stamped her foot and explained, it's just that the intricate pattern of the hand-knitted turtleneck sweater the new doctor wore was so beautiful. I wanted to knit one for Shinichi as well. If it's just knitting, I can teach you. Sariyo pulled out a blue and white striped scarf from her uniform and asked, would this kind work? Ayumi's eyes widened in astonishment, and the garden leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, you can't even tell it's hand-knitted. Did you make this yourself? The 3 girls frolicked around the sweater just as someone brushed past them, a familiar scent of smoke enveloping them, lingering as if it were not an accidental encounter. The odor of smoke was identical to that of vermouth on that fateful night. A few days later, Conan's voice came through the phone, brimming with dissatisfaction and protest. All because Ran insisted on learning to knit from you. I've been eating Uncle Muri's instant noodles for 3 days now. When are you going to return her? I brought her back to help you avoid romantic entanglements, you know? Sariyo replied, tucking the phone under her arm while browsing for dresses at a clothing store. Besides, how could 2 grown men use such a gentle and considerate girl for cooking? Conan, carrying his small backpack, walked home with the members of the Junior Detective League, sighing helplessly. Uncle Muri can't cook at all, and I'm too short to reach the stove, so I have no choice but to rely on Ran. What can I do? Meanwhile, Hybrid displayed an expression of knowing everything. Sariyo recalled carefully, slowly saying, but Ran's cooking skills are indeed remarkable. I told you. Yesterday. Uncle Muri's treasured bottle of sake that he had been saving for half a month went missing. Did it end up at your place? Conan exclaimed as if caught in the act while Hybera calmly brushed her hair, letting out a light hum. Sariyo casually picked up a fitting black dress and walked towards the checkout while continuing. Didn't the doctor instruct Mr. Muri to abstain from alcohol for 6 months? Not just that bottle of sake, all of Mr. Muri's liquor is with me now. I even got up last night to eat the rice dumplings I made with that sake for supper. Uncle was lamenting about his missing alcohol until midnight. What exactly have you all been doing? Conan sighed, inquiring. You don't need to worry about girl matters. Sariyo completed her transaction deftly, leaving the store with the dress and a pair of high heels, stating, But Ran has prepared everything for you today. I'll be attending a memorial event tonight, so I won't disturb her. A memorial event? Conan asked curiously. Sariyo scoffed lightly. It's a memorial for the film director Akira Yakakawa, who had a penchant for making movies depicting the mafia's abduction of heroines, tarnishing their image. I intend to scatter his ashes. Aha? A series of questions came from Conan's end. Just joking. I'm a person of some standing. I wouldn't stoop to quarreling with those outdated old-timers. Sariyo said, swiftly ending the call. This guy is truly something. How can he be so intimidating with his words? Conan looked at his phone, shaking his head helplessly. If you take her seriously, you've already lost. Hybera quipped casually, her expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. At the next intersection, Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko bid farewell. Well then, Conan, Hybera, see you tomorrow. They exchanged farewells, though Hybera's response was notably colder than usual, something Conan had grown accustomed to, not paying much attention. The first snow had passed and the roadside was still adorned with patches of accumulated snow, a pristine white expanse. Hybera looked up and suddenly spotted a black sedan parked by the roadside, the scene from her dream resurfacing, making her tremble involuntarily. A Porsche 356, Conan remarked, lowering the ball from his head and following her gaze. This is an antique from 50 years ago. He walked around the car in awe, exclaiming how unexpected it was to see someone driving such a vehicle. That was when Hybera's eyes dulled into a lifeless gray as she slowly uttered, It's Jin's car. A few minutes later, a yellow beetle came to a halt. I say, Shinichi. Dr. Agasa stepped out of the car. It's fine for him to come pick you up, but he looked at Conan with confusion, retrieving some items from the car and asking, What do you need this for? A coat hanger, a wrench, gloves. Conan accepted the coat hanger, bending it skillfully, then inserting it into the car door seam and prying it open with the wrench. With a click, the door opened, and Conan turned back with a slight smile, answering Dr. Agasa's question with action. The doctor stared dumbfounded as he watched Conan expertly unlock the car door, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Hybera unconsciously clenched her hands together. This way we can avoid being discovered. Conan donned the gloves and popped a piece of gum into his mouth, noting that it was the fastest method to open such an old car. Quite audacious, taking a girl to pick a lock on someone's car. A cold voice suddenly rang from the side, making the three jump in surprise. Conan turned around, finally relieved, saying, You nearly scared me to death. You're the one who will scare me to death. The unexpected voice belonged to Sariyo, who pulled Hybera closer, looking at the composed Conan, and asked, Do you realize how reckless you are? Do you know whose car this is? Of course, Conan chuckled, only to be forcefully pressed down by Sariyo, who added, shaking her head in exasperation, It's one thing for your self-destructive tendencies to have increased in the days I haven't seen you, but to involve others as well? Hybera covered her face with her collar, bowing her head in silence. Conan didn't stop, seemingly oblivious to his previous actions. He closed the car door, saying, You take her and leave first. I must get to the bottom of this. It's too late, Kudo. Hybera's voice trembled slightly as she pointed to the opposite side of the street, where two dark figures were slowly approaching them, akin to the Grim Reaper drawing near. Sariyo furrowed her brow and waved her hand, signaling Dr. Agasa to take the two children away first, then stood there with her bag, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag before exhaling, casting her gaze toward the approaching figures, greeting them amiably. Yo. Yeah? Vodka silently regarded the girl still dressed in her school uniform, then turned to his older brother. Jin glanced at Sariyo. Her cold had not fully cleared, and her nose was slightly red from being rubbed too hard. He silently took a step back. Sariyo remarked, Goodness, this germaphobe. She rubbed her nose and coughed lightly. Jin took another step back. Vodka hesitated, looking at Sariyo, asking, Shouldn't you return home? Return? There's a director's memorial tonight, and I need to change for the banquet. Sariyo shot him a glance, huffing in displeasure, and proactively walked towards the black sedan parked not far away. Asking, "Isn't Vermouth going as well? Why don't you give me a ride? You're quite self-aware." Jin spoke coldly yet did not outright refuse. Instead, he glanced at the snow-covered ground beside the car, which was marked with the chaotic footprints of children. How disorderly the traces around the vehicle were. Surely, they were merely passers-by admiring the car of the esteemed elder brother? Vodka chuckled, remarking that such a vehicle was quite rare. This German rain frog had a reputation indeed. Jin opened the car door to find Sariyo already seated in the back, holding a paper bag, and she smiled at him, saying, "Get in." Chapter 154. The fragrant tresses. The car had not been on the road long when Vodka heard the sound of fabric rustling from the back seat. Curious? He turned his head, only to see the audacious young lady removing her outer coat and preparing to unbutton her shirt. "What are you doing?" Vodka exclaimed, taken aback. Sariyo playfully turned his head back, saying, "Focus on driving. I need to change into my gown." Here, Vodka was even more astonished. But before he could turn his head again, Jin personally twisted his face back to the front. "I can't possibly change clothes on the street." Sariyo quickly shed her shirt, opened her gown, searching for the neckline, seemingly unfazed by the two men in front not turning to look. "You two have even less interest in women than the other. What does it matter?" "Well, a little bit," Vodka muttered, discreetly glancing at the rearview mirror. "So white, so pert, so long. Do you not want your eyes anymore?" Sariyo asked, half squinting. How could this woman see through his sunglasses? Vodka silently turned his head back to the front. Sariyo had successfully donned her gown, paired with matching gloves and sheer black stockings. She then retrieved her makeup kit from her bag, using a small mirror to outline her eyebrows. At that moment, Jin's phone rang. He answered, "Yes, it's me. What is the situation on your end?" "What? The person hasn't arrived yet?" Sariyo's attention shifted from the mirror, intrigued. Not far behind, in the Golden Beetle car, Conan and Hibara were also listening intently. "What are you worried about?" Jin seemed utterly unconcerned that Sariyo could hear him, continuing. "The target will appear at the Kyupo Hotel at precisely 6 p.m. He still doesn't know today is his memorial service, does he? The important thing is our superiors have ordered us to eliminate him before the police can intervene. Whatever you wish to do with that drug is of no consequence. But do not mess it up, Pisco." "Pisco?" Sariyo recalled the name vaguely, aware that the person had seemingly died early in her previous life. Her only connection to him was through his descendant, Ireland. She remembered Pisco's true identity as a significant figure in the financial world, seemingly over 70 years old. Sariyo put away her eyebrow pencil, took out her lipstick to conceal her pale pink lips, and then donned earrings and accessories, securing her inky black hair with a pen. Suddenly, she heard Jin's cold snort. "What is this?" She was slightly startled to see Jin pulling out a white object from beneath his seat, weighing it in his hand. A fierce glint igniting in his golden eagle-like eyes. "A transmitter and a listening device," Jin sneered. "So you couldn't resist, could you?" "Who?" Vodka, caught off guard, instinctively looked towards Sariyo in the back seat. Clearly, the most suspicious individual here was the woman who had suddenly appeared and requested to join. Sariyo met Vodka's gaze, unperturbed, and retorted, "What's the matter? Speak your mind." Under her scrutinizing gaze, Vodka found himself hesitant to look at her. "It's not her." Jin interrupted the burgeoning suspicion between them, slowly extracting a lock of chestnut hair from under the seat. "I'm so touched," Jin said, staring at the fragrant lock of hair in his hand, evoking memories of the awkward times Sariyo had endured at his hands in the past life, sending a shiver down her spine. "I didn't expect you to approach me so willingly, Sherry." Chapter 155. The so-called sense of justice. The mention of Sherry made even Conan, who was eavesdropping, break into a cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, they suddenly heard Sariyo's teasing voice through the transmitter. "That tone of yours is a bit creepy." The next second, the transmitter was crushed to pieces. Conan turned to Hibara, unease etched on his face, and asked, "Do you think she'll be fine saying that?" Jin was not one to relish killing. Eliminating Sarah would bring him no benefits. After all, how could someone as astute as her behave so recklessly? Hibara appeared to maintain her composure, her ice-blue eyes meeting Conan's as she retorted, "What about you? The recorder and transmitter have been discovered. Is that not a problem?" "That's of no consequence." Conan steadied himself. "When I attached it, I damaged the teeth marks and wiped away the fingerprints. Even if they check, they'll only find my blood type from the saliva, no harm done. But I do not intend to leave it at that," he continued, They plan to have Pisco assassinate someone at the Cupo District Hotel. We must thwart that operation beforehand. You have quite the sense of justice, Hybera remarked, crossing her arms and turning away. Don't involve me. Justice is too abstract, and I have no interest in it. Moreover, I doubt anything can be accomplished in such a dangerous place. Conan nodded, acknowledging, I feel the same way. They know what you looked like as a child. Even if Sarah would help, taking you there is still too perilous. You should stay in the doctor's car. I will at least retrieve that drug. That drug? Hybera paused. Conan turned to her, his gaze fierce. 4869. Yes, she will definitely go for it. The car stopped near the roadside of the Cupo City Hotel. Jin leaned against the passenger seat, coldly observing Sariyo as she exited the car. He spoke into the phone. She will undoubtedly return to investigate that drug. Keep a tight watch on her. The departing woman, with her long legs and flowing gown, resembled a dancing water serpent from behind. What? You don't know what she looks like? Jin shifted his gaze, impatience creeping into his voice. Why don't you check the organization's database? Rest assured, even if her head is gone, I would still recognize her. Oh, has that matter been handled? Good, be cautious. That person was at least a government official. The police will certainly intervene. With a cold snort, Jin continued, just keep listening to the phone. Then he abruptly shifted the topic. Pisco, how will you handle this? The organization won't interfere, but if you dare leak a single detail, you know the consequences. Vodka, noticing Jin was about to hang up, cautiously reminded him, brother. Shiraz has been friendly with Sherry. She might have guessed something about today's operation. Will she protect Sherry? She is indeed an unpredictable factor. Jin's gaze remained fixed on the slender figure waiting at the hotel entrance for the waiter's guidance. After a moment's thought, he instructed, Vermouth is also inside. Have her keep an eye on things. Vodka nodded, taking the phone and moving to the other side. That shouldn't be a problem. That woman harbors enmity towards Sherry from the previous generation. Chapter 156, The Nightmare Inside the Hotel. Conan stealthily infiltrated, observing the various political figures passing by. After ensuring no one was paying attention, he turned to the small girl hiding behind him, exasperatedly saying, Honestly, weren't you uninterested? Hybera raised her collar and averted her gaze, replying, I had no choice. The drug is my creation, and I don't want you calling me a murderer again. Conan sighed in resignation, asking, How many times must I apologize for that? When will this 84-year-old fairy sister decide to move on? No need to move on. What you said is not wrong. Hirahara remained remarkably calm, her gaze fixed upon her hands. Suddenly, an unsettling chill surged from behind her, as if summoned from the depths of hell, attempting to siphon away every ounce of warmth from her being. Shirley, what's wrong, little sister? Have you lost your parents? A server approached Hirahara, tapping her shoulder, and even this mundane gesture startled her, causing her to shudder. Indeed, Conan turned back, instinctively grasping Hirahara's wrist and offering a gentle smile to the server. We're just heading out to find them. Come on, Hua. How absurd. Despite the grave atmosphere, Hirahara couldn't help but let a hint of lightness cross her features upon hearing that name. Once they reached a quieter area, she initiated the conversation. I had a nightmare recently. Conan turned to her, adopting an attentive demeanor. I dreamt that I was cornered on my way home, pursued into an alley. Hirahara lowered her head and continued, the first person shot was you, and then everyone else fell one by one. Everyone was dragged into this because of me. If I had been dealt with by the organization in the lab that day, it might have been a swifter end. Her voice trailed off, but in the next moment, she felt a familiar pair of spectacles settle onto her nose. Conan, having removed his glasses, winked at her with a smile. You know, wearing them ensures you'll never be exposed. Even Clark Kent would be impressed. So without glasses, you become Superman? Hirahara replied with a light-hearted grin. Whether I'm Superman, I cannot say, but I have a feeling that if I lose you because of this, Sarah will turn me into a corpse. Conan seemed to recall a vivid scene, rubbing his hands nervously and glancing toward the banquet hall entrance. I think I just saw her. Why don't you go stay with her for a while? It's safer that way. No. Hirahara immediately tugged at Conan's hand, her ice-blue eyes filled with seriousness. She was monitored by the organization because she became friends with me. I cannot implicate her further. I can't let them think she helped me escape. Conan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Hirahara took a breath to calm herself. Her gaze tinged with melancholy as she continued, if I had sought her protection in the past, Sarah would never have refused. But we are both still vulnerable. She has only just found her footing and lacks the means to confront the organization. Kudu, she is not as invincible as you believe. Then we must wait for her to grow stronger. Conan reassured her, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Sarah is ambitious. She won't be content with her current state. By that time, perhaps she will be one of the main forces against the organization. Chapter 157. The fallen chandelier. Sariyo had long since arrived at the banquet. Previously, she was not one for socializing and disliked putting on a smile for crowds, which left her with few companions. Only a handful of former collaborators would stop by to exchange pleasantries, giving the girl in the black dress an air of cool detachment. From a distance, she spotted Vermouth. Yet she had no intention of greeting her. Vermouth merely cast a glance her way, offering a bemused smile in return. The early part of the memorial gathering unfolded as an ordinary social event. Sariyo leaned against a corner holding a glass of champagne, observing the guests mingling. When suddenly she recognized a familiar, portly figure at the entrance. Officer Magyar? Sariyo watched the man as he conversed with the security personnel outside, feeling a tug at the hem of her dress. Looking down, she saw Conan smiling back at her. Seeing the child, Sariyo couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. Sighing softly, Magyar, you called him here, didn't you? What about the other one? She's over there in the corner, saying she can't get too close to you. Conan gestured in a particular direction, and as Sariyo followed his gaze, she immediately understood the reason for Hirahara's desire to avoid suspicion. Her expression turned more resigned as she looked back at Conan and asked, do you know the organization's target? Jin mentioned on the phone that he would arrive around 6 o'clock and would be arrested by the police tomorrow. So the only person it could be is the one surrounded by reporters at the entrance. Conan pointed to a group of people outside. Tsukakoshi, the politician embroiled in a bribery scandal, under police surveillance, so Pisco probably won't act. You underestimate the organization. Sariyo shook her head. Just then, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the host announced from the stage, ladies and gentlemen, let us now enjoy the slides collected by director J-Can. The surroundings fell into darkness, with only the flickering light from the slides illuminating the room. Conan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Tsukakoshi is missing. Sariyo's instincts flared, and she pushed Conan towards the exit, urging, quick, go keep an eye on Hirahara. Conan nodded and promptly departed. In the enveloping darkness, Sariyo strained to discern the figures around her when a sudden flash of light blinded her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes at the burst of brightness, only to hear strange sounds echoing around her. Moments later, she felt someone pull her aside, and in the next breath, she sensed a rush of wind where she had just been standing, followed by a cacophony of shattering glass and shards raining down upon her. The unexpected chaos left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. Sariyo turned to see the person who had yanked her away, only to glimpse Vermouth's golden hair disappearing into the crowd, stirring an unsettling feeling within her. The lights quickly brightened, revealing the chandelier that had fallen in the center of the banquet hall, and beneath it lay a figure bathed in blood. Sariyo squinted to identify the individual, and it became clear. It was indeed Tsukakoshi. Officer Magyar, present from the beginning, swiftly established order with the police. Sariyo scanned the area and quietly approached Takagi, asking, where's Matsuda? Takagi replied softly, the jewelry store in Mahama Center was robbed. He and Officer Sato went to handle it. What a coincidence. Sariyo furrowed her brow slightly, but before the officers could speak, a man's loud voice rang out from the crowd. Officer, this really doesn't require inquiry, does it? Isn't there a very obvious suspect right here? His words captured everyone's attention. The man brazenly directed his gaze towards Sariyo, scoffing, what is the mafia's young lady doing here? Chapter 158. Baseless accusations. Taken aback by the stranger's unfounded accusation, Sariyo found herself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, her mind was filled with confusion and doubt. How could this possibly be connected to her? Magyar, of course, would not entertain such baseless speculation. Having reviewed the guest list, he politely clarified, Miss Sakai was invited. Who knows if she's here for revenge? The man interjected, raising his hands in a display of mock innocence. Isn't it normal? The mafia is known for such violent acts. Destroying the director's memorial here, so the identity of the deceased is irrelevant, right? How could someone from the mafia be invited to such an event? Director J-Can had previously made several films that criticized the mafia. Either it was an accident, or the mafia intentionally disrupted Director J-Can's memorial and Tsukakoshi happened to be crushed in the chaos. Our time is precious, can we expedite this? In an instant, the crowd, seemingly resigned to the reality of the situation, turned their accusatory gazes towards Sariyo. As the number of detractors grew, so too did the content of their accusations, transforming the exceptionally talented young girl into the target of collective ire among her peers. Some could no longer contain their impatience and attempted to push open the banquet hall doors only to find them besieged by reporters. Even Hibara, who had hoped to slip away amidst the throng, was forced to retreat. "Come on. If this drags on, more reporters will swarm outside. What on earth are you doing?" Others continued to murmur in frustration. Leaning against a round table, Sariyo gripped the tablecloth tightly with her gloved hands, her anxiety palpable. Conan had never witnessed such overwhelming malice directed at a stranger, and he felt a deep sense of confusion and sympathy for Sariyo. Over the past few years, she had tirelessly sought to alter her origins, yet in the end she remained shackled by the dark label that clung to her. With a somber expression, Conan recalled the matter at hand and swiftly spoke up. "Sariyo, I can't find Hibara. If Pisco has taken her, we must prevent all guests from leaving, or we may never find her." Sariyo raised her gaze, steadied her demeanor, and replied softly, "I understand. You go look for her, I will handle things here. Even if we cannot solve the case, we must ensure Pisco does not leave." Her words seemed to be laden with suppressed emotion. Conan opened his mouth and suddenly grasped Sariyo's hands, which were clutching the tablecloth, pressing them firmly as if to convey his strength to her. After this, he hurriedly made his way to the exit. As Sariyo lowered her head to observe her hands, a fleeting expression of self-mockery crossed her face. A person as straightforward as she was hardly equipped to solve a case. Matsuda, Jifuku, and Furuya, her objective was simply to keep these individuals here. Thus, she would resort to the most forceful methods. The leader of the earlier dissenters seemed to perceive her hesitation, immediately pointing at her as if to accuse, "Officer, why not search her? That will reveal everything. How can one publicly call for a search of a girl?" Magyar frowned, about to reprimand the individual for his impotence, when he heard startled gasps from behind. The man shouted, "Look, it's a gun." Magyar turned to find Sariyo had willingly drawn the handgun from her leg and slammed it onto the table. Before the man could continue his tirade, she disengaged the safety and aimed it at him. "Hey, hey!" Although Magyar was already aware of Sariyo's gun license, he was still taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Sariyo pulled the trigger, and the bullet zipped past the man's ear, striking the wall behind him. The loud bang left the man pale with fright, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Sariyo narrowed her eyes, her expression calm as she strode in her high heels, her gaze sweeping over the pale faces of those present. In a detached tone, she declared, "Let it be clear. This is the sound of my gun firing." The man fell silent and Sariyo casually dragged a chair, positioning it at the entrance before elegantly sitting down, crossing her legs, and stating, "Unless this case is resolved today, none of you shall leave." Chapter 159, A bullet from the past. I seemed to have been knocked unconscious from behind. Regaining consciousness with great effort, Hibara struggled to rise from the ground, slowly speaking with her detective badge from her pocket. "I am currently in a wine cellar." Conan furrowed his brow upon receiving her response and asked, "Is it Pisco?" "Kudo, listen to me," Hibara said, surveying her surroundings, her demeanor surprisingly calm amidst the dire circumstances. "The substance that shrinks our bodies, 4869, signifies the death of cellular structures. Cells inherently possess the ability to self-destruct, and they typically survive by suppressing this function. Moreover, this drug not only induces but also activates cellular proliferation." Her tone grew increasingly composed, causing a wave of unease to wash over Conan, who promptly interrupted, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Hibara chuckled lightly, her demeanor unruffled. "Do you not understand? Even though I have shrunk, they have still imprisoned me. If I manage to escape, they will surely find me within 2 days, and at that point, not only the doctor who sheltered me but anyone connected to me will be silenced. Therefore, whether I am killed here or manage to escape, we must not meet again. I need to share everything I know about that drug with you." Conan was taken aback but then smiled. "Don't worry, they won't be back for a while." Hibara emitted a sound of surprise. Remembering Sariyo's earlier actions, Conan couldn't help but chuckle. "Sariyo has made sure all the guests remain, and judging by her demeanor, I doubt anyone dares to sneak away. You mustn't disappoint her efforts." At a distance, Vermouth observed the slender figure seated at the entrance, feeling a mix of emotions. The young girl's behavior appeared audacious, yet it was likely that she acted with careful consideration. In this moment, to endure would only weaken her reputation. She had the courage to confront prejudice, a boldness that was genuinely admirable. With a slight push. Tomorrow's news might eclipse the death of Congressman Tsukubo with the audacious act of Miss Sakai firing her gun to stop everyone. Her company might again become a hot topic. Truly, she was a darling of the media. You mentioned you are in a wine cellar? Conan inquired. This room appears to have been in use for quite some time. Hybera said, frowning as she scanned the surroundings. There are many renowned wines here, which is why I believe it is a wine cellar. What of it? Conan immediately grinned. Look around. Is there a Chinese liquor called Baijiu? I'll see. Hybera steadied her thoughts. Yes, there is, but so what? Drink it. Conan said decisively. Drink it? Hybera was taken aback. At a time like this, is the great detective still in the mood to jest with me? Hybera raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps you think this is clearly something not meant for children to drink. What miraculous effect do you believe it has on me? Indeed, it does. Conan glanced at Dr. Agasa in the car, smiling. Drinking it will bestow upon you the most extraordinary magic in the world. It will make you the greatest work of a magician. The greatest work of a magician, you say? Chapter 160. A remarkable magic with a soft click. The tightly shut door of the wine cellar slowly creaked open and two dark figures stepped inside. Vodka, holding a gun, surveyed the surroundings before remarking. Isn't Pisco supposed to be here? We agreed to meet in 30 minutes, yet there's not a trace of him. He expressed his dissatisfaction following the signal. All we found was a laptop. He glanced at the computer on the table, shaking a half-empty bottle of liquor and sniffing the liquid. He might have slipped away somewhere. Why would that old fellow be hiding in this wine cellar? Jin replied coolly, gazing intently at the array of liquor cabinets before him. If he didn't succeed at the venue, he might have planned to drag someone here afterward. Regardless, we should make our exit sooner rather than later. Vodka continued to speak. As Pisco had already succeeded at the venue and now, for reasons unknown, they found themselves trapped there. It wouldn't be long before they were discovered. Indeed, that was a valid point. Jin's face flickered with a semblance of a smile as he cast a deep gaze at the fireplace in the center of the room before turning to exit. The door clicked shut, plunging the room back into silence. After a considerable pause, a sigh of relief emanated from the fireplace. Hey, have they left? How are you doing now? A boy whispered. I'm all right, Mayana replied, glancing at her adult form with a wry smile. What a marvelous trick. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Conan, who had also taken a gamble, felt a wave of relief wash over him but suddenly remembered something, awkwardly touching his nose. Hey, Hybera, are you dressed? Pervert. On the other end, the girl's voice faltered, tinged with a hint of embarrassed anger. Kudo, don't make such jokes. I'm wearing a cleaner's uniform right now. She looked up at the dark ventilation shaft above her. Also, the document containing organizational information is with me. Don't celebrate too soon. Conan interjected urgently, the effect is temporary. Let's focus on escaping through the chimney first. Okay, Mayano nodded, then sighed. This chaotic scene truly marks the completion of this endeavor. Conan exhaled softly, finally feeling a sense of relief. Suddenly, Dr. Agasa spoke up. Shinichi. Tomorrow's morning report has already been published online. Didn't you just check it? Conan glanced sideways at the doctor, noticing nothing particularly special. No. I'm currently looking at entertainment news. Dr. Agasa pointed to his computer, which displayed a photograph of two people kissing. Look, this was captured by a reporter just before the art light fell during the event. Doesn't this person look familiar? Huh? Conan leaned in and after some time, abruptly looked up. We need to inform Sarah immediately. Chapter 161. Red plum in the snow. After Conan uttered that statement, he quickly jumped out of the car. But moments later, the door of the Golden Beetle swung open and a person, rubbing their arms, sat down. The sudden appearance of a figure in black startled Dr. Agasa. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was Sariyo, who seemed to have walked straight out of the banquet hall, still clad in a sleeveless evening gown. Snowflakes adorning her hair, her nose reddening from the cold. Dr. Agasa, astonished, asked, How did you get out? Sariyo, warming her hands, looked anxious. The people inside won't dare come out for a while, but I'm still worried. Where's Kudo? He saw the news just now and seemed to have discovered something. He hurried off to find you. As Dr. Agasa spoke, he turned the electronic screen displaying the photograph towards Sariyo. She examined it closely for a moment, when suddenly, a voice came through the detective badge in Dr. Agasa's hand. Doctor, is that Sariyo? Yes, Sariyo leaned in to ask, How are you? Do you know where you are? I'm fine. I think I was in a wine cellar and am currently climbing up the chimney. Mayano replied, panting as she struggled upwards within the chimney. Sariyo peered through the car window at the buildings outside, observing closely. Don't worry, AI, Dr. Agasa reassured. Shinichi has figured out who Pisco is. Sariyo seemed to recall something and turned back. Sure ho, if you encounter anyone when they ask how you escaped, just tell them what I say. Mayano finally emerged from the rooftop chimney, her skin meeting the cold snowflakes, feeling as if she were reborn. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft snow. Shivering as she gazed at the falling snowflakes, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed behind her, followed by a piercing line that pierced her shoulder. Dark red plum blossoms inexplicably bloomed upon the pure white snow. Below, in the Golden Beetle, Sariyo flung open the car door and dashed outside. I've missed you, Jin said, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips as he observed the girl standing before him. Surely. Excuse me, where is there a seldom-used wine cellar? Conan, having jumped out of the car, casually inquired of a waiter. The waiter looked at the child curiously. Little brother, you're looking for a wine cellar? Indeed, Conan continued, I believe there should be a large fireplace in that cellar. Is there such a place in our hotel? The waiter glanced at the floor plan but found no answer and turned to ask another waiter. The other waiter pondered for a moment and speculated. Could it be the old building that's scheduled for renovation in a few days? Old building? Conan froze. Yes. The waiter nodded. I heard they will temporarily use one of the rooms as a storage area. That's it. Shinichi. Suddenly, a voice from the phone interrupted Conan's thoughts. He pressed the phone to his ear and asked, What's going on? AI has been shot. Chapter 162, Diverting Disaster. Look, how beautiful, Jin said, fixating on the crimson stain in the snow as he approached the girl, trying to maintain her composure. The dark night was filled with swirling white snow, mingling with the blood that dripped upon it. Even though to evade the organization's notice, your glasses and that uniform are somewhat unflattering. This indeed seems an appropriate setting to send a traitor to their demise, wouldn't you agree, Shirley? He appeared to admire a perfect sculpture, his tone imbued with a chilling cold that intensified the already frigid air. You really are something. Mayano closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and forced herself to stay calm. To have anticipated my emergence from this chimney. All thanks to this strand of hair, Jin said, extending his hand, a short chestnut hair falling quietly onto the snow. That's your fault. After all, a strand of your hair fell right by the fireplace, and it's identical to what you left in my car. I don't know if you were captured by Pisco or sneaked into the wine cellar while he was away. Jin aimed his gun directly at Mayano. But I distinctly heard your trembling breaths emanating from the fireplace. I could have dealt with you in that filthy fireplace, but I thought it would be more fitting for you to die beautifully. However, it seems such courtesy is unnecessary now. Is that so? Then I must thank you for your kindness. A cold smile graced Mayano's face. How patient of you to wait for me in this frigid weather. While your mouth can still move, let me ask you. Jin disregarded her mockery, his gaze penetrating as if seeking a revelation. What method did you employ to disappear from the organization's laboratory? Or rather, who assisted you in your escape? Upon hearing that question, a wave of nervousness surged within Mayano. Was it truly safe to follow Sariyo's advice? No matter, the priority was to secure her safety. Mayano inhaled deeply, then adorned her face with a smile. It seems you genuinely suspect that naive woman. Vodka, arriving at that moment, frowned and asked, What do you mean? Mayano endured the pain, feeling a surge of strength akin to steel against Jin, and even managed a light chuckle. There are many who seek eternal life in this world. And the pursuit of such a goal is not limited to just one organization. Even before I returned to Japan, another organization had contacted me. Suddenly, an inexplicable organization emerged, seemingly becoming Sherry's protector in recent days. The situation had taken a rather peculiar turn, and Vodka cast a skeptical glance at her, remarking, Do you really think we would believe your fabrications about a fictitious organization? Don't be naive. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate thoroughly, Mayano replied, showing no signs of being flustered. It appeared that this new organization had provided her with ample confidence, and the idea of deflecting blame seemed quite appealing. This concept was proposed by Sariyo. While Mayano was uncertain of the organization's existence, Sariyo was well aware that it was a group relentlessly pursuing Kid. With both organizations harboring nearly identical ambitions, she would never allow for the possibility of their collaboration, opting instead to sow discord first. The method was somewhat audacious, but Sariyo was not wagering on whether they would believe her. It was merely a tactic to buy time. Chapter 163. The rescue. Jump into the chimney. The man's voice echoed, causing Jin to turn and glance at the rooftop entrance he had just exited. The effects of the tranquilizer began to take hold, and his gaze darkened with malevolence as he pressed the gun against his own arm, resolutely pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, Mayano exerted every ounce of strength to leap into the chimney nearby. The chimney's opening was at least 2 to 3 stories above the ground, and she braced herself for a harsh landing. However, reality proved otherwise. After a fleeting moment of weightlessness, she found herself enveloped in a cold embrace. Struggling to open her eyes, she was taken aback to see the person who had caught her and murmured, "Sariyo? How did you?" Having been dressed only in a skirt amidst the snowy environment, Sariyo felt even colder. Yet the successful catch of Mayano brought a hint of a smile to her pale visage. Without pausing, Sariyo gently set the still, gasping Mayano aside and stated, "I've identified who Pisco is. I originally intended to follow him to find you, but I encountered Kudo along the way who instructed me to come here for your rescue." Mayano felt as if a fire ignited within her, desperately clenching her teeth against the pain. Sariyo, too focused on preventing gin and vodka from descending the chimney, swiftly pushed a wooden crate filled with liquor into the chimney, grabbing a bottle of high-proof spirit to smash against the crate, soaking it in alcohol before raising her gun and decisively pulling the trigger. A spark ignited, instantly engulfing the entire crate in flames, the fire rapidly spreading throughout the chimney thanks to the alcohol. Once she completed this task, Sariyo breathed a sigh of relief, seized another bottle of liquor, removed the cork, and tilted her head back to consume most of it, gradually warming her chilled body. Beside her, the girl's breaths had significantly calmed. Looking down, Sariyo noticed that the adult-sized clothing lay scattered on the ground, the figure inside having seemingly shrunk to that of a mere 7- or 8-year-old child. Curious about this violation of the law of conservation of energy, Sariyo decided to sit nearby, warming herself by the fire while waiting for her body to regain heat. After a while, Hybra slowly opened her eyes. Whether it was Sariyo's illusion or not, she couldn't shake the feeling that Hybra's ice-blue eyes had taken on a slight red hue when they met hers. However, Hybra quickly regained her composure, lowering her gaze and saying, "Sariyo, since they now know I'm hiding in this town, I can no longer remain by your side. Furthermore, I am of little use now. I shall depart at dawn." "That is unacceptable," Sariyo firmly rejected, her brow arching slightly as her crimson pupils shimmered like rubies in the firelight. She scooped up the injured Hybra and began to walk outside, chuckling softly without Shiho. "I would be tormented by contusions and hematomas every night, unable to sleep. Even the slightest scratch could prove fatal. You are my last line of defense. If you leave, what shall I do?" This was the first time Hybra had been carried like a child, and a faint blush spread across her pale cheeks. Suddenly, an elderly voice interrupted this tender moment. How touching! As the voice resonated, a gray-haired man appeared before the girls, his gun aimed directly at Sariyo's forehead, a smug smile adorning his face. "Nice to meet you, Shira. You truly know how to surprise someone. And long time no see, Sherry." Chapter 164. Pisco. The sudden appearance of the man plunged Hybra's previously calming emotions into despair. But before she could contemplate further, Sariyo, still holding her, sprang into action. She bent forward, evading the gun's aim, her long legs tracing a graceful arc through the air, her shoe striking the man's temple with force. The temple is an exceptionally vulnerable area, and with the man's advanced age, he succumbed to unconsciousness before he could even fire his weapon. Sariyo let out a huff, swiftly exiting the wine cellar and securing the door. She then retrieved a nearby fire hose, locking the wine cellar door tightly before continuing to carry Hybra as they fled. Grumbling, "I thought he would be a formidable opponent. An old man with brittle bones buried in the dust of age trying to play the gangster? Does he think wielding a gun makes him a big shot? Standing so close, is he begging me for a counterattack? He is not even as competent as vodka." Hybra found herself both amused and exasperated, a wry smile flickering across her delicate face. "He is responsible for management, not physical labor. Then why did he just scare me?" Sariyo retorted, stepping onto the fire escape, her high heels surprisingly keeping pace. In a hushed tone, she added, "You must not tell anyone that I did that. A certain detective would undoubtedly hunt me down." "Of course," Hybra replied, raising her gaze to ask, "Is it all right to leave him there? Won't he burn to death?" Sariyo continued to run, stating, "Pisco's photo was captured while he was firing, and it has already been circulated online. Even if I do nothing, he won't survive until morning." As they spoke, she had already brought Hybra back to Professor Agasa's vehicle. Upon seeing the two girls return safely, Professor Agasa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. And Sariyo quickly urged, "You should leave with Kudo immediately. I have more pressing matters." A glimmer of concern flashed in Hybera's eyes as she quickly added, "Wait. You've had alcohol and you were out in the cold. Don't rush to bathe when you return. Drink some warm water first to recover." This marked the first time she had so overtly shown concern for anyone, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned her head away. Sariyo paused for a moment, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned on her heels and departed. With Conan's encouragement, Magyar soon identified the elderly man from the photo, which depicted him firing at the chandelier, prompting a hotel-wide search for the suspect. Other guests promptly boarded their return vehicles while the media began to disperse. As the reporters gathered at the entrance, they caught sight of a once-celebrated media darling, the glamorous mafia leader leaning against the staircase of the restaurant, her seaweed-like, thick, curly black hair cascading over her fair shoulders, a cigarette delicately pinched between her gloved fingers. Upon noticing the reporters, she flashed a sly smile and leisurely inquired, "I have an intriguing piece of information. Would you be interested in writing about it?" Standing before the blazing wine cellar, Jin remained still in the snow for quite some time before finally stating, "Let us go." "Huh?" Vodka looked at Jin in astonishment. "Aren't we going to stay here and find that woman?" "Indeed," Jin nodded. "I don't appreciate wasting effort. She has undoubtedly fled with the one who rescued her. Now that we've seen her face, it would be foolish for her to remain here. As for the organization she mentioned, it's prudent to investigate thoroughly." Chapter 165, The Torn Wound. When Sariyo returned home in Shinjuku, it was nearly midnight. The air was biting cold, and after consuming half a bottle of strong liquor, her head felt somewhat dizzy. As the elevator doors opened, she was nearly startled to death by the tall figure standing at the entrance. Upon seeing her emerge from the elevator, the man directly inquired, "Have you been in the banquet hall all night?" Only then did Sariyo recognize the voice of Jin, and she felt a slight sense of relief, though she remained uncertain about his suspicions. She could only respond defensively, "Didn't Vermouth tell you? Are you doubting me or her?" "Neither, actually," he replied. "I merely heard that this woman was publicly humiliated tonight, and I expected her to return in tears." From the very first day he encountered her, Jin had perceived her as a weak, tearful girl. With growing impatience, he braced himself for her inevitable tears. Despite not being particularly strong-willed, over the span of 3 years, Sariyo had earned more and more money, becoming increasingly audacious. Tears were now a thing of the past. Ironically, the more resilient she became, the more he yearned to witness her delicate tears. What a peculiar form of rebellious psychology for someone of his age. Jin himself found his behavior repulsive. Meanwhile, Vodka, having been reduced to a corner, wept over his bank card following the collapse of the stock market during the previous bubble economy, while Sariyo stood nearby, foolishly amused with a pool cue in hand. Unaware of the chaotic thoughts swirling in Jin's mind, Sariyo bypassed him, opened her door, immediately turned on the heating, and upon noticing the bandage wrapped around his arm, raised an eyebrow and teased, "Which genius told you that you could bandage a wound over clothing?" She swung the door wider, gesturing, "Now your wound is stuck to your clothes. Do you want to come in and tend to it?" Jin peered past her into the room, where a large pool table dominated the space, the furnishings remaining rather simple, with various plush toys adorning every sharp edge, exuding an aura of youthful charm. He had no intention of entering and was prepared to head back upstairs, but Sariyo had already turned back, asking, "What are you standing there for? When did you start being polite?" Politeness was out of the question. It would never be achievable in this lifetime. Jin stepped into the room, sat beside the pool table, and unwound the bandage, only to discover that the blood had dried, adhering the bandage, jacket, and sweater to the wound. While the outer layer was manageable, the fabric stuck to the flesh proved challenging to detach. With a slight tug, he inadvertently pulled away a patch of skin along with the clotting blood, fresh blood immediately spilling forth. Sariyo approached with a first aid kit, her mere observation causing her to gasp in pain. This man, as merciless to himself as ever, remained silent. It was evident he had received little care in his childhood. She recalled how, when she was surrounded by burly mafia members, she would showcase a broken nail and cry for attention. After the death of her parents, as factions within the organization hastened to divide assets, she gradually learned to restrain her own fragility. Reflecting on it now, Jin had indeed been her sole support during her most clueless years. She had encountered a man who adhered strictly to principles at the very time she was embracing freedom. Thus, a rift had always existed between them. However, she only grasped these truths after they all passed away. which is why the 3 years spent wandering the graveyard were also filled with guilt and atonement. Sariyo took a pair of scissors and approached, trimming the sweater around Jin's wound, her voice involuntarily softening as she asked, "What happened?" Chapter 166, The Flower of Suspicion When Treating a Patient's Wound. One must always redirect their focus away from pain. She began cleaning the area between the fabric and the wound with saline solution, inquiring, "How did this happen? How could Shirley have hurt you?" Jin's voice remained steady, devoid of tremors as he replied, "It wasn't her, I fired the gun." Sariyo cautiously peeled back the fabric with tweezers, her hands steady from her training at the casino. "Is this akin to punishing yourself?" Someone had assisted her, firing a tranquilizer dart. Upon hearing this, Jin let out a cold laugh, deriding, "So it was merely a tranquilizer." The concept of a tranquilizer struck her as peculiarly familiar. "Kudo, is this your way of retaliating against Jin for that strike? If it were a real gun, would there be a need for a tranquilizer?" As Sariyo finally uncovered the fabric, she exhaled in relief, instinctively blowing gently on the wound before asking who went to assist her. Jin cast a dull glance at her lowered eyelashes, stating, "According to her, it was another organization, but there is no evidence. We need to verify this further." It seemed Mayano had relayed everything she had been instructed to say, regardless of whether they believed it at the very least. Seeds of doubt had been sown in their minds, awaiting their inevitable bloom. Sariyo had no intention of probing further, cleaning the deep wound with alcohol and iodine before meticulously redressing it. After a while, she mused that Conan's tranquilizer could render even an elephant unconscious. Even if one forced themselves to awaken through pain, the body should not be able to metabolize the anesthetic so swiftly. Could he have endured this solely on sheer willpower? She gazed up, her suspicions evident. Jin remained wide-eyed, his breathing gradually stabilizing, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unfocused. Was he awake while asleep? How remarkably alert he was. Sariyo widened her eyes, cautiously extending her hand to wave before his face. Jin showed no reaction. She scrutinized him for a time, wrapping the bandage securely before draping his discarded coat over him. Turning away, she picked up her phone and walked toward the pool table, dialing Vermouth's number. When the call connected, Sariyo lowered her voice, saying, "Hello, it's me. Regarding your previous suggestion about joining the organization, I've decided against it." Vermouth, taken aback by her abrupt declaration, paused before asking, "Are you certain? If you refuse now, you may find it impossible to join later." Sariyo nodded resolutely. "I'm doing quite well on my own and do not require the organization's assistance. I wish to maintain an equal partnership. Beyond that, it is unnecessary." Vermouth continued to caution her, "Consider this carefully. If you state this, the various conveniences the organization has provided in business may be revoked." "That's acceptable," Sariyo replied, lowering her gaze. Indeed, outright rejecting the organization's olive branch would likely complicate matters, but it would not hinder her ability to leverage their resources as a partner. She picked up a scattered 8-ball from the pool table, a smirk forming on her lips. "I believe that when you and Jin feel weary, my little organization could at least serve as a retirement haven for you both." Vermouth fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Sariyo's words. After a lengthy pause, she finally chuckled softly. I understand now.